He couldn't even sense the power of stars, yet the system forced him to open a pet beast shop. He was just an ordinary high school graduate, yet he waited in a countdown for an invisible punishment. The location, Yun City, Huaxia Empire, Northern Asia. In the southern suburbs, on South Shop Street. This street seemed disconnected from the bustling city, slow, quiet, yet stubbornly existing. In the middle of the street stood a small shop surrounded by various food establishments. Front, back, left, and right were filled with the aroma of cooking and the scent of meals, from breakfast to late-night snacks, from dawn to midnight, with flavors and fragrances never ceasing. But Chu Bai in the small shop had no mind to look and no appetite to smell. What kind of situation was this? Behind the counter, he stared at the few passers-by outside the door, sighed, and lost himself in thought. Chu Bai came from another Yun city, but had lived in this world for a full 16 years. The pace of life, social rules, and daily details had long since been completely transformed. He knew this was an era similar to Earth, but more advanced, with historical trajectories roughly overlapping, yet technology had already entered the interstellar age. He also knew that this planet was home to a wonderful existent star beasts. With various origins and countless forms, almost all could sign contracts with beast tamers and become star pets. Thus, beast tamers became the mainstream of the era, spanning all industries, with job benefits and social prestige far surpassing ordinary people. As the era progressed, beast tamers increased while ordinary people sharply decreased. This seemed an inevitable trend. Simply because he lacked beast tamer talent, he was left behind by the tide. He was an ordinary person, or more precisely, an ordinary high school graduate. Unexpectedly, the system suddenly awakened last night. Several lines of text silently lit up in the corner of his vision, like a verdict and also like a lifeline. The screen displayed a task. Objective: become the owner of Qingye Pet Beast Shop. Method: go to South Shop Street in the southern suburbs and use the key from the system inventory to open the door of Qingye Pet Beast Shop. Reward: passive star skill, body reconstruction. Failure if not completed within 24 hours, 60 years of lifespan will be stripped away. Initially, he just tried it with a testing attitude, following the prompts to find this street. Who would have thought there really was a pet beast shop called Qingye here? What made his heart tighten even more was that when he took out the key from the inventory, the door actually opened. The prompt then turned the page. Begin operations. The second task lit up. Objective: complete the first transaction. Method: serve the shop's first beast tamer customer well and satisfy all their requirements. Reward: beast tamer awakening potion 1. Failure if unsuccessful within 12 hours, will be transported to the abyss plane to receive devouring punishment. That instant of coldness felt like gripping an invisible knife. He sat in the shop, staring at the task, staring at the door, staring at the time. Now it was the 6th hour. He had eaten hand-grabbed pancakes from 1 to the 12th, watched people come and go outside change shifts, yet still no one gave the shop a proper look, let alone stepped inside. The countdown in the corner of his vision dropped grid by grid, and panic began to set in his heart. He confirmed he wasn't hallucinating and that the system truly existed. Years of internet experience reminded him. The rewards and punishments promised by systems never offered discounts. Numbers were iron law. Time was a noose. If no one visited in the next 6 hours, would he have to face the devouring punishment of the abyss plane? He didn't yet know exactly how this devouring would work, but just the 3 words abyss, devouring, and punishment put together were enough to send chills down his spine. He didn't want to know, nor should he know. The countdown was suffocating. Just as his heartbeat became erratic, a figure crossed the street corner and stepped through the threshold. A woman with a beautiful face that hadn't lost its youthful innocence, long hair cascading over her shoulders and back, a light and gentle temperament matching her pale blue dress, with a graceful figure and slender waist. Below the hem of her dress showed a section of long, well-proportioned legs, clean and neat. Her voice also matched her appearance, soft and sweet, yet not weak. "Excuse me, does your shop sell food for water spirit lizards?" Water spirit lizards? This term pulled Chu Bai's attention back to shore. He was familiar with basic star beast knowledge. Star beasts were classified by bloodline into star levels. Water spirit lizards were 1-star water-type pet beasts whose main ability was manipulating water elements for attacks. Due to their low bloodline and weak aggressive desires, they were often kept as household pets by enthusiasts with special preferences. Since household pet beasts were mostly 1-star categories with no aggressive desires, ordinary people also had the right to raise them. He understood these basics. So he responded, "Yes, we do." He turned around, went through the shelves, selected a suitable bag of pet food, and turned back to hand it to the woman. At that moment, another man stepped through the shop door. He was slightly overweight, his hair slicked back and shiny, combed in a pompadour style. His squinting eyes had been glued to the woman since entering and hadn't moved away. He walked over to the woman with a chuckle, saw the pet food in her hands, and a flash of disdain crossed his eyes. "Little Exine, buying food for your water spirit lizard?" His voice was frivolous, with a self-important tone at the end. "Lin Tianlu, are you following me?" The woman recognized the newcomer, her expression immediately turning cold, her disgust unconcealed. How can you call it following? He raised his eyebrows as if showing off a trophy. I went through great trouble to get your home address from our class advisor. Look, I just happened to run into you halfway. As he spoke, his gaze brazenly swept across the woman's chest. Then he reached out and took the bag of pet food from her hands. What good stuff could this little shop have? Come to me for water spirit lizard food, just say the word, and I'll take you to the best pet beast shop in Yun City right now to pick the finest. The woman frowned, her voice turning cold. No need. My water spirit lizard is just a one-star pet beast. Ordinary pet food is sufficient. Even so, don't just randomly choose places like this. Lin Tianlu shook his head with feigned familiarity, his attitude confident. Look at the environment around here, dirty and chaotic. Buying things in a place like this, aren't you afraid of giving your water spirit lizard an upset stomach? When his persuasion failed, he simply changed tactics, disparaging the shop and trampling on the surrounding establishments, his words laced with malice. Chu Bai interrupted, his tone flat. Sir, saying these things in front of the shop owner isn't very appropriate. Lin Tianlu's expression darkened. He looked up, his gaze cold. You're the manager of this shop? That would be me. Heh. He was about to respond when he suddenly froze, squinting at Chu Bai's face for 2 seconds before bursting into laughter. I wondered who it was. Turns out it's the third young Master Chu. When his laughter stopped, he changed his tone, speaking with barbs. Chu Bai, you're a waste who can't even sense star power. Of all things to learn, why did you have to open a pet beast shop? Do you think that by selling a couple bags of pet food, you can mix into the world of beast tamers? Stop dreaming. He put away his smile, deepening his mockery. You and us, you and the Chu family, have never been from the same world. No matter what you do, the facts won't change. Is that so? Chu Bai only said this one sentence, his expression unchanged. Besides, as an ordinary person, you don't even have the qualifications to open a pet beast shop, do you? Do you have a business license? Looking at you like this, tomorrow you, third young Master Chu, will be unemployed again. Is that so? He still said the same thing, still calm. Seeing that he couldn't get a reaction, Lin Tianlu's eyes flashed with a trace of venom, and he snorted coldly. Well then, third young Master Chu, I'll take my girlfriend and leave first. As for you, just sit there and slowly enjoy your last few hours in this shop. Before he finished speaking, he had already reached out, wanting to pull the woman into his arms. Chu Bai moved, like a cold light unsheathing, clean and decisive. He drew a thin sword from the counter, his movement silent, his speed like lightning. Swoosh, the blade swept past Lin Tianlu's eyes, producing a crisp, light hum. Lin Tianlu only felt a burning sensation in his wrist, as if ignited from within. The next second, his face suddenly turned the color of pig liver, and he let out a sharp, piercing scream. The hand reaching toward the woman was cleanly severed at the wrist, the palm dropping directly to the ground as blood gushed out uncontrollably. The woman was frightened pale, taking short, sharp breaths, not expecting Chu Bai to suddenly attack and injure someone. Chu Bai's voice remained steady. You're free to leave at any time. But you have neither the right nor the qualification to forcibly take my customer from my shop. He sheathed the sword and placed it back on the shelf. The blade was bright and clean, without a trace of blood. Just moments ago, when Lin Tianlu slammed the pet food on the counter, the corner of Chu Bai's vision lit up again, displaying new text. A temporary task prompt coldly listed. Objective: drive away troublemakers. Methoda sword-type divine artifact is available on the counter. Its power can only be activated when recognized by the system. Reward 100,000 yuan. Failure: enter the Abyss Thunder Formation and endure 8 full hours of lightning punishment. During the punishment period, the host cannot die. He could see these words clearly, so he followed each step precisely. Draw sword, strike, sheath sword. Chu Bai, you actually dared to cut off my hand. After a long while, Lin Tianlu finally managed to breathe heavily, barely suppressing the pain as he stared at Chu Bai through gritted teeth. As his words fell, Chu Bai suddenly saw the scenery behind him distort. The air seemed twisted, and 2 black holes opened out of nowhere. From within the holes came low beast roars, rising and falling as if echoing through a curtain. Even the woman standing not far from Lin Tianlu was frightened by the sound. Lin Tianlu was a third-tier beast tamer from a wealthy family, so naturally both of his summoned beasts possessed 3-star strength. The phantom-striped golden python emerged first from the contract formation, its 10-meter body coiled through the air, golden scales gleaming like polished bronze mirrors with intricate silver patterns covering its surface. Where gold and silver intertwined, a hypnotic light that seemed capable of devouring one's soul quietly rippled outward. Following close behind was the dark lure scorpion, towering over 3 meters tall. Its entire body was encased in black armor with edges that gleamed coldly, the heavy carapace like plate mail wrapping its dark purple form completely. Its tail segment arched high, the thick scorpion tail ending in a wickedly cold poison stinger that reeked with a pungent, fishy stench. The sudden arrival of these two six-star bloodline behemoths seemed to instantly lower the shop's ceiling. Even though Chu Bai knew little about star beasts, he immediately recognized these two creatures. The phantom-striped golden python was renowned for its illusion techniques that confused enemies, with mature specimens having the potential to break through six-star peak levels. The dark lure scorpion had slightly inferior bloodlines, reaching at most early six-star when fully grown, but was famous for its nearly perverted defensive capabilities. Moreover, it harbored a trace of abyss bloodline within its body. Once activated, it could potentially impact 8-star or even 9-star levels. Both beasts were legendary among high-tier beast tamers, and even laypeople would find it extremely difficult to confuse them with other species. A beast's bloodline determined its growth ceiling, while strength reflected its current state. Though these two creatures were only at 3-star strength, they still occupied half the shop space. Chu Bai's small store could barely accommodate 30 square meters, and now with these two massive creatures crammed inside, even the walkways had disappeared, creating an oppressive atmosphere that seemed to freeze the very air. Lin Tianlu clutched his severed hand tightly, his face deathly pale, yet fury burned away his reason. Chu Bai. His eyes were bloodshot, his voice hoarse and uncontrolled. Don't think having the Chu family's protection means you can act with impunity. Today I'll show you how foolish it is to offend a third-tier beast tamer. He raised his mutilated limb, pointing at Chu Bai. Kill this brat, directly attack. Roars exploded through the air. The phantom-striped golden python's serpentine pupils contracted as its head lunged forward. The dark lure scorpion's massive pincers snapped shut with a crack, then raised simultaneously. Despite its heavy steps, its speed was astonishing. It moved first to shield Lin Tianlu. Then three terrifying forces combined to strike toward Chu Bai. Foolish, you say? Chu Bai's voice was soft, but carried a cold edge. Rather than retreating, he moved one hand behind his back. An unremarkable longsword from the shelf unsheathed itself, its blade flashing with speed so incredible it seemed even the air couldn't keep up. Swoosh, swoosh. The terrified female customer barely dared to open her eyes, yet still heard two crisp sword songs. She instinctively blinked. Both beasts' attacking motions froze simultaneously in midair. A moment later, dull thudding sounds rang out. The giant python's head and the scorpion's pincer arms rolled onto the floor together, blood spraying as momentum carried them tumbling several more times across the ground. The beast's massive bodies then crashed down heavily, cracking the wooden floorboards in several places. Two 6-star bloodline star beasts hadn't even registered pain in the instant they lost their heads and pincers. The scene was so bizarre it made one's scalp crawl. Concerned the female customer might be caught in the aftermath, Chu Bai reached out while the corpses had yet to convulse, grasping her wrist and pulling her gently to the relatively safe area behind the counter. You should come over here. 5 seconds. A full 5 seconds passed before the excruciating pain transmitted through pain receptors' reflexes. The golden pattern python's 10-meter-long body thrashed wildly inside the shop, and the shadow scorpion also lost control. The moment these two 3-star pet beasts went berserk, they sent Lin Tianlu, who had been hiding behind them, flying backward. Bang! The figure crashed through the shop door, bounced off the concrete pavement, and slammed down hard. Only then did Lin Tianlu truly comprehend what had happened, his face draining of all color. You fucking dare to. He raised his relatively intact right hand, trembling as he pointed at Chu Bai, stammering for a long time, but not daring to finish his sentence. This was a 3-star pet beast. Even among creatures of the same level, it was notoriously difficult to handle. How could Chu Bai possibly decapitate the golden pattern python with just one sword strike? Moreover, according to his intelligence, Chu Bai was just an ordinary person, not a beast tamer. How could an ordinary person easily destroy a 3-star pet beast? What was happening to this world? Terror mixed with pain, Lin Tianlu crawled and rolled back into the pet shop. Completely different from his earlier arrogance, he did nothing but recall the shadow scorpion and the headless golden pattern python into his contract space. The former, along with his severed arm, might still be reparable if he could find a 6th-tier or higher beast tamer skilled in healing star techniques. The latter was most likely completely ruined. His whole body shook like a sieve as he staggered out of the shop. When Chu Bai wasn't looking, he turned back and glared viciously at the shop's sign, a malicious expression flashing across his face. Chu Bai, you just wait. This isn't over. Moments later, brief calm returned to Greenleaf Pet Shop. Chu Bai looked down at his system panel, where all traces of the temporary mission had completely disappeared. Ding. His phone screen lit up with an incoming text message. China Agricultural Bank, your account ending in 2165 completed a transfer transaction of 100,000 renminbi on June 15th at 12:10. Balance, 120,000.45. There really is a reward. Chu Bai held his phone, finally snapping out of the shock of killing a 3-star pet beast. Having consecutively slain one and severely wounded another, even he felt somewhat dazed. He had expected the system would lead him down the path of a beast tamer, but he hadn't anticipated experiencing such a shocking scene before actually becoming one. Um, thank you for what you did just now. The woman's soft, gentle voice pulled Chu Bai back from his thoughts. No need to thank me. This was already a grudge between him and me. Chu Bai smiled. While this was partly true, what really forced him to draw his sword was the system's punishment. The woman pressed her lips together, wanting to say, if it weren't for me, Lin Tianlu wouldn't have slandered you. But recalling the scene of Chu Bai slaying the golden pattern python, she swallowed her words. By the way, do you still want to buy the pet food? Chu Bai pulled a fresh package of pet food from the shelf and placed it on the counter. The previous package had been damaged when Lin Tianlu slammed it on the table, making it unsuitable for sale to customers. Oh yes, I want it. The woman quickly pulled out her phone to scan and pay. Boss, let me properly introduce myself. I'm Shui Xinyu, a second-tier beast tamer, and I live nearby. If you're planning to run your business here long-term, we'll probably see each other quite often. I'm Chu Bai from the Chu family. The young man gestured with his hand, his voice calm. If you're from Yin City, you should have heard of me. Of course. Shui Xinyu nodded, but her words caught in her throat the only member of the beast tamer family without any beast taming talent, the third young master of the Chu family, was practically a household name in Yin City. Adults treated him as a joke, children learned to mock him, and his peers used him as gossip material. At least in Yin City, any child old enough to understand knew about the good-for-nothing young master Chu Bai. After seeing Shui Xinyu off, Chu Bai locked the shop door and returned to his seat behind the counter. His gaze fell on the newly appeared Beast Tamer Awakening Potion in his system inventory, and his eyes suddenly sharpened. The mockery of the past, ends he right, will never happen again. With that thought, a cold test tube suddenly appeared in his palm. The pale blue liquid shimmered with flowing light, as if it had its own luminescence. Chu Bai barely hesitated before uncapping it and drinking it all in one gulp. Gulp, gulp, the liquid flowed down his throat, colorless and tasteless, even carrying a hint of coolness. Just as he set down the test tube, he wondered, am I a beast tamer now? The answer came quickly. After a brief moment of calm, he heard a series of shattering sounds exploding within his body. Blood vessels, bones, and organs felt as if they were being crushed by an invisible force, and his heart felt as though a sharp blade had been thrust into it. Excruciating pain and suffocation tore at his consciousness. He collapsed to the floor, drenched in cold sweat, nearly fainting on the spot. Time passed minute by minute, and Chu Bai was already writhing on the ground in agony. In his peripheral vision, the cracks left by the phantom-striped golden python on the wall were slowly healing, and the stubborn bloodstains on the floor gradually faded. The shop was quietly returning to its original state, while his suffering continued. Damn it! I can't hold on much longer, he gritted his teeth. Suddenly, his dantian and brain felt as if they were pierced by sharp awls, and the double agony drained his last bit of strength. His body convulsed slightly, his eyes rolled back, and he completely lost consciousness. The light in the shop gradually dimmed until it was pitch black. After an unknown amount of time, Chu Bai's eyelids trembled in the darkness, then opened. He was dazed for a moment before using the counter to pull himself upon the surface. He still looked ordinary, but he could clearly sense the warm current in his dantian and the flowing power. He had succeeded. Next, I need to cultivate star power, but first, I need to fill my stomach. Hunger suddenly surged through him. He picked up his phone to order takeout, and as soon as he opened WeChat, a message from his mother in the family group chat caught his eye. Chu Bai, Aunt Zhong's family is coming to our house for dinner tonight. Will you come home? The timestamp showed 2 hours ago. The Zhong and Chu families were old friends, and these two lineages in Yun City had an excellent relationship. Family gatherings were common, but Chu Bai always tried to avoid them because of his good-for-nothing status. When he couldn't avoid them, he would quietly go to the kitchen to get a plate of food and eat in his room. He was still pondering how to reply when clear knocking suddenly came from outside the door, accompanied by a melodious female voice. Chu Bai. The voice was completely different from Shui Xinyu's from earlier in the day. Who could it be? Chu Bai looked puzzled. He had only decided to open the shop in the southern suburbs this morning on a whim, and even his best friend and roommate knew nothing about it. So who was this girl knocking on his door right now? The girl was tall and slender with delicate features, her eyes sparkling with cleverness. Her long hair cascaded to her waist in soft waves, adding an alluring charm to her appearance. Under the night sky, her off-shoulder white dress made her skin appear luminous, and her calves peeked tantalizingly from beneath the hem, as if she carried her own ethereal glow. A dim lantern hung outside Chu Bai's small shop, automatically lighting up as dusk fell. The yellowish light cast slanted shadows across the girl's figure, transforming her presence from dreamlike to tangible. Standing at the doorway, she winked at Chu Bai and called softly, "Brother Chu Bai, let's go inside to talk." Chu Bai stepped aside to make room, and she flashed him a bright smile as she brushed past him. With only centimeters between them, her sweet fragrance drifted to his nose. He unconsciously touched his nose bridge, feeling somewhat awkward, then hesitated before closing the door behind them. How did you know I was here?" Chu Bai walked behind the counter, glancing up to signal her to wait while he continued ordering food on his phone. The girl's name was Zhong Lingyue, the third young lady of the Zhong family. She and Chu Bai were of the same generation, with less than half a year between their ages. Whether in terms of family background, beast-taming talent, or beauty, she was virtually flawless. In the eyes of young male beast tamers in Yun City, everyone would consider her the ideal romantic pursuit. Actually, Chu Bai was quite similar to her, matching in both family status and appearance, except for one thing he couldn't match up to. I just knew. Zhong Lingyue lowered her gaze to examine the shelves on the wall, but felt scorched by Chu Bai's intense stare. Flustered, she quickly changed the subject. What I want to ask is why you were the only one absent from today's dinner gathering again, Brother Chu Bai. The atmosphere instantly shifted, and now she held the upper hand. Chu Bai looked away, staring at the counter, and after a long pause, mumbled, "Business was booming today, and I didn't see my mom's message." Oh, Zhong Lingyue smiled at him knowingly, a mysterious glint in her eyes. Chu Bai felt uneasy under her gaze, and thinking of the lie he'd just told, his cheeks burned. I wonder when Brother Chu Bai opened this shop, she continued, probing. Just recently. Yet you're so well prepared? Although the shelves are mostly stocked with essentials for low-level beast tamers, none of them are cheap. Bulk purchasing also requires connections. I wonder when Brother Chu Bai became so well-connected in the beast-taming circle. You're quite the busybody, little miss. Chu Bai picked up his phone defensively. Go back where you came from. I don't want the Zhong family elders at my door tomorrow morning, demanding to know why I was having a private meeting with the third young lady of the Zhong family in the middle of the night. Private meeting? Zhong Lingyue's smile didn't fade. That's quite an accurate choice of words. What a character. After their casual conversation, Chu Bai and Zhong Lingyue gradually ran out of things to talk about. But as Chu Bai leaned against the counter, watching Zhong Lingyue in front of him, a sense of peaceful security welled up in his heart. The two sat in comfortable silence, occasionally stealing glances at each other before simultaneously looking down to hide their shyness. The air seemed muted, tranquil, and harmonious. They both secretly wished this moment could last forever. Knock knock. Suddenly, gentle tapping came from outside the door. Hello, your food delivery. The delivery driver's voice ruthlessly shattered the peaceful atmosphere. At the exact moment of the knocking, Zhong Lingyue happened to look up, catching Chu Bai's sneaky gaze hidden. The subtle blush instantly turned into awkwardness. Chu Bai felt both annoyed and amused, annoyed that the mood was interrupted, yet amused because he was already starving, and just hearing the word delivery made his mouth water. He quickly got up to collect the food containers. When he returned, Zhong Lingyue was already puffing her cheeks as she looked at him. You still haven't had dinner? Right? Didn't I tell you I was really busy today? Chu Bai shrugged. Zhong Lingyue seemed about to say something but swallowed her words, simply saying softly, Then you should eat quickly. I'll head home now. With that, she hopped down from the high stool and walked briskly toward the door. Let me walk you out. Chu Bai placed the takeout on the counter and called out urgently. No need. I drove here. Zhong Lingyue's voice sounded muffled as it drifted in from outside. Stepping out of the shop, she paused before getting in her car, her gaze flashing meaningfully as she glanced at the shop sign, Greenleaf. Then she started the engine, the headlights sweeping across the ground as she drove away into the distance. Only after the faint sound of the engine completely disappeared did Chu Bai return to sit at the counter, unwrapping his meal and digging in hungrily. As steam rose from the hot food, several lines of semi-transparent text flickered again in the corner of his vision. Mission update. Mission: contract your first star beast as your pet. Method: use your mind to access the system's secret realm function. Within the mission time limit, the host will receive free access to a level danger secret realm rift. Time limit: within 24 hours. Reward: 1 lottery chance. Penalty: 24 hours of misfortune. Chu Bai noticed that this text had appeared at the exact moment he had awakened from his coma this morning, right after taking the Beast Tamer Awakening Potion. After a full day of exploration, he had gained some understanding of the system. 1. These lines of text could be mentally collapsed or expanded at will, completely invisible to others. 2. Multiple missions could exist simultaneously. Completed items would disappear directly, with new ones automatically added. That was all the information he had managed to gather so far. This penalty actually seems somewhat normal this time. Chu Bai chewed the rice from his takeout, muttering to himself. But when he clicked on the penalty details, his sense of relief instantly evaporated. Misfortune Binding, an Abyss-type star technique. A special aura of misfortune forms around the target, and under the influence of this cursed energy, the target will continuously suffer from streaks of bad luck. There's a probability of experiencing absurd situations like choking to death while eating, drowning while drinking water, or even tripping to death while walking on flat ground. Seeing this, Chu Bai already understood that this punishment was no trivial matter. The system even added insult to injury with a note. Note: the host will only experience the pain brought by these accidents, but will not actually die. Based on Chu Bai's understanding of the system, the subtext of this statement was clear. For the next 24 hours, he would repeatedly experience various ways of dying without ever finding true release. Listen to that, could this even be called human language? However, helplessly, Chu Bai eventually compromised. After clarifying the mission details, he wolfed down his dinner in a few bites, then summoned the system's secret realm function in his mind. With a whoosh, a transparent light screen appeared in his consciousness, filled with the names of secret realm rifts, each marked with the conditions required to open that dimension. Chu Bai skimmed through roughly and discovered that 80% of the secret realms required an energy called star energy, while the remaining 20% each had their own peculiar activation methods. The countdown numbers in the corner of his vision were rapidly jumping, so he hurriedly scrolled to the very bottom and locked onto a Drank secret realm rift listed last. There were dozens of rifts of the same rank in the list, but he always felt that the ones further down were safer. Being cautious about one's life was never a derogatory trait, as any genius must first preserve their life before having the right to await their rise. The moment he confirmed his selection, the air before him suddenly twisted, and a vertical pupil-shaped rift burst open. Before Chu Bai could examine it closely, the rift erupted with powerful gravitational force like a magnet attracting iron, firmly gripping his body. The scenery before his eyes flashed past in afterimages. His consciousness briefly went blank, and he was completely drawn into it. Moments later, a wave of dizziness struck. Chu Bai opened his eyes to see giant trees carved with strange patterns reaching straight into the clouds. Lush grass blades reached up to his chest, half burying his entire body within them. Before him was clearly a primitive tableau of an ancient forest where was even a trace of the pet beast shop. The mission required him to contract a pet beast, yet it had thrown him into this unfamiliar environment, leaving Chu Bai's mind full of questions. After all, he had never systematically studied pet beast knowledge and had absolutely no idea what to do next. He pushed aside the thick grass and was about to take a step when a massive shadow suddenly swept overhead, accompanied by the foul breath from a wild star beast's mouth and gusts of sinister wind. Drip! A drop of transparent liquid fell from high above, splashing onto the grass. The grass contaminated by the liquid was instantly corroded completely clean, leaving only a pitch-black stain. Chu Bai looked up in shock to see a mantis-like star beast over 2 meters tall, its entire body emerald green, hanging upside down from a massive tree trunk. Its blood-red compound eyes locked onto its prey with deadly focus, while its blade-like forearms swayed slightly, their silver-green metallic sheen glinting coldly through the force. A true jungle predator. Sorry for the intrusion. Chu Bai cursed inwardly, forcing out these polite words before turning to flee at full speed. Of course, the star beast clearly saw him as a snack, with drool already dripping from its fangs. Staying put would be suicide. What a joke. So what if he'd awakened his beast tamer talent? He hadn't cultivated any star power, nor had he contracted any companion beasts. Fighting a star beast's iron bones and steel sinews with his mere flesh and blood would be pure suicide. The moment he took his first step, the mantis star beast behind him raised its blade arm and gave it a gentle shake. Boom. The air seemed to split apart. Chu Bai felt the world tilt as towering ancient trees around him toppled one after another, their crashes echoing endlessly. Within seconds, 100 turtle trunks fell neatly to both sides, their cuts perfectly smooth as if sliced by a giant laser. Chu Bai's pupils contracted sharply, his heart surging with terror. In his moment of shock, his chest slammed into an icy wall. The wall looked down at him, a pair of blood-red eyes mere inches away, nearly suffocating Chu Bai. His was no wall at all, but the very mantis star beast that had pursued him. He retreated step by step, trying to create distance. Suddenly, a piercing roar came from behind. Chu Bai spun around, only to discover the emerald green mantis-like star beast standing atop the fallen giant trees, gazing down at him. Trapped between two unknown mantis-type star beasts, Chu Bai felt an indescribable terror as he looked at the massive trees scattered haphazardly around him. The stumps left on the ground were at most 10 centimeters taller than him. Standing at 1.8 meters tall with his sneakers adding another 2 centimeters, Chu Bai was certainly not short by any standard. Yet at this moment, he desperately wished he could shrink dozens of centimeters to slip into the nearby grass and vanish from the sight of these two colossal creatures. The two star beasts paid him no attention whatsoever, their blade-like forelimbs slightly raised as they faced each other in a standoff, their mandibles producing harsh grinding sounds, as if negotiating who should claim this small prey. Noticing their eerie interaction, Chu Bai immediately felt the urge to retreat. He crouched down and quietly parted the dense weeds beside him, preparing to slip away in the chaos. Before he could even push aside the grass, a massive shadow suddenly swept over his head. The next second, the mantis-type star beast behind him let out a shriek that rose sharply in pitch, filled with heart-wrenching despair, not the sound of competing for prey, but more like a death cry. The piercing screech seemed like some kind of sonic attack, and Chu Bai, being closest, felt as if his brain and heart had been struck by a sledgehammer, the excruciating pain nearly bringing him to his knees. He forced himself to turn around, His gaze immediately transfixed the two mantis-type star beasts were now firmly gripped by a pair of razor-sharp talons. The claw tips easily pierced through their shells, and scalding blood sprayed from the contact points, so hot it seemed to steam in the air. The owner of these talons was a bird-type star beast that suddenly spread its wings and shot skyward like a rocket. The thick cloud layer was torn apart by its wings, leaving a massive hole in the center through which blue sky was visible, with white clouds churning endlessly around the edges. Even a nine-star beast might not possess such power. Chu Bai thought in shock. Just as he was about to straighten up, a thunderous roar accompanied by hurricane-force winds bore down on him. The grass at his feet was instantly shredded to powder by the wind pressure, and he was swept up in the violent airflow as pain and darkness descended almost simultaneously. Alert! 7-star star beast Gale Eagle has killed the host. Passive star skill body reconstruction. Activation conditions met. Star skill activation preparing 3, 2, 1. Since Chu Bai's body had been completely torn apart in that attack, the system's lines of text appeared directly in the depths of his consciousness. Body reconstruction was the life-saving reward he had drawn early that morning. Its effect was that whenever he died, the system would automatically trigger this star skill to revive him, but only if his killer was at least one major realm higher than him. Even with this prerequisite, it remained one of the star skills that would drive every beast tamer in the world absolutely mad with envy. However, when Chu Bai thought about those inhumane punishment mechanisms, he couldn't shake the feeling that this was the system's way of tormenting him. Whether transitioning from death to life or life to death, that tearing agony was enough to kill him all over again. The system seemed to rely precisely on mastering this technique of keeping the host from dying, to brazenly impose those punishment clauses that were spine-chilling just to read. In a flash of thought, his body had already entered rapid reconstruction, first extending a complete skeleton from his tailbone, then muscles and blood vessels wrapping around like vines, followed by heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys filling in one by one, finally covered with skin and hair. All these steps were completed in the blink of an eye, yet left him in excruciating pain. His screams still echoed through the forest as Chu Bai staggered to his feet, instinctively rubbing several joints that still ached faintly. After moving around for a moment, he confirmed that he had not only recovered to his pre-injury state, but seemed even stronger than before. Though he had yet to master formal cultivation techniques, both his strength and mental state were more robust than previously. This, he could sense crystal clear. Once there were no more abnormalities in his body, he remembered his mission. The bird-type star beast he had randomly encountered turned out to be a 7-star fierce wind eagle, making him instantly realize the task was far more arduous than anticipated. The system had marked this secret realm as level, but encountering a 9-star star beast wasn't entirely impossible. Either the rating standards simply couldn't be measured by common sense. At this thought, he let out another long sigh. With the mission pressing, he didn't linger long and soon left the area that had been thoroughly ravaged by the two mantis-type star beasts. Come to think of it, he owed those two mantises some gratitude. Wherever they had swept through, hardly any other star beasts remained. Even if there had been any before, most had likely fled. Any that truly remained wouldn't have strength exceeding that mantis pair. With Chu Bai's current level, being able to form a contract with a 1-star star beast would be incredibly fortunate. Anything higher was beyond his wildest dreams. Time flowed completely differently inside and outside the secret realm. When Chu Bai entered, it was around 11 at night. So logically the sky should have been filled with stars, yet overhead he could only see faint light filtering through. Thick cloud layers blocked out the sun and sky, with no celestial bodies visible, making the entire canopy appear oppressive and gloomy. Despite traveling through the giant forest for a full 5 or 6 hours, the lighting hadn't changed at all, maintaining that same grayish-white dimness throughout. Chu Bai had always been one to pick a direction and forge ahead relentlessly, but this giant forest was vast beyond imagination. Even after advancing at full speed for 5 or 6 hours, he still hadn't emerged from the forest boundaries. As Chu Bai continued wandering aimlessly, the sound of rushing water suddenly reached him from nearby. He stopped in his tracks, tilted his head to pinpoint the direction, then crept toward the sound. Just as he drew closer, a pitiful, agonized cry pierced his eardrums. A star beast? Chu Bai's heart tightened as he immediately crouched low and slipped into the dense grass nearby. Rustling through the undergrowth, he parted the branches and peered toward the riverbank ahead. There stood a white wolf, no different in size from an ordinary wolf, yet radiating the fierce aura unique to star beasts. It was now covered in wounds. A broken arrow shaft protruded from its belly. The fletching snapped off, blood spreading across its white fur like ink dropped into clear water. Half its face had been torn apart by a wound so deep that bone was visible, ear and eye completely destroyed, leaving only half a nostril in what was clearly a fatal injury. Its remaining eye still fixed stubbornly on something by the stream. Its hind legs were also injured, causing a severe limp that threw its gait completely off balance, yet it continued dragging its body forward, inching bit by bit toward Chu Bai's direction. A one-star beast, mortally wounded at that no threat to me. Chu Bai assessed the situation and, not wanting unnecessary complications, prepared to quietly retreat. Suddenly, sounds of footsteps on gravel and splashing water came from the opposite shore, forcing him back down into hiding. It can't have gone far, must be somewhere around here. Exactly. Forget the mandala snake's venom. Just that arrow from Bagu alone should be enough to kill it. This white wolf sure is stubborn, refusing to yield even unto death. Probably never imagined it would meet its end here today. Human voices. Chu Bai moved more carefully, parting the grass once more to observe. 3 figures appeared on the far shore, 2 men and 1 woman. From their conversation, he gathered that the female beast tamer in their group had taken a liking to the wolf's abilities and wanted to form a contract with it. But such contracts required mutual consent from both parties. If the star beast resisted, the bonding would fail. No one had expected this mere one-star white wolf to be so defiant, choosing death over submission. Having pieced together the situation, Chu Bai's gaze returned to the wolf's broken form, and he couldn't help but feel a measure of respect for the creature. Meanwhile, the 3 humans had already waded across the shallow stream and stepped onto this shore. Sensing their approach from behind, the white wolf suddenly spun around, bristling what remained of its spine, struggling to raise its head high as it forced out a resonant, yet mournful howl from its throat, a sound filled with unwillingness, rage, despair, and reluctance that struck straight to the heart. Finally found you. The leader, nicknamed Bagu, hefted the powerful bow from his back and threatened coldly. Either become my junior's contracted beast, or die. He knocked a feathered arrow to the bowstring while his companions looked on with mocking expressions, their condescending gazes treating the wolf like prey. Awoo! The white wolf howled skyward once more, its bared fangs radiating defiance. Excellent. Bagu grinned, drawing his bow to full moon. Whoosh! The bowstring thrummed as the arrow shot through the air. At barely 10 meters apart, the wolf in its current condition had no hope of dodging. It simply closed its remaining eye and awaited death. Hume, a fierce wind suddenly pressed down from above, violently knocking the arrow off course mid-flight. Screech! A dark shadow swept past, as if the entire sky had been blotted out, accompanied by an ear-splitting eagle's cry diving down from the heavens. The moment Bagu and his companions looked up, they all froze in place. Why would a 7-star gale eagle appear here? An adult fierce wind eagle spreads its wings to a span of over 30 feet, with deep brown feathers marked by intricate green patterns underneath. Though subtle, these patterns flicker constantly according to some mysterious rhythm, creating an eerie effect. The creature is renowned for its exceptional flying skills and ability to harness wind elemental energy at will, making it famous among higher avian star beasts. However, this 7-star predator has a fatal weakness: physical strength. Its size is only average among 7-star beasts, insufficient to overpower enemies through brute force alone, and it might even be suppressed hidden by some 6-star beasts that excel in raw power. For this reason, despite the fierce wind eagle's high reputation, very few beast tamers are willing to form contracts with it, except for those who need specific tactical positions or simply have a passion for collecting avian creatures. These star beasts typically intimidate opponents with piercing shrieks. The moment the cry descended from above, Mina and his group felt an intense aura of death. The man and woman screamed in terror upon seeing the fierce wind eagle's massive form, their legs giving out as they collapsed to the ground. Even from a distance, Chu Bai could smell the acrid stench of urine emanating from them. Mina's reaction surprised Chu Bai somewhat. After just a moment's hesitation, he activated his contract seal despite the crushing pressure. A pitch-black tiger and a yellow-furred baboon instantly materialized, positioning themselves protectively behind their master. Chu Bai could tell these 2 beasts were of considerable level, comparable to the 2 3-star beasts that Lin Tianlu had summoned in his shop during the day. Yet before the fierce wind eagle, they still appeared fragile. The moment the black tiger and baboon appeared and spotted the fierce wind eagle above, they both shrank back. Their crisis instincts, sharper than any beast tamer's, left their eyes filled only with trembling submission, without even a hint of fighting spirit. Damn it! Mina clearly sensed his beast's reluctance, fury flashing across his brow. I fed you well and treated you right all this time, and now you want to back down when it matters? His angry roar immediately stirred the emotions of both creatures. Though extremely reluctant, the black tiger stepped heavily in front of Mina, lowering its body into a defensive stance. After much hesitation, the baboon also gritted its teeth and took position beside the tiger, barely forming a battle formation. In truth, neither beast had any real desire to fight, but they dared not violate their contract. Disobedience meant only death. Mina grinned maniacally, his eyes bloodshot, raising his hand to point directly at the wind element overlord above. Attack together. Block it for me. Upon hearing this command, the struggle in both beasts' eyes vanished, replaced by unwavering battle resolve as they leaped from the ground toward the fierce wind eagle. Bagu wasn't foolish either. The gap between 3-star and 7-star beasts was like the difference between heaven and earth, and he had never truly expected his two pet beasts to actually stop the Gale Eagle. The moment his two 3-star pet beasts lunged forward, he spun around and took off along the riverbank like a man possessed, his feet barely touching the ground as he fled like an arrow released from its bowstring, desperate to escape the Gale Eagle's sight. Behind him, the pair of terrified underclassmen finally snapped out of their stupor and followed, crying and stumbling as they scrambled after him. However, just as he was about to wade across to the other shore, Ba Ji's movements suddenly froze. A metallic sweetness surged up his throat, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. The crimson liquid splashed into the river and drifted downstream. In his terror, he whipped around to see his two pet beasts had been cleaved in half by the Gale Eagle, lying in pools of blood. The backlash from the destroyed contract sent excruciating pain through his organs, and this mouthful of heart's blood was the most direct consequence. The next moment, his neck felt a searing heat. Having finished its slaughter, the Gale Eagle needed only a gentle flap of its wings to appear before Ba Ge. Its cyan feather patterns gleamed with cold light as a pale green energy orb silently pressed against Ba Ji's chest. Pop! Like the crisp sound of a beer bottle being opened, the moment energy met flesh, Ba Ji's entire body exploded in a thunderous burst, blood spraying like a waterfall. Chunks of flesh and gushing blood poured into the small river, instantly turning the water's surface deep red. The scene was so gruesome it made one's scalp crawl. The Gale Eagle's eyes flashed with cold light as it locked onto the two frantically fleeing underclassmen, raising its wings to give chase. Don't pursue them. Leave now. A gentle yet powerful voice suddenly echoed in its mind, causing it to stop involuntarily. In fact, it had appeared here because the same voice had guided it. Moments later, the Gale Eagle spread its wings and took to the sky, its keen eyes surveying the riverbank it had turned into chaos, before shooting through the air into the clouds. Temporary mission. Help the White Wolf drive away its enemies. Method: Elementary Star Beast temporary contract card has been distributed to system inventory. If this item is not used after mission completion failure, the item will automatically disappear. Reward: none. Penalty: none. When Ba Ji's group entered Chu Bai's field of vision, these lines of text flashed in the lower corner of the system panel. It was a strange mission: no reward, no penalty. The system's meaning was clear. Chu Bai could choose to intervene and save the White Wolf from being humiliated to death by its enemies, or he could stand by and watch Ba Ge kill the White Wolf. The system wouldn't interfere either way. I'll observe a bit longer. This was Chu Bai's first reaction. His objective for this trip was clear, and he couldn't be bothered with pet beasts that didn't meet his requirements, let alone humans who might bring trouble. But when he saw the White Wolf's stubbornly defiant silhouette, like a sword drawn in determination, his thoughts quietly shifted. The Elementary Star Beast temporary contract card limited not only the level of star beasts that could be contracted, but also its range of use. After Chu Bai chose to activate it, his consciousness gradually ascended like a drone, and soon all the intelligence about the star beast distributions in the surrounding area was clearly displayed before him. Originally, he had planned to contract a 5-star bloodline Earth Sloth Bear, but just as he was about to make his decision, a Gale Eagle happened to streak through the contract card's effective range at tremendous speed. Seizing this rare opportunity, Chu Bai decisively switched targets and locked onto the more powerful Gale Eagle. Although this contract card was only elementary grade, it could theoretically accommodate star beasts up to 9-star level. An adult 7-star Gale Eagle was well within its capacity. The contract was successfully completed. The Gale Eagle spread its wings and departed, and the temporary mission indicator in the lower right corner of Chu Bai's vision displayed "Mission complete" before dimming and disappearing. He quietly rose from the grass and walked toward the riverbank. The White Wolf lay collapsed by the water's edge, breathing weakly, its once fierce eyes now clouded and lifeless. Beside it lay the exquisitely crafted bow that Ba Ge had dropped before leaving, next to a puddle of foul-smelling, unidentifiable liquid left behind by the junior students. Chu Bai crouched down, his gaze moving across the White Wolf's blood-stained wounds. With injuries like these and no immediate medical attention, death was virtually inevitable. Without unnecessary words, he sat down on the spot to accompany this wolf that had once fought alongside him through its final moments. After the White Wolf breathed its last, Chu Bai retrieved some claws and fangs from the nearby Black Tiger Star Beast's corpse, dug a pit beside the small earthen mound where he had hidden earlier, and buried the White Wolf. Having completed this task, he picked up the bow from the riverbank. The bow was crafted from star beast bone and sinew, with fine grain and excellent draw strength, having once wounded a 1-star star beast with a single arrow if only he had matching arrows. This could have been his most reliable defensive weapon in the short term. In this era, cold weapons were often more practical than ordinary firearms. Even 2-star star beast's hide could resist most civilian firepower. Common heavy thermal weapons were virtually useless against 4 or 5-star star beasts, not to mention higher-tier creatures. For this reason, frontier hunters exploring secret realms preferred to use blades, bows, and spears forged from star beast materials. These same materials could also be processed into high-end thermal weapons, but such equipment was typically only issued to military forces and remained inaccessible to civilian hunters. This is a fine piece. Chu Bai examined the bow from every angle. Even if he couldn't use it immediately, it would fetch a good price even when made from low-star star beast materials. Its power could still rival ordinary firearms. Squeak squeak. A sharp, thin cry like that of a small rodent pierced his ears from behind, interrupting his thoughts. He quickly turned around, his gaze alertly scanning the surroundings. About 10 meters in front of the riverbank stood an earthen mound less than a meter high, its top overgrown with wild grass's previous hiding spot. The side of the mound was entangled with dense vines, and when he parted them, a cave entrance about half a meter high was revealed, with the faint squeaking sounds emanating from within. After careful consideration, Chu Bai bent down and crawled inside. The entrance slanted downward, and though it was narrow enough that only a dog could crawl through, the interior space was more spacious than expected. The ground was sparsely dotted with fungi that emitted a pale blue glow, providing enough light to see the surroundings clearly. There were no forgotten ancient secret arts here, no white-beard old grandfathers ready to impart supreme techniques, and no strange ornaments that could manifest the souls of powerful beings. The only discovery was a pile of dry grass in the corner. Several plump, white little creatures lay scattered about, clearly the offspring of that white wolf. One of them seemed to sense its mother's departure and stumbled out of the nest, collapsing softly on the muddy ground. After a moment, Chu Bai gently picked it up, preparing to return it to the dry grass. However, his hands inevitably touched the other cubs nearby as movements suddenly froze. These little white wolves' bodies were stiff and cold, which meant their corpses had already grown completely cold. Chu Bai was startled and quickly examined the small white wolf in his hands. He gently pressed his fingertips against the pup's soft belly, feeling it rise and fall with each breath, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least one from this litter could survive, ensuring the White Wolf clan wouldn't face extinction. A thought struck him: since this was a heaven-sent opportunity, why not make this little one his first pet beast? The pup had clearly been born only a few days ago, its body length perfectly fitting in Chu Bai's palm. Its eyes were tightly shut, with wet traces still visible around the eye sockets, indicating it hadn't yet reached the time to open them. Having lain on the cold ground for who knows how long, its body temperature was already dropping. Chu Bai hurriedly removed his vest and wrapped the wolf pup snugly inside. But when he thought of the words, forming a contract, he froze. Having always been indifferent to the beast tamer field, he had no understanding of the specific process. The system-issued quest hadn't explained how to do it either. Chu Bai looked down at the small white wolf in the makeshift swaddling, his heart filled with uncertainty. At that moment, a sharp pain suddenly tore through his brain. Ancient and profound information crashed into his consciousness like a tidal wave. In a flash, countless images unfolded in the depths of his mind. Giant gods crushing star rivers, massive beasts whose bodies obscured the sky, their souls resonating with each other in the depths, and countless ancient runes emerging in response. Though Chu Bai couldn't recognize these characters, he could vaguely glimpse their mysteries. The runes were divided into two parts. One part whispered tales of earth-shaking, ghost-weeping legends from distant universes. The other rang out with resounding clarity, conveying the eternal secrets of forming contracts with star beasts. The next instant, both runes and pain vanished together, leaving only the complete ancient secret technique glowing brilliantly in Chu Bai's mind. After being stunned for just a moment, he immediately struck while the iron was hot. Using the bowstring of the mina bow, he cut a small wound on his fingertip. Blood flowed out, and as his finger danced, he drew rune after rune on the small white wolf's snow-white fur. As the final stroke was completed, the blood-red runes suddenly blazed bright, transforming into a beam of crimson light that disappeared into the pup's body, leaving no trace. Simultaneously, a tender and chaotic consciousness emerged in Chu Bai's mind coming from the small white wolf. He could clearly sense the intimate connection between them. Success. His heart trembled with barely contained excitement. The pup's weakness had made the contract proceed without any obstacles. That newborn consciousness was quite confused, and the only message Chu Bai could decipher was, it was hungry. The little one had clearly gone without food for quite some time. Not daring to delay, he first buried the remaining white wolf pup corpses and their mother together in one place. After completing this task, he cradled the small white wolf in his left arm, gripped the trophy bow in his right hand, and with a slight mental command, the surrounding scenery instantly twisted and stretched. The familiar sensation of dizziness and disorientation washed over him. When Chu Bai opened his eyes again, he was back in the shop. The countdown in the corner of his vision had frozen at around 2 hours, meaning he had spent roughly 10 hours in the secret realm last night. However, since time flowed differently in secret realms compared to the outside world, dawn was just breaking outside, and his phone showed it was only 5 in the morning. The shop lights were still on, casting a warm yellow glow over the shelves and glass counters, adding a touch of warmth to the morning chill. Chu Bai blinked, letting his consciousness withdraw from the tension of the secret realm. As he adjusted to his surroundings, the small text in the corner of his vision flickered, "Mission complete." He didn't immediately open the lottery. Instead, he attended to more pressing matters first. He tore open several boxes of expensive pet food, pulling out the soft velvet packaging. He draped the velvet over the little white wolf like a blanket, then put his vest back on the one he'd used as a makeshift bundle earlier. While he wouldn't mind being shirtless, the shop door could open at any moment, and he didn't want to leave an unseemly impression. After covering up, he retrieved pet food labeled for cubs only from the bottom shelf, squeezed out the powder, mixed it with warm water, and stirred patiently. The milky aroma rose, and the little white wolf, catching the scent, struggled briefly before obediently extending its tongue. Chu Bai fed it spoonful by spoonful. After watching the little creature burp contentedly, he placed it in a corner lined with a cardboard box, letting it sleep soundly wrapped in the velvet. With everything settled, he sat down in the chair behind the counter, his gaze falling on the blinking text, "Claim reward." The next second, a translucent rectangular frame appeared like a semi-transparent light screen, divided into dozens of small squares. 1. Basic Star Power Pills, 6 items for 1st to 4th tier beast tamers to enhance star power. 2. Blazing Fire Pills, 4 premium pet food for 1 to 4 star fire type beasts. Long-term feeding may improve spirituality and comprehension. 3. Azure Spirit Grass, 10 helps 1st to 4th tier wind type beasts improve bloodline limit breakthrough success rate. Each square displayed different rewards. Basic Star Power Pills, now that's good stuff. Chu Bai's eyes lit up. He hadn't formally cultivated star power yet, but with these pills, even without proper techniques, he could force his way to 1st tier beast tamer through sheer medicinal power. Unfortunately, the lottery was all about luck. Good fortune might net high-value items. Bad luck meant settling for cheap goods. Even with the best luck, there was only a tiny chance of drawing the most suitable item. Draw. He took a deep breath and mentally commanded the light screen. The top left square lit up first, with golden light flowing clockwise. Each square brightened, then dimmed in turn, the speed increasing until it looked like a ring of light spinning rapidly. After about 10 seconds, the light suddenly stopped on one square containing an image of a small treasure chest. After a 2-second pause, a system notification appeared. Item delivered to inventory, beast tamer bronze chest 1. A chest? Chu Bai raised an eyebrow. Honestly, this was exactly what he'd hoped not to draw. The attributes and values of Star Power Pills, Blazing Fire Pills, and Azure Spirit Grass were clear at a glance, but chests offered no preview. Who knew if it might contain the least valuable item from the entire selection? Perhaps that's why the system kept the content secret. At this thought, Chu Bai's enthusiasm cooled considerably. With little hope, he chose to open the chest. The bronze chest in his inventory exploded instantly, scattering fragments of light across the void. 3 item notifications immediately filled 3 slots with rapid pop-a-pop sounds. 1. Fragment of the Eternal Phoenix Spirit Manual. This technique was once the closely guarded secret of the ancient Phoenix clan. When the Phoenix clan vanished into the dust of history over countless ages, their techniques scattered with them. What appeared now was merely the upper volume fragment from the complete upper, middle, and lower volumes, yet it remained incredibly precious. 2. Fragment of the Star Beast Identification Guide. Though only a partial volume, it could fill the knowledge gaps that beast tamers had regarding various star beasts. 3. Beginner Star Beast Temporary Contract, Card 1. Its power had been personally witnessed. Even a 7-star Gale Eagle could be forcibly contracted. Chu Bai had thought it was just an ordinary bronze chest, but in an instant, he had drawn what was perhaps the most valuable and perfectly suited combination from the entire prize pool. He froze for half a second, then burst with joy. Even incomplete, the Eternal Phoenix Spirit Manual was enough to support his cultivation to 9th rank Beast Tamer. The Star Beast Identification Guide perfectly filled his knowledge gaps, and that contract card could save his life at critical moments. Just as he stared at the 3 treasures in his inventory, lost in euphoria, the shop door was violently pushed open. 5 or 6 figures filed in, their gazes sweeping back and forth between him and the shop's interior. "Are you the owner of this shop?" The person at the front spoke with a cold face and harsh tone. "That's right." Chu Bai nodded slightly, his gaze puzzled as it swept over the visitors. "Are you gentlemen looking to buy pet food or specialized beast equipment? This shop doesn't currently sell beasts, so if you're here to select pets, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed." The visitors split into 2 groups with distinctly different uniform styles. The 3 in front wore industrial and commercial bureau badges on their chests, while the 4 behind were clearly police officers. "We're not planning to buy anything from you." The lead commercial official flashed his credentials with a cold smile. "We received a complaint that there's a pet beast shop on this street operating without a license, and the owner isn't even a beast tamer. That's referring to you." Immediately after, A police officer stepped forward and pulled out his badge. We simultaneously received a report claiming the shop owner maliciously killed an owned pet beast and intentionally harmed someone. Please cooperate and come with us to the station for questioning. Chu Bai raised an eyebrow slightly. Unlicensed operations in suburban side streets were usually handled by city management, yet this had alerted both the Industrial and Commercial Bureau and the police. When the officer mentioned intentional harm, he suddenly remembered Lin Tianlu, who had caused trouble yesterday. That guy had indeed threatened to file complaints. Wait a moment. Chu Bai raised his hand to stop them. The accusations sounded utterly absurd to him. One says I'm operating without a license and am not a beast tamer, while the other says I injured a beast tamer and killed his pet. Who wrote this brainless script? Are you really treating me like Superman? If ordinary people truly had such abilities, why would so many people struggle to make a living? Whether it's true or not, you'll find out once you come with us. The police officer's expression remained stern. What if I refuse? Chu Bai's anger churned in his chest, but his surface remained cold as iron, his gaze sweeping over the group with the intensity of a predator locking onto prey. Under that stare, the lead officer felt inexplicably panicked but still stubbornly insisted. Unfortunately, you don't have the right to refuse. Brothers from the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, we'll take this person first. This shop is yours to handle. Got it. The commercial officials responded, and several people stepped forward simultaneously. The group was about to take action without further discussion. In the end, Chu Bai was still taken away by the group of police officers. It wasn't that he was forcibly dragged away, but rather he willingly cooperated. Also wanted to see with his own eyes just how many surprises Lin Tianlu had prepared, and how much trouble he could stir up in Yun City. Yun City, Lanlin District Police Station. The interrogation room was bathed in cold white light, and Chu Bai sat upright and composed in the metal chair. People brought in here were usually either angry or terrified, but his expression remained calm as his gaze swept over the walls, surveillance cameras, and furniture. Creak. The door opened, and two young police officers walked in. Chu Bai recognized them. They were two of the officers who had come to his shop and brought him here. This was the first time anyone had dared to drag him into a police station, so he remembered these two faces particularly clearly. The officer on the left slammed his record folder onto the table with a bang that echoed through the empty room. Name: Chu Bai. The officer on the right frowned slightly. Why does that name sound so familiar? He was certain he had heard it before, but having never seen Chu Bai in person, he couldn't recognize his identity at a glance like Lin Tianlu could. After thinking for a few seconds without success, he could only signal his partner to continue. Gender: male. Age: 19. Occupation: student, just graduated from high school. The two officers thought their questioning was thorough, but even before the official record began, Chu Bai was already parched from the rapid-fire interrogation. Home address. The left officer looked up. This was the last question. Chu Bai's lips curved into an ambiguous smile. Actually, we have quite a few houses. The Longding Nanhua Villa district belongs to our family, as does the Xinglu Riyang Tea Estate. But I suppose what you want is our ancestral home address. Ever heard of Yulong Panfu? The air instantly seemed to freeze. You could hear a pin drop. The two officers' eyes widened, their throats seeming to have golf balls stuck in them, with all their next questions lodged in their windpipes. Three place names echoed endlessly in their minds. Longding Nanhui Villa District, built 2 years ago at great expense by the old master of the Chu family in Yun City. Xingluo Riyang's entire tea estate that Mrs. Chu had purchased in one transaction last year. Yulong Panfuth household name that was the Chu family's ancestral home. Looking again at Chu Bai's serene and untroubled expression, an ominous premonition rose in both their hearts. Last night, the injured Lin Tianlu had personally approached them, throwing down a hefty sum of money, asking only that they find a way to take down Chu Bai. The two were just ordinary beast tamers of average talent and humble origins. Lin Tianlu had repeatedly assured them that Chu Bai had no background, that he had smoothed over all the relevant connections, and they only needed to convict Chu Bai. In Yun City, while the Lin family couldn't be said to have overwhelming power, they were still a prominent household. Ordinary beast tamers had no way to curry favor with them. So when this opportunity presented itself, and fearing that refusal might anger Lin Tianlu, they weighed their options carefully and simply agreed outright. The next day, they came looking for Chu Bai, only to encounter several familiar faces from the Bureau of Industry and Commerce at the entrance. It was then that they suddenly realized Lin Tianlu hadn't just approached. The two of them had brought in multiple departments to work together. In that very moment, they finally understood their true worth in Lin Tianlu's eyes. Yet the more obvious it became that they were merely backup options, the more desperately the two brothers wanted to handle this matter perfectly, hoping to use the Lin family's influence as a stepping stone to success. Unfortunately, they were still too young and naive. The real sense of crisis only emerged now they were halfway through the job, already committed, so how could they possibly back down from what they had set in motion? If Chu Bai was lying, that would be one thing, but if he was telling the truth, they would have completely offended the deeply rooted Chu family. Even if they stopped now, Once the Chu family came after them, they couldn't bear the consequences. Rather than being caught between a rock and a hard place, it was better to see it through to the end and complete the task assigned by the Lin family's young master. Perhaps they could still earn the Lin family's protection. With their minds made up, the two men looked at Chu Bai with increasingly hostile gazes. Explain what happened in your shop yesterday afternoon, the one on the left said grimly. Chu Bai smiled slightly, seeming to see right through their intentions, his tone calm. I need to call my lawyer. Until my lawyer arrives, I have the right to remain silent. Lawyer. The two brothers exchanged glances, sneering as they reached up and quietly turned off the surveillance camera on the interrogation room ceiling. The next second, the air behind them twisted as if being wrung out, and a vertical pupil-shaped black hole silently opened. Two pet beasts burst through the opening, landing heavily on the cold floor. Activate Star Beast Identification Guide. Chu Bai's heart sank as he realized this was bad news. The system's temporary mission hadn't triggered, and he currently lacked the resources to go head-to-head with real pet masters. Before coming to the police station, he had secretly stored the little white wolf in his summoning space. Fortunately, its small size had gone unnoticed. Although he could summon the little white wolf at any time, a one-star pet beast cub could never hope to challenge these two nearly adult three-star pet beasts before him. That's right, these two police officers were themselves third-tier pet masters. The Star Beast Identification Guide's light screen suddenly unfolded, displaying detailed information about the two pet beasts. Blood Spirit Spider. Attributes: Demon Abyss. Power level: Early 3-star. Aptitude: 3-star. Bloodline: 3-star. Maximum growth limit: 3-star. Mastered skills: Evil Shriek Pounce, Blood Spirit Rampage, Demon Gaze. Learnable skills: Abyss Devour, Steel Blade Spider Legs, Web Enhancement. Evolution branches: Demon Evolution, Abyss Evolution, Enhancement Evolution. Fire Sunrat. Attributes: Fire Spirit Beast. Power level: Early 3-star. Aptitude: 3-star. Bloodline: 3-star. Mastered skills: Blazing Burn, Flame Body, Fireball. Learnable skills: Fire Poison Infusion, Flame Wind Tornado, Fire Body Enhancement. Evolution branches: Blaze Evolution, Fire Armor Evolution, Enhancement Evolution. Although both pet beasts only had 3-star bloodlines, they formed one of the most popular combinations in the 3-star tier. The Blood Spirit Spider was particularly noteworthy, possessing both Demon and Abyss dual bloodlines with extremely high evolutionary potential in Chu Bai's view. Whether it followed the Demon Evolution or Abyss Evolution path, it would directly transform the Blood Spirit Spider into one of the top-tier pet beasts among 6-star or even 7-star creatures. However, regardless of which evolutionary path is chosen, both require sacrificing the other bloodline, and the materials needed for evolution are typically astronomically expensive, far beyond what ordinary people can afford. While the Fire Sun Rat may not match the Blood Spirit Spider in evolutionary potential, it's no less formidable in actual combat at the same tier. Its evolution branches into 3 paths. 1. Flame Enhancement, comprehensively boosting fire elemental affinity. 2. Fire Armor Evolution, compensating for defensive weaknesses. 3. Comprehensive Enhancement, simultaneously elevating attack, defense, and speed. Each path spawns its own independent evolutionary tree, and once chosen, there's no turning back. Looks like you won't confess to your crimes easily. The young officer on the left smiled sinisterly, commanding his Blood Spirit Spider to unleash Demonic Gaze. This technique targeted the soul directly, leaving no trace afterward. Chu Bai remained expressionless as he mentally accessed his system inventory, his finger hovering over the basic Star Beast temporary contract card in the final column, about to activate it. Bang! The interrogation room's iron door was kicked open. Whoosh! A pale cyan orb of light whistled in, first striking the Blood Spirit Spider's soft abdomen before continuing its trajectory to slam into the Fire Sun Rat nearby. The Fire Sun Rat's bones made a dull crack as blood poured from its nose and mouth. Its body launched high against the wall. Bang! It crashed down, limbs twitching, blood quickly pooling into a dark red puddle on the floor. What are you doing? The newcomer's voice was ice cold. Zhong Lingyue stood in a pale cyan short dress, her delicate face pale with fury. Trying to torture Chu Bai? You dare disregard not only the Chu family, but the Zhong family as well. The two officers wanted to protest, but were completely suppressed by her identity, the third young miss of the Zhong family. Though Chu Bai was merely an ordinary person, various rumors had already spread his name throughout Yun City. Zhong Lingyue, however, was truly in the public eye. With exceptional talent, she had become a 4th-tier beast master upon reaching adulthood, controlling a wind shadow fox with 6-star bloodline and 4-star strength. She was also the disciple of Yun City's only 9-star beast master, with limitless prospects ahead. Little Zhong, why didn't you give Uncle Zhong a heads up before coming? A middle-aged man strode in with a righteous voice. Yun City Police Chief Zhang Chenghai's gaze swept over the chaos, his brow furrowing before he glared harshly at his two subordinates. It's nothing major, no need to trouble Uncle Zhang. Zhong Lingyue nodded at him with a smile. though her anger was barely contained. How dare they lay hands on Chu Bai? These two were truly courting death. She wasn't planning to deal with them personally. The Chu family's methods would be more appropriate. People might have forgotten that the Chu family's twin brothers, with their monstrous talents and extreme protectiveness, were still around, and Chu Bai was their most cherished younger brother. Zhong Lingyue couldn't be bothered to discuss the details, merely casting a cold glance at the two young officers. Uncle Zhong, if there's nothing else, I'll take Chu Bai with me first. This is supposed to be a place of rules. After all, some debts aren't suitable for settling on the spot. Zhang Qinghai's face reddened slightly under her direct gaze. Combining the scene with their identities, he had already pieced together most of what happened, waving his hand with a bitter smile. Very well. Uncle Zhang suddenly remembered he has official business to handle. Take care. Thank you for your understanding, Uncle Zhang. Zhong Lingyue recalled her wind shadow fox and left, arm in arm, with Chu Bai. After leaving the police station, Zhong Lingyue pulled Chu Bai into a coffee shop near her home. How did you know I was there? Zhong Lingyue asked as soon as she sat down. Of course I knew. We're connected at heart, aren't we? Chu Bai laughed heartily, his eyes crinkling into crescents. The server brought 2 cups of freshly ground coffee, the bitter aroma of Americano filling the air between them. Zhong Lingyue picked up her cup without adding sugar, her tone light. Actually, you didn't need to step in today. I just wanted to see what other tricks that spoiled brat from the Lin family had up his sleeve. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared drag me out of the shop even if you gave them twice the courage. I know, Chu Bai nodded. But I also wanted to see what waves they could still make. Zhong Lingyue wrapped her fingers around the cup, her voice softening. I want to share some of the burden for brother Chu Bai too. As the bitter coffee touched her lips, she felt an inexplicable sweetness spreading in her mouth. Chu Bai stopped laughing and stared at her for a few seconds, his expression somewhere between moved and sighing. Silly girl. You're the silly one. Zhong Lingyue's puffed cheeks made Chu Bai burst into laughter again. Yesterday's drama was still vivid in his mind. Zhong Lingyue was clearly hiding something, but Chu Bai chose not to press her. He was certain that whatever she wanted him to know, she would tell him eventually, and whatever she didn't want him to know, even if he asked, she would just brush it off like last time. And being brushed off was a feeling he particularly despised. Just as the atmosphere relaxed, Zhong Lingyue suddenly remembered something and looked up to remind him. Oh right. I heard those 2 from your family are coming back to the country in the next couple of days. The Chu household is probably going to get lively. My brother is already clamoring to spar with them, though he'll probably get crushed again. Chu Bai was stunned. My brothers are coming back? How come I didn't get any word? He quickly recalled recent communications with his family. Indeed, no one had mentioned it. The 2 Chu brothers, as China's youngest 8th-tier beast tamers, had been sent to a Western beast taming university for exchange half a year ago. There were many star beasts there that couldn't be found in the East, making it a rare opportunity for advancement. But they'd been gone for half a year, barely keeping in touch except for occasional safety updates. The sudden news of their return naturally struck him as odd. Where did you hear this? Are you sure it's accurate? I just overheard my parents mentioning it casually last night. Zhong Lingyue's voice grew softer as she lowered her head to sip her coffee. This time, it seemed even sweeter. Chu Bai scratched the back of his head. Well, we'll know if it's true or not in a couple of days. They chatted leisurely for most of the day. It wasn't until Chu Bai suddenly remembered his shop that he hurriedly said his goodbyes and hailed a taxi at the coffee shop entrance. At the floor-to-ceiling window, Zhong Lingyue watched him get into the car, not looking away until the vehicle disappeared around the corner. She took out her phone and said softly, Miss, I've already taught those boys a lesson. They didn't dare touch anything in young Master Chu's shop. The message had been sent 10 minutes ago. The profile picture was completely black, and even the nickname only showed a single character, black, leaving people puzzled. However, upon seeing this message, Zhong Lingyue smiled and quickly replied, clean up any loose ends. Brother Chu Bai doesn't like me interfering in his affairs. Make absolutely sure Brother Chu Bai doesn't notice anything suspicious. Understood. The reply came almost instantly from the other side, as if they had been waiting by their phone for her command. When Chu Bai returned to the shop entrance, he saw a bright red seal stuck right in the center of the door. Too lazy to examine it closely, he simply tore off the seal and pushed the door open. On the shelves, various goods were still neatly organized by category. Near the entrance, 2 potted plants were lush and green. On the right was a water dispenser, on the left a single-seat sofa, with several magazines stacked on the small round table beside it. Everything was exactly as it had been when he left, clean and orderly. He walked around to sit behind the counter, summoning the little white wolf from the summoning space and gently placing it on the glass countertop. While most pet beasts stayed in summoning spaces daily, for cubs still requiring careful nurturing, it was best to minimize their time in the space. Research had long proven that the talent of pet beast cubs was like a blank canvas. The beast tamer's cultivation methods and invested effort directly determined their future growth potential. Pet beasts with high growth potential required fewer materials when breaking through bloodlines and had higher success rates. Otherwise, the cost would be exorbitant. The little one slept restlessly, occasionally stretching its limbs to reveal soft, tender paw pads. Chu Bai suddenly remembered that although he had tried the Star Beast identification guide, he had never used it on this little white wolf. So he activated the guide. Albino Azure Wind Wolf. Attribute, Wind. Strength, below 1 star. Aptitude, 1 star. Bloodline, 1 star. So it was an Azure Wind Wolf. Chu Bai raised an eyebrow. He had encountered Azure Wind Wolves before among 1-star pet beasts. They weren't particularly aggressive, and some were even kept in zoos. However, regular Azure Wind Wolf cubs should have azure fur, while adults turned dark azure, almost black. This one before him was pale white all over, clearly due to the albino prefix. In reality, ordinary animals occasionally had albino individuals, and star beasts were no exception. Still in its cub stage, the skill column was empty, merely listing numerous skills the Azure Wind Wolf might master in the future. What truly surprised Chu Bai was the evolution column. Over 30 branches were listed. 1-star bloodlines had extremely high plasticity. Almost any cultivation direction was feasible. However, the lower the aptitude, the more resources, time, and money would be consumed for higher-tier evolution. If the goal was the same 8-star level, the cost-effectiveness difference between a pet beast starting at 7 stars versus one starting at 1 star was self-evident. Just as he was reviewing the Azure Wind Wolf's evolution paths one by one, his phone screen suddenly lit up with a crisp ringtone. Ding. Xiaobai, your brother is coming back to the country tomorrow. Your dad has booked dinner at Xianzhou restaurant, so come join us. No outsiders. Chu Bai's mom added another message to the group chat. Chu Bai stared at his phone, still amazed by Zhong Lingyue's speed and accuracy in delivering information. He then tossed a "will be there on time" emoji into the group chat. While he would avoid dining with outsiders whenever possible, he rarely missed family gatherings. After chatting with his mom for a bit longer, drowsiness began to wash over him. Since the system had no mandatory requirements for today anyway, he simply pulled down the rolling shutter and headed home in the dark. This home wasn't the ancestral Chu family residence, but rather a 2-bedroom, 1 living room apartment he shared with his childhood friend Fong Quan. The location was average, though much better than the southern suburbs. The two of them usually worked various part-time jobs, easily covering the rent together. Not to mention Chu Bai occasionally received living expenses from his family, making their life quite comfortable. Turning on the lights in the rental apartment, the empty living room showed no sign of Fong Quan. At the start of summer vacation, both had signed up for summer jobs, but Chu Bai had suddenly quit after obtaining the system and could now get by on his living expenses without working. Fong Quan, however, couldn't afford such luxury coming from an ordinary background with working-class parents. And lacking beast-taming talent just like the old Chu Bai, he faced difficulty finding work and an uncertain future. How could he dare to slack off even a little? Chu Bai collapsed heavily onto his bed, the old springs creaking harshly. This only made him drowsier. Having worked until dawn last night and encountering Lin Tianlu's trouble this morning, he was truly exhausted and fell asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. Within 5 minutes, only his steady snoring filled the room. When he opened his eyes again, darkness had completely fallen outside. Street lights filtered through the half-drawn curtains, casting a pale rectangular patch of yellowish light across the bed. He didn't get up immediately, but lay there in a daze. After completing the previous task, the system had been playing dead. The old task interface had disappeared, new tasks were nowhere to be found, and even encountering 2 pet beasts during the day hadn't triggered any temporary survival missions. But now, those few lines of text suddenly refreshed. Task: help the albino Azure Wind Wolf break through to 3-star bloodline. Time limit: within 1 month. Method: properly utilize the Star Beast Identification Guide fragment and Star Energy Mall. Reward: 3-star Beast Tamer Star Skill Lottery Chances 1. Punishment: Ancient Punishment Soul Penetration Occurrences 1. Here it was. The same familiar formula. Chu Bai chewed over the words soul penetration for the nth time, the mere thought making his hair stand on end. But even more outrageous was the task itself. Azure Wind Wolves needed at least 3 months to get through their cub stage. Yet the system only gave him 1 month to forcibly elevate the bloodline to 3 stars. With little hope, he clicked open the newly unlocked Star Energy Mall. A virtual interface appeared before his eyes, accompanied by functional explanations automatically flooding his mind. Star Energy Mall, as the name suggests, uses star energy to exchange for goods. Products refresh periodically, with grades ranging from common items to supreme treasures. Star Energy Acquisition Method: pay to win. Exchange rate: 1 star energy 100 yuan RMB. Chu Bai calculated silently. The last temporary task had rewarded 100,000 yuan, which if fully converted would only amount to 1,000 star energy. But anything decent in the mall cost tens of thousands of star energy. 1,000 wasn't nearly enough. However, it wasn't completely hopeless. In the bottom right corner of the screen, a gray item lay quietly. Product: Howling Wind Fruit 100. Function: specialized pet food for wind-type beasts. Long-term consumption has a high probability of improving pet talent and spirituality, with a small chance of enhancing affinity with wind elements. Price: 1,000 star energy. At least 1,000 star energy could buy one portion of pet food, though the price was steep, averaging 1,000 yuan per howling wind fruit. For many veteran beast tamers, resources that could enhance elemental affinity would still have people lining up to buy them, even at 10,000 yuan each. But for Chu Bai, this price was still painful. The beast taming profession burned through money like water, though it could indeed make money whoosh and quickly too. Unfortunately, he hadn't yet entered that virtuous cycle. Creak. The door was pushed open, and cold light from the living room squeezed through the crack. Along with it appeared a weary figure. Fong Quan. Chu Bai, get up and eat. I ordered takeout, and it'll be here any minute. Fong Quan tossed his phone onto the coffee table and skillfully unpacked the utensils. Both brothers were usually swamped with work, so dinner was about the only time they could sit down together. According to their arrangement, they took turns handling meals for a week each. This week was Fong Quan's turn, and since he almost never cooked, takeout and the night market downstairs were their only two options for filling their stomachs. Unlike Chu Bai, Fong Quan was just an ordinary person, yet he was more obsessed with star beasts than many beast tamers. His biggest dream was to actually own one someday. Among one-star beasts, there were plenty of species suitable as pets for ordinary people, but the prices, often hundreds of thousands, put them out of reach for most families. So Fong Quan carefully tucked this dream away in his heart, and it became his motivation for working so hard. When the takeout arrived, Chu Bai had barely stepped through the door with the bag when Fong Quan could no longer contain his enthusiasm, waving his chopsticks as he launched into rapid-fire commentary. You missed it last night, what a show. The Asian Youth Beast Tamer Championship finals were absolutely explosive. He went from the qualifying roster to which fierce competitors made it to the finals, then to how that one beast pulled off an incredible comeback. He rattled off details one after another, speaking at lightning speed, yet maintaining perfect clarity. Even Chu Bai, who wasn't particularly passionate about competitions, had to admit this guy was a natural-born commentator. Too bad Fong Quan lacked the talent to be a beast tamer. He'd missed his calling. Chu Bai listened with quiet sighs. If he ever got the chance, he'd definitely help his brother achieve his dream. Not only would he make sure Fong Quan could own a star beast, but he'd get him on that stage as a beast tamer himself. Come on, eat up, the food's getting cold. Chu Bai pushed 2 bowls of rice to the edge of the table and started digging in himself. By the time he set down his bowl, both servings of rice had been completely demolished. Fortunately, Fong Quan had anticipated Chu Bai's appetite and ordered an extra portion. Otherwise, with his 10 words for every bite pace, even Fong Quan's portion would likely have met the same fate. After dinner, Chu Bai efficiently cleaned up the containers and went downstairs to throw out the trash. When he returned to the living room, he found Fong Quan sprawled across the sofa, eyes glued to a replay of last night's match on the screen. He was so absorbed, he didn't even notice Chu Bai's footsteps. Chu Bai shook his head in amazement. The guy was so engrossed he'd even forgotten about his usual penny-pinching ways. Quan, I already took care of the trash. I'll be eating out tomorrow night, so don't order anything for me. Before he could finish, Fong Quan waved him off. Ugh, why are you being so chatty? Got it, no dinner for you tomorrow. Now go to sleep. This match is getting to the crucial part. Chu Bai opened his mouth, wanting to remind him not to pull an all-nighter, but ultimately kept quiet and turned away. Once his bedroom door closed, he threw himself into the soft bedding, randomly wrapped himself in the blanket, and lay flat on his back. Before long, gentle snoring emerged from under the covers. The next morning, Chu Bai headed to the shop early. In his drowsy state last night, he'd forgotten to feed the azure wind wolf, leaving the little guy howling non-stop in the summoning space. Feeling guilty, he grabbed the milk bottle and fed him several extra portions in one go. Business was slow at the shop. Chu Bai spent the entire morning sitting there, going through 6 or 7 jianbing guozi without a single proper customer walking in. Occasionally, 2 or 3 passers-by would push through the door, take one look at the shabby shelves and simple equipment, immediately lose interest, and leave in a hurry without even bothering to ask about prices. With no business at all, Chu Bai decided to stop keeping watch and pulled the rolling shutter halfway down around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. His father had scheduled the family dinner for 8 in the evening, so he had plenty of time. He took out the incomplete, Eternal Phoenix Spirit Scroll and sat behind the counter to study it carefully. The scroll unfurled ethereally, with points of starlight floating above it like a miniature universe. Several of the brightest stars outlined the silhouette of a bird-like creature, and as the star lines trembled, the outline seemed ready to spread its wings and soar, its form constantly shifting within the star chart. A burning sensation stung his eyes, and suddenly the entire star chart turned fiery red. Flames consumed the surrounding starlight, leaving only the central bird creature pattern flickering in and out of the red blaze. In the next instant, the image seemed to come alive. Draped in fiery feathers, its eyes blazing with fierce light, wings spread wide, divine radiance scattered in all directions, tail feathers trailing like sacred banners from a shrine, hanging with solemn dignity. It glided gracefully through seas of molten lava, its presence commanding and awe-inspiring. A phoenix. The thought flashed through Chu Bai's mind. The vision faded, and scattered points of light appeared around him, identical to the starlight in the scroll. Chu Bai realized with shock that his consciousness had somehow formed a vortex, frantically drawing these star points into his dantian. More and more starlight gathered, and he began to look inward, seeing them take root in his dantian like fallen leaves, sprouting and spreading. These particles were the key material that transformed ordinary people into beast tamers' star power. Once he accumulated enough, he could advance to the first tier. At his current rate, promotion seemed only a matter of time. For 2 full hours, Chu Bai's dantian absorbed the star power floating around him like a drought-stricken sponge, with an efficiency so high it seemed absurd even to him. Do others advance this quickly before their breakthrough? He wondered silently, though he had no way to verify it for now. Cultivation achievements shouldn't be revealed too early, and besides, the beast tamers around him all had ridiculously exceptional talents. Asking them wouldn't necessarily represent the average standard. He lingered in the shop until 7 o'clock, then finally had to put away the Eternal Phoenix Spirit Scroll, lock up the shop, and head to Xianzhou Restaurant. Xianzhou Restaurant wasn't particularly large in scale and hadn't participated in any restaurant ratings. It was simply a small establishment that carefully prepared private cuisine, though it was quite suitable for family gatherings. However, the customers who could actually secure reservations there were almost exclusively wealthy or influential. The dishes and flavors were absolutely exceptional, and the prices were equally jaw-dropping. During Chu Bai's senior year of high school, there was a classmate who loved to show off his wealth. Egged on by a single comment from Chu Bai, this rich kid directly booked their set menu and ordered 3 tables in one go, spending nearly $1,000,000 before even stepping into the private dining room. After that meal, the rich kid looked like his soul had been drained, and from then on, whenever anyone mentioned treating to dinner, his legs would immediately go weak. The private dining rooms at Xianzhou Restaurant were priced separately, costing 7 to 8 times more than the main dining hall. Since the Chu family didn't want to deal with outsiders during this gathering, Father Chu simply reserved a private room. One could imagine how much money this meal would cost. To avoid being late, Chu Bai calculated the journey in advance, departing from his family's shop. Even if he hit every red light along the way, he could reach Xianzhou Restaurant within 40 minutes. However, an unexpected incident occurred during the trip. The taxi's route deviated from the GPS directions, going further and further off course. Chu Bai wisely remained silent, not naively blaming the driver. The navigation screen was clearly displayed in front, and unless one was blind, there was no way to deviate to this extent. Obviously, this had been prearranged by someone. Recently, the only person he'd made an enemy of was Lin Tianlu, a second-generation heir from the Lin family. Chu Bai had killed one of his highly promising pet beasts. How could the other party let this slide? He had been mentally prepared from the moment he walked out of the police station, but he hadn't expected Lin Tianlu's methods to be so crude. Kidnapping the brother, who should have appeared at the family gathering on the very day the Chu family's 2 8-star beast tamers returned to the country. What good could possibly come of this? Chu Bai wasn't optimistic. He sat quietly in the back seat, looking straight ahead through the window. When the car stopped, the driver quietly signaled for him to get out, and Chu Bai calmly pushed open the door and stepped onto the ground. The moment his feet touched the earth, he realized he had underestimated that second-generation heir's stupidity. This wasn't some desolate wilderness. The dirt road beneath his feet was bumpy and uneven. Cicadas chirped incessantly all around. An occasional cow lowing could be heard. Although the area around the small path was pitch black, a small village with lights could be seen hidden in the distance. After Chu Bai got out of the car, the driver also walked around to the back and opened the car door. Following the driver's movements, a humanoid shadow only half a meter tall appeared out of thin air. Chu Bai raised his hand and opened his bestiary for a scan. A 2-star rock demon, with dual rock and spirit attributes, nothing particularly noteworthy. Soon, the rock demon moved behind him at its master's signal, pressing a sharp stone blade against his lower back. Under the dual threat of the driver and the pet beast, Chu Bai was forced to leave the dirt road and venture deeper into the more remote countryside. The overgrown weeds constantly brushed against Chu Bai's calves, making them itch incessantly. Directly ahead, a bald, muscular man leaned against a beat-up car with its headlights blazing, the glare so intense that Chu Bai could barely make out anything beyond the stranger's gender. "You're Chu Bai?" The man's voice was deep and gravelly, carrying a harsh, intimidating edge. As he stepped closer, the harsh light swept across his face, finally revealing his scarred features to Chu Bai. Ugly wounds crisscrossed his skin like centipedes, and even the corner of his mouth was pulled slightly askew by the damage. The muscular man stopped about 6 feet away, his gaze locked onto Chu Bai. After a quick glance, Chu Bai countered, "Lin Tianlu sent you to find me?" "Good, you know." The man's cracked lips twisted into a grin. He had studied the photo Lin Tianlu gave him just this morning, so there was no mistaking Chu Bai's face now. With his target confirmed, he saw no point in wasting more words. In the next instant, A massive dark shadow materialized silently behind the muscular man. The light was swallowed by the shadow, and the air suddenly grew heavy. Having trained in star power, Chu Bai was extremely sensitive to danger, and the moment that enormous presence appeared, an overwhelming sense of threat washed over him, making his heart clench. Reflexively, he activated his Star Beast identification guide, and a stream of information instantly appeared before his eyes. Shadow Phantom Beast. Attributes: Shadow Spirit. Strength: mid 4-star. Potential: 5-star. Bloodline. Combat skills: Mastered Shadow Guard, Shadow Strike, Shadow Impact. Unmastered but learnable Spirit Armor, Spirit Barrier, Spirit Blessing. Evolution paths: Spirit Evolution, Shadow Evolution, Aberrant Evolution. Chu Bai could see clearly that this was unmistakably a 4-star Shadow Phantom Beast. Shadow Phantom Beasts existed only as ghostly spiritual entities without physical form. The Shadow attribute was already rare, and within the same tier, it was renowned for its mysterious nature. Even at the 1-star stage, pet beasts with this attribute could challenge 2-star opponents, making their combat potential truly formidable. It was actually a mid-stage 4-star Shadow Phantom Beast. Chu Bai's heart sank. A mid-stage 4-star creature possessed enough combat power to suppress ordinary beast tamers, and to subdue it would require summoning at least a 5-star or even 6-star beast. What made matters worse was that his only trump card was a single basic grade Star Beast contract card. In this desolate wilderness, it was already unlikely to encounter high-tier Star Beasts capable of matching the Shadow Phantom Beast, and now even escape seemed like a luxury. The surrounding wild grass lay low, insect sounds intermittent, and the night made it impossible to distinguish near from far. The bald, burly man glanced at Chu Bai, noticing his calm expression, and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow curiously. I heard that young Master Chu has no talent for beast taming whatsoever, and is just an ordinary person. Aren't you afraid of this beast that could take your life at any moment? Afraid? Chu Bai savored the word softly. The Shadow Phantom Beast indeed possessed a complete 4-star combat system, but not long ago in the Secret Realm, he had faced a 7-star Gale Eagle and 2 even more formidable Mantis-type Star Beasts alone. Compared to those fierce creatures, the oppressive aura from the Shadow Phantom Beast seemed rather mundane. He was even surprised to find that his emotional fluctuations were remarkably small. Nothing special had become his most genuine feeling. Behind the bald man, the Shadow Phantom Beast floated like a phantom, its claws constantly swiping at the air while dark energy churned in the night. Chu Bai's eyes lit up as he suddenly realized that theoretically, he should indeed be afraid, but unfortunately, the Shadow Phantom Beast wasn't capable of making him feel that way. So he curved his lips into a smile and said softly, "Yes, I should be afraid, but the Shadow Phantom Beast isn't qualified enough." "What did you say?" The burly man was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "A mid-stage 4-star Shadow Phantom Beast can't handle you? Quite the boast." Seeing that Chu Bai offered no further explanation, his laughter abruptly ceased, fury blazing in his eyes. "Then let me show you the consequences." The Shadow Phantom Beast was his precious treasure, obtained at enormous cost and life-threatening risk. He cared for it like an ancestor, even capturing live humans to feed it to satisfy its appetite. But now, some nobody dared to belittle it to his face. How could he swallow such an insult? "Kill him for me," the bald man roared. A black shadow flashed, but instead of pouncing toward Chu Bai, it suddenly swept over the burly man's head. A bloody wind hit his face, and the man instinctively looked up, only managing to see a gaping maw opening and closing before his eyes. Flash! Blood splattered as his head was instantly torn off by razor-sharp fangs. "Black King, don't eat it." Chu Bai called out to stop it. "Roar!" The black shadow let out a low growl, seemingly complaining, but still spat the head out with a pop onto the ground. Under the moonlight, the black shadow's true form was revealed, a completely black large cat, nearly waist-high at the shoulder, with smooth muscle lines and pupils like cold blue stars. Looking closely, among its black fur were interspersed some dark silver markings. The Black Panther Shadow King was one of the ace companion beasts in Chu Bai's elder brother's possession. Chu Bai didn't know how other beast tamer families educated their companion beasts, but in the Chu family, the beasts could devour anything except humans. This was the rule. And the bottom line. Oh woo! The shadowy silhouette of the Black Panther Shadow King stepped out from the darkness. Its originally towering form of over 5 meters crouched submissively before Chu Bai, instantly compressing to only reach his knees. Those deep blue vertical pupils, which had retained the fierce gleam from instantly killing the burly man moments before, now transformed entirely into docile flattery. Like a true giant cat, it pressed its head against Chu Bai's palm. Chu Bai stroked the smooth, cold black fur while pulling up the beast panel. Black Panther Shadow King. Attributes: Shadow Phantom. Strength: 8-star, late stage. Aptitude: 9-star. Bloodline. Below were listed 20 to 30 combat skills, along with densely packed evolution branches. Chu Bai skimmed through roughly, his breathing still involuntarily catching. Half a year ago, This panther had just stepped into the 8-star threshold, yet now it was approaching a breakthrough. The higher the star level, the harder the advancement. This half-year span was simply outrageous. Thinking of his twin elder brother's monstrous talents, he still sighed. It seemed those two really intended to transcend humanity. Sentiment aside, matters still needed handling. Chu Bai walked to the bald man's corpse. The head had been severed by claws, rolling to one side, with the fierce expression from before death frozen on the ashen face. As for that shadow wraith beast, being incorporeal by nature, it dissipated directly after being slain by the Black Panther Shadow King, and even its only recoverable star core was swallowed whole by the panther. Star beasts devouring each other's cores to strengthen themselves was standard practice, so Chu Bai naturally didn't intervene. Excluding the 8th brother who had been burned to ash, this man was the first corpse Chu Bai had faced up close that died because of him. He felt no regret or guilt. Those who dared to kill must always be prepared to be killed. This was fate. However, before true power, life's fragility was indeed lamentable. He collected his emotions and instructed quietly. Black King, clean up the traces. The law had always turned a blind eye to grudges between beast tamers, but if someone followed the trail, troubles would still be plenty. Destroying evidence wasn't an impenetrable fortress, but it could at least install an alloy door first. When Black King first contracted with Chu Bai, it was still a cub, and Chu Bai, being young at the time, often helped with feeding and care. Their relationship transcended master and servant. They were more like family. As long as it didn't conflict with his beast tamer's interests, Black King was mostly happy to obey Chu Bai. Boom. Pitch black, high-temperature flames erupted from Black King's fangs, instantly engulfing the burly man's corpse. The black flames rolled along the ground, refusing to leave even bone fragments, only a trace of burnt smell lingering in the air. After incinerating the man, the black flames vanished into thin air. These weren't real flames, but illusory fires created by phantom-type energy. Though not genuine flames, they possessed the scorching heat of real fire. This was one of the Black King's most troublesome abilities, burning yet intangible, often catching opponents completely off guard. Chu Bai withdrew his gaze from the phantom flames and scanned his surroundings before settling on the Black Panther Shadow King, circling at his feet. By the way, where's my brother? He looked down and asked. The Black Panther Shadow King tilted its head, letting out a low, rumbling sound as if half understanding. Then it rose to 2 meters in height, curled its tail around Chu Bai, and lifted him steadily onto its back. In the next moment, mountain winds surged as the black shadow shot through the air, already entering full sprint mode across the ridges. In less than 2 minutes, they had swept back to the southern suburbs. With his clothes whipping in the fierce wind, Chu Bai suddenly remembered that the Black Panther Shadow King's true menace lay not only in its phantom flames, but also in its nearly untraceable speed and movements. Under the city's night sky, traffic continued flowing endlessly, with lights swaying like an ocean across the roads. In the back seat of a Maserati, Lin Tianlu reclined against his seat, casually flirting with his female companion. Is that bald guy you recommended really reliable? Chu Bai is just an ordinary person. Why haven't we heard anything yet? He frowned. His lackey beside him chuckled. Don't worry, young Master Lin. That bald guy is a 4th-tier beast tamer. No matter how capable Chu Bai is, he can't escape death. Huh. Lin Tianlu's expression brightened slightly. You have a point. But if the Chu family comes knocking? The measly Chu family? I don't believe they'd dare turn against the Lin family over some talentless waste. The lackey quickly flattered. Young Master Lin is so wise. The vehicle slowly approached an intersection where a red light appeared, and the driver braked smoothly. A sudden shadow abruptly covered the car roof, blocking out the streetlights. Lin Tianlu impatiently stuck his head out, only to see a massive black beast moving alongside the Maserati. The creature's bronze bell-like eyes blazed with killing intent, and seated on its back was none other than Chu Bai. Chu Bai. Lin Tianlu's face instantly turned deathly pale, unsure whether from anger or fear. Chu Bai seemed completely unbothered, waving at him cheerfully. Hey, young Master Lin. Long time no see. How have you been? What a coincidence, running into you here. Yes, quite a coincidence. Lin Tianlu managed to respond. Chu Bai's gaze grew profound as he shifted topics. Well then, good luck. What? Good luck surviving in this city. Chu Bai gave him a meaningful look. The light turned green, and he gently patted the Black Panther Shadow King's back. The black shadow instantly stretched into several phantom images before vanishing into the depths of the night. Bastard. Lin Tianlu shrank back into the car, yanking his hand from his companion's clothing and slamming it against the window. Bang. The tempered glass instantly spiderwebbed with cracks. Young Master Lin, what kind of beast was that? So majestic. The woman hadn't sensed the tension, her eyes full of admiration. Lin Tianlu murderously gripped her pale throat. Never mention this again. Understand? I understand. She nodded frantically in a strangled whisper. Lin Tianlu released his grip and said coldly, Get out. The woman clutched her purse and stumbled away into the crowd. The driver started the engine, glancing at the haggard Lin Tianlu in the rearview mirror. Young master, that was a Black Panther Shadow King, wasn't it? I once saw one at an 8th-tier beast tamer gathering. Though it was only at early 8-star level then, it defeated several late 8-star beasts in succession, causing quite a sensation. I could only watch from a corner. Lin Tianlu remained silent, his fingertips tracing the cracked window. Black Panther Shadow King, 8th-tier beast tamer, the Chu family's eldest son's ace card. These pieces of information swirled in his mind like thorns. He understood what the appearance of that black beast meant. The Black Panther Shadow King's presence here indirectly signified one thing had returned. The Black Panther Shadow King moved at incredible speed, crossing 3 streets in just 5 minutes. Under the night sky, thousands of pedestrians and car lights intertwined as they witnessed firsthand the Black Hurricane. This 8-star black beast stirred up on the streets. Its figure silently flashed through gaps in traffic, passing by like a phantom. At 9:15, the Black Panther Shadow King carried Chu Bai and came to a steady stop at the entrance of Xianzhou Tower. As Chu Bai dismounted, the Black Panther Shadow King instantly shrank to the size of a palm-sized kitten, with round, innocent eyes that immediately drew squeals of delight and giggles from the young ladies nearby. In the lobby, a waitress dressed in a bright red qipao perfectly showcased both China's signature red and the elegance of Eastern women. She raised her hand to stop Chu Bai as he stepped through the door. "Sir, how many in your party? I have a reservation. Where is the private room booked under the Chu family?" "Ah, you must be the 3rd young master of the Chu family. It's on the 2nd floor, please follow me." Chu Bai followed behind her, admiring her graceful silhouette as he asked with a smile, "How did you know my identity?" The young lady smiled politely and led him to the private room door on the 2nd floor, gesturing for him to enter. The entire Chu family is inside, only missing the youngest master, 3rd young master Chu. "Please go in." What a perceptive woman, Chu Bai thought to himself admiringly, his gaze lingering on her before pushing open the door. Meow. As soon as the Black Panther Shadow King entered, it abandoned Chu Bai and eagerly trotted over to the dining table, rolling around and acting cute at the feet of the eldest Chu brother, Chu Yi. "Why are you so late?" Chu Yi bent down to rub the panther's head, then stood up to look Chu Bai up and down. After half a year apart, his younger brother had grown thinner but taller. With a face full of smiles, Chu Yi pulled him to sit between himself and the second brother, Chu Mo. Compared to his eldest brother's enthusiasm, Chu Bai merely smiled slightly in acknowledgement. Chu Mo was naturally quiet and, due to his special constitution, easily attracted high-level bloodline star beasts, though he wasn't good at socializing and had been inseparable from his twin brother since childhood. Chu Yi often served as his spokesperson. Just as Chu Bai picked up his chopsticks, a low, concerned voice came from across the table. "You didn't run into any trouble, did you?" Their father, Chu Jiansheng, had spoken. "Don't worry, Dad, I'm fine." Chu Bai paused for a moment, then smiled and stood up to pour his father a cup of wine. "Let's have a drink together as punishment for my being late. How about it? Just don't actually get drunk." Chu Jiansheng laughed and scolded, but still raised his cup, his eyes filled with satisfaction. In his eyes, this youngest son had been sensible since childhood, excelled academically, and handled matters with discretion, hardly requiring any worry. The only regret was his lack of beast tamer talent, which had become ammunition for outsiders to criticize Chu Bai. What was remarkable was that Chu Bai had never bowed his head in the face of gossip. Seeing his son still cheerful now, he couldn't be happier as a father. "Where's Ran? After finishing his drink, Chu Bai glanced around the table and noticed an empty seat next to his mother. That spot should have been occupied by his 4th sister, Chu Xiaoran. But she has tutoring classes tomorrow and needs to rest early, so I had sisterly take her home. Jiang Yueying smiled while clearing the dishes, adding, "Besides, Xiao Yi and Xiao Mo will be staying at home for a while, so there'll be plenty of opportunities for family dinners." This long-awaited family gathering had a relaxed atmosphere, and 2 hours passed in a flash. When everyone walked out of the private dining room, the clock at the hotel entrance already pointed to 11 o'clock. Chu Jiansheng, still tipsy from the wine, stood in the night breeze and suddenly spoke with fierce determination. "If anyone out there wrongs you, if anyone dares to lay a finger on you, come straight to Dad. Even if it costs me my life, I, Chu Jiansheng, won't let them get away with it." As soon as the words left his mouth, his eyes instantly reddened. Behind this intense emotion lay years of guilt from the couple. They had always suspected that Chu Bai's lack of beast tamer talent was related to some improper actions they had taken during pregnancy. Chu Bai had often heard his parents quietly sobbing in their room late at night. It was hard to imagine that this pair of 8th-tier beast tamers, so formidable outside, could be so vulnerable at home. "I know." Chu Bai felt his nose tingle with emotion, but still smiled and patted his father's shoulder. "Don't worry, Dad. I'm an adult now. I can take care of myself and handle the troubles that adults face. The Chu family is my foundation and support, but it's definitely not an excuse to run away from problems." Having the Chu family behind me gives me the confidence to face whatever storms await outside. With great effort, he helped his father into the car. Uncle Lin, I'm entrusting my father to you. Don't worry, I've been driving for 30 years steady as a rock. Uncle Lin smiled as he closed the door. Drive safely. Chu Bai watched the taillights disappear into the distance before turning around. Chu Yi, who had been silent all along, suddenly grabbed his arm and lowered his voice. What exactly did you go through just now? Don't lie to me. The Black Panther Shadow King is my beast companion. I can sense it participated in a battle. Just some fool who didn't know his place. Nothing worth mentioning. Chu Bai sighed helplessly. He had thought he could keep it hidden for a few days, but Chu Yi had noticed on his very first day home. Details. Chu Mo stepped in front of his older brother and spoke his first words of the evening. Just 2 words, but they carried an undeniable sense of pressure. Seeing that he couldn't hide it anymore, Chu Bai decided to tell them everything about his recent experiences, though he omitted key details like killing Lin Tianlu's phantom-striped golden python. The Lin family of Yun City? Chu Yi raised an eyebrow with a cold laugh. Just a second-rate family, yet they dare set their sights on our Chu family. Chu Mo didn't speak, but his tense jawline and the murderous aura emanating from him showed that his anger was no less than Chu Yi's. He wasn't just furious that the Lin family dared to target the Chu family, but even more enraged that Lin Tianlu had the audacity to cause trouble for his only younger brother, and had even brazenly hired a 4th-tier beast tamer to try to eliminate him. Without exaggeration, this had crossed the bottom line of the Lin family's twin brothers. Chu Bai looked at his 2 brothers, whose expressions had turned dark, and spread his hands with helpless yet firm resolve. I know you're angry, but Lin Tianlu is nothing more than a clown. Let me handle this myself. I need to learn to face danger on my own someday. Chu Yi's anger flared, his voice rising. He wants you dead. Don't forget that guy is a beast tamer. How are you going to deal with him? I have my ways. Chu Bai stepped back with a relaxed smile. Besides, you're both back in the country now. If he's stupid enough to make a move right under your noses, I'd actually admire his courage. As he spoke, he placed his hands on both brothers' shoulders, his gaze clear and bright. Don't worry. I'm your brother. After all, I am not that fragile. After a long silence, Chu Mo, who was usually a man of few words, rarely spoke at length. Do what you must. But if there's any danger, contact us immediately. Don't risk your life. I will. Chu Bai nodded emphatically. The brothers hadn't seen each other for half a year, so naturally they were reluctant to part early. After leaving Xianzhou Tower, the 3 went to a nearby night market for 2 pounds of crawfish and a case of beer, drinking straight from the bottles. It wasn't until 2 a.m. that Chu Yi and Chu Mo had their driver take the thoroughly drunk Chu Bai back to his apartment, where Fang Quan personally came downstairs to help him up. Downstairs, in the black BMW, Chu Yi in the passenger seat glanced at Chu Mo in the back through the rearview mirror, lowering his voice. Are we really letting Xiao Bai handle this himself? Chu Mo looked up, his gaze cold and hard, one thing at a time. The grudge between that Lin kid and Xiao Bai is their business, but when the Lin family dares to move against the Chu family, that becomes our affair. Lin Tianlu can be left for Xiao Bai to practice on. Chu Yi continued, his lips curving upward, but the rest of the Lin family won't be so lucky. The dim streetlights swept past the car windows, illuminating only the lower halves of their faces beneath their prominent noses. Both brothers wore the same cruel smile that flickered and vanished. Inside the car, in just 2 short hours, the 2 had caused an uproar on a certain emerging pioneer hunter guild's forum overseas. Oppressing civilians, treating human life as worthless, controlling both legal and illegal channels. Every dark secret of the Lin Corporation was listed item by item, each accompanied by solid evidence. Simultaneously, the same materials were quietly delivered to the Yun City Police Department. At the Lin family estate in Yun City. At dawn, Lin Tianan rose from his mistress's embrace, stirring his coffee with a silver spoon while reading the morning paper. The first thing he saw was the Lin Corporation's damning scandals, and his hand trembled so violently that the newspaper nearly fell into his coffee. What the hell is going on? He connected the call and roared at his secretary, barely containing his fury. Find out what happened within half an hour. Dig up whoever's behind this. The secretary's forehead beaded with sweat. Chairman, we've already hired the country's top hackers, but when we traced the IP addresses, they all led to fake information. Even the accounts have no registration or deletion records. Useless. You're all fucking useless. Lin Tianan slammed the table, his chest heaving. Investigate thoroughly. I want to see who dares to move against the Lin family. Before his roar had even faded, blood rushed to his head. He staggered, his vision went black, and he actually fainted from sheer rage. At almost the same moment, a certain squad leader from the Yun City Police Department was pounding heavily on Lin Tianan's front door. The news of Lin Tianan, the branch patriarch of the Lin family in Yun City, being taken away by police spread across the internet early in the morning. Within just a few hours, the topic shot to the top of trending searches, and public opinion exploded like ignited gasoline. No sooner had the police taken Lin Tian away than his and Mrs. Lin's sordid private lives were exposed completely. Every mistress and kept man they had maintained came forward, without exception. Meanwhile, Lin Corporation's stock price plummeted relentlessly, the trading interface showing an alarming sea of red. Resignation letters flew around the executive offices as email notifications chimed incessantly. The cunning senior executives began scrambling to secure their own escape routes. Most awkward of all were the shareholders, who wanted to vent their fury but couldn't find a target, leaving them to curse at each other in the board chat group, while the entire company descended into chaos. As for Lin Tianlu, who was temporarily thrust into leadership, this second-generation heir who had never touched business operations couldn't possibly handle the situation, and everything spiraled further out of control. From the initial outbreak to full-scale eruption took only 6 hours, and the Lin Corporation already showed signs of impending collapse. Chu Bai knew nothing of this. While the Lin family scrambled to contain the damage in complete disarray, he remained blissfully asleep, lost in pleasant dreams. It wasn't until 2 in the afternoon, when sunlight streaming through the curtain gaps warmed the room, that he groggily opened his eyes, washed up, and changed clothes. By then, all the bombshells at Lin Corporation had already detonated, with even the servants being called to the police station for questioning, while Chu Bai casually strolled to Greenleaf Pet Beast Shop to begin his day's business. The shop was quiet, so he cheerfully ordered 6 or 7 hand-grabbed pancakes through a delivery app, selecting double portions of all toppings, eating until the aroma of oil filled the air. While munching on pancakes, he scrolled through his phone, but the trending topics were all about the Lin family's mess, and just glancing at them killed his appetite. I told them I'd handle it myself, he muttered, closing the webpage. He knew the twin brothers' methods all too well and had guessed last night that they wouldn't stand idly by. He just hadn't expected the situation to escalate so terrifyingly fast. With no customers in the shop, he simply picked up the month-old Azure Wind Wolf pup and followed a pet beast care video from some online content creator, methodically giving the little one grooming and massage treatments while humming an off-key tune. Around 4 in the afternoon, Chu Bai caught a hint of movement from the corner of his eye. The Azure Wind Wolf's tightly closed eyelids cracked open slightly. The little creature squinted as if not fully awake, first looking at Chu Bai, then surveying the surroundings, before quietly burrowing into his embrace, its tiny nose nuzzling against his shirt. Chu Bai smiled as he cradled the wolf pup, settling into a cross-legged position and closing his eyes in meditation. Star power flowed slowly according to his consciousness, finally gathering into a vortex in his dantian. As time passed minute by minute, his aura steadily climbed, though the speed was noticeably slower than his first cultivation session. The threshold for breakthrough seemed within reach, yet felt separated by an invisible membrane. No matter how dense the star power became, it couldn't pierce through that barrier. As evening approached, the sky tinged with orange-red hues. Chu Bai opened his eyes, his gaze clear and bright, a smile playing at his lips. Though he hadn't broken through to the first tier, he could clearly sense that the star power within him had grown more substantial, with strength gradually taking root and growing. He gently patted the wolf pup, preparing to return the Azure Wind Wolf to his spirit beast space. Chu Bai, accompanied by the heavy sound of a door being pushed open, a figure stormed aggressively into the shop, footsteps making the floor tremble slightly as they charged straight toward Chu Bai, voice hoarse and urgent. What exactly will it take for you to spare our Lin family? Lin Tianlu looked utterly disheveled at this moment, his hair greasy and messy, his million-dollar handmade suit torn in several places, with clear shoe prints visible on his chest and abdomen. Chu Bai merely glanced up at him briefly before looking away, as if he were observing an insignificant stray dog. Just days ago, Lin Tianlu had been the arrogant and domineering young Master Lin who ruled over Yun City, but now he appeared utterly pitiful. Yet Chu Bai felt not an ounce of sympathy. I'm afraid I don't understand what young Master Lin is talking about. Chu Bai feigned confusion. What do you mean by asking what it would take for me to spare the Lin family? Logically speaking, shouldn't I be the one begging you to spare me? After all, I'm not someone who can escape from a 4th-tier beast master every day. Lin Tianlu's voice was hoarse as he hung his head and forced out the words, I admit I hired that bald guy to teach you a lesson. I apologize to you. I was wrong, isn't that enough? Sure. Chu Bai nodded casually. So, does that mean you're willing to spare the Lin family? Not really. Chu Bai leaned back against the counter, settling into a more comfortable position. Whether you apologize or not is your freedom, and whether I accept it or not is mine. Chu Bai. Lin Tianlu's eyes turned red as he suppressed his rage, looking ready to pounce and fight to the death. Don't you dare go too far. The Lin Group was already crumbling. The company was beyond saving. Most of the executives had resigned. Old Master Lin had suffered a heart attack this morning and was rushed to the emergency room. Mrs. Lin had been detained at the police station for an entire day. There wasn't a single person left in the Lin family who could handle the situation, and he was nearly driven mad. Yet in the past, when had he ever bowed his head? He had grown accustomed to being arrogant through his family's power and had never truly apologized to anyone. In his view, this apology was already his greatest show of sincerity. What more could Chu Bai possibly want? What exactly do you want before you'll accept my apology? Lin Tianlu clenched his fists tightly, forcibly suppressing his murderous intent. At the very least. Chu Bai glanced at him indifferently. Kneel down first. I'm being reasonable here. You wanted my life, and I only want you to kneel before me. What? Lin Tianlu's eyes widened in disbelief. You want me to kneel? Stop joking around. I, Lin Tianlu, will never kneel before a worthless piece of trash like you. His knees weren't entirely unfamiliar with bending, but they absolutely could not bend before Chu Bai. This act of kneeling wouldn't just be humiliation, it would be trampling his remaining dignity into the mud. The Lin family could fall, but he refused to humble himself to dust before Chu Bai. Oh, you won't kneel? Chu Bai nodded, seeming to understand completely. Then please leave, young Master Lin. Don't block my shop. You're affecting my business. You. Lin Tianlu was furious, his trembling finger pointing at Chu Bai. Chu Bai continued to look at him with the same indifference, showing no emotional reaction whatsoever. After a brief standoff, Lin Tianlu finally broke down and lowered his head. I'll kneel. Those two difficult words felt like sand stuck in his throat, his voice hoarse and his face ashen. He gritted his teeth hard and actually knelt before Chu Bai. His knees struck the ground with a dull thud. Able to bend when necessary, still got some backbone. Chu Bai assessed inwardly, though he immediately sighed to himself. If Lin Tianlu had never harbored murderous intent toward him, perhaps he might truly feel merciful now. But memories of their two confrontations flashed through his mind the previous time, when Lin Tianlu hired a fourth-tier beast master to corner him into a life-or-death situation, and before that, with just 2 sentences, Lin Tianlu had dismissed him as worthless, then knowingly released 2 3-star beasts against him despite knowing he was just an ordinary person. Could such a person truly be spared? The answer was obvious. No, and he didn't want to either. In fact, deep in Chu Bai's heart, Lin Tianlu had already been sentenced to death. After a brief silence, Chu Bai curved his lips and pulled Lin Tianlu up from the ground. I accept your apology. Outside the shop, pedestrians hurried past, and seeing someone kneeling inside, they all cast curious glances. Chu Bai felt somewhat embarrassed by the attention, thinking that if not for these stares, Lin Tianlu would have had to kneel a while longer. Really? You'll truly spare the Lin family? Wild joy flashed in Lin Tianlu's eyes. But Chu Bai replied coolly, you misunderstand. My accepting your apology and whether I spare the Lin family are 2 separate matters. First, I never intended to move against the Lin family. Their current predicament isn't my doing, so pleading with me is useless. This has no connection whatsoever to my forgiving your actions from the past 2 days. That's all there is to it. You're toying with me? Lin Tianlu shot to his feet, his pupils blazing bright as his body involuntarily staggered back 2 steps. Then he threw back his head in bitter laughter. Ha ha ha, Chu Bai. The laughter seemed to tear at one's heart. Lin Tianlu bent forward slightly, his eyes completely stained crimson. Even if I die, I won't let you have peace. Since you want me dead, then today you'll taste death first. What 4th-tier beast master worthless trash? To kill you. Chu Bai, I must do it with my own hands for satisfaction. His face contorted grotesquely, muscles twitching, and a drop of bloody tears even rolled from the corner of his eye. Violent emotions exploded in his chest. Just this morning, his once warm home had suddenly shattered. The facade of his parents' mutual respect was exposed. Evidence of their long-broken relationship laid bare before the world in photos and videos, forcing him to acknowledge those undeniable facts. And the one who orchestrated all this was the very hypocrite standing before him. At this moment, he had forgotten his own attempts to kill Chu Bai over the past 2 days, as if all grievances originated from his opponent. In a flash of thought, the shadow scorpion burst from behind him, its black carapace gleaming with cold menace under the lights. Simultaneously, Lin Tianlu activated some kind of martial star technique, his feet pounding the floor as afterimages stretched behind him, lunging straight at Chu Bai with the resolve to fight to the death. In his extreme emotional state, he harbored murderous intent for the 3rd time and more fiercely than ever. Ow! From a corner behind Chu Bai, a small jet black cat suddenly leaped onto the counter in front of him, standing on all 4s between Chu Bai and the shadow scorpion. After shrinking down, the Black Panther Shadow King let out a lazy growl that carried a hint of milky sweetness, yet it immediately forced the dark lure scorpion to retreat. The scorpion cowered trembling behind Lin Tianlu, refusing to advance no matter how much Lin Tianlu cursed and shouted. The suppression of an 8-star beast over a 3-star beast was absolute. Even the air seemed to tighten under the Black Panther Shadow King's overwhelming presence. The next second, the dark lure scorpion's massive pincer suddenly snapped with a sharp crack, blood instantly spurting out like overturned paint, staining the floor deep red. Its scales began falling off in large chunks, blood trickling down from the wounds, mixing with the rustling sound of falling armor pieces to compose a spine-chilling dirge. In excruciating pain, the dark lure scorpion let out bone-chilling wails, trembling violently while shaking its head apologetically at Lin Tianlu. However, the contract's backlash was irreversibly a beast that defied its master's orders had only one fate: death. From the moment its scales began cracking to when its life force was completely extinguished, it took less than 2 minutes for the dark lure scorpion to collapse in a pool of blood. Chu Bai frowned and shouted angrily, "You've truly lost your mind." During those brief 2 minutes, Lin Tianlu could have easily withdrawn his command, leaving the dark lure scorpion severely injured rather than dead, yet he chose to watch coldly, preferring to let the contract drag his own beast into the abyss of death. Lin Tianlu's eyes were bloodshot as he roared with a twisted grin. "It's just a beast. How dare it disobey my orders? It deserve this. Save it. Why would I save a worthless creature that defied me?" He continued mocking the gradually cooling corpse on the ground, his eyes showing not a trace of compassion, as if what had just died was nothing more than scrap metal. This scene caused the last bit of goodwill in Chu Bai's heart to plummet to rock bottom. He had once thought Lin Tianlu was adaptable and perhaps salvageable, but witnessing this cruelty of personally driving his contracted beast to death left Chu Bai with nothing but disappointment. "Black King, I don't want to see him anymore." Chu Bai's voice was as cold as ice shards. A fierce glint flashed in the Black Panther Shadow King's eyes as its form suddenly expanded, filling half the shop in the blink of an eye. The counter shattered into wooden fragments under the tremendous force with a loud bang. Accompanied by a deep, deafening roar, the black shadow swept forward, and with one heavy swipe of its claw, Lin Tianlu was reduced to a bloody pulp before he could even react. After eliminating the enemy, the Black Panther Shadow King shrank back to its smaller size. Instead of immediately returning to Chu Bai's side, it trotted over to the dark lure scorpion's corpse, using its claws to push aside the broken armor and extract the faintly glowing star core from the flesh. It tilted its head back and swallowed it in one gulp, squinting its eyes like a little thief cat that had successfully stolen a treat. The 3-star beast's star core would barely enhance an 8-star creature like itself, but being as greedy as it was, it wouldn't pass up even the most insignificant benefit. Chu Bai grabbed the Black Panther Shadow King by the scruff of its neck and asked curiously, "When did Chu Yi send you here?" The Black Panther Shadow King glanced at him sideways, struggling only symbolically twice before half-closing its eyes with an expression that seemed too lazy to cooperate. "Look how impressive you are." Chu Bai chuckled, setting it back on the ground and pointing at the completely destroyed counter. "So tell me, what are you planning to use to compensate for my table?" The Black Panther Shadow King looked at the mess scattered across the floor, then raised its head to gaze at Chu Bai, opening its small mouth to emit soft, sweet, a-woo sounds, its pitiful expression seeming to say, "How is this my fault? Uft, I was just joking." Chu Bai burst into hearty laughter as he ruffled the Black Panther Shadow King's head, saying sincerely, "You're clearly an 8-star beast, yet I have no idea where you got this adorably silly personality from." Roar, roar! The Black Panther Shadow King suddenly broke free from Chu Bai's palm, its round ears drooping down as it shot him a resentful glare before turning around and charging out of the shop, with its claws clicking against the floor. How dare he call Lord Panther stupid? So mean. Ark. Foolish human, you've made Lord Panther furious. It roared internally as it sprinted back to the apartment building where Chu Yi lived. Chu Yi was hunched over his computer writing his thesis, the keyboard clattering away. The Black Panther Shadow King burst into the study, letting out a whimper as it leaped onto his lap, then rolled to the edge of the desk, pressing its nose against his forearm with grievance practically overflowing. Chu Yi's train of thought was interrupted by the commotion, forcing him to set aside his thesis and frown down at the black furry mass. "What's wrong? Your emotions are all over the place. Did something happen with Chu Bai? Woo woo woo. You only care about your little brother. You don't care about Lord Panther at all." The Black Panther Shadow King spun in circles with indignation before finally flopping down with its rear end facing Chu Yi, its tail slapping the floor with sharp, thwack thwack sounds. His inspiration completely scattered, Chu Yi rubbed his forehead and pulled out his phone to call Chu Bai. "Bro, did the little guy run back home?" "Haha, it's just being stubborn. I only teased it a bit." Chu Bai on the other end recounted everything that had happened at the shop. Chu Yi listened patiently, hung up the call, and through his spiritual connection could clearly sense the Black Panther Shadow King's grievance and anger, immediately understanding the source of its tantrum. He dialed a second number. "Old Zhang, help me buy some top-grade Shadow-type pet food and custom order some 6th to 8th tier Shadow-type star cores. You decide on the quantity, the faster the better. Just charge it to my shopping cart." After hanging up, Chu Yi looked up to find that the Black Panther Shadow King had quietly turned around, its yellow eyes sparkling with light, its tail wagging like a little fan. Roar, 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 roar. It kept confirming in its sweet voice whether those ingredients and star cores were really for it. The sharp howling echoed through the study, giving Chu Yi a headache. To submit his thesis on time, he picked up the Black Panther Shadow King. The little creature thought it had regained its position as Chu Yi's precious pet and was about to nuzzle him when it was gently placed on the hallway floor outside the door. I need to write my thesis. Go play for now and come back before dinner. The door closed, the study's soundproofing kicked in, and the keyboard sounds resumed. Sounds from Chu Yi came from inside the room. The Shadow Panther King blinked its eyes, displaying an utterly bewildered yet adorable expression. It then rushed forward and gently scratched at the door, focusing its gaze on the door handle. After a long moment, it realized that Chu Yi had no intention of opening the door. Was the little cutie about to be abandoned again? The Shadow Panther King let out a soft sigh, glanced back at the now silent door, then turned and vanished from the doorway. Before long, it was having a blast playing with Xiaohua, a female 5-star feline pet beast from the neighboring house, completely forgetting about Chu Bai and Chu Yi. However, being a little foodie, it hadn't forgotten the dinner time Chu Yi had mentioned. When Xiaohua expressed for the nth time that she had to go home for dinner, it remembered the batch of pet food Chu Yi had ordered that afternoon. Heartlessly, it nuzzled against Xiaohua's body, said goodbye, and headed home. By the time Chu Bai closed the shop, the sky had completely darkened. Before leaving, he discovered a very interesting phenomenon. The bloodstains and various disgusting remains in the shop didn't need his cleaning. They would automatically be cleared by the system within 2 hours, including the counter that had been crushed by the Shadow Panther King, all vanishing from Chu Bai's sight in an instant. This same phenomenon had occurred when he killed the phantom-striped golden python, but at that time, Chu Bai was suffering excruciating pain from the Beast Tamer awakening potion and hadn't paid much attention to it. After returning to his rental apartment, while waiting for takeout, Chu Bai selected a suitable counter table online, then listed the bow he had found in the secret realm on a second-hand cold weapons auction website. Any cold weapon could be listed on the site for free for 2 weeks, during which other users could bid freely. Either it would be sold to the highest bidder after 2 weeks, or the seller could pay to keep the item listed, waiting for a better price. However, Chu Bai couldn't wait that long. He would only list this bow for 2 weeks, and regardless of the final price, he would choose to sell it. After all, he was quite short on money. After the Star Energy Mall updated, he realized he couldn't afford a single item. The cheapest was a water-type star core that could help water attribute pet beasts evolve, but even that required 3,000 star energy. Chu Bai somewhat regretted not buying the Howling Wind fruit before the refresh. Although it was expensive, at least the Azure Wind Wolf could use it. Unlike now when the mall had refreshed with a bunch of items the Azure Wind Wolf couldn't use, and each one was incredibly expensive. That evening, Fong Quan ordered 2 rice bowls, but they tasted quite good. Chu Bai ate with relish, chatted with Fong Quan for a while, then returned to his room to rest. Early the next morning, as soon as Chu Bai arrived at the shop entrance, a stunning figure caught his eye. It was Xue Xinyu. Since opening, Chu Bai had served very few customers, and with Xue Xinyu's flowing black hair and pure temperament, she was truly a great beauty, the kind you couldn't forget once you'd seen her. Boss, do you have materials in your shop that can help a 1-star pet beast water spirit lizard evolve? We do. Chu Bai paused, hesitating for a moment before answering uncertainly. Most items in the shop were pet food and pet supplies, such as grooming tools for pet beasts, items that could remove eye discharge from pet beast cubs without harming their skin, and tools to aid pet beast digestion. However, Chu Bai hadn't dealt with evolution materials before, and since he didn't need them himself, he hadn't studied them deeply. But with a customer at his door, he had no reason not to serve her, so he could only open the door first and invite her in. A water spirit lizard. Chu Bai invited Xue Xinyu to sit on the single sofa, and for easier communication, he brought over a small stool from the corner and sat beside her. Please summon your water spirit lizard first. I'd like to see its condition to better determine how much material should be used. No problem. Xue Xinyu didn't suspect anything. In moments, a blue little lizard only 5 or 6 centimeters long appeared in her palm. Although the water spirit lizard was small, it was quite plump, with a disproportionately large head that was half the size of its body. Its limbs were rather short, making movement inconvenient. However, its vacant gaze and comical movements had become the water spirit lizard's greatest features, transforming it from a combat-type pet beast into an ornamental household pet. But this didn't mean the water spirit lizard truly lacked combat talent. Under the effect of Chu Bai's Star Beast Identification Guide, the water spirit lizard's various stats were displayed one by one. Water spirit lizard attributes: water spirit type, strength, early 1-star, aptitude, 1-star bloodline, combat skills, mastered water bullet impact and water spirit body not yet mastered but capable of learning water binding, water arrow technique, and water shield. Evolution branches: water evolution, spirit evolution, balanced enhancement evolution. Chu Bai discovered that the lower a pet beast's star level, the broader its evolution paths became. The water spirit lizard's evolution options alone were listed so extensively, they nearly blocked his entire field of vision. He browsed through the virtual screens page by page, with dense text and icons flooding toward him like a tide. Such vast amounts of information couldn't be examined item by item. Chu Bai could only quickly filter through them mentally. The path had to match the water spirit lizard's talents while meeting Shui Sinyu's practical needs. Both conditions were essential otherwise. The current predicament would remain unchanged. The water spirit lizard possessed dual innate types. Among all the branches, only the water and spirit systems truly aligned with its nature. Chu Bai pondered, weighing the pros and cons of both paths in his mind. 1. Pure water paths table, but could only advance the water spirit lizard to 2-star level. 2. Specific spirit branch could directly skip the 2-star threshold and reach 3-star bloodline. Shui Sinyu was already a 3-star beast tamer. If the water spirit lizard only advanced to 2-star, it would still struggle to provide substantial combat power for her in the short term. A single-star difference between pet beasts created a vast gap in combat ability. This common knowledge strengthened Chu Bai's resolve. Do you have any preliminary thoughts about the water spirit lizard's evolution? Chu Bai smiled warmly, his tone casual, though he didn't immediately reveal his own assessment. He understood that evolution concerned the future path of both beast tamer and pet, so Shui Sinyu's own wishes had to be considered. Shui Sinyu already had an answer and responded almost immediately. The sky-soaring water spirit lizard. It combines water and wind systems, can compensate for speed deficiencies, and can fly independently. As her words fell, she pointed with her fingertip, and the water spirit lizard transformed into blue light, returning to the summoning space. Chu Bai glanced at the screen and recalled all records about the sky-soaring water spirit lizard. In his Minda 2-star pet beast with dual waterwind attributes, aggressive nature, skilled in long-range waterwind combination attacks, requiring complete abandonment of spirit system potential to achieve this form. This branch appeared as just an ordinary entry in the list, even somewhat mediocre. While wind enhancement could increase speed, the improvement was extremely limited, ultimately only bringing it to average 2-star speed levels, far from any absolute advantage. Chu Bai leaned forward slightly, the ring patterns on his finger flashing in the air. He cleared his throat and began his assessment. The sky-soaring water spirit lizard can indeed fly, but its speed advantage is limited. If you sacrifice spirit system potential for flight capability, both you and it will need to invest several times more effort to reach 3-star level later. Shui Sinyu listened quietly, without rushing to argue. She lightly touched the badge at her waist, her brow furrowed, clearly weighing the pros and cons. Chu Bai added, pet beasts from 1-star to 3-star all fall within the low-tier category. To be honest, almost all low-tier beast companions have obvious fatal weaknesses, and many beast tamers rush to compensate for these flaws during evolution, but there's really no need for that. You can wait until the beast companion reaches mid to high tiers before making targeted adjustments. The key right now is figuring out how to make the water spirit lizard stand out among all the low-tier beast companions and show more potential. But I've checked all 6 evolution branches for the water spirit lizard, and this is the most suitable one for it. Shui Sinyu sounded troubled, her fingertips tapping lightly on the table, clearly feeling conflicted. 6 branches. Chu Bai was stunned for a moment, his gaze falling on the system interface where rows of evolution branches that hadn't yet disappeared left him speechless. He didn't think the system would make an error, so there was only one answer: these branches were hidden evolution paths that hadn't been discovered yet. At this thought, Chu Bai's heart trembled. After a moment, he looked up at Shui Sinyu seriously. I happen to have an evolution formula that's perfect for your water spirit lizard, and it can be completed without changing its attributes. He then added a tentative statement. If you're not satisfied with the final result, I'll cover all evolution material costs until the water spirit lizard evolves to high tier. Better than the sky-soaring water spirit lizard? Shui Sinyu was stunned, her brow furrowing slightly. Yes. Chu Bai nodded with certainty. And it won't change the attributes? Exactly. The water spirit lizard was her pride and joy. She didn't want to take unnecessary risks. But Chu Bai was the first beast tamer she'd encountered who could propose a concrete plan, and he was also her first customer, so he clearly wouldn't want to deceive her. More importantly, as long as the attributes remained unchanged, the materials used would definitely align with the water and spirit dual attributes, preventing any conflicts between the beast companion and materials. Even if it ultimately failed, the water spirit lizard might still benefit from the material stimulation and achieve better growth, essentially a win-win situation. After weighing her options repeatedly, Shui Sinyu finally nodded. All right then. We'll need to prepare some evolution materials. Chu Bai picked up his phone to check the list. If it's convenient, let's add each other on WeChat first. I'll notify you immediately once the materials are ready. No problem. Shui Sinyu immediately gave him her WeChat ID. After a quick operation, Chu Bai's phone showed a notification. Sinyu has added you as a friend, you can now start chatting. Once everything's prepared, I'll contact you right away, he said. Then I'll wait for your good news. Shui Sinyu stood up with a smile playing at her lips. Chu Bai also rose to escort her to the door. Just bring the water spirit lizard when the time comes. I won't see you off any further. All right, bye. At the shop entrance, Shui Sinyu raised her porcelain-like arm and waved gently twice before walking away with a clean, decisive stride. After seeing Shui Sinyu off, Chu Bai returned to the shop. his gaze fixed intently on the lower right corner, where a line of tiny fluorescent blue text had suddenly appeared on the system panel while he was mid-conversation with Shuesinyu. Temporary mission. Help the water spirit lizard advance to 3-star bloodline within 2 days. Method, Secret Realm Rifts. Reward, Basic Star Power Pills 2. Penalty, Star Power Backflow. Following his usual practice from multiple dealings with the system, Chu Bai first examined the rewards and penalties. He had seen basic star power pills in the system's lottery pool before they could significantly boost the star power of beast tamers from 1st to 4th tier. He was currently stuck at a breakthrough bottleneck, and with the help of these 2 pills, advancing to 1st or even 2nd tier wouldn't be just wishful thinking. The penalty was star power backflow, star power surging backward through the entire body, rupturing meridians and causing internal bleeding, with the worst outcome being death by explosion. At this thought, cold sweat instantly broke out on his back. He bent down to pull out a paper cup from under the water dispenser, filled it to the brim with cold water, and downed it in one gulp to calm his nerves. Then he stepped outside, crossed the street to buy 3 hand-grabbed pancakes from a stall. Back in the shop, he ate while pulling up the water spirit lizard's evolution tree, repeatedly confirming the path that led directly to 3-star bloodline. The water spirit lizard had 5 initial evolution paths, 2 pure water type, 1 balanced enhancement, and 2 spirit type. Each was an independent branching tree, and once chosen, could never cross with other paths. Chu Bai had decided on the bottommost spirit type evolution, the only shortcut that could reach 3-star bloodline directly from the initial stage. The required materials appeared simultaneously. 1. 3-star spirit type, Star Beast Core 1. 2. Water Shadow Spirit Root 1. 3. Water Shadow Spirit Fruit 3. Data streams flooded into his mind. After swallowing the last bite of his first pancake, he wiped the corner of his mouth, took another sip of water to moisten his throat, and immediately opened the Secret Realm Rift list. His last Rift expedition had encountered human teams, indicating that place overlapped with real space. Besides star beasts, he was more afraid of being discovered by his own kind that was more troublesome than monsters. Thinking of his previous encounter with Ba Ji's group, he still felt lingering fear. Based on material generation conditions, he filtered out 3 suitable collection locations. 1. Secret Realm Name, Eternal Thunder Cloud Palace. Danger Level S. Opening Requirements, 60 million star energy points, matching strength between beast tamer and pet. 2. Secret Realm Name, Flowing Fire Meteor Zone. Danger Level B. Opening Requirements, 600,000 star energy points, beast tamer at least star core realm, pet at least star servant realm. 3. Secret Realm Name, Outer Domain 8042 Wasteland Meteor Zone. Danger Level D. Opening Requirements, 1,000 star energy points, no other conditions. The first 2 requirements were like insurmountable chasm. She didn't dare even dream of them. The only one he could attempt was the level rift, but even so, it required 1,000 star energy points, his entire fortune. Going all in. Thinking of the dangers from last time, he still felt lingering fear, but considering the staggering market price of 3-star pets, he gritted his teeth and poured every last cent from his bank account into the system. With the notification of a transfer message, Chu Bai had been completely drained by this system. In the outer domain 8042 Meteor Wasteland, desolation stretched endlessly. Sand and dust rolled like tawny waves across the sky, while beneath his feet lay an infinite desert. Above, the clouds were so thin they appeared almost transparent, revealing the vast starry sky in all its naked glory. Massive planets hung suspended at varying distances, some so close that their crater-riddled surfaces and encircling rings were clearly visible, looming overhead like colossal weights. Can plants really grow in this place? Chu Bai snapped out of his awe and quickly reviewed his mission objectives. The water spirit lizard's evolution required 3 materials: 1 star core from a 3-star demon spirit beast, 1 water shadow demon spirit root, and 3 water shadow demon spirit fruits. Star cores were abundant in the outside markets, so there was no need to risk his life fighting star beasts in the secret realm. However, the remaining 2 items were derivatives of the same plant. According to the system data, water shadow demon spirit grass only took root near water-rich shores. If this secret realm hadn't been specifically selected through material filtering and theoretically guaranteed to contain the grass, he would have suspected he'd been scammed. Yet in every direction he looked, there was nothing but scorching heat, aridity, and rolling yellow Sonda typical desert without the slightest trace of water. With no other choice, Chu Bai picked a direction and trudged forward, each step sinking deep into the sand. Fine grains swallowed his calves with every stride, drastically slowing his progress and making each step feel like dragging lead-filled shackles. Suddenly, strange, twisted air ripples appeared at the edge of his vision, like heat waves creating a blurry curtain. The silhouette of a sand-colored giant beast flickered in and out of view. The creature was covered in deserted scales, at least 100 meters long, with a form somewhere between a python and a dragon. Half its body reared up, piercing through the heat waves. Though they were separated by 1,000 meters, those cold, bloodthirsty vertical pupils seemed to pierce directly into Chu Bai. Despite the air-distorting heat around him, he felt a bone-chilling cold as sweat instantly soaked his spine. Boom. In the blink of an eye, whether he had been pulled toward the beast or it had teleported to him, they were suddenly face to face. Roar. A sharp yet thunderous bellow tore through his eardrums. Chu Bai's mind flashed with images of the beast's massive jaws snapping shut. Immediately after, the familiar death notification appeared on his retina. 3-star Astral Servant Realm Star Beast, Desolate Desert Dragon. The Astral Servant Realm transcended the 9-star system. Even a 1-star Astral Servant could crush hundreds of 9-star beasts. Not only was Chu Bai outmatched, but even bringing a group of 9-star beasts would be futile. As the cold system judgment fell, his consciousness went black. The brief Godseer view after death granted him a broader observation range. Several thousand meters to his right front, at the edge of the sand sea, there was actually a patch of greener real oasis. In moments, Chu Bai regenerated from his tailbone up and sat up from the ground. Setting the oasis he had spotted as his temporary destination, he continued forward. This time, he encountered no other star beasts along the way and reached the oasis directly. Still shaken from his harrowing journey, Chu Bai's heart continued to pound as he thought of the 3-star Servant Realm Azure Desert Dragon lurking in this drank secret realm. Though only a Jiao, the fact that its name contained the character for dragon was testament to its bloodline and talent standing at the pinnacle. Chu Bai remembered that many beast tamers on Blue Star had risen to fame precisely through dragon-type companion beasts. The moment he stepped into the oasis, he shivered violently. Is the temperature dropping? Initially, Chu Bai suspected it was an after-effect of his near-death experience. But the damp chill in each breath quickly dispelled this notion. The humidity here was completely different from outside the secret realm. Water Shadow Spirit Grass. As the image of that spiritual herb and its demanding requirements for moisture and temperature fluctuations flashed through his mind, Chu Bai's heart leaped. Could he have stumbled into its natural habitat by sheer chance? With this thought, he couldn't spare a moment to rest and hurried along the damp, muddy ground. Searching for any freshwater source. Wherever there was water, there might be Water Shadow Spirit Grass. This oasis was quite expansive, surrounded by trees that, while not tall, grew lush and verdant. Their leaves were covered with a layer of fine crystalline frost that felt refreshingly cool to the touch. Following the increasingly dense undergrowth, Chu Bai continued his stealthy advance. After more than half an hour, a clear pond finally came into view. The water wasn't crystal clear, but it was clean and pure. On the surface, scattered groups of frog-like star beasts leaped and splashed, their palm-sized bodies creating tiny ripples, showing no hostility toward this strange intruder. Frost Mist Freshwater Frog. Attributes: Water Ice Phantom Spirit. Strength: early 7-star to early 9-star. Potential: Star Servant Realm. With just a few glances, Chu Bai identified their information. The group's strength varied, but even the weakest were 7-star. On Blue Star, any single one would be enough to trigger a city-wide yellow alert. Yet here, there were more than 10 9-star individuals alone. It should be noted that true 9th-tier powerhouses on Blue Star could be counted on one's fingers. Some cities were fortunate to have 2 or 3, while many places couldn't even find an 8th-tier beast tamer. My God, 8-star and 9-star creatures everywhere. Chu Bai felt his heart racing again under the oppressive aura of countless high-tier beings. But his goal was the Water Shadow Spirit Grass, and he absolutely couldn't provoke these terrifying little creatures. With this in mind, he forcibly suppressed his nervousness, trying his best to ignore the destructive power hidden beneath their adorable appearances, and focused on searching for traces of the spiritual grass around the pond. However, after circling the pond for a long time, he still came up empty-handed. The humidity and temperature differences were perfect matches for the Water Shadow Spirit Grasses, growing condition. So, why couldn't he find any? Filled with doubt and disappointment, Chu Bai sat down somewhat dejectedly by the shore. His gaze lingered on the frost mist freshwater frogs for a moment. Chu Bai watched as they dove to the bottom of the pool one moment and burst through the surface the next, each time emerging with a dark blue pearl clutched in their mouths. Water Shadow Spirit Fruit. Water Shadow Spirit Fruit. He froze, staring at the pearls being swallowed by the freshwater frogs, muttering under his breath. It couldn't be. No, that's impossible. Though he denied it aloud, he was already 80% certain in his heart. While evolution materials for 3-star pet beasts weren't considered top tier, they still belonged to the category of heavenly treasures. Seeing these high-level star beasts treating them as snacks seemed reasonable enough. I need to find a way to get my hands on those things. He made up his mind. Chu Bai lacked the ability to identify heavenly treasures himself, so he could only collect the pearls into his system inventory and check their detailed information to confirm whether they were indeed the Water Shadow Spirit fruits he sought. Whoosh! The grass behind him suddenly exploded with sound, leaves shaking violently. Chu Bai's whole body tensed as his peripheral vision caught sight of a massive crimson python soaring into the air over 10 meters long, thick as an adult's waist, with bright red veins pulsing between its scales like breathing. Having learned his lesson from the azure desert dragon, he reflexively froze in place, grateful that the giant python wasn't coming for him. The massive python swept over his head, flames dancing between its scales, the air crackling with sizzling pops from the intense heat. Splash! In the next instant, the red python plunged viciously into the pool teeming with freshwater frogs. Glub, glub, glub. The pool water began bubbling like it was boiling, with high-temperature steam rapidly spreading. The entire population of frost mist freshwater frogs desperately leaped toward shore. Those that made it out hid in the grass, while those that couldn't soon floated belly up. Damn! Another fucking star servant realm star beast. The system data flashed into view as Chu Bai dove into the forest with the fleeing frogs, yet his eyes remained fixed on the water's surface. In less than half a minute, the red python surged upward, its scarlet maw opening slightly to suck in all the belly-up freshwater frogs in one gulp. Chu Bai watched this terrifying scene while scanning the data. Fire Cloud Python. Attribute: Fire. Strength: 1 star Star Servant Realm. Aptitude: Star Servant Realm. In terms of sheer intimidation, this Fire Cloud Python couldn't match the Azure Desert Dragon, but the sight of it devouring 8-star and 9-star beasts, one bite at a time, was still spine-chilling. Whether because the pool had been cleared out or it had finally eaten its fill, the Fire Cloud Python suddenly burst from the water, scalding steam gathering into mist beneath its belly. In the next moment, the red python resembled a mythical dragon ascending to the heavens, coiling and rolling through the swirling white mist as it shot toward the sky. What terrifying power! Chu Bai sighed with emotion. After the crimson python flew away, all the water vapor floating above the pond had completely dissipated, and the water level had dropped by at least half. Some oddly shaped star beast corpses floated up from the bottom of the pond. Water shadow spirit grass. Suddenly, Chu Bai remembered the purpose that had brought him here through such hardship. Ignoring the waves of heat continuously radiating from the pond, he hurried to its edge. It really was there. With the pond water reduced by half, it wasn't difficult to observe the bottom from the shore. Dark green vines stretched upward from the mud at the bottom, with many leaves growing intricately along these vines. Only at the very tips of the vines could he see dark blue fruits. Although the giant python's appearance had destroyed most of the plants at the pond's bottom, the few remaining specimens had become even more precious. Moreover, when the surrounding natural treasures were damaged, some of their spiritual energy was absorbed by these surviving plants. Therefore, the dark green vines were now covered with glowing green energy veins. Given enough time for these plants to fully absorb these energy veins, they might even evolve into higher-grade materials. Unfortunately, Chu Bai didn't have that patience. After waiting for the heat in the pond to subside slightly, he waded in and pulled up one plant, placing it into his system inventory. Water Shadow Spirit Grass 1 appeared in his inventory, and the item's information automatically displayed, finally allowing Chu Bai to breathe a huge sigh of relief. This treasure-hunting expedition had been even more treacherous than he'd anticipated. In comparison, he even felt that his previous experience in the Drank's secret realm had been the best possible scenario. At least he hadn't constantly encountered Star Servant Realm star beasts. For someone like him who had just begun cultivation, constantly facing Star Servant Realm creatures was simply unbearable. Chu Bai had no time for idle thoughts. He only wanted to leave this terrifying secret realm. After quickly collecting the materials he needed, he focused his mind and returned to the Greenleaf Pet Beast shop. However, in Chu Bai's system inventory, there were now over 100 additional crystal-clear blue orbs. Next to these orbs, their detailed information was displayed. After returning from the 9-star Frost Mist Pale Frog Star Core X106 to the shop, only 10 minutes had slowly passed. Chu Bai stood frozen at the shop entrance as if his thoughts had been instantly drained, his gaze glued to the system inventory where over 100 blue crystal cores he had casually collected lay waiting. When harvesting the Water Shadow Demon Spirit Grass, he had uprooted the silt from the pond's bottom, causing the crystal cores buried deep within to tumble out with the current. Under the clear water's light, they gleamed with an icy blue radiance pure, sacred, as if untouched by worldly dust. Though Chu Bai couldn't identify their origin, he instinctively sensed their extraordinary value and grabbed several handfuls, stuffing them directly into his system inventory. However, he could swear that in that moment, he never imagined these crystal cores would be worth an astronomical fortune. The deceased Frost Mist Pale Frogs had buried their star cores deep in the pond bottom to nourish the silt. This was precisely why Water Shadow Demon Spirit Grass could grow in ordinary ponds. Later generations of Frost Mist Pale Frogs enhanced their strength by devouring the Demon Spirit Grass, making their clan so formidable that other species feared them. The true maintainer of that oasis's ecological balance was likely the Fire Cloud Python. Without natural predators, the Frost Mist Pale Frogs would eventually overrun everything. After calming down, Chu Bai quickly pieced together this entire ecological chain in his mind. A few seconds later, his mouth curved into a grin. Too excited for further analysis, getting rich was the immediate priority. 9-star beasts were already rare on Blue Star, and rarity meant value. These 109-star cores held extraordinary significance in the local market. Even without selling them directly, using them to evolve 8-star pet beasts would be profitable enough to last several lifetimes. More importantly, the Frost Mist Pale Frog was the first triple attribute star beast Chu Bai had encountered possessing water, ice, and phantom spirit systems simultaneously. His Shadow Panther King already had Shadow and Phantom Spirit attributes. If the 8-star Bloodline Shadow Panther King successfully evolved to 9-star Bloodline, using the 9-star Frost Mist Pale Frog's core, it would gain water and ice attributes while retaining its original ones, transforming into a rare 4-attribute pet beast. Even if evolution failed and it kept its original attributes, it would still master water and ice techniques. This was the true precious value of triple attribute star cores. While Chu Bai was busy in the secret realm, 7 to 8 hours had passed in the outside world. He had no idea that a problem he hadn't completely eliminated was quietly growing and fermenting during this time. Yin City, Police Station. Lin Tianan, you have a visitor. Following the shout, a haggard middle-aged man was escorted out of the detention area by 2 young officers. The man was disheveled with messy stubble, wearing an oversized prison uniform with sleeves dragging over his hands, stumbling with each step. His hands were firmly locked in alloy handcuffs. This was none other than Lin Tianan, who just 2 days ago had been sleeping peacefully in his mistress's arms. In a mere 48 hours, gray streaks had appeared at his temples, his clouded eyes seemed veiled with dust, and he looked as if he had aged a decade. The commanding presence that once allowed him to wield power with ease had vanished completely. The visiting room was as cold as an icehouse, his hands gripping the frigid table while rough handcuffs clinked against its surface. Through the thick bulletproof glass, he spotted a middle-aged man standing outside Lao Qian. Lao Qian. Lin Tianan bolted upright, first stunned, then overjoyed. Get me out of here. This place isn't fit for human beings. I still have my company, my wife and children. Please, I'm begging you, save me. Lao Qian was a businessman whose life Lin Tianan had saved abroad years ago. Though his base wasn't in Yun City, he wielded considerable influence nationwide. Lin Tianan was certain that if Lao Qian was willing to help, he could escape this hellhole. Once free, he swore he would hunt down whoever had orchestrated his downfall and teach them a harsh lesson. A mere lesson wouldn't suffice. He would make them suffer 10 times, 100 times more than his current agony. However, while Lin Tianan frantically fantasized about revenge, Lao Qian's face showed only difficulty and embarrassment. The evidence against you is ironclad. How do you expect me to help? His voice was low. Old Lin, even if I brought you the country's top lawyers, there's no way you could walk away unscathed. He paused, his brow furrowing slightly. Besides, I'm not here to rescue you today. You're not here to help me? Lin Tianan froze for half a second, his expression darkening as he slammed his palm against the glass. Then what are you here for? Are you mocking me? Let me go. He struggled desperately against his restraints, wanting to break free and unleash his fury on Lao Qian. 2 officers standing nearby immediately stepped forward, firmly pressing down on his shoulders and forcing him back into his chair. The prisoner is highly agitated. Please end this visit immediately. The duty officer outside also warned Lao Qian. Lao Qian nodded slightly, gazing at the restrained Lin Tianan with complex emotions. He had once witnessed this man dominating the business world, effortlessly manipulating situations with a laugh, never imagining he would completely fall in Yun City with virtually no chance of recovery. Nevertheless, Lin Tianan had saved his life years ago. Out of old loyalty, he lowered his voice and told Lin Tianan the harsh reality outside. The Lin family is in terrible shape. Your beloved wife couldn't handle the shock and remains unconscious in the hospital's intensive care unit. Your son has been missing for dozens of hours, his fate unknown. And those lovers who were involved with you and your wife have all been dragged down too. Their situations are probably no better than yours. He continued, the Lin family has fallen apart. Your relatives in Yun City have seized almost every asset they could grab, and even the Lin family mansion couldn't be saved. Lin Tianan sat frozen in his chair, his mind completely blank. Only after Lao Qian finished speaking and turned to leave did he sluggishly respond. What about Lin Corporation? We still have Lin Group. With Lin Corporation intact, how could they end up in such a state? You're lying to me. What about my son? You said he's missing? Did you hide him? Qian Zoming. Answer me. Are you the one who's been plotting against me behind the scenes? Lin Tianan's silence lasted only a second before he began struggling violently, like a caged beast. The 2 officers exchanged glances and gripped him firmly from both sides. Even as they dragged him toward the corridor, Lin Tianan continued to thrash wildly, as if ready to tear Qian Zoming to pieces at any moment. Lin Tianan, stop making baseless accusations. Qian Zoming's temples throbbed with bulging veins. I'm only saying this much out of respect for our past. At the doorway, he turned back, his voice piercing Lin Tianen's eardrums like nails. You asked about the Lin family company? The Lin Corporation is drowning in debt and has already collapsed. With those words, Qian Zongming slammed the door and stormed off. These words struck Lin Tianen's heart like the final straw that broke the camel's back. At the cell door, he spoke hoarsely. Let me go. His voice sounded as if it were choked with clotted blood. After the iron door clanged shut, he finally couldn't hold back any longer. Crimson blood seeped from the corner of his mouth, but he forcefully swallowed it back down. Moments later, he grinned, his gums and teeth stained scarlet with blood, resembling a bloodthirsty demon. A strange sound, somewhere between laughter and crying, burst from his throat. Not a single tear fell from his downcast face, only those increasingly bright, disturbing eyes filled with resentment, hatred, and madness. Over the next 2 days, very few visitors came. First, Lin Tianen had used ruthless methods during his rise to power and had few true friends. Second, with the Lin family empire in ruins, past relationships had become hot potatoes that most people desperately wanted to avoid. Those who did come fell into two categories. One consisted of people who had received Lin Tianen's favors and owed him debts of gratitude. The other comprised those who were truly like brothers to him. Qian Zongming belonged to the former, while the man who visited that afternoon belonged to the latter. Lin Tianen has escaped from prison. That afternoon, the entire prison erupted into chaos. Though Lin Tianen hadn't been formally sentenced, his numerous crimes were sufficient for a death penalty. The escape of such a dangerous, high-profile prisoner from heavy security made the situation extremely grave. Soon, the Yun City Police Department received orders, conduct a citywide manhunt for Lin Tianen, and thoroughly investigate all recent prison visitors to identify anyone who assisted in the escape or motivated him to flee. Meanwhile, Lin Tianen remained oblivious to the storm raging outside. He pressed himself against the shadows along the streets, moving through the city's crevices like a phantom. He couldn't take any vehicles or use any carts in today's interconnected information network. His image had likely spread throughout Yun City and even the entire country the moment he escaped. Any exposure could cost him his life. He silently made his way toward the southern outskirts of Yun City, his mind constantly replaying his friend's words during the prison visit. Old Lin, I don't know about other things, but I know it was the Chu family who acquired the Lin Corporation. Think about if you had any conflicts with the Chu family recently? Could they be behind this? No, the Lin and Chu families have always minded our own business. They have no reason to suddenly attack the Lin family. Compared to before, Lin Tianen's emotions had already adjusted, and whoever had done this to the Lin family must have acted with some specific purpose in mind as revenge. The Chu family had no such motive. But wait, no, that's not right. He suddenly straightened up, his eyes widening like saucers. The scene from a few days ago sliced through his mind like a blade. His son Lin Tianlu had stumbled home, his right sleeve hanging empty, blood dripping through his fingers onto the floor. That day, he had immediately summoned a high-level beast tamer skilled in healing star techniques to set his son's bones and stop the bleeding. But the rage in his chest continued to rampage. At the time, Lin Tianlu had told him through gritted teeth that the person who had attacked him was none other than the Chu family's unmanaged youngest son. Lin Tianen remembered clearly how he had slammed the table on the spot, wanting to storm the Chu family home with his men to seek justice for his son. But Lin Tianlu was obsessed with the thrill of personal revenge and stubbornly held him back, forcibly suppressing his fury. Later, when he heard that the Chu family's boy had been thrown in jail, he thought the matter was settled. Now, thinking it over, their Lin family had indeed wronged the Chu family. But at the time, relying on the Chu family's wealth and power, he figured they wouldn't go so far as to tear their relationship apart over a worthless son. So he had allowed Lin Tianlu to act recklessly. The word worthless now stuck in his throat. No matter how worthless, he was still someone's son. He had overlooked and underestimated Chu Bai's position in the Chu family, assuming he was the least favored one. The investigation materials had once confirmed his judgment. Chu Bai had been kicked out of the family home at a young age and was sharing a rundown apartment in the suburbs with some friends, struggling to make ends meet. He looked exactly like someone who had been completely abandoned by his family. However, the current situation made him waver. Was that boy really the least favored? If so, how could Chu Corporation have precisely acquired Lin Corporation's shares at such a critical moment? Could there really be no connection between these events? Impossible. At least he didn't believe it. In Yun City, at the Chu family estate, the evening courtyard was quiet and peaceful. Chu Yi sat cross-legged at the edge of the lawn, his fingertips gently stroking the smooth ears of his black panther, Shadow King, enjoying what was his first real vacation in years. Inside the living room, through the floor-to-ceiling windows, his computer screen suddenly lit up with a flashing WeChat notification. Ding! Young master, Lin Tianen has escaped from prison. The golden-bordered avatar with the character, damn, instantly jumped from the bottom of the contact list to the top. Chu Yi withdrew his hand from petting the panther, called Shadow King back to his side, pulled his lightweight laptop onto his lap, and clicked open the chat window. Escaped. His fingers hovered over the keyboard for half a second. Wasn't Lin Tianen under our special surveillance? How could he have gotten out so quickly? The reply came swiftly. We haven't figured out the details yet. Apparently, someone bribed the guards. The prison is conducting a thorough investigation. All recent visitors have had their accounts frozen for investigation. We should have answers soon. About 2 minutes later, another message popped up. Young master, I'll handle this matter personally. The second young master is currently pushing for his 9-star breakthrough, so you don't need to report this to him for now. Fine. Chu Yi's response was brief. Don't ask too many questions for now. Understood. The chat window snapped shut. Chu Yi lifted his hand and tossed the laptop toward a nearby armchair. The metal casing bounced twice against the soft cushion before settling securely on the edge. Shadow King, looks like we're working overtime. The massive black beast materialized behind him in an instant, transforming from shadow to solid form. In the next breath, the Black Panther had already launched into motion with its master on its back, racing southward at breakneck speed. Continuous dark afterimages streaked through the air, creating a broken trail that seemed alive, constantly replaying its previous movements. The rushing wind whipped chaotic air currents around them as Chu Yi used his star power to create an invisible shield, his gaze cold and calculating as he processed the information. Lin Tianen had always been under close surveillance, would never risk a prison break at this time, without sufficient motivation. The only logical reason was that he had discovered the truth behind the Lin family's downfall. If that were the case, Lin Tianen wouldn't flee immediately, nor would he rush into a direct confrontation with the Chu family, and he certainly wouldn't come after him and Lin Mo first for revenge. Given that old fox's personality, he would definitely target the Chu family's weak points. The Chu family's overall combat strength was formidable, and his little sister had dedicated protection. The only possible target left was Chu Bai. A leopard never changes its spots, Chu Yi sneered. The Lin family's destruction had stemmed from provoking the Chu family in the first place. Yet Lin Tianen still dared to think he could settle scores with Chu Bai. Shadow King's limbs moved like black lightning across the ground, reaching the southern suburbs within mere breaths. Chu Yi immediately expanded his star power perception, radiating outward from himself as the center. Though he had limited dealings with the Lin family, he had encountered the old patriarch once before. As long as Lin Tianen's star power entered his sensing range, he was confident he could identify it instantly. Found him. Suddenly Chu Yi patted Shadow King's back, pointing out a direction for the panther to follow. After a long moment, the Shadow Panther King materialized like a phantom, blocking the path of a disheveled vagrant with tangled hair and ragged clothes. The vagrant was already terrified, but suddenly facing a 5-meter beast that had approached in complete silence. His legs gave way, and he collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud. He frantically scanned the massive creature before him, then noticed the figure seated on the panther's back. The moment his gaze met that person, he quickly looked away as if burned by fire. How could it be him? Lin Tianen's heart tightened. The Chu Yi and Chu Mo brothers were renowned as young elites of Yun City, couldn't be mistaken. However, the Chu brothers had returned to the country under the guise of a vacation, keeping an extremely low profile. Only a select few had learned of their whereabouts through unofficial channels, while public intelligence still placed them overseas. As for Lin Tianen, having been imprisoned for the past 2 days, he had only learned of the Lin family's latest developments through Qian Zoming's tip-offs, leaving him completely unaware of the Chu family's private affairs. Old Master Lin, it's been quite a while. Chu Yi smiled slightly as he gracefully leaped down from the Shadow Panther King's back. As he landed, the massive 5-meter beast instantly dissolved into shadows and returned to the summoning space. Chu Yi clasped his hands behind his back and asked casually, as if making small talk, "Where might you be headed? Would you like this junior to escort you?" "No, that won't be necessary." Lin Tianen smiled bitterly, his mind racing through the instructions from the buddy who had helped him escape. The Chu family would never expect you to break out now, so leaving at this moment will definitely catch them off guard. Kill the third son of the Chu family quickly, then come to the dock immediately. I'll send people to escort you back to the main Lin family in Dragon Capital. Once you're back on the old Lin family's territory, no one will dare touch you easily. In 10 years, you, Lin Tianen, will still be a formidable man. Everyone in the know believed in this escape route. But who could have predicted that the Chu brothers would quietly return to the country? And who could have foreseen that the Lin family's current miserable state wasn't solely the work of Yun City branch patriarch Chu Jiansheng, but was actually orchestrated by this very pair of overlooked brothers? Chu Yi walked up to Lin Tianen and brushed the dust from his shoulders, his voice gentle yet chilling to the bone. "Old Master Lin, you're an intelligent man. But why doesn't an intelligent man do intelligent things? If you had stayed quietly in prison, you could have lived a few more days. Why did you insist on escaping?" "Chu Yi, my Lin family has already been destroyed." Lin Tianen's expression was grief-stricken, his voice trembling. "No matter what we did wrong before, we've paid the price. What more do you want? Do you really intend to wipe out our entire bloodline?" "No, no, no. Old Master Lin, you're wrong, terribly wrong. Chu Yi straightened up, his eyes blazing with intensity, his tone slow and clear. It's not that I won't spare you, but that the Lin family has committed too many unconscionable acts. Your decline was inevitable. Provoking Xiao Bai only hastened your retribution. The Lin family's fate is merely giving closure to all those you've oppressed and harmed. He exhaled softly, his words sharp as a blade. Want to settle the debt owed to the Chu family? Even 1,000,000 Lin family downfalls wouldn't be enough to repay it. Lin Tunnen's expression gradually froze as he met Chu Yi's gaze. A flash of venomous hatred flickered in his eyes, only to be crushed by the overwhelming gap in their power. He could only force out a fawning smile as he begged for mercy. Chu Yi, look at me now, I'm just a lonely old man. I have no Lin corporation, no family, nothing left. Please, for the sake of how pitiful I am, spare my life, won't you? Here. He patted the dust off his clothes and raised his dirt-stained right hand with his thumb tucked inward. Just pretend you never saw me today. If we meet again someday, I'll repay today's kindness and settle all debts with my family. How about that? Lin Tianin had indeed been hailed as a business genius in his youth, but he was completely clueless when it came to beast taming cultivation. Having missed the optimal training period, he remained stuck at the 4th tier for life. In contrast, Chu Yi not only had his own systematic approach to business, but was also one of China's youngest dual-star 8th-tier beast tamersa genius among geniuses. At this moment, Lin Tianin could think of no other way to survive except groveling. He understood that only by living through today would he have a chance to make a comeback and even destroy the Chu family. But Chu Yi had clearly made a special trip to Yun City with no intention of letting Lin Tianin leave. Watching the man before him sob continuously, he remained silent with a constant smile. Having navigated the business world for years, Lin Tianin was expert at reading people's expressions. That young face showed not the slightest hint of softening from beginning to end, and he instantly understood his opponent's resolve. His chest felt sealed by ice, thousands of pleas for life stuck in his throat. Only fear drove his legs as he scrambled and crawled away in desperate flight, didn't want to die. Shadow Leopard Claw. Chu Yi raised his hand with apparent disinterest, curling his 5 fingers into a claw. Dark star power coiled around his palm as the low growl of a leopard echoed through the air. In the next instant, he swept his palm, and 3 black crescents shot through the air. Swoosh, the dark blades flashed past, and Lin Tianin was sliced into 3 pieces before he could even scream. Thud! His head rolled to one side. His severed torso collapsed to the ground, blood spattering the dusty earth. Lin Tianin was dead. Chu Yi grinned and approached the corpse. Black flames materialized from star power, and a wall of fire rose up, quickly burning the remains to nothing. After finishing this task, he pulled out his communicator to notify the Yun City Police Department, stating concisely, Lin Tianin is dead. No need to waste any more police resources. Chu Yi mounted the Black Panther Shadow King and suddenly thought, now that the Chu family has eliminated the Lin family in Yun City, will the main family have any reaction? He immediately laughed carelessly. Whatever, worst case will wipe out the Lin family's main branch too. Both he and Lin Mo had reached the peak of the 8th tier and were on the verge of breakthrough. Once they stepped into the 9th tier, even if the Lin family dared to make a move, they would have nothing to fear even without considering the Chu family's main branch power. As long as the brothers remained, no one could shake the Chu family in the slightest. In any case, with them around, no one would dare touch Chu Bai or harm a single hair on any Chu family member. At 3:30 p.m., Chu Bai learned about Lin Tianin's situation from Chu Yi. You're saying someone might have helped Lin Tianin escape from prison? Noisy footsteps came through the phone. Chu Bai's shoulder, which was holding the phone, tensed up, and then he muttered in a low voice, that's strange. What's strange? Chu Yi pressed from the other end of the line. Given the Lin family's current situation, who would risk being dragged down to help Lin Tianin? Everyone's calling for the Lin family's downfall now. This isn't just a grudge between our Chu family and theirs anymore. Chu Bai pushed several display cabinets that had just arrived that afternoon to their designated positions. His fingers were still covered with wood shavings, but his eyes gleamed with thought. Would someone really go to such lengths just to save the head of a minor branch of the Lin family? Chu Yi fell silent for a moment. You mean their target might not necessarily be Lin Tianin? Very likely it's the Chu family. Chu Bai adjusted the last cabinet leg until it was level, speaking casually. There aren't many people who would dare to move against the Chu family in Yun City. Chu Yi's voice was full of doubt. I'm just speculating. Chu Bai chuckled. Maybe it's not that complicated, perhaps they just have a good personal relationship with Lin Tianin. That's possible too. Chu Yi agreed on the surface, but quietly made a mental note. No matter how small the possibility, they couldn't let their guard down. He suddenly changed the subject. I heard someone in the prison was bought off. Do you want to go take a look? After all, Lin Tianin was coming after you this time. Good idea. I was just thinking of making a trip there. Chu Bai looked up at the sky outside the window and replied calmly. After hanging up, he picked up his teacup, which was only half full and lukewarm, and took a light sip. The tea was slightly cool, but its aroma carried a sweet aftertaste. He recalled the Lin family's recent frantic actions and connected them with Chu Yi's revelations, feeling an ominous sense of storm clouds gathering. I hope I'm overthinking this. He put down the teacup and muttered to himself. As evening fell, the neon lights at the shop entrance gradually lit up. Chu Bai closed the rolling shutter, locked the door, turned around, got in his car, and drove toward the Yun City police station. The police station and the prison belonged to different systems, but they worked together frequently. This time, the Yun City police station had even set up a temporary self-investigation team specifically to monitor leads about internal infiltration in the prison. Chu Bai's trip was aimed at this team. 20 minutes later, he entered through the main entrance of the police station and walked straight down the corridor toward the interrogation area. The office was filled with the sounds of ringing phones and printing, but this didn't affect the overall orderly atmosphere. Third young Master Chu, welcome to our self-investigation team. Just as he reached the interrogation room door, a police officer quickly approached him. Hello, I'm Chu Bai. I know. The other person smiled cheerfully. I was there when Miss Zhong brought you out the other day, but there were many people around, so you probably didn't notice me. Let me introduce myself properly. I'm Zhang Ku, team leader of the Yun City Police Station's self-investigation team. The two men simultaneously extended their right hands, their palms meeting briefly in midair before releasing. Zhang Ku appeared to be around the same age as Chu Bai, but he was quite the chatterbox. He led Chu Bai around in a circle, introducing him to each team member one by one. Our self-investigation team is composed of young people recommended by various departments. We usually handle trivial small cases, so we have relatively flexible schedules. Zhang Ke patted his badge and added with a smile, if I hadn't given everyone a heads up beforehand, you, our distinguished guest, would really be walking in blind. At least he now knew what kind of people were in this hastily formed team. The entire self-investigation group consisted of only 2 men and 1 woman, assembled in haste with limited personnel. The so-called office was nothing more than a storage room crammed with a few makeshift tables, dim lighting, and stacks of cardboard boxes everywhere. Team leader Zhang Ke caught his attention first. A former criminal police officer and recent graduate from a prestigious university with excellent grades, though he rarely handled major cases due to his limited experience. However, he was a 4th-year beast master, which immediately placed him in Chu Bai's reliable category. The other 2 were also new recruits from this year. While not as impressive as Zhang Ke, they were both 3rd-tier beast masters skilled in illusion-type star techniques, making them valuable assets during interrogations. What stage have you reached so far? Stepping into the temporary workspace, Chu Bai got straight to the point. We've already interviewed all the suspects who visited the prison recently, focusing particularly on those who visited Lin Tianin, but we haven't found any leads yet. The response came from the only female member of the group. She had red lips and white teeth, definitely a beauty in any crowd, though still not quite matching Zhong Lingyue or Xue Xinyu. Chu Bai gave her a brief glance. The male team member sitting next to her picked up the conversation. I've been checking their bank accounts, but these people have complicated backgrounds with assets scattered globally. It's hard to find a breakthrough in such a short time. Chu Bai moved closer to the computer. On the screen, the male team member was remotely communicating with some high-level overseas contact, trying to obtain investigation permissions, but with little success. Check Wu Xiaowang's account at Ruishi Bank directly. See if the money was transferred back to China. Wu Xiaowang. Ruishi? Why Ruishi? All 3 people in the office looked puzzled simultaneously. They had been groping in the dark for direction, yet Chu Bai arrived and immediately named specific targets, as if he already had insider knowledge. I did some research before coming here. Chu Bai sat down in a chair and leisurely typed on the keyboard. Wu Xiaowang just transferred 4 million from Switzerland, yes, from Ruishi Bank 2 days ago, exactly 3 hours after Lin Tianin was imprisoned. Don't you think that's too much of a coincidence? After the typing sounds, a set of data appeared in the center of the screen. Wu Xiaowang's large withdrawal records from his Ruishi bank account. However, only the withdrawal field was visible, with the destination completely blank. Ruishi Bank was extremely protective of client information, and Chu Bai had already gone to great lengths to dig up this much without exposing his identity. Gulp. A heavy swallowing sound broke the silence. I'll trace where this money went immediately. The male team member other than Zhang Ku excitedly grabbed the computer. Zhang Ku and the female team member also showed signs of excitement. After working all afternoon without any leads, Chu Bai's arrival had instantly illuminated the path forward. Never underestimate this set of data. This simple set of data alone was worth several days of their work. While the male team member busily applied for an investigation warrant from Ruishi Bank at his computer, Zhang Ke looked up and glanced at Chu Bai, who was sitting nearby, playing on his phone. A flash of surprise crossed his eyes. When he learned this morning that the 3rd young master of the Chu family might assist in the operation, he had scoffed and voted against it. His reasoning was simple. Public opinion had always been harsh toward Chu Bai, with outsiders only knowing him as the useless 3rd son of the Chu family. Forgetting that the Chu family had deep foundations, and even their most ordinary children couldn't truly be completely worthless. In fact, Chu Bai simply wasn't skilled in the path of beast mastery. Beyond that, there was almost nothing he couldn't do. He finished both middle school and high school entrance exams as the city's top scorer. Before age 12, he had reached teaching-level proficiency in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. At 15, he broke into a world-class underground hacking competition and finished in the top 3 as the youngest competitor in history. At this moment, he was leaning back in his chair playing a team game. His phone screen flashed a big victory. With a record of 16021, Fong Quan praised him repeatedly through the headset. Chu Bai accepted the compliments, and hearing someone shout, "I found it," behind him, he decisively quit the game. He moved to the computer, where Ruishi Bank's latest transaction records lay quietly on the screen. Not a domestic transfer, but another international operation. Zhang Ke rubbed his throbbing temples. Every country they crossed meant submitting applications to foreign agencies, and if they encountered bureaucratic delays, several days would be lost. Don't worry. Chu Bai pulled the computer over. Let me check first. You can find it? The methods aren't exactly above board, but as long as there's an account, 5 minutes is enough. Then please. Zhang Ke couldn't suppress the excitement in his voice. With leads, we can use proper procedures to get evidence. 3 minutes later, complete information on an island nation citizen popped up. An islander? Miscalculation. Zhang Ke cursed under his breath. Completely unrelated to the case. All eyes turned to Chu Bai. You were the one who wanted to investigate Wu Shaiguang and Ruishi Bank, and now you're the one who can't find leads. After all this trouble, how do you plan to explain? Chu Bai remained calm, scrolling the information to the last page. Look carefully before speaking. This person only changed his nationality to the island nation 3 years ago. Before that, he was 100% Chinese. But that's still 3-year-old information. The only female team member frowned. 3 years ago he was in China. His social circle was in China. Before she finished speaking, Zhang Ke cut her off. Search. Dig up all his records in China. Already done. Chu Bai raised an eyebrow helplessly, his fingertip lightly tapping as the page switched. The man named Lu Qing, from his birth hospital to his last activity before changing nationality. Every record was there without omission. Zhang Ke stared at the data, mouth slightly agape. Chu Bai rolled his eyes. By the time you slowly investigate to this step, the mole would probably have fled thousands of miles away. He and Wang Yu are childhood friends. Zhang Ke suddenly widened his eyes. Wang Yu, a veteran guard at Yinshi prison, with seniority deeper than most officers at the police station. Such a coincidence. Wu Shaiguang had participated in visiting Lin Tianan in prison. 3 hours after Lin Tianan's escape, Wu Shaiguang transferred 4 million from Ruishi Bank. The recipient, an islander, was Lu Qing, childhood friend of Yinshi prison guard Wang Yu. 3 consecutive coincidences stacked together. Zhang Ke dared not hold on to false hope anymore. Chu Bai delivered the final blow. Wang Yu's family situation: one son, wife diagnosed with late-stage breast cancer a year and a half ago. 6 months ago his son developed a gambling addiction. External debts, 2 million. Chu Bai had already reviewed these prison guards' information that afternoon even without checking. He knew the details. Now he was just laying it out before his teammates to make them more willing to believe. 2 seconds of silence in front of the screen. Zhang Ke gritted his teeth. Go arrest him. The male and female team members immediately stood up, and after acknowledging the order, all 3 sprang into action. Faced with solid evidence, the Lanlin District Police Station in Yun City mobilized nearly all their available forces. Police lights flashed through the night. Sirens pierced the pre-dawn silence, and in less than half an hour, Wang Yu was handcuffed and brought into the interrogation room. However, the team sent to arrest Wu Shaiguang came up empty-handed. In the interrogation room, harsh white lights cast sharp shadows on the walls. Zhang Ke sat with his notepad, flanked by 2 other colleagues on either side. After verifying the suspect's identity, his ballpoint pen paused on the form. Uncle Wang, you know the drill. Don't hold back on what you should say. There's no point. You young folks sure work fast. Wang Yu, nearly 50, gave a bitter smile. Less than 12 hours after Lin Tianan's jailbreak, and you've already dug me up. He let out a long sigh. Fine, seeing as you've put in the effort, I'll tell you everything I know. The recording light blinked as Wang Yu revealed the truth without reservation. Behind the glass, Chu Bai watched through the monitor, noting that Wang Yu's information matched their team's predictions with over 80% accuracy. The truth was exactly as they had suspected. For the sake of his wife and children, Wang Yu had accepted Wu Shaoguang's bribe. Cautious as he was, he had provided an account belonging to an old friend living in Japan. He believed his contact wouldn't swallow this life-saving money, and was confident that cross-border investigations would drag on long enough for him to flee with his family. Unfortunately, his calculations hadn't accounted for Chu Bai. Before Wang Yu finished speaking, Chu Bai had already turned and left, walking into a coffee shop outside the police station. He had a good idea of what the remaining 20% would reveal. His real target was Wu Shaoguang. During his initial file review, Chu Bai had discovered that Wu Shaoguang came from the Wu family of Longjing City. while the Chu family was also rooted in Longjing, and the two families had always been bitter enemies. More troubling still, Wu Xiaowang's branch was continuously transferring assets into Yun City. Yun City, located at the junction of northern and southern China, was known as a transportation hub and was considered strategically vital for commerce. 5 years ago, Lin Tianin had moved his operations here. Now that the Lin family had just fallen, the Wu family was making their move. Chu Bai took a sip of his slightly bitter coffee and snorted coldly to himself. The Wu family would be trouble sooner or later, but now wasn't the time to act. Like the Lin family of Yun City, the Wu family of Jiang City had their main branch in Longjing, and the two clans had maintained a long-term strategic partnership. Having just brought down the Lin family, if the Chu family were to move against the Wu family now, it would easily alarm those two major houses and put the Chu family in a dangerous position. After careful consideration, Chu Bai sent his investigation results to his elder brother, Chu Yi. The Wu family from Jiang City? Those guys have indeed been restless lately, came Chu Yi's cold voice through the phone. If they really dare to set their sights on the Chu family, they can only blame their bad luck. Don't do anything rash. The Lin family has just fallen, and making a move against the Wu family at this time would only give those big shots in Longjiang City more excuses to oppose our main family. Don't worry, your big brother knows what he's doing. On the other end of the phone, Chu Yi's voice remained steady. You know what you're doing? Chu Bai's mouth twitched. Just because the Lin family had some spoiled brat who wanted me dead, the entire Lin family got wiped out overnight. And you call that knowing what you're doing? Hee hee. Chu Yi's hearty laughter came through the phone. All right, I'll stop teasing you. Chu Mo and I just returned to the country, and we have a pile of things to handle. We don't have time to deal with the Wu family right now. Got it. You guys stay busy. We'll chat another time. After hanging up, Chu Bai waved goodbye to Zhang Ku and the others at the police station, hailed a rideshare car, and headed straight home. By the time he got back, it was nearly 1 a.m. He took a quick hot shower and collapsed onto his bed like a deflated balloon, falling into a deep sleep. This was the most restful sleep he'd had in recent days. No dreams, no sudden awakenings. It felt like he simply closed his eyes and opened them again, and all his fatigue had vanished. Outside the window, dawn was breaking, and sunlight filtered through the thick curtains, casting a warm orange glow across his bedsheets. His phone screen showed 8 a.m. the next morning. Chu Bai rolled out of bed, quickly threw on his clothes, grabbed his keys, and headed downstairs. At the breakfast shop around the corner of his residential complex, he bought a steamer basket of fresh pork buns and ate them while walking. After finishing the last bun, he flagged down a taxi and gave the driver an address in the city center. He didn't go to his own shop. There were less than 2 days left until his promised deadline to help the water spirit lizard complete its evolution. Although he had prepared the other two materials in advance, the star core required careful selection. What made it worse was that to raise money for a suitable 3-star star core, he would have to reluctantly sell one of the precious 9-star Frost Mist freshwater frog star cores from his system inventory. Yinshi City was full of star core trading centers, but most were backed by local powerhouses. Chu Bai didn't want the outside world to know what he was doing, especially not his two brothers finding out too early about him becoming a beast tamer. After careful consideration, he chose the most independent Optionu's star core trading center. This shop only served individual customers, didn't accept orders from major families, and refused any capital investment. The Yu family had deep foundations and could be completely self-sufficient as long as they didn't suffer excessive losses. Walking into the spacious showroom, cool air hit his face. In the transparent display cases, various star cores gleamed with mesmerizing light under the soft lighting. Good morning, sir. Welcome to Yu's Star Core Trading Center. A young female clerk quickly approached him, her voice sweet and soft. She carried a faint gardenia fragrance, and her tailored uniform outlined her slender curves. Chu Bai rarely blushed. I have a 9-star beast star core to trade, and I'd like to buy a 3-star star core at the same time. He cleared his throat twice, trying to keep his voice steady. Could you please have your manager come talk with me? Of course, sir. The female clerk had obviously seen this kind of situation many times before. She nodded with a gentle smile and turned to leave. Before long, another equally young and beautiful woman walked gracefully up to Chu Bai, handed him a business card, and smiled as she spoke. Sir, are you the one looking to sell a 9-star star core? Her voice was like a gentle melody, each note softly tugging at his heartstrings. Chu Bai suppressed the stirring in his heart, maintaining a calm exterior as he reached into his pocket, while actually quickly accessing his target from the system inventory. In the next second, a star core appeared in his open palm, carved like ice crystal and glowing with an ethereal blue light. The female manager delicately held the star core between 2 fingers, examining it from every angle. Shock written all over her facade was actually real. When the clerk had called her over, she had assumed it was just another customer prank. At Yu's Star Core Trading Center, over 80% of the employees were beautiful women, and occasionally customers would joke about 9-star cores just to make the managers or store directors smile. Even though she had come to check, she hadn't truly believed that 9-star beasts weren't something you could just kill at will. But now, The frost mist pale frog star core lay clearly on her fingertips. Its contained energy undoubtedly reaching 9-star level. Even more incredible was that this was the most beautiful, purest 9-star core she had ever seen bar none. With a woman's natural love of beauty, holding such a dazzling star core in her hands sent her heart soaring to the clouds. Though she knew she could never afford such a treasure, being able to handle it for even a moment made her life worthwhile. Excuse me, could we discuss the price first? After waiting a moment and seeing the female manager still lost in admiration, Chu Bai had to speak up. The female manager snapped back to reality, hastily returning the star core with respect. My apologies, sir. 9-star cores are so rare that I was momentarily mesmerized. Please follow me upstairs. The VIP room is ready, and I'll have our store director personally negotiate with you immediately. Chu Bai shrugged helplessly and followed her upstairs. He had expected the star core to cause a stir, but hadn't anticipated it being valuable enough to require the store director's personal attention. Rumor had it that the store director of Yu's Star Core Trading Center was the sole heir of the Yu Group patriarch, beautiful as a celestial being. A few years ago, when some scoundrels had attempted improprieties, the old patriarch's fury had led him to unite with several major families in Yun City to completely destroy those clans. The Chu family had also been on the list for joint suppression at the time, so he naturally remembered that chilling atmosphere. Even under such pressure, the old patriarch still refused to let outsiders interfere with the family business, his iron will intimidating to all. Just as Chu Bai's thoughts were wandering, the private room door opened. He had been looking down, but when he raised his eyes, he first saw a pair of jade feet in red stilettos. The thin heels clicked against the wooden floor tap, 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 each sound seeming to strike directly into his soul. The woman entered gracefully. Her exquisite features carried a natural sweetness in the soft light. Her slender waist and full figure created curves that were perfectly proportioned, not overweight, but substantial. These four qualities were embodied in her like a textbook standard. It was as if a spring breeze had swept into the room along with her. Meeting you. I've already thought of names for our children. Chu Bai finally understood what kind of beauty could compel someone to blurt out such thoughts. The woman before him would indeed inspire such impulses in any man. In a daze, Yu Rongyan had already taken a seat across from Chu Bai. So you're planning to sell a 9-star core? She leaned forward slightly, her silk dress creating gentle folds at her knees, while her smiling gaze carried undisguised aggression. That's right. Chu Bai looked up, silently appraising this woman who exuded mature charm. As their eyes met, he keenly caught that bold stare, and his ears instantly flushed red. To keep his thoughts from wandering, he pushed a black velvet box across the table. This star core came from a 3-element star beast called the Frost Mist Freshwater Frog. Please take a look, he said, opening the velvet box. Yu Rongyan stared at Chu Bai with an enigmatic smile for 2 seconds before lifting her delicate hand. Her slender fingers brushed across his palm, soft as an electric current. She pinched the star core between her thumb, index, and middle fingers, raising it to examine closely. The next moment, Chu Bai felt the star power within Yu Rongyan suddenly surge. The air in the private room seemed filled with thick liquid, and visible starlight streamed toward the star core in luminous beams. After more than 10 breaths, the star core suddenly burst forth with tricolored radiance, red, blue, and green flickering in alternation, like a miniature sun suspended at her fingertips. The brilliant light illuminated the golden silk wallpaper with dazzling patterns. Finally, Yu Rongyan withdrew her star power. Chu Bai stared in amazement. The woman was glistening with perspiration, her hair clinging to her neck. Tiny beads of sweat hung from her elegant nose tip. A flush of red colored her pale cheeks, and her rapid breathing echoed in the small private room, creating a scene both striking and intimate. A 3-attribute 9-star core. She murmured softly, shock written across her brow. The Yu family's ability to build their star core trading business in Yun City under heavy pressure didn't rely entirely on their ancestors' commercial acumen, but on a closely guarded secret technique, a star skill that could directly assess star core information. While it might be useless in other industries, in star core trading, it was an invaluable weapon. At this moment, though Yu Rongyan had never heard of a frost mist freshwater frog, she had completely grasped all the data of this star core and confirmed that Chu Bai wasn't lying. She gently placed the star core back on the table, her gaze sweeping across Chu Bai's face. What price range are you hoping to get for this star core? Price range? Chu Bai smiled faintly. Isn't appraisal always done by your trading center? Hee. Yu Rongyan raised her hand to cover her red lips, her laughter crisp. Since you trust the Yu family so much, I'll give you a fair price. As her words fell, she slowly raised her other hand, her 5 slender fingers held straight together. Chu Bai narrowed his eyes. Before coming, he had done his homework. Single attribute 9-star cores on the market cost about 100 million, dual attribute ones about 300 million. So a 3-attribute 9-star core, 500 million, Yu Rongyan articulated clearly. Chu Bai was startled by this figure. Seeing that Chu Bai remained silent, Yu Rongyan frowned slightly, thinking he was dissatisfied with the price. She withdrew her hand and said, "Sir, there's currently no market price for triple attribute 9-star cores. We can't give you a fair assessment, but 500 million is absolutely the highest price we can offer. We sincerely hope you'll sell this star core to us." Her voice carried rare earnestness. Years of industry experience had taught her that if the U Corporation acquired this unique triple attribute 9-star core, its significance would far exceed mere numbers on paper. However, a businesswoman was still a businesswoman. Even though she had mentally raised her psychological price to 700 million, she still insisted on 500 million maximum, trying to gain the upper hand in negotiations. Hearing the offer, Chu Bai lowered his eyes, pretending to contemplate. He certainly knew that if he persisted a bit more, this shrewd female CO would raise her bid. But 500 million was still a heart-stopping figure. He weighed his options. Should he continue bargaining for maximum profit, or accept this fortune while earning the U Corporation's favor? Cultivation, weapons, star beasts, future business dealing. She needed star cores for many purposes. The U Corporation was wealthy and had a clean background. Establishing a relationship might be more valuable than earning an extra 200 million in one transaction. After a moment's consideration, he looked up with a calm tone. "Miss Yu, you're a businesswoman. You should know what kind of preferential treatment can win over customers." "That depends on what kind of preferential treatment you want, sir." Yu Rongyan lightly pressed her red lips together, her eyes like water as she quietly studied him. Chu Bai's heart suddenly tightened, and he instinctively crossed his legs to hide his embarrassment. Surely this girl hadn't misunderstood? If he lost focus for even a moment, the price could plummet by hundreds of millions. He forced himself to remain composed and grinned. "So what kind of preferential treatment can Miss Yu offer?" Yu Rongyan's gaze fell on the brilliantly glowing star core on the table. She then stood up, walked over to Chu Bai in nearly silent high heels with cat-like steps, and sat down in the soft booth seat just a palm's width away from him. Her fragrance wafted over, and his arm soon found itself pressed against something surprisingly soft. "What you want, sir, might be." Her voice was gentle, yet seemingly suggestive. "Discounts. Long-term cooperation." Chu Bai practically yanked his arm back like a spring, forcefully completing his sentence. "I hope the U Corporation can provide me with a stable star core trading channel, with all goods transacted at the lowest market prices. If you can guarantee these 2 points, this star core will immediately belong to the U Corporation." He stiffly shifted another half-inch into the booth. Yu Rongyan was stunned for a moment, then burst into soft laughter, as if truly relaxing for the first time that evening. Chu Bai even thought he saw a faint blush on her earlobes. So he hadn't won it. She secretly breathed a sigh of relief, concealed her embarrassment, and steadily returned to her seat across from him, extending her slender right hand. "Then, here's to a pleasant cooperation." Pleasant cooperation. Chu Bai also felt suddenly relaxed, smiling as he grasped Yu Rongyan's delicate hand. But suddenly, he held his breath as their hands separated in midair, could feel the young lady from the Yu family gently tickling his palm with a teasing touch. It felt exactly like a cat's paw brushing across his skin, making his fingertips tremble from the ticklish sensation. At the same time, Chu Bai caught a fleeting look of satisfaction in Yu Rongyan's eyes, mixed with the stubborn defiance and revenge typical of a young woman. Though it didn't match her usual dignified image, it was unexpectedly alluring. Under Yu Rongyan's guidance, the contract was quickly signed and the transaction concluded smoothly. Despite the soft lighting and strong air conditioning in the private room, Chu Bai only realized when leaving that his back was soaked with sweat. It turned out he wasn't the only one feeling heated. He had been sweating all along, but the earlier intimate moment had been too distracting to notice. The two walked side by side to the entrance, where Yu Rongyan stopped. This reminded Chu Bai of another important matter for his visit, so he quickly spoke up. "By the way, do you have any 3-star green silk demon spirit snake star cores in stock?" 3-star. Yu Rongyan was momentarily stunned, then gestured to a passing female shop assistant. "Go check if we have any 3-star green silk demon spirit snake star cores in the store. If we do, bring one over immediately." The shop assistant hurried away and soon returned carrying a palm-sized brocade box. Following Yu Rongyan's meaningful glance, she presented the box to Chu Bai with both hands. "To thank you for your trust, sir, please consider this star core a small gift from the Yu family," Yu Rongyan said with a gentle smile, her voice both warm and proper. Chu Bai opened the brocade box, confirmed the star core was correct, nodded as he accepted it, bid her farewell, and turned to leave. Only after Chu Bai's figure had completely disappeared did the shop assistant whisper, "Miss, who exactly was that gentleman? You know the store rules better than anyone who never give away merchandise for free." "That's not for you to ask." Yu Rongyan's smile faded, her eyes turning cold. "What happened today must not be discussed with anyone." The shop assistant was intimidated by her expression and could only bow her head in agreement before hurrying back to her post. Watching the assistant leave, Yu Rongyan murmured to herself, "The third young master of the Chu family isn't as useless as the rumors suggest." Recalling the earlier details, a blush crept across her delicate face. She clicked her tongue softly before turning back into the store. As a manager of the Yu family business, she was thoroughly familiar with the profiles of the major families in Yun City. She had recognized Chu by the moment she saw him, but hadn't revealed this, wanting to see what this supposed waste intended to do with a 9-star core. After their brief exchange, she became increasingly convinced that this man harbored secrets she couldn't afford to offend for now. It was best to stay on his good side. After leaving the Yu family Star Core Trading Center, Chu Bai hailed a taxi and headed straight to his own shop. As neon lights flashed past the car window, his gaze remained fixed on the brocade box in his palm, using the star core's glow to dispel the alluring image of Yu from his mind. Selecting star cores was no simple matter, let alone beast evolution. Even among cores of the same attribute, they couldn't be mixed randomly. Attribute compatibility, the beast's own physical characteristics, everything had to be considered. During evolution, beasts might inherit some abilities or traits from the star core's original owner. If compatibility was insufficient, not only would evolution fail, but dangerous conflicts could arise. The green silk demon spirit snake was Chu Bai's carefully considered choice. It had extremely high compatibility with the water spirit lizard, maintained consistent attributes, and came with the additional talent for creating illusions. If the water spirit lizard could inherit this ability, its speed weakness would be greatly compensated for. Even if inheritance failed, it would still gain decent illusion resistance. No matter how he looked at it, it was a win-win situation. Back at the Qingya pet shop, Chu Bai pushed through the door, skillfully locked the bolt behind him, and walked toward the counter. After a brief moment of consideration, he decided to transfer his entire bank account balance into the system store. In reality, he barely needed money, but the items in the store were ridiculously expensive. Even worse, the store had refreshed again without warning this morning. The frequent and unpredictable refreshes made him realize one thing. Only items actually stored in his personal inventory truly belonged to him. Otherwise, he might watch his desired treasures vanish before his eyes at any moment. He'd learned this lesson several times already. The frustration of spotting something he wanted, only to have it swept away by a refresh before he could gather enough funds, was truly maddening. So this time, he decided to go all in. Once the balance transferred, his star energy jumped from 0 straight to 5 million. At least I won't have to worry about little Qingfeng Wolf's formula money for a while. Chu Bai muttered with self-deprecating relief. Thinking of the Qingfeng Wolf, he reached out to open his summoning space and lifted out the small gray-green creature, while simultaneously browsing the newly refreshed item list. Songfeng Beast Cub Food enhances wind attribute perception for pets below Star Servant Realm bloodline. Long-term consumption has a small chance of triggering premium mutation. The moment these words appeared before his eyes, his gaze locked onto them instantly. He'd only seen wind attribute-specific cub food 3 times before, twice abandoning it due to the steep price. This time, he grinned and decisively clicked purchase. 50,000. The star energy number in the upper right corner spun wildly before settling at 50,000 less than before. Simultaneously, the pet food listing was covered by a gray overlay displaying purchased. A grass-green antique wooden box appeared in his system inventory, its surface carved with intricate patterns. The sharp drop in star energy stung, but the satisfaction of having it in hand outweighed the pain. Chu Bai looked down at the Qingfeng Wolf on the counter. The little guy was becoming increasingly adorable, its round eyes constantly blinking at him. It seemed to love crawling around. In just half a minute, it could crawl from one end of the counter to the other. Each time it reached an edge, Chu Bai had to quickly extend his hand to block it, and the creature would always nuzzle its little head against his palm before turning around to continue its adventure, never tiring of the game. After playing with it for a while, it was time for feeding. Chu Bai got up to fetch a cup of hot water from the dispenser, then retrieved the expensive Songfeng Beast Cub food from his inventory. The description sounds too good to be true. Let's see if it's really that amazing, he thought, though he didn't voice it aloud. This was his first real purchase from the system store, so he naturally harbored some doubts. The box was entirely grass green with a warm, lustrous finish and an extremely antique design. Only a few lines of black text on the lid briefly explained its effects. The most prominent phrase was premium mutation. For Chu Bai, this was yet another unfamiliar term. He specifically looked it up online to understand the meaning of this term, premium mutation, which for pet beasts works like enhancement, slightly improving both their appearance and abilities while maintaining an overall positive development direction. In contrast, inferior mutation is more like degradation, slightly weakening the pet beast's appearance and abilities. If improperly cared for or if evolution goes wrong, there's a chance this inferior mutation could occur. Chu Bai held the exquisite little box, examining it for a moment before lifting the lid. A rich milky fragrance instantly wafted out, and he even felt this aroma made the star power throughout the entire shop several times more concentrated. The box was filled with creamy white powder, its sweet scent hitting his senses directly. If not for the prominent red text on the lid warning, for pet beast consumption only, he would have wanted to mix himself a cup to try first. As he began preparing the milk powder, the Azure Wind Wolf was already lying on the counter, its big sparkling eyes blinking continuously with pure longing in its gaze. Whimper whimper, the little creature looked up, urging him on with its adorable voice. Under its urging, Chu Bai quickly prepared a cup, tested the temperature, and placed it in front of the azure wind wolf. Gulp, gulp, the azure wind wolf didn't hesitate at all, pressing its little mouth firmly against the rim and finishing it all in just a few gulps. Burp, after drinking, it looked at Chu Bai with satisfied round eyes, immediately let out a loud burp, then twisted its little body and kept crawling around on the counter. Chu Bai put away the pet food and patiently waited for the azure wind wolf to exhaust its remaining energy and fall asleep from exhaustion before recalling it to the summoning space. Then he walked to the snack shop across the street and ordered a few items to fill his stomach. With nothing else to do in the afternoon, he simply spent the entire afternoon cultivating. It wasn't until the next afternoon that he found a contact named Sinew on WeChat. Miss Shui, the evolution materials for the water spirit lizard are ready. When would be convenient for you to visit the shop? He sent the message. I have time, I have time. About 5 minutes later, Shui Sinew replied. I'll come over right away. Should be there in about half an hour. No problem. Chu Bai closed WeChat and casually switched back to his game. In his view, besides cultivation, playing games with Feng Quan was the most effective way to pass time. Just as one game ended, a stunning figure appeared at the shop entrance. He put down his phone and got up to greet her. As soon as he reached the door, he heard a grating voice from behind Shui Sinew. Xiao Xian, you're not joking, right? This is the shop you mentioned? Chu Bai's gaze moved past Shui Sinew to the young man behind her who was dressed in an overly mature style. Shui Sinew frowned, clearly annoyed as she glanced at him, but had no intention of engaging further. She walked straight up to Chu Bai and summoned her water spirit lizard, handing it over. Boss, I'll leave my water spirit lizard in your care. All right. Chu Bai took the water spirit lizard. The little creature wasn't very intelligent and wasn't afraid of strangers, now obediently nestled in his palm, idly blowing bubbles out of boredom. Kit, this is our Xiao Xian's precious treasure. If anything happens to it, you'll be sorry. The young man suddenly rushed forward, pointing at Chu Bai and shouting. Boss, I'm sorry, this guy has mental problems. Don't pay any attention to him. Shui Sinew said irritably. Xiaoxin, I'm only doing this for your own good. Zhu Hui spun around abruptly, plastering on a smile so eager he might as well have written his intentions on his forehead. Our Zhu family is a renowned breeder clan throughout Yin City. If you want to evolve your water spirit lizard, why go looking elsewhere? Look at this place tucked away on such a remote street corner. They probably don't see a beast tamer for weeks at a time. If something goes wrong, wasting money would be the least of your worries. What if your water spirit lizard gets hurt? Chu Bai was leaning against the counter, leisurely sipping water from a disposable paper cup. Watching Zhu Hui's fake concern while his eyes kept wandering over to Shui Sinew, he immediately sensed the man's ulterior motives. Just as he was about to make a sarcastic remark, Shui Sinew's expression suddenly turned cold. Who said we're on the same side? Her face turned icy. Zhu Hui, let me make this clear one more time. I, Shui Sinew, have never accepted your advances, never. She straightened her spine as she spoke, her tone so solemn it seemed like she might raise her hand to swear an oath at any moment. I didn't mean anything by it. Zhu Hui frowned, but kept his voice gentle. I'm just worried you'll be deceived. Since you insist, then forget it. His tone shifted as he glared fiercely at Chu Bai. Kid, you'd better have real skills. Chu Bai continued sipping his water while listening to their heated exchange with amusement. When the topic suddenly turned to him, he swirled his cup and asked with a smile. Do you know what happened to the last person who looked down on this shop? Oh, the anger in Zhu Hui's eyes intensified. Do you even know who I am? No idea. Chu Bai shook his head honestly, then delivered another blow just as Zhu Hui sneered. But I think you'd be great at opera. Your face-changing skills are impressive, such natural expressions and profound technique. I'm truly amazed. You're asking for it. Zhu Hui roared, throwing a punch straight at Chu Bai. Chu Bai took a slight step back and casually closed the shop door. Though he hadn't yet broken through to one-star level, his cultivation had significantly enhanced his physique beyond that of ordinary people. Bang! A dull thud echoed against the door. Zhu Hui felt all his force bounce back at him. Even with his star force, it was useless. The door remained completely unscathed while his fist was already red and swollen. Come out if you dare. He cradled his fist and bellowed outside the door. Inside the shop, Chu Bai smiled to himself, had only discovered this secret about the door 2 days ago. While the shop's furnishings could be damaged, the sign, walls, and door were indestructible. He hadn't been sure if it could withstand star force, but fortunately, Zhu Hui had volunteered as a free test subject. The sofa inside was comfortable, the air conditioning was cool, and the water in his paper cup had a refreshing chill. Chu Bai raised an eyebrow and gave an innocent, not my fault expression toward the door, looking even more irritating. Provoked beyond reason, Zhu Hui pounded on the door frantically, sweat streaming down his temples. What was it Shui Sinew said earlier? This guy has mental issues. Chu Bai deliberately muttered to himself, not bothering to lower his voice, so it clearly reached Zhu Hui's ears. Playing around with idiots really is quite entertaining. You bastard. Zhu Hui was beside himself with rage, raising his hand to summon his beast. Chu Bai struck again. All right. Stop throwing a tantrum. Shui Xinyu disappeared ages ago. His words were purely to buy Shui Xinyu time. The girl had given him an apologetic wink before slipping away. How could Zhu Hui handle being outmaneuvered? The angrier he got, the more he forgot about everything else. Now reminded, he whipped around, and indeed saw no trace of Shui Xinyu. With her light steps, she had long vanished at the end of the street. Zhu Hui stood there, drenched in sweat with swollen fists, momentarily unsure whether he should chase after Shui Xinyu or continue settling scores with Chu Bai. After a moment of hesitation, Zhu Hui ultimately valued Shui Xinyu more than Chu Bai. Furious, he spat out a harsh threat. Kid, I'll settle the score with you later. With that, he turned and chased after Shui Xinyu in the direction she had disappeared. Chu Bai curled his lips in disdain. He had heard at least 80 such threats from wealthy young masters like Zhu Hui, yet not one of them had ever dared to actually make a move. His most pressing concern now was to process the evolution materials before Shui Xinyu's beast tamer returned. Beast evolution times varied unpredictably, couldn't guarantee that the water spirit lizard would complete its transformation by the time Shui Xinyu circled back, but the material preparation process was a trade secret that absolutely could not be witnessed by outsiders. He retrieved 3 water shadow spirit grass plants from his system inventory, carefully plucking stems and 3 fruits in sequence, placing them into separate vessels for grinding. Next, he slowly poured boiling water into the containers. The moment the grass leaves touched the hot water, a sweet and peculiar fragrance filled the air. Steam rose to meet his face, and sweat quickly beaded on Chu Bai's forehead. He found a small basin used for bathing pets on the shelf, poured all the liquid from both vessels into it, then added boiling water in precise proportions. After more than half an hour of work, he finally obtained a basin of thick, blue-green medicinal liquid. Finally, just one last step, he took a deep breath. On the counter, the water spirit lizard lay motionless, eyes glazed and mouth constantly bubbling. Chu Bai pried open its mouth and stuffed the blue silk spirit snake's star core inside. The core made its mouth bulge round, and the water spirit lizard instinctively struggled, trying to expel the foreign object, but Chu Bai's fingers clamped like pincers, leaving no gap for escape. With preparations complete, he lifted the water spirit lizard and dropped it directly into the hot medicinal liquid. Hiss! The moment it hit the water spirit lizard let out a piercing wail, its limbs frantically splashing. But its tiny body couldn't climb the smooth basin walls, leaving it to struggle futilely. The hotter the liquid became, the higher its body temperature rose, yet the star core in its mouth grew increasingly cold. After thrashing violently for a moment, the water spirit lizard seemed to act on instinct and swallowed the star core whole. As the core entered its belly, the heat quickly dissipated. Wisps of white smoke rose from its body as it rolled in the liquid, snow-white belly facing up, the star core's outline faintly visible through its rounded abdomen. This was Chu Bai's first time witnessing a beast's evolution in person, and he watched intently. Almost every second brought changes to the water spirit lizard. Its originally oversized head rapidly shrank and sharpened. Its body transformed from broad and thick to flat and streamlined. Its short limbs grew robust, and its tail elongated and thinned. Out of curiosity, Chu Bai pulled up the Star Beast Identification Guide. Water Spirit Lizard Evolving. Evolution Time, 119:30:12. Intelligence, unknown. That's it. Chu Bai was stunned. This was unlike any pet beast he had encountered before. Attributes, skills, evolution path all completely blank, with only the cold, stark words intelligence, unknown, hanging there like a sealed stamp covering all its abilities. The only thing the system was willing to reveal was that the water spirit lizard would need a full 119 hours to complete its evolution, roughly 5 days. Chu Bai pressed his lips together. Wasn't that way too long? He just hoped nothing would go wrong. With that thought, he sighed and returned to the counter, lowering his head to check his phone. Half an hour ago, Fang Quan had asked him to play ranked games, but he'd been too busy to respond. Now that things had settled down, he could enjoy a couple of matches. Meanwhile, Shui Xinyu practically ran all the way after leaving the shop, ducking into the nearest mall, slipping through the back exit to hail a taxi, and escaping South Commercial Street entirely. Hello, Xiao. Are you free? Meet me at Blue Jade Cafe. No problem. I'm heading there now. After hanging up, she silently vowed. She absolutely would not return to the shop before dark. Left behind, Zhu Hui was in for a rough time. Under the scorching sun, he practically turned South Commercial Street upside down searching. By 4 in the afternoon, exhausted and dizzy, he finally settled at a snack shop across from Chu Bai's store, ordered an iced drink, and while gulping it down, kept his eyes glued to the glass door across the street, terrified of missing the moment Shui Xinyu appeared. That venomous stare was far too obvious. Chu Bai glanced up at him briefly, then returned to his gaming. As long as Zhu Hui didn't actively cause trouble, he couldn't be bothered to care. It wasn't until nearly 7 in the evening that Xue Xinyu finally reappeared. She had clearly underestimated Zhu Hui's persistence. The moment Zhu Hui spotted her, like a stubborn bull seeing red, he slammed a red bill onto the table and charged over. Xinyu. Zhu Hui panted as he blocked her path. Where did you go? I've been looking for you all afternoon. Why are you still here? Come on, stop pestering me. There's no way I'll agree to date you. Xue Xinyu wore her annoyance plainly on her face, but unfortunately, Zhu Hui wasn't taking the hint. No way. I believe that someday you'll be moved by my love and patience. Zhu Hui added silently to himself. Any woman he, Zhu Hui, set his sights on had never escaped his grasp. I can't be bothered to explain. Xue Xinyu rolled her eyes, walked around him, and pushed through the door into Chu Bai's shop. Boss, how's the water spirit lizard doing? She asked the moment she entered. It's already evolving. Chu Bai looked up. Still not done. It might take longer than expected. Longer? Xue Xinyu was speechless. According to her knowledge, low-tier pet beast evolution was normally quick, with one-star pet beasts typically completing the process within 12 hours, and domestic species like the water spirit lizard taking at most 5 hours. She had thought that after being away for so long, she'd return to see the results, never expecting Chu Bai's still evolving to shatter her expectations. At Xue Xinyu's insistent request, Chu Bai brought out the basin containing the evolving water spirit lizard. The water spirit lizard had grown at least twice its original size since their first encounter. Its pale blue body was now tinged with a faint green hue, making it look as if it had been soaked in some solution until its color faded. Zhu Hui, who was following behind Xue Xinyu, also witnessed this scene and couldn't help but click his tongue. Don't tell me the corpse has bloated from soaking? His half-joking remark made Xue Xinyu furrow her brow as well. The sight before her was completely different from the water spirit lizard in her memory. Her former pet had round, adorable eyes and was friendly and approachable, while this one had an elongated body and tail, with its once most endearing feature, the large head and eyes, now significantly smaller. If not for the spiritual bond telling her that the water spirit lizard was safe and sound, she might have suspected that Chu Bai had murdered her pet, judging solely by its motionless state with its white belly exposed. Hey kid, still acting tough? Zhu Hui looked at the half-dead water spirit lizard, convinced this was the backlash from a failed evolution. You've ruined Xue Xinyu's precious pet like this. Even if we smashed your entire shop, it wouldn't be enough to compensate. If you don't understand, keep quiet. Chu Bai frowned, his voice carrying restrained impatience. He noticed that the medicinal solution in the basin was much lighter in color than it had been a few hours ago, and the water spirit lizard's appearance was still slowly changing, leading him to conclude that this was the process of absorbing the medicine's effects. I don't understand. Zhu Hui's eyes widened, and he actually laughed. Go ask. Around 80% of all pet evolutions in the entire Yun City are handled by the Zhu family, and you dare say, I don't understand? The shop owner is right, Xue Xinyu said calmly. The water spirit lizard is indeed evolving. I can sense the changes in its aura. Zhu Hui's cheeks immediately burned with embarrassment. He had obtained his breeder's certificate 2 years ago, and though he had rarely encountered water spirit lizard evolutions in his work, he had never seen such a situation before, so he had jumped to the conclusion that Chu Bai had made a mistake. He hadn't expected to be wrong, and even less expected that Xue Xinyu would argue with him on behalf of a strange man, leaving him feeling indescribably frustrated. Chu Bai was also somewhat surprised. I had planned to simply ignore Zhu Hui, but hadn't anticipated that Xue Xinyu would speak up for him. A brief silence enveloped the small shop. The telephone's ring broke the quiet. After hanging up, Xue Xinyu clearly had urgent matters to attend to, so she had to bite the bullet and ask, about how long will it take to complete the evolution? About 5 days. Chu Bai pointed to the medicinal liquid. The lighter the color, the more it has absorbed. When this basin of water becomes nearly clear, that's when the evolution will be complete. He caught the worry in Xue Xinyu's eyes and added, you can take it home to observe. Pay a deposit today, and come back to pay the balance after 5 days if it succeeds. If it fails, you can come to me for compensation anytime. These words visibly relaxed Xue Xinyu's expression. She quickly settled the bill and picked up the basin to leave. Chu Bai glanced at the sky, then at Zhu Hui, and reached out to stop her. It's getting late, and it's not safe for a girl to go home alone. Let me escort you. He didn't have a car yet, but remembered that Xue Xinyu had driven here. Upon hearing this, Xue Xinyu looked at him with gratitude. While Zhu Hui's gaze toward Chu Bai grew several degrees colder, had originally planned to invite Xue Xinyu to a candlelit dinner, never expecting the pet shop owner to interfere at this moment. The day's experiences left Zhu Hui seething with hatred toward Chu Bai. Every time he saw that calm expression on his face, as if everything was under his control, he wanted nothing more than to tear him to pieces. Xue Xinyu could tell that Chu Bai was hinting at something. After glancing at Zhu Hui's darkened expression from the corner of her eye, she happily accepted Chu Bai's suggestion. She pulled down the rolling shutter with a loud clang and walked alongside Chu Bai toward the parking space. To confirm that Chu Bai wasn't just helping her out of politeness, she casually asked, you can drive, right? Of course. Chu Bai smiled as he took the keys and smoothly settled into the driver's seat. At 18, he had obtained every license he could possibly get, and a driver's license was just one of them. The reason he never bought a car was that the Chu family garage housed several idle supercars could simply reach out and drive away a toy worth millions at any time. When backing out, he steered with one hand, maneuvering the car steadily out of the parking space. Only after Xue Xinyu confirmed his skilled technique did she open the passenger door and get in. The Ferrari's engine roared as it surged onto the main road. Through the rearview mirror, Chu Bai caught a glimpse that dark Bentley was practically tailgating them, with Zhu Hui behind the wheel. Head south first. My place is a bit out of the way, need to pass 2 more traffic lights, Xue Xinyu directed. The car fell silent for a few seconds before Chu Bai suddenly spoke up. Xinyu, is this car your friend's? Yeah, my best friend's. Xue Xinyu raised an eyebrow. How did you know? Do I look like I can't afford one? No. Chu Bai quickly waved his hand in explanation. Just asking casually. This bright red Ferrari was fierce and flashy, clearly mismatched with Xue Xinyu's gentle temperament. Even when Zhu Hui had pushed her to anger earlier, her voice still carried that soft, flowing quality. Chu Bai thought to himself that if she had a fiercer personality, if she had cursed him out or gotten physical, Zhu Hui might have backed down long ago. But that would require Zhu Hui to actually have some shame. And for a girl without connections, it was difficult to confront the Zhu family heathen. He asked again, by the way, how do you know Zhu Hui? At the mention of that man, Chu Bai's brow furrowed slightly. As one of the few families in Yun City that possessed secret methods for special pet beast evolution, the Zhu family's foundation wasn't particularly deep, but their evolution trump card connected them to many influential figures. In Chu Bai's view, this was more like nouveau riche wrapped in a mysterious veneer, very troublesome indeed. Zhu Hui is like a persistent band-aid. Xue Xinyu complained helplessly, her face full of resentment. The situation was as simple as it could be. She had once spent half a month as an exchange student at Zhu Hui's school, where she met him, and ever since then, he had been relentlessly pursuing her. Initially, she had rejected Zhu Hui, but at least she didn't despise him. Yet in just 2 short months, Zhu Hui's repeated surprise visits had transformed Xue Xinyu's initial helplessness into complete revulsion. Now, the mere sight of him filled her with disgust from head to toe. So you've never taken any measures? You just let him follow you around every day? Chu Bai threw out the question from the passenger seat while glancing at the rearview mirror. In the reflection, Zhu Hui's car still clung tightly to their tail, and he couldn't help but marvel at the man's persistence. I've placed all my hopes on myself. Xue Xinyu responded proudly. One day, I'll make sure those people I dislike won't dare pester me anymore. Chu Bai fell silent. He knew clearly that someone like Zhu Hui could turn an ordinary girl's life upside down with just a few words. At this thought, a hint of guilt rose in his heart. Perhaps his question had been too cruel. The car pulled into Xue Xinyu's residential complex. The buildings had mottled exterior walls and sparse greenery, clearly showing their age. Her background wasn't terrible, but it wasn't particularly good either. After chatting and laughing along the way, Chu Bai smoothly parked below her building. As soon as they got out, Zhu Hui pulled up beside them. Xue Xinyu glanced at the black sedan and, worried that Chu Bai might be harassed further, took the initiative to invite him. Would you like to come up for some tea? Sure, sounds good. Chu Bai cast a meaningful glance at Zhu Hui before following Xue Xinyu through the building entrance. Inside the car, Zhu Hui gripped the steering wheel with both hands, his sinister gaze fixed on Chu Bai's retreating figure. Rage churned in his chest, but after a brief silence, he pressed hard on the gas pedal and reversed out of the complex. Kid, this isn't over, he muttered through gritted teeth. Not even knowing Chu Bai's name, he could only viciously repeat the name of that pet shop. Moments later, Chu Bai had climbed with Xue Xinyu to the 6th floor. Standing at her door, he raised an eyebrow. So this is your place? While changing shoes at the entrance, he took in his surroundings. The living room and dining area were modest, with slightly worn furniture arranged neatly. The refrigerator, TV, and other appliances were all present just enough for daily needs. The clean and tidy environment exuded a rare warmth. Not much better than the place he shared with Fong Quan, where 2 grown men's clothes were perpetually strewn about, and the tank top he wore today had been fished out from under the sofa. After settling the water spirit lizard, Xue Xinyu turned back half-jokingly. Are you disappointed seeing my home? Not at all. It's actually quite nice. Chu Bai sat on the sofa, shaking his head honestly. Have some water. She poured a cup of warm water from the dispenser and handed it over apologetically. Make do with this for now. I don't have any drinks or tea prepared. It's fine. I'm not as pampered as you think. Chu Bai waved dismissively with a smile, then asked casually. I never got the chance to ask Yuri, a 3rd-tier beast tamer. Besides this water spirit lizard, what other pets do you have? I've contracted 3 pets in total. Besides the 1-star water spirit lizard, I have a 3-star bloodthirsty thunder wasp and a 3-star stone-spotted cat. The blood-devouring thunder wasp was something I got with my scholarship money from last semester. It started as a 2-star thunder wasp, but then one of my relatives brought back a 3-star bloodthirsty wolf star core from a secret realm. The wasp accidentally absorbed it on its own, which triggered a mutation and evolution, turning it into what it is now, a blood-devouring thunder wasp. Shui Xinyu sat on a small round stool in the living room, enthusiastically introducing her two pet beasts to Chu Bai. She raised her hand slightly, unable to hide the pride in her voice. The stone-armored spotted cat was a stray star beast I found nearby. After I fed it for a while, it willingly formed a contract with me. Chu Bai leaned against the sofa back, nodding along half-jokingly while his mind rapidly sorted through the relevant knowledge. In theory, any pet beast could grow stronger by consuming star cores, but only if the core's attributes were compatible. If the attributes clashed, impurities would accumulate in the body. Mild cases would weaken talents. Severe ones could cause death within 2 or 3 days. Even if they survived initially, as their level increased, those impurities would eventually backfire and threaten their lives. The fact that this blood-devouring thunder wasp not only survived but also completed its evolution was like dancing on a knife's edge and then stumbling into incredible luck. Chu Bai silently marveled. Heaven's blessing. Outside, the sky gradually darkened as streetlights began to flicker on. He glanced at his watch, reminding himself that neither he nor Shui Xinyu had eaten dinner yet. Plus, she lived with her parents, and if her elders caught them together, misunderstandings would be inevitable. After weighing his options, he decided to quit while he was ahead. It's getting late, and since you're safely home, I'll head out now. Chu Bai stood up, slinging his backpack over his shoulder. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked to the entrance and grasped the door handle. Creak. The door was pushed open from outside. Facing him were two plainly dressed middle-aged people, Shui's father in front, with Shui's mother close behind. The couple had once been frontier hunters, but retired to second-line work when Shui Xinyu was born. Now they worked at the same company and usually got off work around the same time. Shui's father was looking down while opening the door, intending to turn and speak with his wife, when he caught sight of an unfamiliar young figure in his peripheral vision. He jerked his head up, and his gaze met Chu Bai's in midair. Who are you? Shui's father instinctively stepped in front of his daughter, his eyes sharp and piercing. Shui's mother remained calmer, gently pushing her husband's back. Let's go inside and talk. The four of them filed into the living room. Hello, uncle and auntie. I'm Chu Bai, Sinyu's friend. Chu Bai spoke first. Sinyu. Shui's father frowned. Chu Bai quickly corrected himself. I mean Shui Xinyu. Then why are you in our house? Chu Bai took a deep breath and quickly recounted the entire story of escorting Shui Xinyu home and encountering thugs along the way. Worried that Shui Xinyu might not have told her parents about Zhu Hui, he replaced Zhu Hui with an anonymous thug. After a full 5 minutes of explanation, Shui's father's expression finally softened slightly. Chu Bai, is it? Shui's mother suddenly smiled warmly, though her eyes scrutinized him from head to toe. How old are you? What do you do for work? Who's in your family? Just as Shui's father stopped his interrogation, Shui's mother picked up the baton, leaving Chu Bai momentarily stunned. Why did these questions sound so familiar? It seemed like Fang Quan had been asked this exact same set of questions by that older lady who wanted to keep him as a sugar baby when he was working part-time. At 8:30 in the evening, Chu Bai left the Shui family's home. From the moment he stepped through the door, Mother Shui had bombarded him with rapid-fire questions before he could finish answering one. Another would come flying at him. For half an hour, she barely gave him a moment to breathe. Even now, recalling that interrogation-style greeting, Chu Bai still felt his head throbbing. He stood downstairs, looking up at the Shui family's kitchen window where the lights were still on, let out a soft sigh, then slowly walked toward the residential complex's main gate. After dropping off Shui Xinyu, he hadn't brought any transportation, and this area was quite remote. Catch a taxi, he'd first need to walk out of the complex. 3 minutes later, he reached the complex entrance and pulled out his phone to text Fang Quan. He'd be about 30 minutes late getting home, and if she got hungry, she should order takeout first. Along the small road, elderly and middle-aged residents walked briskly in small groups, having come downstairs after dinner to aid their digestion. They greeted each other, chatted about daily life, and their laughter added some liveliness to the nighttime complex. Chu Bai walked silently with his head down, but caught sight of something strikingly out of place in his peripheral Visiona, white Bentley worth hundreds of thousands. The sleek vehicle formed a stark contrast with the surrounding old residential buildings, making it seem like a foreign object forcibly embedded into this small street. Coming for me? Chu Bai frowned. Zhu Hui also drove a white Bentley, but he couldn't remember the license plate number and couldn't confirm whether it was really Zhu Hui inside. He pretended not to notice and deliberately walked several hundred meters further. When he looked back, the car was still there, but had moved forward a bit from its previous position. Definitely coming for me. Chu Bai's lips curved slightly as he quickened his pace, running toward the abandoned stretch of road between the residential area and South Commercial Street. Both sides were lined with pitch-black mountain forests with no residents. If something were really going to happen, this place would obviously be convenient for handling things. More than 10 minutes later, with the residential complex's lights now just a blurry outline behind him, Chu Bai stopped and turned to stare at the white Bentley. Click! The high beams suddenly blazed to life. enveloping him in brilliant white light. The blinding glare forced him to squint and instinctively turn his head away. The car door opened, and Zhu Hui stepped out. So it really is you. Through the glare, Chu Bai recognized that silhouette immediately. Knowing it's me, why aren't you running for your life? You actually chose to stop on this deserted road. Zhu Hui sneered. Chu Bai, you really are worthless. I don't think these two legs of mine can outrun your Bentley. Chu Bai replied calmly. At least you have some self-awareness. Stop wasting time. Whatever tricks you have, bring them on. Chu Bai wasn't surprised that Zhu Hui could investigate his identity so quickly. If the Zhu family's young master didn't have at least this much capability, that would be strange. However, he really did hope Zhu Hui could finish whatever he was planning quickly. After all, his own stomach was still growling with hunger. Zhu Hui brushed off his collar and spoke with casual mockery. I heard the Chu family wiped out the Lin family in a fit of rage over a worthless piece of trash like you. If you ask me, your Chu family is pretty stupid, making such a big fuss over some abandoned waste. His tone was flippant, yet carried a bloody edge. But tell me, do you think the Chu family would also conveniently wipe out our Zhu family for your sake? Whether the Chu family is foolish or not isn't for outsiders to judge. Chu Bai's face remained expressionless, his features taut as stone. That murderous aura made the very air seem to freeze. Haha, I didn't mean to judge. Zhu Hui's smile grew even brighter as he waved his hand dismissively. As long as you sleep here forever today, the Chu family's foolishness will be announced to the world. Chu Bai nodded slightly, but when he raised his eyes, they suddenly turned razor-sharp. That gaze was like an unsheathed blade, piercing straight at Zhu Hui. Bang! He suddenly stomped the ground and shot forward like lightning, fists clenched tight. His right fist carried the force of thunder as it slammed viciously toward Zhu Hui's chest. With a dull impact, Zhu Hui grunted and staggered back a step. But in the next instant, a hideous ant head emerged from behind Zhu Hui. The two-star army poison ant raised its spear-like sharp legs, cold light piercing straight toward Chu Bai's crown. Thud! The sharp leg penetrated his skull like stabbing through tofu, meeting no resistance whatsoever. Alert! Two-star army poison ant has killed the host. Activating body reconstruction. Life and death happened in the blink of an eye. In that brief moment, Chu Bai went from life to death, then from death back to life. He suddenly opened his eyes as the star force deep in his dantian began to boil violently, rumbling continuously like thunderous drums. Boom, boom. In just a few breaths, over 10 explosive sounds came in succession, then suddenly fell silent. His wounds healed rapidly, blood flowing back into his body. Chu Bai looked inward at his dantian and saw that his star force had become even more concentrated, its color deep as ink, refined to greater purity through the burning tempering of death and resurrection. But he had no time to savor his increased power. The army poison ant across from him was already swinging its spear-like limbs to strike again. Chu Bai didn't dare take it heed. He touched his toes to the ground and spun sideways to dodge. Whoosh! The sharp leg swept through empty air with a piercing whistle. The army poison ant's massive head tilted slightly, vaguely sensing something different about this prey's speed. Did it seem faster? Or was it just his imagination? It shook its head to dispel the strange thought and attacked again. Xiao Bai can't fight the beast heat in. I need to find its weakness. Chu Bai's thoughts raced as he dodged again, retreating continuously to force distance between himself and the poison ant. Whoosh! The air was suddenly torn apart as golden light accompanied by fist force pressed toward his face. Zhu Hui had already caught up with clenched fists, his fist path star technique dancing between his knuckles. Chu Bai had nowhere to dodge and could only raise his arms to block. Bang! Fist met fist, and he felt Zhu Hui's power like a roaring mad lion. The next instant, he heard his own wrist bone crack with a snap. Fracture. The insurmountable gap between first order and third order. Chu Bai endured the intense pain and retreated. The changes brought by that moment of body reconstruction made him certain of two things. First, this body reconstruction star technique could indeed temper his body through repeated deaths, making him stronger. Second, thanks to his previous cultivation foundation plus today's life and death pressure, he had officially stepped into first-order Beastmaster. However, Zhu Hui was a genuine third-order Beastmaster. Having jumped 2 full major realms, there was no way he could match Zhu Hui in direct confrontation. His gaze swept warily between Zhu Hui and the marching venomous ant as Chu Bai retreated further, gently flexing his fractured wrist. Star technique she had none. Weapon she had none. Star beast though he kept some, they couldn't fight at the moment. Taking a deep breath, he knew clearly that these two opponents far exceeded his strength. Without external aid, relying solely on his self-healing, body reconstruction ability, this tough battle would be far from the easy victories he'd experienced before. Blade light and sharp limbs crisscrossed through the air. Zhu Hui swung his sword while the marching venomous ant charged recklessly. As Chu Bai dodged frantically, his mind raced. What could he do? Did he have any trump cards he could use immediately? The answer yes. Hidden in his system inventory was a basic Star Beast temporary contract card. Though high-tier star beasts were rare in this desolate wilderness, if he could contract even a low-tier pet beast of the same star level as the marching venomous ant, he might turn the tables. At worst, he could use it to escape. The thought flashed through his mind as he retrieved the gossamer thin card and activated it. The paper immediately dissolved into scattered starlight. In the next moment, Chu Bai's consciousness split in two. Half focused intently on Zhu Hui and the marching venomous ant's movements, ready to dodge at any moment. The other half surveyed the surroundings from a god's eye view, capturing information about all nearby star beasts. Images rapidly surfaced in his mind. 1-star thorn rabbit beasts, 1-star spotted deer, 1-star blackspot wolf dogs. He could only contract one, but they were all 1-star creatures. These small fries couldn't possibly stop the marching venomous ant. Chu Bai's brow furrowed as he dodged a piercing ant leg while expanding his search range, soon reaching the residential complex where Shui Sinyu lived. An unexpected sight appeared beside the elderly men and women chatting downstairs. Clusters of differently colored light mist were glowing. Looking closer, pet beasts lay within each mist. 2-star, 3-star, even 4-star ones. Damn, experience really did come with age. His eyes widened in amazement as he discovered a 5-star petrification wolf dog in a bachelor's bedroom. Since he could see these pet beasts, did this mean the temporary contract card could temporarily borrow others' pets? A bold idea flashed through Chu Bai's mind as he locked onto that 5-star wolf dog. Usage successful. The system gave an unhesitating confirmation. His vision returned to find a 3-meter giant wolf dog standing before him. The wolf dog was covered in heavy stone armor across 80% of its body, boasting incredible defense while displaying fearsome fangs that promised equally impressive offensive power. Stop that marching venomous ant, Chu Bai immediately commanded. The petrification wolf dog, originally sleeping peacefully in its summoning space, had been forcibly dragged to a battlefield where a stranger was now giving it orders. Already hot-tempered by nature, its fury exploded, directing all its rage toward the nearest target, the marching venomous ant. Boom! The massive body lunged forward, directly knocking the marching venomous ant to the ground. The petrification wolf dog's fangs clamped onto the connection between the ant's head and chest armor, and with a resounding crack, the hard shell shattered. You actually have a pet beast? Zhu Hui stared in disbelief. Chu Bai was rumored to be an incompetent rich kid, but this giant dog, stronger than his own pet, made him instantly realize. Chu Bai was also a beast tamer. After a brief moment of shock, he gripped his blade handle again and charged forward. No matter what, today Chu Bai had to fall here. In the southern outskirts, on a stretch of barren wasteland, howling mountain winds swept across the terrain, stirring up clouds of dust and sand as two ferocious giant beasts locked in a deadly struggle. The ant-type creature pinned to the ground clawed frantically with all 4 limbs, sending rocks flying in every direction, while the wolfhound beast loomed above, targeting the connection between the ant's head and chest with its gaping maw, tearing viciously at the flesh. Within mere moments, the ant-type beast's struggles began to weaken. Only a third of the flesh at its neck-chest junction remained intact, while the other 2/3 had been mangled beyond recognition. A chunk of fresh, bloody meat dangled from the wolfhound's mouth as it chewed with audible crunching sounds. Less than 10 meters from the battlefield, 2 humans remained locked in confrontation. Chu Bai, no matter what tricks you still have up your sleeve, you're destined to die here today. Zhu Hui's voice was hoarse, his eyes gleaming with barely contained eagerness as he prepared to strike. Chu Bai twisted sideways, barely dodging Zhu Hui's devastating punch, his expression cold as iron. You're nowhere near strong enough to kill me. At this moment, the 5-star petrifying wolfhound was temporarily holding off the marching poison ant, but Chu Bai was merely a first-tier beast tamer trying to face off against Zhu Hui, a third-tier beast tamer, an almost impossible task. Even worse, Zhu Hui's offensive star techniques were overwhelmingly powerful, making it impossible for Chu Bai to rely on timely support from the petrifying wolfhound. He quickly glanced toward the beast battlefield. The marching poison ant's vitality was remarkably tenacious. Even with its head completely torn off, its body and limbs continued thrashing about like an uncontrolled steel puppet. That battle clearly wouldn't end anytime soon. If he took another direct hit from Zhu Hui's star technique, he would likely lose all fighting capability on the spot. Just then, Zhu Hui also noticed the marching poison ant's dire condition, and a flash of anguish crossed his face. He snorted coldly and suddenly opened 3 summoning spaces behind him. Silver light cut through the air as 3 massive beasts stepped forth almost simultaneously. Coming from a beast breeder family, Zhu Hui's resources were staggering. Besides the 2-star marching poison ant, he had actually contracted 3 additional 3-star beasts. The moment these 3 creatures appeared, they all pounced toward the petrifying wolfhound, surrounding it completely. This made it even more impossible for the wolfhound to break free and rescue Chu Bai. The situation instantly became increasingly dire for him. Were you counting on that 5-star petrifying wolfhound to save you? Zhu Hui smiled coldly. I'm afraid you're going to be disappointed. Today, not only you, but that wolfhound will also stay here permanently. Before his words had finished echoing, he threw another punch, unleashing that devastating fist technique star skill directly at Chu Bai. This is bad. Cold sweat beaded on Chu Bai's forehead. The speed difference was undeniable. The comprehensive enhancement that came with being a third-tier beast tamer far exceeded his own capabilities. Even as he desperately tried to dodge, several of his vital points were still struck with precision by Zhu Hui. Bang, bang, bang. Dull impact sounds rang out in succession. Chu Bai's chest and abdomen churned violently. Hot blood surged up his throat and finally sprayed from his mouth and nose. Drip, drip, blood fell to the ground. And within just 2 or 3 breaths, a small pool of crimson had formed at his feet. This was the gap between first tier and third tier. Chu Bai tried to force a bitter smile, but a mouthful of bloody phlegm surged up his throat, causing him to double over in violent coughing fits. I'd say you've reached your limit. Zhu Hui walked slowly toward Chu Bai, his lips curving into a mocking arc, though his eyes were filled with barely concealed satisfaction. Chu Bai's gaze grew focused as he nodded slightly. Indeed, it was time to end this. If he didn't possess the system, this battle would have concluded here. Zhu Hui clearly didn't want to waste any more time either. His right arm rose, fingers clenched tight, stellar power churning around his fist as the phantom of a ferocious, snarling lion flashed across his knuckles there and gone in an instant. Boom. The iron fist struck Chu Bai square in the chest. Amid the sound of shattering bones, a spray of blood exploded in the night air. Chu Bai laughed grimly as his body was torn to pieces by the terrifying impact. Die, 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 Zhu Hui roared. In the moment his flesh scattered, a ghostly light flashed in Chu Bai's eyes as he locked on Zhu Hui. The more I die, the stronger I become. Witnessing Chu Bai torn apart with his own eyes, blood flowing like a waterfall, Zhu Hui's lips curved into a confident arc as he turned and strode away. Real men never look back at explosions. But after just 2 steps, he suddenly froze. A stabbing pain shot through his dantian, and a scalding liquid began soaking down his pant leg. Looking down, his face instantly turned deathly pale. What the? Chu Bai's expression was cold as he withdrew a slender sword from Zhu Hui's body. The current Chu Bai stood naked, and though only at the 1-star realm, he had used the system to resurrect from death and successfully strike the 3-star. Zhu Hui's body reconstruction still worked. Ow, how is this possible? Zhu Hui turned around stiffly. He had clearly seen his opponent blown to pieces with his own eyes, so how could he be revived in the blink of an eye? Not to mention at the start of the battle, when that army ant's sharp leg had pierced Chu Bai's head, yet he had still fought vigorously for so long. What kind of monster was this Chu Bai? Fear flooded his mind like a tide as Zhu Hui slowly closed his eyes. Next time you want to kill someone, remember to thoroughly confirm your target is completely dead before turning away. Chu Bai sighed softly. He wasn't sympathizing with Zhu Hui, but rather lamenting the cost of his impulsive action. Before being blown apart, the system shop had displayed an update notification, and to ensure he could break through the defense, he had impulsively purchased this sword in a moment of heated thinking worth a full 4 million stellar energy. Converted to yuan, that was 400 million, all spent because of one rash decision. Chu Bai stood there groaning for a few moments, then stripped off Zhu Hui's clothes to wear. Though bloodstained, it was better than being naked. Even in the deep of night, there was no guarantee no one would take photos, and he didn't want tomorrow morning's headlines to feature unseemly pictures of himself, misleading children. Woof woof woof. Moments later, the stone wolf came padding over. Zhu Hui's several pet beasts had already been taken down by it, and now lay scattered about, grievously wounded. The combat power of a 5-star pet beast had been severely underestimated by Zhu Hui. If star levels between pet beasts could be easily transcended, what meaning would the ranking system have? Chu Bai stepped forward to examine the corpses and discovered that all the pet beasts were missing their star cores. When he looked up, he noticed the petrified hound still had dark red bloodstains on its muzzle, its chest heaving with labored breaths. Chu Bai nodded at it, signaling it to leave. With a thought, the petrified hound's figure vanished like it had been erased by the wind, disappearing instantly from his sight, completely different from when he had actively dismissed the temporary contract with the Gale Eagle earlier. Most likely, it had returned directly to its original beast tamer. As expected, every pet beast instinctively devours star cores. I don't need to worry about that. Chu Bai chuckled softly. He had originally planned to use the star cores from Zhu Hui's pet beasts as rewards, but now it seemed entirely unnecessary. He quickly weighed his options in his mind. With the Zhu family's resources, finding Zhu Hui's corpse would be effortless, but as long as he didn't publicly display his star force, they would never suspect him a mere first-tier beast tamer. Unfortunately, these ownerless pet beast corpses could fetch at least 1 million on the market. He sighed quietly. To avoid suspicion, he had no choice but to reluctantly abandon this windfall. Hey, Uncle Zhang, I ran into some trouble in the southern suburbs. No need to bring anyone. I've already handled everything. I'll send you my location in a bit. Please come pick me up. He spoke in a low voice over the phone, then immediately added, Don't use any car registered under the Chu family. Find any vehicle that has absolutely no connection to the Chu family. After hanging up, worried that the Zhu family might trace the license plate back to the Chu family, he deliberately walked to a clearing in the woods about 100 meters away before sending his real-time location to Uncle Zhang via WeChat. He had originally planned to walk to the main road and hail a taxi, but the bloodstains covering him would likely scare off most drivers. So he simply called his family's driver instead. Without the Chu family's protection, he would most likely have to trek through the wilderness tonight. But since he was born into the Chu family, he could summon a personal driver anytime, anywhere. This was probably the charm of financial power. Thinking of this, he sighed silently and stood quietly by the roadside, waiting for his ride. About 40 minutes later, the low rumble of an engine cut through the night as a black Volkswagen pulled up steadily in front of him. Uncle Zhang quickly got out, and his face changed when he saw Chu Bai covered in blood under the lights. "Young master, are you injured?" "No, don't make a fuss." Chu Bai waved his hand, offering reassurance first. "But you're covered in blood, and you told me not to use the Chu family's car. What exactly happened?" Uncle Zhang respectfully opened the rear door, unable to resist asking. Chu Bai got into the back seat, his gaze showing slight fatigue, and could only offer a vague explanation. "The clothes and blood aren't mine." "Don't worry." Uncle Zhang, or rather Uncle Lu, glanced at him, opened his mouth, but ultimately swallowed the rest of his questions. Having worked for the Chu family for decades, he always knew his boundaries. "By the way, where did this car come from?" Chu Bai asked, tilting his head. "You said not to use the Chu family's cars, so I figured you had your concerns. I went to borrow one from the shadow unit." "Don't worry, no matter how much they investigate, they won't be able to trace this car." "Good." Chu Bai nodded with satisfaction. Uncle Lu was indeed sharp. The Shadow Squad was a private force of assassins raised by Chu Bai's father, Chu Jiansheng, specifically to handle matters that the Chu family couldn't openly involve themselves in. Every member of this squad had vanished into thin air. No names, fingerprints, or even birth records could be found in any official database. The vehicles they drove were equally untraceable, blank license plates and registration information, as if they had never existed. Since they were non-existent, what could outsiders possibly investigate? Chu Bai was confident that even if the Zhu family turned Yun City upside down, they would never point fingers at him, let alone suspect the Chu family. The two men rode in silence as the night scenery flashed past the car windows. Uncle Lu drove Chu Bai directly to the apartment complex where he lived with Fong Quan. Worried that the smell of blood on him might frighten Fong Quan, Chu Bai quickly exchanged pants and jacket with Uncle Lu in the car. When he got out, he was wearing the chauffeur's dark uniform, complete with an inconspicuous ID badge pinned to his collar. The next morning, Yun City exploded with news. The Zhu family's top brass were furious and immediately offered a 10 billion yuan bounty, mobilizing every capable person in the city to find out who had killed their heir. The incident came to light through a night shift worker at a factory in the southern suburbs. At 5 in the morning, exhausted from work, he was riding his electric scooter along a deserted road back to the city. Suddenly, a blinding headlight beam shone directly at him, whiting out his vision and causing him to crash with his scooter by the roadside. Furious, he pushed his scooter forward to confront the driver, but in front of that expensive sports car, he saw bodies scattered everywhere, both bizarrely shaped pet beasts and humans, with the smell of blood thick in the air. The worker was so terrified his legs went weak, and he nearly wet himself. Coming to his senses, he immediately called the police. The police rushed to the scene overnight, cordoned off the area, and after identifying the bodies, discovered that the deceased was none other than the heir of Yun City's Zhu family. In terms of family status, he was almost on par with Chu Yi, the legitimate son of the Chu family. Just as dawn was breaking, the police station notified the Zhu family patriarch of the tragic news, which led to the Zhu family's furious offer of the massive reward. The one-star Chaos Spirit Sword possesses evolvable attributes. This mysterious weapon of chaos is a fragment of a divine sword from the ancient world, capable of evolution through devouring star cores and materials. Evolution progress, 0. After his shower, Chu Bai collapsed onto the soft bed and immediately pulled up his attribute panel, eager to see what made this one-star weapon worth a staggering 400 million so extraordinary. The more he looked, the worse it got. Regular weapons were typically forged with Star Beast materials, so their grades corresponded to Star Beast's. Most one-star weapons on the market cost under 100,000, some even less than 10,000. Yet his Chaos Spirit Sword dared command such an astronomical price simply because of 3 words after its name. Evolvable. Evolvable meant devouring materials, and in the world of beast tamers, evolution materials were precisely the most expensive commodities. In other words, he had spent 400 million on what was essentially a gold-devouring sword. Chu Bai stared at those numbers, his heart skipping a beat. Is it too late to return this now? Unfortunately, the system couldn't speak, and the shop interface had no return button. He could only swallow this bitter loss. At least the attribute panel showed that this rapier's base power was indeed slightly higher than ordinary one-star weapons. Chu Bai took a deep breath, condensed his sword intent, and the silver rapier whistled forth, landing in his palm. Cold light flowed like water, yet the blade was extremely light, producing a crisp sword song with just a gentle touch. Without it, he never would have found the opportunity to eliminate Zhu Hui in that previous battle. Chu Bai possessed the body reconstruction secret technique and didn't fear fatal wounds. But if Zhu Hui had spread word about his ability to continuously revive, the trouble would have been immense. The Chu family already had two men hailed as the ceiling of human talent. Adding an equally extraordinary third young master might not bring peace even within the family. Chu Bai wasn't afraid of making enemies with anyone. He simply didn't want to become a target before he had grown strong enough. Recalling the chaotic battle with Zhu Hui, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Beast tamers were ultimately a profession that fought alongside their beasts. Going it alone was always a disadvantage. Without the petrification wolf delaying Zhu Hui's beast, even wielding the chaos sword, he would have struggled to successfully eliminate his opponent through all those obstacles. I need to train Xiao Bai as quickly as possible. He looked up at the system task list in the bottom right of his vision. 1. Main task: cultivate Azure Wind Wolf progress. 0. 2. Temporary task: help Water Spirit Lizard evolve status. Cooling down, countdown paused. The Water Spirit Lizard had already entered the evolution process, requiring 5 days to complete. The system countdown didn't include this period, making the 2-day time limit impossible to meet. The result was that rewards for both tasks were temporarily unavailable. Chu Bai opened his bedside drawer, pulled out his laptop, and his fingers flew across the keyboard. A new Drank secret realm seemed to open in Mailin district of Yun City a couple days ago. Azure Wind Wolf, materials, secret realms, system rewards. The stalled tasks made Chu Bai realize more clearly that relying solely on the system was far from enough. The system could provide him with various items and privileges, but at most this could only serve as bonus points. He couldn't make the system his everything. A bird that waits with its mouth open for food to fall in will ultimately starve. The moment the new secret realm in Merlin district was revealed, the entire Cloud City was set ablaze. Even though it was just a Drank rift with the lowest danger level, it was still earth-shattering news. Merlin District New Secret Realm Beast Tamer Association Cloud City Vice President Personal Names New Secret Realm D-Rank New Secret Realm Third World First batch of contract beasts from New Secret Realm born. Dense trending hashtags occupied an entire column on web pages, and even after several days had passed, no one could knock them off the rankings. Currently, Cloud City only had 2 Drank secret realms. The one discovered 3 years ago had been monopolized at high prices by the Zhong and Chu families, and outsiders could only enter by paying admission fees. With public resources privatized, both safety and fairness were severely compromised. This was precisely why the new secret realm continued to ferment over just a few short days. Chu Bai estimated that this hype would take at least 10 days to half a month to die down. The higher the hype, the more people there would be. The more people, the more chaotic the situation is. Suited Chu Bai perfectly. With his current appearance, those who could recognize him at a glance were few and far between, so he could completely infiltrate teams using a false identity. He wanted to explore the secret realm and take the opportunity to gain experience. He already had weapons in hand, plus his life-saving star technique, body reconstruction, which drastically reduced the danger coefficient. Moreover, the secret realm's rating didn't align with the system standards. The strongest creatures in Drank rifts were only 4 to 5-star beasts, with high-tier star beasts or star servant realm beings almost impossible to encounter. Old Cheng, help me get a fake identity. I'll need it by tomorrow morning. Chu Bai opened WeChat and sent a message to a contact nicknamed Handler. 10 minutes later, his phone buzzed. Old Cheng replied, "Fake identity? You mean a fake ID card? I have business tomorrow and can't afford to expose my identity. Please arrange false information and documents." "Got it. I'll deliver it to your doorstep at 8 tomorrow morning." Old Cheng's full name was Lu Cheng, a fellow countryman Chu Bai had met at the Asian Regional Hacker Competition. His technical skills were no less impressive, just specialized in different areas. After the competition ended, Lu Cheng started a cover business in the black market under the name Document Processing, which was why Chu Bai thought of him first. Shutting down his computer, Chu Bai lay back on his bed but didn't close his eyes. Following the Eternal Phoenix Spirit Manual, he quietly circulated the star power in his dantian. His newly broken-through realm wasn't yet stable, so he dared not slack off in the slightest. Beast tamers and their contracted beasts grew together. Only when the master was strong enough could the beast truly become powerful. The night was deep and silent. As dawn broke, a thin line of pale gray leaked through the bedroom curtain gaps. Chu Bai opened his eyes and sat up in bed. The entire night of cultivation hadn't made him feel tired. Instead, it left his mind exceptionally clear. He secretly speculated that this might be a unique effect of the Eternal Phoenix Spirit Manual. After a simple wash, he went downstairs to buy breakfast. Fong Quan left for work after eating, while he nestled on the sofa, browsing information about the new secret realm while waiting for Old Cheng's delivery. At exactly 8 o'clock, as he closed his laptop and stood up, Chu Bai noticed a leather envelope lying quietly on the entryway floor, obviously slipped through the door crack. He opened the envelope to find two items: an impeccable fake ID card and forged personal information, an ordinary kid from a bottom-tier beast tamer family. At the end of the materials, old Chung had even drawn a cute emoticon. Chu Bai silently pulled out his phone and opened the chat interface. Extra drumstick. Extra drumstick. After finishing his preparations, he packed outdoor supplies into his hiking backpack, shouldered it, and checked his star techniques and equipment once more. Confirming everything was in order, he unlocked the door. Then, with his pack on his back, he set off. Meilan District was about a 3 to 4 hour drive from Lonlin District. Chu Bai boarded the bus promptly at 8:30 in the morning, enduring a bumpy journey as the scenery outside gradually shifted from towering city buildings to rolling countryside. He spent the entire half-day listening to the monotonous friction of wheels against asphalt. Fortunately, he had brought 108 tips for beast nurturing to pass the Tamiya thin booklet that Fong Quan had casually purchased last month. Though the theories were basic, it vividly described feeding and care techniques, making it perfect for whiling away the journey. The vehicle reached its destination around noon. Chu Bai jumped off, followed by the rustling sounds of luggage. About 20 people had disembarked with him. The bus had stopped just a few hundred meters from the new secret realm, and 9 out of 10 passengers were likely there for the same reason as Chu Bai, drawn by the secret realm. The new secret realm spanned 20 li in radius, completely sealed off by high-density wire mesh installed by the authorities. Only 4 small gates remained, one each at the east, west, south, and north sides, each guarded by 2 to 3 sentries. These guards were not only registered beast tamers, but elite ones at that, with stern expressions and intimidating auras. Chu Bai joined the crowd heading for the east gate. When he actually arrived, he almost thought he'd come to the wrong place. 3 long queues stretched from the entrance, winding back several hundred meters. Yet the order was surprisingly good. No one cut in line or made noise. Chu Bai resignedly set down his backpack, pulled out a piece of dry bread, and observed the queue's progress while munching. Many others had come equally prepared, having anticipated the wait and brought provisions. Those who had arrived empty-handed, drawn only by the hype, could only wait with empty stomachs. After another hour or two, he finally completed registration under a false identity and officially entered the secret realm's perimeter. It was already 1:30 in the afternoon. The interior wasn't as monotonous as he'd imagined, just a single spatial rift. Temporary sheds erected by the authorities crowded the area, stalls purchasing star beasts and star cores, vendors selling weapons and armor, booths trading treasures and spiritual medicines. Everything a beast tamer might need could be found here, generally priced 20% below outside market rates. Consequently, the stalls buzzed with activity and brisk business. Groups of 3 to 5 beast tamers chatted and bargained, while lone travelers hurried past. The sight made Chu Bai's palms itch with desire to bring his shop's inventory here to sell. However, he knew full well that operating a stall in this area required paying at least $1 million in venue fees up front, plus cultivating various connections to qualify for business. While profits would certainly be substantial, the complications would multiply accordingly. Too lazy to deal with official bureaucracy, Chu Bai could only fantasize. "Hey buddy," someone called from behind. Chu Bai paid no attention and continued walking, but the person persisted, reaching out to grab his sleeve. "What do you want?" Chu Bai turned around to see 4 people standing in formation, each with their summoned beast at their feet. Since entering the gate, virtually every beast tamer had released at least one creature to guard their side as a precaution. Since arriving, Chu Bai had already witnessed 3 wallet thefts, 2 financial disputes, and 1 incident where parents had apparently brought their child along for fun, only to lose track of them. Having beasts nearby could largely prevent such incidents from occurring. However, Chu Bai was an exception. His Azure Wind Wolf was just a tiny, adorable little thing that couldn't serve as any kind of deterrent. This new secret realm is highly dangerous. Most people form teams to enter, and nobody dares to go in with fewer than 7 or 8 members. A young man at the front of the crowd gestured toward Chu Bai with his chin, deliberately raising his voice. "Our team leader has experience entering this place and can help avoid most dangers. How about it? Want to join us?" Chu Bai looked the 4 of them up and down. The 2 in front were clearly experienced veterans, one specialized in recruitment, while the other was their so-called leader. The 2 companions standing behind them looked hesitant, as if they hadn't fully committed yet. Chu Bai's gaze swept over the group before settling on the dark shadow perched on the leader's shoulder, his pet beast. It floated in midair with an indistinct form, yet emanated an eerie chill. 5-star bloodline, with even a vampire evolution branch on its evolution tree, extremely rare. "Sorry, I'm used to working alone." He smiled politely, but firmly declined. Everyone here was at least a 2nd or 3rd tier beast tamer, while he had just reached the 1st tier. Forcing himself to keep up would be exhausting. More importantly, he possessed the life-saving star technique, body reconstruction. If strangers discovered it, trouble would surely follow. Our leader is a 4-star beast tamer, buddy. Won't you reconsider? The recruiter persisted with an unwilling smile. When Chu Bai continued shaking his head, the man gave up and waved his hand. Fine then. Since you have your own plans, we won't force you. Just be careful in there. The secret realm is full of dangers. Don't worry, I will be. Chu Bai nodded and left. After the crowd swallowed his figure, the leader's expression darkened as he spat under his breath. Bah, what an ungrateful fool. The recruiter quickly bowed with a fawning smile. Don't be angry, boss. When we run into him in the secret realm, we'll teach him a proper lesson. The other companions joined in cursing Chu Bai, afraid of being slow to flatter. After venting, they continued searching the crowd for new teammates. Chu Bai remained unaware of the insults behind him, his attention entirely focused on the secret realm about to open. Soon, he followed several teams to the entrance of the spatial rift. 3 men in black guarded the entrance. To enter, one had to leave identification as collateral and pay a 3,000 yuan entrance fee. Chu Bai had prepared thoroughly and followed the rules. He did exactly what everyone else did. He handed over his ID and transferred 3,000 yuan through WeChat to the black-clad man handling payments on the right. Most of his funds had already been loaded into the system store. This 3,000 came from what remained of the deposit Shui Xinyu had paid yesterday. After last night's major purchases, he didn't dare reload large amounts into the store. The system secretly took a cut each time. Even if he got cheated now, it would only cost him around 900,000 at most. If he loaded more, he'd only lose more. The secret realm's entrance looked exactly like the image in the system. A massive vertical pupil-shaped spatial rift floating silently 20 centimeters above the ground. Mysterious black halos rippled continuously across the surface of the vertical pupil. It looked like the eye of a hellish demon opening in the mortal world, quite terrifying to behold. A brief wave of dizziness washed over him, identical to what Chu Bai had experienced in the system before. The scenery before his eyes first blurred and twisted, then shifted rapidly like a canvas being violently shaken. In the next instant, he found himself standing in a dense forest. Looking around, he saw thick tree trunks and towering canopies averaging over 50 meters in height, even taller than most Madris buildings in the city center. The rift remained open behind them, continuously spitting out beast tamers and their companion beasts. These people had been loudly calling for team-ups outside, but once they stepped into the secret realm, no one mentioned that word again. Whether traveling alone or in groups, they merely exchanged wary glances before tactfully dispersing in different directions. Suddenly, a sharp meow exploded nearby. It came from a cat-type companion beast at a girl's feet, its fur standing on end as it arched its back and growled low. Almost simultaneously, the surrounding companion beasts bared their claws and fangs, assuming battle stances. The bushes ahead rustled with swooshing sounds, the noise growing closer. Most of the beast tamers were novices with little real experience fighting star beasts to the death, their nervousness evident as their Adam's apples bobbed up and down. Some took deep breaths and formed hand seals, channeling star power through their meridians. Others simply hid behind their companion beasts, letting their partners scout ahead. The branches parted, revealing half a bronze-colored Hiata bronze leopard. Attribute, metal. Strength, mid 2-star. Aptitude, 2-star. Combat skills, bronze skin iron bones, metal rush. Evolution paths, bronze skin evolution, attribute evolution, strength evolution. A 2-star beast wasn't particularly strong. Some beast tamers here had already contracted 3-star companions. Any beast tamer with only one contracted companion could typically handle up to early 3-star level with their mental capacity. The bronze leopard was actually more terrified than the crowd. It had just finished eating and wanted a stroll to aid digestion, but upon emerging from the bushes, it met dozens of fierce gazes, with over half the companion beasts being stronger than itself. Survival instinct made its legs go weak, and it immediately tried to flee, but this time no one was willing to let it escape. Several companion beasts pounced simultaneously, biting, striking, and coiling around it. After a thorough beating, the bronze leopard had virtually no room to struggle. In less than half a minute, the Tumterlong, nearly 1-meter body was torn apart by 6 or 7 companion beasts. Most eye-catching was a 3-meter-long giant python that reached in and extracted an earth-yellow star core from the leopard's chest. Seeing this, the beast tamers who had been too slow to act felt their guts twist with regret, though they could only grit their teeth in silence. The rules of secret realms had always been simple. Treasures belonged to those capable of claiming them. The python that contributed the most effort rightfully claimed the star core. Moreover, it was only a 2-star core, not valuable enough for everyone to turn on each other. If it had been 3 or 4-star, the scene would likely have descended into chaos long ago. After all, a single early 3-star core was worth millions on the outside market. Anyone who managed to snatch one could immediately exit the realm with guaranteed profit. Chu Bai silently observed all of this. Only after someone had completely divided up the bronze leopard's remaining fur and bones did he sigh softly and turn to leave. He had hoped to scavenge some scraps, but in the blink of an eye, not even bone fragments remained. so he understood that notion had to be abandoned. As for those beast tamers still lingering at the scene with similar intentions standing there, they were merely wasting their time. As Chu Bai moved away from the rift entrance and ventured deeper into the secret realm, he encountered fewer and fewer beast tamers along the way. The star beasts in the realm weren't concentrated in one area, but scattered in clusters throughout the territory. Roughly every 10 minutes of walking, Chu Bai could spot intense battles in the distance. Some tamers directly slaughtered star beasts to collect materials, while others chose to subdue them and compensated their teammates with additional rewards. Chu Bai never stopped to watch, determined to avoid all other beast tamers. After carefully sneaking for 2 to 3 hours, he finally saw no other figures around. The deeper one went into the secret realm, the higher the danger level became. So most beast tamers didn't dare venture far and only lingered around the outer perimeter. To avoid detection, Chu Bai had no choice but to press forward despite the risks. Fortunately, he possessed divine skills, making him much safer than ordinary beast tamers even if he encountered real danger. Whoosh! Suddenly, a chill swept past. The surroundings were empty and silent, but as Chu Bai quickly looked around, the cold became increasingly bone-piercing. In the next instant, an extremely cold star power beam shot past him, striking the ground at an angle and leaving behind a glowing ice line. The ice trail made the waist-high weeds look as if they'd been suddenly washed clean, with delicate white frost covering every blade. Following the ice line back to its source, Chu Bai spotted 2 small figures leaping back and forth behind a massive ancient tree. They were 2 humanoid star beasts, less than a meter tall, with slightly hunched backs and slender limbs. At first glance, they looked remarkably like the goblins from Legends. Chu Bai was secretly amazed. There were actually goblin-type star beasts in this secret realm? Crouching behind the grass, he quietly activated his identification panel. Fire Sprite. Attributes: Fire Spirit Type. Strength: Early 3-star. Aptitude: 3-star. Combat Skills: Flame Body, Scorching Blaze, Splitting Fist Strike. Evolution Branches: Fire Evolution, Spirit Evolution, Special Evolution, Goblin Evolution. Ice Sprite. Attributes: Ice Spirit Type. Strength: Mid 3-star. Aptitude: 3-star. Combat Skills: Frost Body, Frost Ray, Ice Spirit Defense. Evolution Branches: Ice Evolution, Spirit Evolution, Special Evolution, Goblin Evolution. The information appeared instantly, confirming that these sprite star beasts shared the same origin as Earth spirits, which explained their goblin-like appearance. Some believe that goblins were corrupted Earth spirits, and since Earth spirits were originally sprites, their similar forms were no coincidence. Splitting Fist Strike. The fire sprite's right fist ignited like a lit match, instantly bursting into flames. It kicked off the ground with both feet, becoming a blur as it launched toward the ice sprite's abdomen. Bang! The punch connected, but even before the flames made contact, the ice sprite's body had already begun glowing with an icy blue light. The impact pushed it back several steps, but when the glow faded, it remained completely unharmed. The fire sprite's strength lay in offense. The ice sprite's strength lay in defense. When star beasts are of similar types, the ice spirit's attributes are weaker than the fire spirits, while the fire spirit's cultivation level is lower than the ice spirit's. This delicate balance made it impossible to determine a winner quickly, one like a spear, the other like a shield, perfectly matched in offense and defense. They clawed and cast spells at each other for over 20 minutes before finally collapsing from exhaustion, leaving the battlefield half scorched earth, half frozen wasteland completely barren. Both star beasts collapsed almost simultaneously, sprawled on their backs with limbs spread wide, eyes closed, panting heavily, while silently counting down the time until they could recover and fight again. However, after just 2 minutes of rest, the fire spirit's eyes snapped open as a sharp, blade-like pain tore through its throat. Too late. Chu Bai had somehow circled around to the grass behind them, gripping the soul-mixing sword as he slashed viciously across the fire spirit's neck. Its head went flying. In its final moment, the fire spirit desperately tried to condense a fireball in its chest to blast Chu Bai to pieces, but the flames only reached its throat before spraying out through the gaping wound along with blood, ultimately producing nothing more than a wisp of black smoke from its gaping mouth. Though the soul-mixing sword was merely a 1-star weapon, it was a fragment of a divine artifact, retaining its divine essence and surpassing ordinary 3-star weapons in both durability and sharpness. Without this advantage, Chu Bai's meager 1-star strength wouldn't have been able to harm the fire spirit even with a sneak attack. Withdrawing his sword, Chu Bai turned to face the ice spirit, which had been startled awake by the commotion. Seeing its equally matched partner now headless, the ice spirit's entire blue body trembled, its expression clearly showing shock. "Little buddy, how did you just die like that?" With intelligence comparable to a 2- or 3-year-old child, it instinctively swallowed hard, not daring to look directly at Chu Bai. When its peripheral vision caught sight of the blood-dripping soul-mixing sword, a chill instantly spread throughout its body. The next second, it dropped to all fours, dove into the tall grass, and fled frantically. Spirit-type star beasts have always been excellent at escaping, and it vanished from Chu Bai's sight in the blink of an eye. Seeing this, Chu Bai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If the ice spirit had remained alert, even with the soul-mixing sword, he might not have been able to kill a 3-star pet beast in direct combat. To save trouble, he simply stored the fire spirit's intact corpse in his system inventory. The star core and bones were valuable materials that could fetch a good price in the outside world. After tidying up, Chu Bai looked up at the sky. Time flowed faster within the secret realm than in the outside world, and dusk was already approaching. Complete darkness would fall in just 2 or 3 hours, so he needed to find a safe place to rest quickly. He surveyed his surroundings and chose to head in the opposite direction from where the ice spirit had fled, traveling at a rapid pace. After about 40 minutes, with almost no light remaining in the sky, Chu Bai finally found an area with relatively fewer star beasts. As night fell, Chu Bai dared not light a fire, fearing it might attract powerful star beasts. He could only pull bread and dried rations from his backpack, along with the water he had brought. After a few bites of bread, his hunger was temporarily satisfied. The powdered milk he had prepared before departure still retained some warmth, perfect for the Azure Wind Wolf's dinner. He poured the milk into a small bowl and summoned his contracted beast through his consciousness. The moment the Azure Wind Wolf appeared, it caught the scent of milk. Its 4 short legs scrambled as it slid from Chu Bai's arms to the ground, stumbling toward the bowl and eagerly lapping up the milk with loud slurping sounds. Slow down, no one's competing with you for it, Chu Bai chuckled, gently stroking the little wolf's head. While the wolf pup ate contentedly, he opened his system inventory. Soul Mixing Sword 1. 9-star Frost Mist Freshwater Frog Star, Core 105. Fire Spirit Monster Corpse 1. The small characters can evolve. Next to the Soul Mixing Sword icon caught his eye, making his heart race. The Soul Mixing Sword could absorb materials to evolve, and star cores were premium materials essential for both weapon forging and enhancing beast companion strength. This meant the Soul Mixing Sword might be able to directly devour star cores. At this thought, he clenched his fists, his breathing quickening. Originally, these star cores were his reserved assets, meant to be sold when he needed money for cultivation resources. Though wasteful, they would sustain him for a long journey. But if he could use them immediately to strengthen his weapon and gain instant combat power, why wait? Despite his excitement, just before taking out a Frost Mist Freshwater Frog Star Core, he suddenly hesitated. What if the system didn't recognize star cores as materials? Both the Frost Mist Freshwater Frog Star Cores and the Soul Mixing Sword were too precious. If the experiment failed, the loss would be irreparable. He turned his attention to the Fire Spirit Monster Corpse. The star core from that beast hadn't been extracted yet. Though inferior in quality compared to the Frost Mist Freshwater Frog Star Cores, it was perfect for testing. With this thought, the Fire Spirit Monster Corpse materialized before him. Star Beast cores were typically hidden in vital organs, the brain, heart, or other internal organs. Without a Star Beast's natural sensing ability, Chu Bai had to rely on dissection. Using the Soul Mixing Sword's sharp blade, he quickly cut through the charred exterior, releasing waves of heat mixed with the metallic scent of blood. After about 20 minutes, he extracted a fire-type star core from the Fire Spirit Monster's lungs, a crystal the size of an infant's fist. Compared to the Frost Mist Freshwater Frog Star cores, this one was larger, but contained significantly less energy, resembling glowing charcoal without the latter's brilliant luster. Woo-woo. Having finished its milk, the Azure Wind Wolf lifted its head and whimpered twice. Still unsteady on its feet, it soon stumbled, its small white fluffy body toppling sideways onto the grass, rolling twice before struggling back up. It wobbled over to Chu Bai and gently tugged at his clothes with its tiny paws, signaling that it was full. Chu Bai chuckled softly, set down the soul-mixing sword, and began cleaning up the mess around him. After tidying up, he turned around to find the Azure Wind Wolf convulsing violently on the ground, while the fire-type star core he had placed beside the Fire Spirit Monster's corpse had mysteriously vanished. Urgent mission: save the Azure Wind Wolf. Time limit: before the Azure Wind Wolf's death. Mission path: host must enter a special secret realm to undergo trials. Upon successful completion, materials for the Azure Wind Wolf's fire-type evolution will be collected to help it survive this calamity. Reward: none. Penalty: none. This was the second mission Chu Bai had encountered with no rewards or penalties. Fire-type evolution? Don't tell me the Azure Wind Wolf swallowed the Fire Spirit Monster's fire-type star core. Chu Bai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of all things to eat, it had to gnaw on a 3-star fire-type crystal core. Without further hesitation, he quickly recalled the Azure Wind Wolf into his summoning space. The secret realm rifts on his system panel immediately dimmed to gray, leaving only the central crack still flickering with ghostly light. Chu Bai stared at the fissure for a moment, then finally pressed enter. This secret realm's name and difficulty were all replaced with 3 question marks, making it completely incomprehensible. His vision blurred, and he found himself inside a mountain cave. The cave was pitch black, with only a few pale rays of light filtering through cracks in the ceiling, outlining a massive stone coffin in the center with sinister clarity. On the coffin lid lay a blood-soaked heart, blood still slowly flowing, following the stone coffin's curves and dripping into the dark interior. This is the evolution material? Chu Bai's mind raced as he lifted his foot to approach. Bang! Bang! The coffin lid suddenly trembled with two muffled sounds like giant hammers striking. Chu Bai immediately stepped back, his gaze fixed on the coffin. After a brief, silence boom, the stone coffin exploded into countless fragments. A piece of debris grazed Chu Bai's right cheek as it flew past, leaving a stinging scratch before disappearing into the darkness. Another crisp sound followed, as if something hidden in the shadows had been shattered. Chu Bai ignored the pain on his face because the corpse inside the coffin had stood up. Its feet touched the ground, and flesh fell away like dust, quickly revealing its true form. A grayish-white humanoid skeleton over 2 meters tall. Guardian skeleton. Type: undead necromantic. Strength. Aptitude. Combat skills. Evolution branches. Chu Bai forced himself to remain calm and activated his identification skill, but everything except the name and type showed question marks. The unknown was the most terrifying thing of all. He drew the soul-mixing sword from his inventory. Though the sword hadn't evolved, it was still a reliable weapon. The cold hilt in his palm brought him some comfort as long as the opponent wasn't a phantom. Physical attacks would work, which meant he still had a chance. The guardian skeleton looked down to examine its own skeletal frame, then raised its head to stare at Chu Bai with cold, emotionless eye sockets, as if receiving some kind of command. It turned and bent down, dragging a massive sword from the shattered coffin. The sword was over 6 feet long with a blade 2 to 3 hands wide, yet it seemed as light as an ordinary longsword in the skeleton's grasp. Roar! The skeletal guardian let out a thunderous roar at Chu Bai, with the faint sounds of galloping hooves and clashing weapons echoing within its cry, accompanied by that deafening howl. A brutal scene of 10,000 warriors locked in deadly combat, with rivers of blood flowing, suddenly invaded Chu Bai's mind without warning. War horses neighing, spears snapping, the dull thud of blades piercing flesh, and dying wail so vivid that even the sensation of steel scraping against bone felt crystal clear. While Chu Bai was stunned by this illusion, the skeletal guardian swung its massive sword in a diagonal slash. Whoosh! The air was torn apart, the sharp whistle of wind making his eardrums ache. Only when the blade's edge reached his face did Chu Bai snap back to reality, hastily raising his chaos spirit sword to block, while his legs retreated frantically. Clang! The two weapons collided, but the chaos spirit sword ultimately couldn't match the brute force of the massive blade, being forced to slide diagonally toward the ground along with the strike's momentum. Bang! The giant sword, carrying the chaos spirit sword with it, crashed into the stone slab less than 2 inches from Chu Bai's feet, sending fragments flying. A fist-sized chunk struck his shin directly, spreading sharp pain rapidly through his leg. The skeletal guardian raised its sword to strike again. Its movements were decisive, without the slightest pause. Chu Bai pulled up his chaos spirit sword to meet the attack, but the next strike was already bearing down on him, forcing him to retreat once more. Damn it, both its strength and speed completely overpower me. Shaking his numb wrist, Chu Bai cursed under his breath. In just a few exchanges, his stamina was rapidly declining, new injuries piling on top of old ones, leaving him increasingly battered. In contrast, the skeletal guardian was like an emotionless killing machine, using only the most simple and direct movements, tirelessly swinging its massive sword and forcing Chu Bai to retreat again and again. There's no way to win like this. Chu Bai thought anxiously, his gaze sweeping rapidly around the area before finally settling on the crimson heart that had rolled onto the ground when the stone coffin exploded. A flash of inspiration struck him, and he took a moment to examine the skeletal guardian's information. Attribute undead. Undead. His heart sank. Earlier, when the skeletal guardian had launched into its frenzied assault, he'd had no time to think about the true meaning of this trial, let alone consider its attributes. Now, looking at that still faintly beating heart, he suddenly connected death with undead. This trial probably isn't meant for us to fight to the death. Chu Bai speculated. Given the power the skeletal guardian had just displayed, it was at least far stronger than most 3-star beasts he'd encountered, and logically, his star technique, body reconstruction, should have failed by now. 2 undead beings show do they determine victory in a battle without rules. He pondered desperately, but couldn't find an answer. Just as he continued to think, the skeletal guardian opened its upper and lower rows of bone-white teeth again, roaring directly at him. Strange energy instantly spread. The familiar bloody battlefield scene invaded Chu Bai's mind once more. In an instant, blood vessels filled his eyes. Kill, enemies, death, war, glory. A series of words tangled and twisted together, and he seemed to see the world through a translucent red veil, with the skeletal guardian before him becoming his sole and greatest enemy. Kill! Chu Bai roared in his mind, raising the chaos spirit sword and thrusting it toward the skeletal guardian. The skeletal guard raised its massive sword to block once again. Clang! The spirit-mixing sword struck hard against the giant blade wreathed in cold white light, leaving only a shallow pale scratch as sparks flew in all directions. The metallic clash jolted Chu Bai back to his senses, and he suddenly realized the skeleton was less than half a meter away. His heart tightened, and he pushed off with his feet, retreating several steps while practically hugging the ground. Cold sweat instantly soaked through his back. Was I actually influenced by that image? As the scene of his reckless charge replayed in his mind, Chu Bai felt a chill run down his spine. When that battle scene had appeared, it was as if his entire being had been sucked into it, becoming one of the desperately fighting soldiers in the image, while the skeletal guard became an enemy soldier. This forced immersion was utterly terrifying. What a frightening ability. Is it a star technique? Chu Bai stared at the skeleton, his mind on high alert. The skeletal guard offered no response, only mechanically opening its jaw to emit deep, angry roars in wave after wave. Each time the roar sounded, the battle scene would once again occupy Chu Bai's consciousness, and his killing intent would be completely ignited. For a full half hour, this cycle of control repeated itself. Finally, in a moment of distraction, the skeletal guard's massive sword came crashing down, and Chu Bai's left arm exploded on impact. Bang! Blood, flesh fragments, and bone shards scattered in all directions as pain like tongues of fire swept through his entire body. The skeleton roared again, and the vision returned, but the tearing agony pushed back that surge of aggression, allowing Chu Bai to grit his teeth and forcibly steady his mind. Given the chance, I'll definitely tear you apart. He glared at the skeleton with venomous hatred. The next second, the massive sword swept horizontally, but Chu Bai didn't dodge bang. His entire body was cleaved into a bloody mist. Yet in an instant, the blood mist swirled back into his body, flesh and bone reformed, and Chu Bai stood whole once more in the same spot. The skeleton clearly hadn't expected its prey to resurrect, and its movements froze. Perfect opportunity. Chu Bai's heart leaped with wild joy as he charged forward with a battle cry. The spirit-mixing sword cutting through the air to strike solidly against the skeleton's neck bone, but it couldn't penetrate even an inch. The skeleton's bone density was beyond reason. Roar! The skeletal guard swung its sword in counterattack, cold light slicing through the air. As the blade approached, Chu Bai instinctively opened his mouth, but suddenly felt an itch in his throat. Roar! A roar identical to the skeleton's exploded from the depths of his throat. The skeleton's movements suddenly stiffened. Its massive sword slipped from its grasp and crashed into the ground with a thud. Immediately after, its joints began to crumble like collapsing stones, falling away from bottom to top before thunderously collapsing. After landing, Chu Bai quickly darted to a safe distance, his gaze fixed intently on the pile of broken bones. Information simultaneously flooded his mind. Star Technique Battle Image Roar Type Control Effect, capable of influencing enemy thinking and manipulating actions, more effective against those with lower mental strength. I learned its Star Technique. Chu Bai stood stunned, shocked, and even more incredulous humans could actually learn Star Beast's techniques. The skeletal guard dissolved into points of light and completely vanished. Confirming the battle was over, Chu Bai drew a sharp breath and sat against the wall to rest for 2 minutes before picking up the heart material that had fallen to the ground and storing it in his inventory. Beacon Wolf, Heart 1. The Beacon Wolf was a 3-star Fire-type Star Beast. For the Azure Wind Wolf to achieve Fire-type evolution, after swallowing a 3-star Fire-type Star Core, it still needed the heart of a same-tier Wolf-type Star Beast. Without hesitation, Chu Bai immediately summoned the wounded Azure Wind Wolf and held the heart as large as 2 adult fists to its mouth. The Azure Wind Wolf's features, twisted with severe pain, relaxed slightly under the stimulation of the bloody scent. Its nostrils twitched, and the next moment, it gently opened its small mouth and began nibbling on the heart. The Azure Wind Wolf closed its eyes, seemingly relying purely on instinct as it slowly gnawed at the Beacon Fire Wolf's heart. Its teeth were still tender, and its bite force insufficient, managing to tear off only tiny pieces of flesh smaller than a fingernail with each attempt. Dark red droplets of blood mixed with faint fire elemental energy seeped from its lips, only to be licked clean moments later. The entire devouring process took much longer than Chu Bai had anticipated, a full 30 minutes. Throughout this time, Chu Bai remained completely silent, mentally comparing the scene to a chick hatching from its shell. Unless it was a matter of life and death, he absolutely could not interfere, or the evolution would likely leave behind defects once completed. At best, this would weaken combat effectiveness and talent potential. At worst, it could shorten lifespan or even cause complete evolutionary failure. Failed beast companions would also suffer material backlash, multiple energies simultaneously colliding within their fragile bodies, with consequences too obvious to state. The Azure Wind Wolf had suffered earlier when swallowing the Fire Sprite Star Core precisely because a 1-star beast's organs couldn't withstand the energy impact of 3-star materials. Once material backlash was triggered, the violent collisions would be doubly intense. With this in mind, Chu Bai could only lay the young wolf flat on the ground, letting it fight for its own path to the future just as it had once crawled from its den, relying on stubborn instinct to escape death. The silent bones of its siblings served as a stark contrast to its vigorous life force. This azure wind wolf was destined for greatness. Chu Bai watched with his own eyes as it gradually consumed the entire beacon fire wolf heart. The moment the last piece of flesh entered its mouth, the status panel information changed instantly. The previous evolution anomaly disappeared, replaced by abnormal fire evolution in progress, with a 48-hour countdown. 48 hours wasn't short, but it was still much faster than Shui Sinu's water spirit lizard. During evolution, beast companions could provide their own nutrients and wouldn't need feeding for 2 days. With time to spare, Chu Bai hesitated for a long while before finally turning his attention to the mixed spirit sword's evolution. The only relatively affordable crystal core in his backpack had already gone into the azure wind wolf's belly, leaving him no choice but to experiment with the frost mist freshwater frog's 9-star crystal core. Placing the core above the sword blade, he took several deep breaths, forcing himself to ignore the crushing pressure of the value of these 2 items. When the blade touched the star core, a prompt appeared before Chu Bai's eyes. Material detected. Proceed with fusion. Fuse, he confirmed through gritted teeth. The moment the words left his mouth, a powerful suction force surged from the mixed spirit sword. Chu Bai's fingertips trembled as he could feel some kind of pulsation within the star core. In the next instant, the crystal core struck the sword body, transforming into countless pale blue points of light that traveled along the blade's patterns before being completely absorbed by the sword. Chu Bai stared expectantly for 10 minutes, but the mixed spirit sword's appearance remained completely unchanged. A giant question mark seemed to materialize in his mind. With no other option, he sheathed the sword and opened the system inventory. 1-star mixed spirit sword. Attributes: a mysterious weapon of mutable chaos, fragment of a divine sword from the eternal world, can evolve by devouring star cores and materials. Evolution progress: ice element materials 0.2. A 9-star core only increased it by 0.12. Chu Bai's heartbeat suddenly skipped a beat as he cursed under his breath. This efficiency was absolutely abnormal. Typically, 9-star weapons are forged using 9-star cores combined with other materials, so logically, a single 9-star core should be sufficient to evolve the soul-mixing sword into a 9-star weapon. However, the progress bar remained completely motionless, causing Chu Bai to furrow his brow. Could it be the divine essence causing trouble? He searched through the descriptions repeatedly, his gaze finally settling on the 2 characters, divine sword. Divine artifacts naturally possess divine essence, and since the soul-mixing sword was a fragment of such an artifact, it would naturally be infused with this power to some degree. When measured against the standards of divine artifacts, 9-star cores indeed weren't considered top-tier materials. So I've basically bought a damn money-devouring sword. He couldn't help but curse, stomping his heel hard against the floor. The heartache made his temples throb, yet he still reached into his inventory for a 2nd-star core. Having already begun the fusion process, abandoning it now would be equivalent to throwing 500 million into the water. Continuing would cost even more money, but at least he'd gain tangible combat power in return. Gritting his teeth, he fed in the 2nd core, then the 3rd, until 29-star cores had been consumed in succession, starlight pouring into the sword like a waterfall. 500 million. Another 500 million. Yet another 500 million. By the end of his counting, he felt his heart might stop beating, his eyes bloodshot. Thinking about how young masters from prominent families considered spending a few million to be generous, while he casually spent 500 million, even his breathing felt like being stabbed with needles. Forcing himself to ignore the monetary cost, Chu Bai focused his attention on the soul-mixing sword once more. What had once been an unremarkable slender blade now radiated deadly sharpness. Pale frost mist drifted slowly around it, and where the hilt met the blade, a quail egg's eye sapphire was embedded. Blue and white patterns flickered within the gemstone, as if invisible currents were racing along the veins. Upon closer inspection, this gemstone looked exactly like a magnified frost mist freshwater frog star core. 2-star frost water blade. Evolvable attributes. Ice water interchangeable. Low-tier weapons can possess a maximum of 2 attributes. Evolution progress 0. As the information panel appeared, Chu Bai understood. Low-tier weapons could be imbued with at most 2 attributes, drawn from the 2 most potent energy types among the materials used, not randomly assigned. Since frost mist freshwater frogs were primarily ice type, the first displayed core attribute was ice. Water was their secondary strength, which explained why water rather than illusion remained in the inheritance slot. Continue. Chu Bai glanced at his inventory. 85-star cores remained, and he judged the frost water blade still had room for several more evolutions. The higher a weapon's grade, the greater its power. Having already embarked on this path, he intended to strike while the iron was hot and push its tier as high as possible. However, he also needed restraint. Weapons of excessive grade could backlash against their wielders, and low-tier cultivators found it difficult to control mid to high-tier weapons. Their star force couldn't handle the intensity of such weapons, so naturally, they couldn't unleash the true potential of mid to high-tier weapons. In the blink of an eye, Chu Bai had fused another 20 star cores into the frost water blade, yet the sword remained crystal clear and translucent, without even a single new pattern appearing. A subtle unease flickered through his heart, and he immediately returned the frost water blade to his system inventory only to have that unease instantly magnified and confirmed. On the panel, the blade's evolution progress was still stuck at 50, a full half away from becoming a 3-star weapon. This meant the weapon would very likely require double the materials for each evolution compared to the previous one. At this realization, though Chu Bai felt the sting of loss, he merely frowned. For him, strength was far more important than the value of any weapon. Without hesitation, he continued investing star cores. In just a few moments, under the massive pile of resources, the frost water blade finally broke through to 3 stars. Its name and attributes remained unchanged, but its sharpness seemed to have retreated into the depths of the ocean. Its appearance became plain and understated, yet a casual swing could tear through the air with a muffled, low hum like a slumbering beast being awakened, instilling primal fear. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 2 days, the azure wind wolf had remained motionless, yet its appearance had undergone earth-shattering changes. Its body had swollen by 2 full sizes, with fiery red fur wrapping around its limbs and neck, and a strip of the same colored fur, 2 centimeters thick, sprouting along the spine from forehead to nape. From a distance, the fur looked like actual flames dancing and burning. Oh woo! The moment the evolution countdown reached 0, the azure wind wolf slowly opened its eyes and raised its head to let out a vigorous howl. As an albino star beast, its originally reddish pupils had now completely transformed into blazing red, complementing the newly grown fiery fur. You're finally awake. Chu Bai hurried forward and scooped it up in his arms. For 2 days the little creature hadn't moved at all, and if not for the countdown that never stopped, he would have almost thought it would never wake up again. Oh woo! The azure wind wolf nestled in his arms, looking up and letting out an adorable, coquettish little whimper. Chu Bai chuckled, playing with it with one hand while pulling up the identification panel. Beacon Azure Fire Wolf. Attributes: Wind Fire. Strength: Early 1-star. Aptitude: 3-star Bloodline. Combat Skills: Beacon Fire Bite, Wind Encirclement. Evolution Branches. Description: An anomalous fire-type evolution of the azure wind wolf. Through consuming a 3-star fire-type star core and a heart from the same species, it has developed dual wind-fire attributes. Due to the energy enhancement from the foreign fire-type heart, its own heart can now withstand the power of 3-star cores and has thus gained fire attribute combat abilities. This information was clearer than any star beast data Chu Bai had seen before, probably because he had personally orchestrated the entire evolution process. Moreover, he currently only possessed a basic star beast compendium, so most data was naturally incomplete. Having complete information displayed now was quite rare. After the Beacon Azure Fire Wolf fully awakened, the urgent mission in his taskbar immediately disappeared. Chu Bai placed it into his summoning space, confirmed there was nothing left to do in the secret realm, and decided to leave. With a single thought, the surrounding scenery twisted like water. The next second, he was standing back in that dense forest, exactly at the original point where he had entered the secret realm, with nothing changed. In the third world's new secret realm, 8 beast tamers stepped over scattered rubble, their dim headlamps casting faint light as they entered this dangerous, newly formed territory. They had arrived somewhat late, missing the horrific scene of the bronze leopard being torn apart, but could still see fresh, uncoagulated blood on the damp ground. Among the team were 3 temporarily recruited second-tier beast tamers, complete novices who had never faced star beasts in combat, only witnessing the deliberately sanitized violence in movies and TV shows. But the real battlefield was far more brutal than any screen. Roars mixed with the sound of shattering bones echoed ahead. One beast tamer charged forward but was sent flying within 3 seconds, landing with his arm twisted at a grotesque angle. Another panicked and became separated from his bonded beast. Yet another was pinned to the ground by a star beast's claws, blood spattering everywhere, his screams lost in the wind. Less than 10 minutes into the realm, the 3 newcomers had turned pale, their chests heaving violently, with only one thought remaining: escape. Everyone, there's no need to fear. The man responsible for maintaining morale raised his hand, his tone gentle yet confident. Brother Jiang is a 4th-tier beast tamer. Dealing with these 2 or 3-star beasts is child's play for him. Besides, our real target isn't these small fry. As he finished speaking, he deliberately turned to look at the 4 temporary team members, wanting them to fully trust their leader's strength. The designated leader, Jiang Ku, smiled slightly, and with a mere thought, a 4-star beast instantly materialized. With fluffy reddish-brown fur and a lion-like mane across its chest, its overall silhouette resembled a chow chow. The moment it landed, it raised its paw and struck. Smack! Two nearby two-star horned wolves didn't even have time to howl before being sent flying into the rock wall, blood pouring from their mouths and noses, their fate uncertain. Witnessing this brutally simple display, the three newcomers swallowed hard, their faces finally regaining some color as they seemed to recover their confidence. After a moment of silence, Zhang Lin cautiously spoke up. So, may I ask what our target is? He was only here to collect materials to cover his mother's leukemia treatment costs. By his calculations, hunting just 2 or 3 three-star beasts would suffice. Yet this team barely glanced at low-star creatures. He had initially assumed everyone was here for money, but now sensed something secretive and ominous. Our target is naturally this realm's exclusive treasure. Jiang Ku surveyed the core members, and several pairs of eyes flashed with knowing light. Exclusive treasure? Upon hearing these words, the 4 temporary members' breathing quickened. Exclusive treasures were the essence of secret realms, with each realm nurturing only one such item, obtainable purely by luck. Even 9-star beast tamers entering Drank realms wouldn't dare claim they could locate one with certainty. Here's the key point. The team's morale officer lowered his voice. This realm's treasure remains undiscovered to this day, and we know its approximate location. The 3 newcomers were completely intrigued, firing questions like machine guns. Where exactly was the treasure hidden? Could they really get there first? If not for Drank realms restricting entry to 4th-tier beast tamers at most, higher-tier powerhouses would have already fought tooth and nail to break in. Thinking of this, Zhang Lin felt secretly grateful. Thank goodness secret realms had such strict requirements for those who could enter. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't get their share. Indeed, we've received some insider information and have pinpointed the exact location of the treasure, Jiang Ko added with a cheerful smile. Don't worry, we're only interested in one particular item. The rest of the treasures will be split equally among every and no one will lose out. Upon hearing split equally, the 3 third-tier beast tamers remained silent, but unanimously showed expressions of complete obedience. When a 4th-tier beast tamer was willing to share treasures equally with them instead of distributing based on contribution, what more could they ask for? The 4 temporary members maintained composure on the surface, but were overjoyed inside. Such good fortune was beyond their wildest dreams. Jiang Ku exchanged knowing glances with several permanent members, as if silently confirming something. Whoosh! The sound of cutting wind came suddenly. A massive black serpent's head shot down from the treetops like a compressed spring pushed to its limit, fast as black lightning. At the same moment, one of the permanent members felt danger explode in his mind. He quickly retreated, grabbing a nearby temporary member and yanking him forward as a shield. Bang! The serpent's head struck both men hard. The permanent member was sent flying backward, while the unfortunate soul he used as a human shield had his ribcage completely shattered, sharp bone fragments piercing his organs and killing him instantly. The permanent member staggered to his feet and casually tossed the corpse aside like a rag, showing not a trace of guilt on his face. The giant serpent opened its bloody maw and roared, preparing to attack again. Jiang Ku was ready as Chow Chow instantly leaped onto the snake's body, its claws tearing through thick scales with each swipe. Within just a few breaths, the serpent was covered in wounds and finally collapsed unconscious under the dog's savage mauling. With the crisis resolved, all the permanent members except Jiang Ku patted their chests in relief, their faces showing lingering fear, while the 4 temporary members were pale as death with trembling legs. Zhang Lin fearfully glanced at the shield-like corpse, ribs caved in against the spine, organs crushed to pulp, blood mixed with blindingly white bone fragments and clots of gore, a horrific sight. Anger began churning in his chest. The permanent member had barely hesitated before pulling a temporary member to his death. If someone else died this time, would it be his turn next? Zhang Lin didn't expect these people to treat temporary members as their own, but shouldn't they at least treat them as human beings? Yet in everyone's expressions, he only saw deep disdain. Despite a death in their group, no one showed any remorse. He looked toward Jiang Ku and found that the man only cared about his own people's safety. A thought instantly formed in Zhang Lin's mind. He had to leave this team. He knew clearly that if he didn't leave, he'd eventually die at these people's hands. However, Zhang Lin was smart enough not to show any abnormality. He definitely wanted to leave, but absolutely couldn't say so openly since these people had gone to such lengths to bring him in. They certainly wouldn't allow him to quit easily. Zhang Lin knew these scoundrels' tactics all too well. The only chance to escape was to slip away quietly when they were at their most relaxed. After quite some time, Jiang Ke lazily offered a few perfunctory words of comfort, then put on a show of harshly berating the permanent member who had used his teammate as a human shield. But aside from the verbal lashing, the man didn't lose so much as a hair on his head. Zhang Lin exchanged glances with the other 2 temporary members, their expressions somewhat knowing Jiang Ke's acting was utterly crude, yet those blinded by profit still tacitly ignored the suspicious details. Boss, I propose that Xiao Long give up 20% of his earnings to compensate the deceased's family, and another 10% to distribute among the other team members as punishment. The man responsible for winning hearts and minds in the group scanned the temporary members' expressions, then proactively proposed this punishment to prevent them from becoming suspicious too early. Very well. At the man's meaningful glance, Jiang Ke quickly nodded. This man was his cousin, though they weren't particularly close. They at least shared the same surname, so he wouldn't harm him. After receiving this so-called substantial punishment, the two temporary members besides Zhang Lin quietly shifted their mindset, beginning to calculate just how much benefit that 10% would bring them. Only Zhang Lin remained calm. Even if this punishment were actually carried out, they'd need to survive to the end of the expedition to collect it. He had already secretly resolved that no matter what, he would break free from this terrifying team. With his mere 3-star strength, he stood no chance against Jiang Ku in direct confrontation, let alone those menacing permanent members. A day and night passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, no one used the temporary members as cannon fodder again, and this surface piece caused several temporary members to lower their guard. Even Zhang Lin nearly fell for the illusion. On the third morning, the team stopped before a rushing waterfall. Behind the waterfall lay a hidden cavern, rumored to contain the true secret treasures. However, guarding the cave entrance was a terrifying protector, a 5-star white flood dragon star beast. It was snow white throughout, shaped like a giant python, but with 2 upward curving horns on its head that made it appear more imposing and distinguished it from ordinary serpents. Everyone charge. The secret realm is right before us. Jiang Ku roared loudly, taking the lead in releasing his own star beast. Over a dozen star beasts thunderously appeared as he shouted with passionate fervor. Even a 5-star star beast can't withstand our numerical advantage. Bring down the white flood dragon, and the treasures will be ours. Inspired by his words, both permanent and temporary members had their morale greatly boosted and summoned their star beasts one after another. Just as the battle between the beasts and the white flood dragon reached its most intense moment, Jiang Ke suddenly shouted, Biaozi, Xiaolong, come assist me. Ive prepared a killing move. Zhang Lin immediately became alert. Everyone called upon was a permanent member. He spun around sharply, only to see Jiang Ke leading the remaining permanent members as they quietly slipped behind the waterfall under cover of the water mist. Almost simultaneously, most of the star beasts that had been fighting the white flood dragon outside suddenly moved stiffly before disappearing in unison, all recalled to their summoning spaces by their masters. Bang! 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 With the enemy numbers suddenly reduced, fierce light flashed in the white flood dragon's eyes as it opened its mouth and sprayed a series of water columns. The violent streams pierced through the 3-star and 2-star star beasts like steel spears, blood spattering as bodies plummeted into the lake. Under this sudden change, the 3 temporary members left behind to fight finally understood Jiang Ke's group's conspiracy completely, but it was too late. After the white flood dragon finished off the star beasts, its cold serpentine eyes locked onto them. Several minutes later, the lake's surface churned with vast patches of blood red, severed limbs floating on top as crimson threads spread through the water. In the jungle shadows, Zhang Lin trembled all over, breathing heavily. Of his original 4-star beasts, only one barely surviving 2-star remained, while his other 2 3-star and 1 2-star beasts had all become meals in the white flood dragon's belly. One day later, deep within the third world, a lush, verdant jungle lay sprawling in silence. Massive tree trunks pierced the sky like pillars, their layered branches forming a giant canopy overhead, while scattered rays of sunlight filtered through the gaps, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow across the forest floor. Beneath an unremarkable towering ancient tree near the jungle's heart, Chu Bai stood shoulder to shoulder with the young wolf beside him. He took a deep breath, and the stellar force within his dantian surged like a roaring tide. The scorching energy, hot as molten lava, raced along his arm and instantly climbed to his palm, where a cluster of magnificent flames burst into existence. Chu Bai's hand struck like a thunderous beast, slamming heavily against the tree trunk. Bang! The firelight transformed into several serpentine flames that spread wildly along the bark, while an eerie fluctuation emanated from deep within his palm. The massive tree, thick enough to require 3 people to embrace it, suddenly cracked at the point of impact. Crack, crack! In just 3 breaths, dense fissures exploded across the trunk, and it collapsed with a thunderous crash. Dust billowed into thick smoke, the commotion like muffled thunder, startling unknown star beasts in the distance into continuous shrieks. So powerful. Gazing at the devastation before him, Chu Bai stood frozen in place. After a long moment, he finally snapped back to reality and looked down at his palm, which glowed faintly red from the intense flames. The system's description of this star technique flashed through his mind. 3-star Beast Master Star Technique, Divine Tempering Fire Palm. Attribute, Fire. Type, Attack. Description, in the ancient era, ancestors comprehended this fire-based star technique during divine body trials. It can absorb various flames to enhance its quality, ultimately capable of tempering the divine body. Thank goodness I drew a fire-type technique, he thought with relief, quietly leaving the clearing where the fallen tree lay. The ancient phoenix spirit diagram that Chu Bai practiced was also fire-oriented, but it only guided stellar force circulation, cultivation, and release. It lacked body strengthening and spirit tempering functions. When techniques and star skills of the same attribute combined, their power multiplied exponentially. Had he drawn a technique from a different element, he might not have unleashed such terrifying destructive force. It was time to leave. Chu Bai recalled his beacon flame Azure Fire Wolf and mentally tallied his gains. The 1-star bloodline albino Azure Wind Wolf had evolved into a 3-star bloodline beacon flame Azure Fire Wolf, and he had additionally acquired 2 3-star growth type, star techniques battle diagram roar, and divine tempering fire palm. The former's control effects improved with mental strength, while the latter required continuously devouring flames to enhance its power. He had no intention of lingering in the secret realm, so he quietly headed toward the exit fissure, doing his best to avoid other beast masters. Trouble wasn't worth it. However, his caution appeared to certain people as a signal that he was carrying valuable treasures. A cold gleam flashed, and a silver blade bright enough to reflect sunlight pressed against his lower back, its edge easily slicing through his clothing and piercing his skin. "Don't move," came a low warning from behind. "Hand over everything you've gained in the secret realm. Blades have no eyes, so you'd better not try any clever tricks with me." Feeling the sharp pain from his waist, Chu Bai's movements stiffened momentarily. Then, with a single thought, the frost water blade materialized in his hand, and the surrounding air seemed to drop several degrees. Whoosh! He spun around abruptly, flicking his wrist as a cold gleam shot upward through the air. The short blade, about 30 to 40 centimeters long, was knocked from Zhang Lin's palm, tumbling through the air as sunlight reflected blindingly off its surface. The battle against the guardian skeleton had rapidly elevated Chu Bai's combat experience, and with the frost water blade's enhancement pushing his explosive power to its limits, he now rivaled a true third-tier beast tamer. The sudden counterattack left Zhang Lin terrified, his legs frozen in place, even his instinct to flee forgotten in his shock. "If you don't have the resolve to kill, don't point a blade at others," Chu Bai said in a low voice, pressing the frost water blade against Zhang Lin's throat. The bone-chilling cold transformed into swirling white mist, rushing toward him like ghostly vapors from hell. Zhang Lin's face turned ashen. Ever since his narrow escape from the white flood dragon's jaws, he had deeply regretted his rash decision to follow Jiangku. With all his ace beasts dead and losses exceeding 1,000,000, this ordinary-born beast tamer simply couldn't bear such devastation. Desperate and cornered, he had racked his brains to devise a plan of robbing others' achievements, specifically targeting isolated and weak victims. To his surprise, this risky venture yielded far better returns than expected, even fostering the wishful thinking that he might strike it rich. Just as he grew confident and marked Chu Bai as his next fat sheep, he found himself instantly reduced to a captive. With the frost water blade's edge pressed against his skin, Chu Bai's gaze was as deep as a dark pool. Should he kill? These past days in the secret realm, he had slain many enemies with malicious intent. Whenever he sensed even a trace of killing intent, his blade would fall without hesitation. However, Zhang Lin lacked that bone-piercing malevolence, which was precisely why he had gone undetected. If he killed someone without murderous intent, how would he differ from a bloodthirsty maniac? "The items in your bag, those are your gains from the past 2 days, aren't they?" Chu Bai said in a deep voice. "Leave them behind, and you can go." The successive failures had left Zhang Lin's expression vacant, as if his soul had been drained. Seeing no response, Chu Bai frowned and repeated himself, pushing the frost water blade forward half an inch. The sharp edge cut through skin, opening a thin line that seeped hot blood. The moment that drop of blood touched the cold blade, it instantly froze into dark red ice crystals. "Let me go," Zhang Lin murmured in a daze, as if confirming he hadn't misheard, then looked up trembling with disbelief. You're really willing to let me leave? But I clearly wanted to kill you just now, didn't I?" Zhang Lin blurted out in shock, his voice still trembling. As soon as the words left his mouth, he saw Chu Bai raise an eyebrow with a half-smile playing at the corners of his lips. "Oh, so you're saying you'd rather stay here than leave?" Chu Bai's tone was lazy, yet he raised his hand and pressed the cold, blue-gleaming frost water blade against Zhang Lin's throat. "That works too." The icy blade drew near, and the air seemed to freeze. Zhang Lin's back tensed suddenly as he dodged sideways even faster than Chu Bai, jumping away in an almost embarrassing scramble. He gritted his teeth, pulled off his backpack, turned, and fled, his footsteps sending fallen leaves flying in all directions. Watching that stumbling figure retreat, Chu Bai shook his head and sighed softly. Foolish child. He knew very well that true killing wasn't something you could accomplish just by raising a blade. The muffled sound of a knife tip piercing skin, the sight of warm blood gushing forth, the look in someone's eyes as life rapidly drained away, all of this was enough to break most people. Looking at Zhang Lin, forget about killing a person. He probably hadn't even experienced slaughtering a star beast with his own hands. In fact, most of the beast tamers Chu Bai had encountered along his journey were much the same. However, just then, Zhang Lin, who had fled far away, came running back, standing before Chu Bai while panting heavily. Chu Bai narrowed his eyes, raising the frost water blade once more. Don't misunderstand. Don't misunderstand. Zhang Lin waved his hands frantically, speaking rapidly. What I wanted to say was last night, a group of people broke into this secret realm's exclusive treasure space. This realm hasn't been open long, so there might still be valuable treasures inside. In just a few sentences, he laid out his discoveries from the previous night while carefully observing Chu Bai's reaction. Being pushed to the brink of life and death forces people to grow. When Chu Bai had captured him, he thought he was surely dead, but now that he had miraculously survived, he wanted to seize every opportunity. If he could cooperate with Chu Bai, even getting just a small share of the treasures might be enough to cover his mother's medical expenses. More importantly, he wanted to use Chu Bai's power to get revenge on Jiang Ku and his gang. Under Chu Bai's questioning, Zhang Lin recounted everything he had seen and experienced since entering the secret realm, including Jiang Ku's fourth-tier strength, the white dragon guarding the realm's entrance, and how he had been deceived and robbed. After hearing the full story, Chu Bai's assessment of Zhang Lin shifted slightly. Not because of his filial devotion, but because of the almost transparent innocence the boy possessed so pure it made one suspect he could easily be fooled again by some Jiang Ku or Li Ku. After all, they had known each other for less than half an hour and had previously crossed swords, yet Zhang Lin dared to sit by the campfire and chat intimately with him without any guard up. Still too young, Chu Bai thought, his understanding of Zhang Lin becoming clearer. A novice beast tamer who hadn't been beaten down enough by society. Master Chu, when do we set out? Zhang Lin asked expectantly. We'll discuss it tonight, Chu Bai replied decisively. He was indeed tempted by that treasure space. He had consumed too many materials recently and urgently needed resources to replenish his supplies. But according to Zhang Lin's description, neither Jiang Ku nor that white dragon were to be trifled with, so he needed to prepare thoroughly. Even with his body reconstruction trump card, he couldn't afford to throw his life away. At this moment, the water spirit lizard's evolution countdown had only 3 hours remaining. The reward for this mission was a star power pill. The wood-boring rat is a 1-star, harmless star beast commonly found in forest environments. They habitually use their sharp claws and incisors to carve holes in tree trunks, then use these hollows as nests or storage warehouses for food. When Chu Bai and Zhang Lin were traveling through the new secret realm, they happened to discover a tree hollow abandoned by wood-boring rats. The two simply crawled inside to rest and recuperate while waiting for the right opportunity. The tree hollow was dry and spacious, with only a few gnawed and pitted nutshells remaining. In this rare moment of peace, Chu Bai was the first to sit cross-legged, circulating the star power in his dantian according to the trajectory of the eternal phoenix spirit diagram. Seeing this, Zhang Lin quickly sat down and entered meditation as well. For beast tamers, the process of letting star power flow through their entire body was the most relaxing for both body and mind. Zhang Lin had been busy contracting new pets and tracking targets recently, and hadn't had such thorough rest for several days. Outside the tree hollow, a green snake over 10 meters long was half-coiled around the trunk, its thick body making the branches creak under the weight. Its massive round head peered down at the entrance, with vertical pupils of dark green occasionally flickering. This was Zhang Lin's newly tamed ace beast, the greenwood python. It currently only had early 3-star strength, with combat power inferior to any of Zhang Lin's previous 3-star beasts that had died, but in the current circumstances, Zhang Lin obviously had no luxury to be picky. As the star power circulated, Chu Bai's body temperature quietly rose, his skin flushing red as beads of sweat emerged and soaked his clothes, making him look as if he had just taken a hot bath. The rising heat also increased the temperature inside the tree hollow. Zhang Lin was only in shallow meditation and immediately noticed the anomaly, casting an incredulous look at Chu Bai. This is first-tier aura? But how is his star power so pure? It's even clearer than that of ordinary third-tier beast tamers. Zhang Lin's feelings were complicated. The gap in their realms made him uneasy, yet Chu Bai's liquid-like condensed star power acted like a sedative, giving him a vague sense of conviction. If the star power in ordinary third-tier beast tamers' bodies could be compared to morning mist, then Chu Bai's star power was like dewdrops pooled in shallow puddles. The difference in quality was like heaven and earth. Moments later, Chu Bai opened his eyes and wiped the sweat from his face. Since breaking through to the first tier, this heating phenomenon occurred every time he practiced, and his body temperature would only gradually decrease when he stopped circulating star power. 10 minutes left. He glanced at the corner of his vision, where the water spirit lizard's evolution countdown was decreasing. Now that his realm was completely stabilized, even if he took star power pills later and experienced significant improvement, there would be no need to worry about side effects. As time entered the final minute, Chu Bai silently watched the jumping numbers. 5 seconds, 3 seconds, 1 second. Flash. The task page reached 0, and the water spirit lizard's evolution conditions were declared complete. At the same time, a new line appeared in the system inventory, basic star power pills 2. The 2 pills were dark brown like low-quality chocolate, each about the size of a mineral water bottle cap. They had a clear, bitter medicinal fragrance, tasted bitter upon entry, and the concentrated traditional medicine flavor seemed compressed, exploding instantly on the taste buds. Instantly, Chu Bai's facial features scrunched together, every subtle expression radiating bitterness. Then, an incredibly pure stream of star force surged into his body like a flood, rushing straight to his dantian along predetermined meridian pathways. Over the next 10 minutes, this power continuously accumulated, his aura climbing steadily first stage, initial phase, middle phase, late phase, perfection, finally settling firmly at second stage, initial phase. A single elementary star force pill had elevated his cultivation by an entire major stage. Even more remarkably, Chu Bai felt no instability after his breakthrough. The medicinal power had even eliminated the need for consolidating his realm, saving time, effort, and worry. For a full half hour, the star force from the pill completely merged with the existing power in his dantian, the domineering medicinal properties surging through his meridians, leaving his entire body tingling with dull pain. Chu Bai didn't rush to swallow the second pill. His meridians still ached from the medicinal cleansing, and his intuition warned that another pill might damage or even rupture them. After steadying his breathing, he stood and stretched his muscles, his gaze falling on Zhang Lin. Zhang Lin had been watching in stunned silence. While he could tell Chu Bai had used some supreme treasure to break through, advancing an entire major realm and reaching an aura comparable to a third-stage beast tamer was beyond comprehension. If Chu Bai's fluid counterattacks during their first encounter had made Zhang Lin's heart skip, now Chu Bai resembled a dormant beast awakening without weapons or circulating star force. His mere stance radiated an edge that made Zhang Lin's scalp tingle. 2 hours later, when the abnormal sensation subsided, Chu Bai retrieved the second elementary star force pill from his system inventory and swallowed it. As the pill dissolved, its distinctive pungent flavor instantly exploded in his mouth. Zhang Lin's pupils contracted sharply as he witnessed Chu Bai's aura surge again, finally stabilizing at third stage, initial phase. Yet at close range, the pressure emanating from him could already rank among the top fourth stage beast tamers Zhang Lin had encountered. As for Jiang Ke, compared to Chu Bai now, he was utterly insignificant. Outside the tree hollow, darkness was falling, and above the dense canopy, 2 moons rose into the sky. Such abnormal celestial phenomena weren't uncommon in the depths of secret realms connected to the cosmos. After confirming his realm was completely stable, Chu Bai withdrew his aura and glanced at the faint light from the cave entrance. Let's go. We're heading to the treasure space. Hearing this, Zhang Lin's spirits lifted. I'll pack up immediately. After speaking, he stuffed all the miscellaneous items he had taken out, lunch boxes, water bottles, and other supplies, back into his backpack in one go. He shouldered his pack again, recalled his greenwood python, and followed closely behind Chu Bai as they walked out of the tree hollow. The place where they had rested wasn't far from that treasure vault. At their pace, it took only 5 or 6 hours according to the time difference in this secret realm. About one night's journey to reach the base of the waterfall where Zhang Lin had once arrived with Jiang Ke's group. The treasure vault is behind the upstream waterfall. Why are we going to the bottom of the falls? Chu Bai frowned, noticing that Zhang Lin had deliberately avoided the upstream area during their journey, taking a detour to reach the downstream location. Zhang Lin explained in a low voice, "There's a 5-star white flood dragon lurking in the lake waters." Halfway through his words, obvious fear crossed his face. "As soon as we approach the waterfall from upstream, we'll disturb that creature. So we can only try to find a way from downstream. But there's no way to reach the waterfall from downstream. And once we step into the lake water, we'd probably become its meal immediately." Zhang Lin had mentioned the white flood dragon's existence before, and now Chu Bai also began analyzing the situation seriously. Although Jiang Ke and his group's methods were despicable, it couldn't be denied that they were indeed clever. At 5-star white flood dragon was very likely the guardian of the treasure vault, launching indiscriminate attacks on any approaching life forms. Beast tamers and spirit beasts would meet the same fate. Without the confidence to face it head-on, the only option was to throw down a batch of bait to distract the white flood dragon, then try to sneak in. This was perhaps the most straightforward and feasible method available. Zhang Lin looked at Chu Bai and couldn't help asking, "Can you defeat that white flood dragon in direct combat?" He himself didn't know why he had developed the intuition that Chu Bai might be capable of it. Direct combat. Chu Bai was stunned for a moment, then gave a self-deprecating bitter smile. "You're giving me too much credit. Besides, even if we were to fight, it couldn't be here. The lake water is the white flood dragon's territory, and star beasts have their combat power amplified several times over in their preferred environment. In these waters, even among star beasts of the same attribute, probably only a very few could defeat it." Gurgle, gurgle. As the two were deep in thought, the center of the lake suddenly churned with massive waves, and a dark shadow flickered beneath the water's surface. Boom. The next second, an enormous figure burst through the water, its triangular, ferocious serpentine head rising high. Two basin-sized vertical pupils fixed deadly on Chu Bai, devoid of any emotion, yet making one's hair stand on end. The white flood dragon's sudden emergence created a huge curtain of water, and the lake water spilled over the shore. Due to the white flood dragon's appearance, the overflowing lake water soaked both of Chu Bai's shoes completely. The moment the white dragon emerged, heaven and earth seemed to change color. Whirlpools continuously formed across the lake's surface, growing from small to large, colliding with each other and stirring up massive waves. Retreat. Chu Bai's heart tightened as he grabbed Zhang Lin and pulled back sharply. The waves carried the immense star power unique to fifth-tier star beasts, capable of causing severe injury upon contact. A third-tier beast tamer, without body-strengthening star techniques, couldn't possibly withstand it. That's the white dragon. Zhang Lin followed behind Chu Bai as they retreated far away, his eyes showing a mixture of 3 parts hatred and 7 parts terror. Let me test its capabilities first. Chu Bai spoke in a low voice. The frost water blade slid into his palm, cold mist swirling around it, as the blade sang with a crisp, clear tone. Whoosh. He touched his toes to the lakeshore and leaped up, the frost water blade striking directly at the scales between the white dragon's eyes. Clang. A dull sound like metal striking metal exploded as Chu Bai pressed harder, driving the blade's edge another half-inch deeper. Hiss. The thick scales tore open, and a streak of blood bloomed across the white dragon's forehead. Chu Bai withdrew his blade and retreated, his heart filled with joy. In terms of sharpness alone, the 3-star frost water blade actually surpassed ordinary 5-star weapons. Even better, the 3-star weapon perfectly suited his current realm could control it completely. This meant he might actually have the qualifications to battle the 5-star white dragon. The intense pain filled the white dragon's pupils with bloodshot veins. Boom. Its massive body thrashed in the lake, waves crashing chaotically against each other with sounds like muffled thunder. After a moment, half of its body dozens of meters long emerged from the water, its dragon scales reflecting cold, menacing light. Holy cow, Zhang Lin, hiding behind the trees, stared in amazement. This was the true form of the 5-star white dragon. Earlier, when fighting him, the white dragon had easily suppressed numerous 3-star beasts by showing only its neck. But now, Chu Bai had forced the white dragon to reveal its full power without even releasing a single beast, relying solely on his own strength. So powerful. Zhang Lin's eyes filled with admiration as he stared intently at Chu Bai's fierce, continuous assault on the white dragon, his heart burning with fervor. On the lake's surface, Chu Bai battled the white dragon for a long time. The frost water blade struck blow after blow, and his wrists had gone numb from the impact. Though he had advanced to 3rd-tier beast tamer, he had yet to cultivate body-strengthening star techniques, so his stamina ultimately couldn't match that of star beasts of the same realm, let alone this white dragon that far exceeded 3 stars. Hiss! The white dragon roared in fury, its scales bearing at least a dozen wounds, fresh blood dripping from its dragon horns into the lake, staining the waves red. These wounds varied in length. Although the wound wasn't particularly severe, the throbbing pain was enough to cloud the white Jiao's judgment. The lake's surface suddenly erupted into violent tremors once more, as a whirlpool materialized from thin air at its center, rapidly expanding from pinpoint size to encompass most of the lake. Then, a massive hand formed from lake water emerged from the depths of the vortex, crashing down toward Chu Bai with earth-shaking force. Clearly the advanced 7-star technique, known as water flow control. Zhang Lin, watching from behind, immediately recognized the technique and collapsed to his knees, his legs giving out beneath him. Water flow control allowed its user to harness the power of water bodies, unleashing attacks far beyond their normal capabilities. If this strike landed, the entire shoreline would likely be devastated. Yet faced with the overwhelming water palm, Chu Bai didn't retreat but advanced instead, letting out a cold snort as he raised the frost water blade and leaped into the air. Hum! The ice blue sword edge collided with the water palm, creating a resonance that made eardrums ache. In an instant, frost energy swept outward, and the churning giant hand seemed frozen in time. The frost power Chu Bai channeled through his blade spread at visible speed, freezing the entire water palm solid. Zhang Lin instinctively exhaled, only to discover in shock that white mist rose from the midsummer air, and a bone-chilling cold crept into his very marrow. Crack! 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 Fine fissures appeared at the point where the frost water blade pierced the frozen giant hand, spreading rapidly before the entire structure exploded with a thunderous crash. Dozens of ice chunks larger than human heads plummeted from above, splashing into the lake with resounding thuds, while several struck the white Jiao's head and spine with tremendous force, sending sprays of blood into the air. Taking advantage of the white Jiao's distraction by the falling ice, Chu Bai stepped across the still airborne fragments in a series of swift movements, appearing before the creature in an instant and driving the frost water blade deep into its skull. Blood gushed along the scale patterns as Chu Bai stood at the center of the crimson cascade, resembling some eerie fountain sculpture. As he withdrew the long sword, its edge stained with red and white, he leaped back to shore and vanished into the forest with a flicker of movement. The maddened white Jiao, suffering this fatal blow, thrashed even more wildly in the lake. Blood and spray churned together, quickly turning the entire lake's surface a terrifying dark red that resembled a living battlefield from afar. Among the forest shadows, Chu Bai had also reached his limit, collapsing backward in a spread eagle position. Master Chu, are you alright? Zhang Lin scrambled over on hands and knees. Chu Bai glanced at him sideways, his voice weak. I'm fine, just a bit drained. After the mixed spirit sword transformed into the frost water blade, it gained the passive ability to convert channeled star power into ice attributes. But even so, freezing that water palm drawn from an entire lake remained incredibly difficult. At least for now, Chu Bai was in a state where his star power was nearly completely depleted. So this is what it feels like to battle a 5-star beast. After the fight ended, Chu Bai finally understood his limits. At the 3rd tier, he could already face ordinary 5th-tier beast tamers Hedon. If he hadn't been concerned about Zhang Lin potentially betraying him, he was confident he could have slain that white flood dragon within 10 minutes after all. He still had stellar techniques he hadn't used yet. This companion he'd just met, he simply couldn't trust completely. Even though Zhang Lin appeared exhausted now, if he showed even the slightest hostile intent, Chu Bai was still confident he could separate the man's head from his shoulders within 2 minutes. Fortunately, his worries proved unfounded. During their rest, Zhang Lin stayed obediently nearby, though his burning gaze kept sticking to Chu Bai every few seconds, making Chu Bai's skin crawl. Could this guy have some strange preferences? He silently shifted half a body length away, creating distance between them. In truth, Chu Bai was overthinking it. Zhang Lin's mind was quite simple, far from harboring malice. He didn't even have stray thoughts. His heart was filled with nothing but admiration. What it meant for a 3rd-tier beast tamer to defeat a 5-star beast, he understood all too well. In same-level battles, star beasts were generally stronger than beast tamers. Yet Chu Bai had won by crossing 2 tiers. Even among 5th-tier beast tamers, he'd be nearly unmatched. With such a powerful ally right before his eyes, if he didn't cling tightly, Zhang Lin would have truly wasted these past dozen years. More than 3 hours later, Chu Bai let out a long breath. I've recovered enough. Let's head up. In just a few hours, his stellar power had returned to 80%. This nearly abnormal recovery ability was precisely what gave the Eternal Phoenix spirit diagram its confidence. Before departing, he deliberately dove to the lake bottom. The 5-star white flood dragon was a treasure trove. Just scraping off some scales or extracting a tendon could sell for tens of millions. Enduring the fishy stench, he stored the complete dragon corpse in his system inventory, usually helpful for appraising treasures, now serving as a large-capacity storage bag, perfectly suitable. After finishing up, the two climbed along the lakeshore up the waterfall. With the thundering water, Zhang Lin had to shout at the top of his lungs. Jiang Ku and the others entered through behind the waterfall. Ahead should be the treasure space, but I'm not sure if there's still danger, Master Chu. You must be careful. Under the water curtain's cover, his shouts nearly became mosquito-like buzzing, but Chu Bai still caught the key words and simply nodded in response. They leaped through the waterfall. The violent current struck them Hedon, and Chu Bai instantly used stellar power to create a protective film in front of him. Otherwise, he'd be drenched like a drowned rat the next second. Behind the waterfall was a damp cave less than 10 square meters, so cramped that even standing shoulder to shoulder felt tight. On the innermost rock wall hung a mirror-like spatial entrance, its pale white radiance reflecting the complete waterfall scene from outside, as if capturing the entire mountain ravine in a scroll painting mysteriously extraordinary. With barely suppressible excitement, Chu Bai stepped forward into the light curtain. This was the entrance to the treasure space that buried immense treasures. The scene inside the treasure space was exactly as Chu Bai had anticipated. A waterfall hung high with mist rising. The lake's surface stretched wide without a ripple. The white dragon floated motionlessly on the water, and Jiang Ke's group, who had been the first to break into this space, stood frozen on the shore like statues. Are we back outside? Zhang Lin looked around in bewilderment, confusion written all over his face. With his limited intellect, he couldn't comprehend why the scenery inside the treasure space was identical to the outside world. This is the treasure space, Chu Bai said with certainty, his eyes fixed on the white dragon that seemed frozen on the water's surface. Haven't you noticed? The concentration of star power here is at least 10 times that of the outside world. Only then did Zhang Lin belatedly sense the thick, almost viscous energy in the air. Wouldn't this make it a perfect cultivation sanctuary? His eyes lit up with excitement. I'm afraid that won't work. Chu Bai shook his head. This star power is maintaining the entire space. Absorbing even the slightest bit could cause the space to collapse. This was something he had only understood after stepping into this place. Having cultivated the Eternal Phoenix spirit diagram, He was always more sensitive to star power than ordinary beast tamers. Zhang Lin nodded without doubt. Then he walked up to Jiang Ku and waved his hand in front of the man's face. How did they all turn into sculptures? He had originally wanted to personally settle the score for that arrow, to make Jiang Ku understand exactly where he had failed, but seeing this state of complete sensory loss diminished his desire for revenge somewhat. However, if Jiang Ku never woke up, he wouldn't mind letting him sleep forever. At this thought, a hint of killing intent flashed in the depths of Zhang Lin's clear eyes. It's probably a test. Chu Bai walked to the lakeside and gestured for him to look at the lake bottom. Look carefully. What do you see down there? Zhang Lin craned his neck, his gaze piercing through the slightly murky lake water. With his eyesight, the lake bottom remained a blur. Just as confusion began to rise in his mind, the calm lake surface suddenly shook violently, and a massive white dragon had burst through the water. At the same time, in Chu Bai's view, Zhang Lin froze in place just like Jiang Ku's group, his eyes wide and rigid. As expected, Chu Bai sighed inwardly. In his speculation, the treasure space not only sought those with destiny, but also selected someone capable of bringing the treasure out. The surrounding waterfall, lake, and white dragon were all illusions, only the intruders were real. If the scenery replicated the outside world, then the test must be identical as well. He moved to Zhang Lin's side and bent down to look toward the lake bottom as well. Time passed minute by minute. After 7 minutes, Chu Bai suddenly opened his eyes, his expression confident. Just as I expected, he thought with relief. Since the scenery here was identical to the outside world, the test should be the same as well. Just moments ago in the illusion, he had relived the battle against the White Jiao. This time, he held nothing back, pouring out every ounce of his spiritual power and physical strength, with each breath precisely controlled to perfection. As a result, he managed to defeat the White Jiao in just 1/3 of the time it had taken before. New spoils of war instantly appeared in his system inventory, making Chu Bai's eyes crinkle with joy. However, his smile lasted only briefly. The surrounding space suddenly twisted, and the once clear scenery scattered like muddy water stirring, with colors and lines fading away entirely. Gray, misty fog emerged in the air. The true state of the secret treasure space, or rather, it had no fixed, true form. It all revealed itself like a capricious child who could turn the world upside down on a whim. In the next instant, his vision blurred, and Chu Bai was hurled out of the secret treasure space by an invisible force. At the same time, Zhang Lin and Jiang Ku's group also tumbled out in disarray, though they all still wore the bewildered expressions from their trials. What's happening? What's going on? Where's the White Jiao? Where are the treasures? Damn it! I'll kill that White Jiao sooner or later. Jiang Ku's subordinates chattered noisily, the scene erupting like a disturbed beehive. Zhang Lin rushed to Chu Bai in quick strides, his voice still trembling. Mr. Chu, I just saw the White Jiao come back to life with my own eyes, and it wanted to devour me. How do we end up back here? Is this also part of the secret treasure space? No. Chu Bai shook his head. We're already out. Out. Zhang Lin was initially delighted, then became dejected. What a pity, I didn't even get to see what the secret treasure looked like. Chu Bai merely smiled faintly without speaking. Wealth should not be flaunted. Even considering Zhang Lin's filial devotion, if he truly wanted to share some benefits, he'd need to get rid of the outsiders first. But there's always someone who can't stand his low profile. Kid, what are you doing here? Following Zhang Lin's shout, Jiang Ku's group finally noticed Chu Bai. The speaker was called Xiao Long, whom Chu Bai recognized immediately as the man who had tried to recruit him as White Jiao bait before entering the secret realm. Xiao Long's voice was like a sharp blade, instantly pinning everyone's attention on Chu Bai and Zhang Lin. Their initial confusion quickly transformed into threats, anger, and even naked greed. One moment they had been undergoing trials in the secret treasure space. The next moment, without the trial being declared either passed or failed, they were forcibly teleported out. The only possibility was that someone had already cleared it. Zhang Lin should have died in the White Jiao's belly. Yet here he was, completely unharmed. And Chu Bai shouldn't have been here at all. The chain of events suddenly became crystal clear. Kid, you wouldn't happen to have already obtained the secret treasure, would you? Jiang Ke fixed his gaze on Chu Bai, his voice carrying a cold menace. I advise you to hand it over right now, otherwise. Though he left his sentence unfinished, his attitude was unmistakably clear. Hand it over? Chu Bai sneered. Even if the secret treasure really were in my possession, why should I give it to you? Why? As if hearing the joke of the century, the crowd burst into laughter, their arrogant momentum nearly overwhelming the surrounding air. You probably don't realize what a fourth-tier beast master truly means. In this secret realm, fourth-tier beast tamers represented the pinnacle of cultivation, and Brother Jiang was a mid-stage fourth-tier beast tamer. Exactly. Brother Jiang's subordinate roared arrogantly. Brother Jiang is doing you a favor by asking for it now. Don't wait until you're dead to regret it. Another chimed in. Hand it over before Brother Jiang loses his temper. Cold mist from the waterfall filled the air, its roaring echoing between the rock walls. After Jiang Ke's boisterous laughter subsided, His icy gaze locked onto Chu Bai once more. Here's the deal, we won't bully you. He raised his eyebrows and held up 5 fingers. 5 seconds. Hand over the item, and we'll let you leave safely. Xiaolong, standing nearby, sensed his boss's emotional fluctuation and knew that securing the treasure was the priority. He looked at Chu Bai and lifted his chin. What's it going to be? Chu Bai stood with his hands clasped behind his back, waterfall mist condensing into tiny droplets on his shoulders. With a half smile, he glanced at Xiaolong, then locked eyes with Jiang Ku across the distance, his lips curling upward. We're all adults here, so don't pretend you can't understand plain speech. I already told you, either take it by force if you have the skill, or stop blocking my path like a dog. The phrases take it by force if you have the skill and blocking my path like a dog were like sparks hitting oil, instantly igniting the fury of Jiang Ku's group. Even Xiaolong, who was usually adept at controlling his emotions, had veins bulging with rage. You're asking for death. Jiang Ku's pupils contracted sharply as he formed hand seals, launching a star technique punch toward Chu Bai. Bang! Stone fragments scattered. Jiang Ku struck with lightning speed, but Chu Bai was faster. His palm intercepted the attack with precision, then followed with a kick to Jiang Ku's abdomen. The excruciating pain sent Jiang Ku stumbling backward until his spine hit the damp rock face. This brat. Seeing their boss fall behind in the first exchange, Jiang Ku's subordinates roared and charged forward. Bang! Chu Bai unleashed a whip kick, sweeping the youth in front into the waterfall. The 100-meter cascade swallowed his screams as his body plummeted into the deep pool below. In the next instant, cold light flashed. The frost water blade was unsheathed. Chu Bai moved like a wolf among sheep, his blade work bold and sweeping in continuous arcs. Within seconds, another man was sent flying, tumbling down the waterfall. Seeing only himself and Xiaolong remaining, Jiang Ku showed no panic. Instead, his greedy gaze fixed on the frost water blade, as if he wanted to claim the ice blue sword for himself. Whether it's a secret treasure or not, that sword is mine. He licked his lips and called out, Xiaolong. Both men simultaneously unleashed their star power. 3 contract light patterns streaked forth, and the narrow platform behind the waterfall was instantly occupied by 2 4-star beasts and 1 3-star beast. Roars, wing beats, and the sound of crumbling stone merged into chaos. Despite the cramped space, this formation was beyond what ordinary low-tier beast tamers could handle. Yet Chu Bai remained effortlessly composed. Thrust, slash, lift, hook, point. Each flash of the frost water blade left a bloody mark on the beasts. After more than 10 seconds, all 3 creatures were covered in wounds. The 3-star rodent-type beast fared worst, pinned to the rock wall by Chu Bai's sword, the blade piercing straight through its heart without giving it a chance to struggle. How is this possible? Jiang Ku's heart raced wildly. He could only sense 3rd-tier aura, yet this combat power. Before his thoughts could settle, the frost water blade sang its mournful song again, severing the giant head of the mantis beast with 1 strike. Splurt blood splattered against the stone wall as the head, nearly as large as a human skull, flew through the air. A 4-star beast, decapitated in an instant. Jiang Ku's throat bobbed as he struggled to utter 3 words. This is insane. The backlash from the severed contracts also left a trace of crimson at the corner of his mouth. Swoosh. 2 swift strikes, and the 3rd beast companion fell to its death. The contract backlash that followed was far more violent than expected. Both Xiaolong and Jiang Ku lost their fighting ability instantly. Dark injuries surged through Jiang Ku's body, and the star power in his dantian felt blocked, making it extremely difficult to mobilize. He could feel this weakness most directly. Chu Bai advanced with his sword, his expression cold and stern. Half his body was splattered with blood droplets, and the blade of frost water gathered streaks of deep red that slowly dripped from the sword tip. He looked like a death god returning from the underworld. Wait. I surrender. Don't kill me. Xiaolong was the first to break, rushing forward and dropping to his knees with a thud. Chu Bai didn't stop walking. Xiaolong actually squeezed out tears, crawling to Chu Bai's legs and grabbing his pants as he pleaded. Sir, spare my life. You can have whatever you want. I can buy my life with money. Oh, and I have a girlfriend, the campus beauty of Tsinghua University. Just let me live, and I'll give you everything. Pathetic. Jiang Ku snorted coldly and kicked Xiaolong against the wall. Xiaolong screamed, but still taunted sarcastically. Jiang Ku, if you're so tough, don't take it out on me. Weren't you acting all high and mighty? How come your beast companions got beheaded? I call this being wise and adaptable. If you weren't so pathetically weak, would I need to kneel? Jiang Ku was left speechless. Xiaolong sneered a few times, then turned back to Chu Bai, continuing to kowtow. Sir, as long as you spare my worthless life, I'll give you everything I have. Anything? Chu Bai asked back. Yes. Anything. Seeing that Chu Bai seemed interested, Xiaolong eagerly embellished his description of how beautiful and pure his girlfriend was, as if she were his lifeline. But Chu Bai was distracted. What he was really weighing was the ransom value of these 2 3rd and 4th tier beast tamers before him. TSK, your girlfriend is pretty unlucky to end up with a scumbag like you. He commented indifferently. Yes, yes. Xiao Long bowed and scraped, letting Chu Bai mock him. Tell me, how much do you have in your account? Chu Bai crouched in front of Xiao Long, his gaze locked onto the man's expression. Frost water swayed lightly against the ground, as if ready to strike at the first sign of deception. If it could easily slay 3-star beast companions, cutting through fragile human flesh would be child's play. With dried blood still staining the corner of his mouth, Chu Bai's smile made Xiao Long tremble all over. His heart pounded as if it might burst from his chest, and his voice shook. About 3 million, I think. That was everything he had painstakingly saved over 3 years. Earlier, he had desperately played up his girlfriend's appeal, hoping to divert Chu Bai's attention from money, but in the end, he still couldn't escape losing his fortune. 3 million. Chu Bai savored the number. It seemed a bit little for 2 lives, but he needed money right now. Something was better than nothing. Just as Chu Bai was about to speak, Jiang Ku, who had been standing nearby, suddenly launched a vicious attack. Taking advantage of Chu Bai's moment of contemplation, he gripped a short blade and slashed toward Chu Bai's neck. Clang! A flash of cold steel rang out as metal struck metal, the sound echoing through the narrow cave. Everyone saw Chu Bai's wrist barely twitch as his frost water blade, which had somehow already been positioned at Jiang Ku's nape, deflected the short knife Hedon. Swoosh! The sword edge reversed like a silver thread cutting through silk, sweeping past Jiang Ku's wristbone. Fragments mixed with blood sprayed through the air as the severed hand traced an arc before crashing into the waterfall and plunging into the lake below. Overwhelming agony crashed over him like a tidal wave. Jiang Ku's face turned deathly pale as he staggered backward several steps, his body pressed against the damp stone wall, chest heaving violently. His eyes were filled with terror, no longer daring to make any rash moves. I don't like being interrupted when I'm thinking, Chu Bai said expressionlessly, his voice low and cold, each word like shards of ice. As they say, a miserable life is better than a good death. Why not think carefully about what you can offer to buy your life? Did you really have to wait until I chopped off your hand to learn your lesson? Did you want to lose that hand so badly? After delivering this warning, he turned his attention back to Xiao Long, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. 3 million is indeed a bit low. How about this? I won't make things too difficult for you. Give me 5 million today, and you can leave anytime. He finished with a raised eyebrow, giving Xiao Long a how about it expression. Xiao Long's heart trembled and knew that look all too well. Not long ago, when he had forced Chu Bai to hand over the secret treasure, he had worn exactly the same expression. But, I only have 3 million. Xiao Long's voice quavered, almost breaking into sobs. If he had known it would come to this, he never would have coveted that so-called secret treasure. If Jiang Ke hadn't tempted him with promises of great wealth, how would he have ended up in this godforsaken place, only to run into this killing god? At this thought, Xiao Long mentally cursed Jiang Ke's ancestors back 18 generations. Chu Bai's eyes narrowed slightly. Don't force me to take action. As long as it's valuable, I'm interested. Think carefully. Is that there's something precious you might have overlooked? Xiao Long's eyes suddenly lit up. Actually, there is. A spark of hope for survival flickered in his eyes. Last time we entered the secret realm, we broke into some strange space, and Jiang Ke snatched something. Just 2 days ago he was saying he couldn't find the right price to sell, it should still have it on him. You bastard, you're asking for death. Jiang Ke flew into a rage, suddenly standing up and delivering a vicious kick to Xiao Long's abdomen. You'd sell out your brother for a mere 2 million? Just wait until I get out of here. We'll see how you deal with the consequences. Heh, we'll see if you can even get out, Xiao Long muttered as he was kicked against the stone wall, half his face swelling up, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and nostril. Chu Bai walked over and crouched in front of Jiang Ku with a faint smile. What he said is all true, isn't it? He was certain that Xiao Long, who was scared enough to sell out even his girlfriend, wouldn't dare try to fool him with false information. No, there's nothing. Jiang Ku denied through gritted teeth, though his eyes flickered uncertainly. Is that so? Chu Bai drawled. It seems you don't just want to keep one hand. You don't want this one either. I've always been soft-hearted. If you don't want it, just say so directly, and I'll naturally oblige. With that, he raised the frost water blade, preparing to strike Jiang Ku's remaining hand. Stop. Just as the frost water blade was mere inches from Jiang Ku's wrist, he felt the bone-chilling aura emanating from the weapon and hastily shouted. I remember now. There really was such a thing. See? Chu Bai nodded slightly, flicking his wrist as the frost water blade instantly retracted. A genuinely warm smile spread across his face. Since it's true, hand it over. Perhaps realizing there was no escape today, Jiang Ke didn't try any more tricks this time. He took a deep breath and pulled out a fist-sized red crystal from his jacket's inner pocket. The crystal's surface was as translucent as blood jade, and each time light passed through it, mysterious yet terrifying undulations flickered within an energy powerful enough to make the stellar force within one's body tremble slightly. Chu Bai took the crystal, and the moment his fingertips touched it, he felt his chest tighten. Even compared to the strongest star beast he'd encountered, those at the star servant realm, none had given him such overwhelming pressure. After examining it briefly, he was certain. This thing was absolutely extraordinary. A slight smile curved his lips as he pocketed the red crystal. The next moment, his system inventory automatically displayed identification information. From the ancient era, a star core left behind by a powerful star beast. The ancient divine clan once used them as ornaments, while divine beasts would consume them as snacks. If fed to star beasts, they can absorb the energy within the star core to gain inheritance. Truly impressive. Chu Bai marveled silently. In terms of energy purity alone, this star core was at least 100 times superior to the frost mist freshwater frog's core. However, precisely because of this, it was difficult to circulate on the market. If it could be easily sold, Jiang Ke would have cashed it out long ago and wouldn't have ended up in today's predicament. With this in mind, Chu Bai had made his decision. He would keep it for his own star beast. He wanted his beacon flame azure fire wolf to gain enough strength in a short time to keep pace with, or even complement, his own progress. Shortly after, Xiaolong handed over the bank card marked with 3 million in deposits. Chu Bai casually inserted the card into his system inventory, which immediately displayed the Balancino need to worry about fraud. He smiled easily, watching as Xiaolong turned to leave. Before departing, Xiaolong couldn't resist venting his frustration. Damn it. You beat the crap out of me earlier, and I thought you were so tough. But in the end you still handed over the goods. You're afraid of death yourself, yet you have the nerve to criticize others. With that, he spat at the top of Jiang Ke's head, then forcefully channeled his stellar power to part the waterfall's curtain, his figure quickly disappearing into the mist. Mr. Chu, are you really going to let him leave? Zhang Lin, who had been observing from the sidelines, quickly stepped forward. He had originally wanted to help, but his star beast was too large, summoning it would completely fill the cave. Moreover, the backlash from losing 3 pet beasts earlier hadn't fully healed. Forget about stellar techniques. Even his current condition was worse than Jiang Ke's despite the latter's recent injuries. He could only watch helplessly. Chu Bai waved his hand dismissively. It's fine. A person should have some integrity. Since I gave them a chance to live, whether they treasure it or not is their business. If there's a next time, his tone suddenly turned cold, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. Then I'll simply have to fulfill their wish. Hearing this, Zhang Lin could only nod weakly. As long as you know what you're doing. Chu Bai patted his shoulder, then approached Jiang Ke, his tone gentle, yet carrying irresistible authority. He's gone. Now let's discuss what to do with you. Jiang Ke didn't respond directly, instead looking up and asking, You're the third young master of the Chu family, aren't you? Oh, how did you figure that out? Chu Bai looked at him with interest. Jiang Ke smiled bitterly, his voice hoarse, but reasoning clear. That kid called you Mr. Chu, and there aren't many people surnamed Chu in Cloud City. The Frostwater Blade is a high-grade weapon, and the only ones who are both surnamed Chu and wealthy enough are the Chu family of Cloud City. Looking at your age and the grade of the weapon in your hand, neither matches the rumors about those twins. Excellent analysis. Chu Bai praised, gently brandishing the Frostwater Blade. It seems rumors really are unreliable. Everyone says the third young master of the Chu family was born into the wrong body, unworthy of the family's status, while the Chu family twins are said to have unparalleled talent and represent the ceiling of young beast tamers in China. At this point, Jiang Ke raised his head, his gaze fixed steadily on Chu Bai, his lips curving into a tragic smile. Unfortunately, they're all wrong. Even those Chu family twins couldn't possibly defeat a 4th-tier beast tamer while only at the 3rd tier, let alone push me to this extent. Zhang Lin listened in stunned amazement. So the person he'd been calling Mr. Chu all along was actually the 3rd young master of the Chu family, whom the outside world had never taken seriously. He never imagined that this 3rd young master had not only cornered the 4th-tier beast tamer Jiang Ke, but had also personally slain the 5-star white flood dragon star beast that even Jiang Ke couldn't handle. At this moment, Zhang Lin's excitement and admiration for Chu Bai were completely beyond words. At the entrance to the new secret realm in Mailin district, crowds packed the area. Shouts and hawking calls rose and fell in waves, while the air mixed with the sense of sweat and spices, creating a cacophony as chaotic as oil about to boil over. Suddenly, a black crack resembling a vertical pupil twisted slightly, and 2 figures stepped through. By outside world time, they had only been in the secret realm for a short week, but seeing the familiar architectural style and unchanging fashion on the streets, Chu Bai was suddenly struck by a long-lost feeling of homesickness. To avoid drawing attention, he lowered his voice and said, There are too many people and prying eyes here. Wait for me outside. With that, he sent his companion Zhang Lin away, preparing to quickly sell everything he could from his system inventory. The system inventory had only 20 slots total. After storing several star beast corpse materials plus the newly acquired spatial treasure, space became extremely tight. Chu Bai first bought several rough hemp sacks from stalls near the entrance, then returned to the secret realm to stuff all the corpse materials he could into the bags. As for what wouldn't fit, He hid those in a concealed corner deep within the realm that he had scouted earlier. While buying the sacks, he had already inquired with several shop owners. If materials truly couldn't be brought out, the owners themselves could be brought into the secret realm for on-site transactions. These bosses had the privilege of free entry and exit. But this approach carried obvious risks. Materials could be stolen along the way. Secret realms had always been lawless territories where theft and robbery occurred frequently. The only option was to hide goods as secretly as possible and pray that no other beast tamers would visit in the short term. After finishing all this, Chu Bai carried 5 or 6 heavy small bags and walked out of the secret realm without even breathing hard, choosing the shop with the most prominent storefront nearby. "Hey there, young man, selling materials?" The shop owner was a slightly plump middle-aged man with a round face that gleamed with oil, looking honest and simple. But Chu Bai knew better. Anyone who could open a shop in the closest location to the secret realm, even if truly honest, definitely had some skills and couldn't be judged by appearance alone. That's right. Chu Bai efficiently placed his bags on the ground. 3 complete 3-star star beast corpses, 2 complete 2-star star beast corpses, and this bag contains plant materials. The 6 bulging bags lined up in a row, taking up half the street in front of the shop. Plant materials were extremely rare in secret realms. This trip had finally made Chu Bai understand. Plants that could enhance beast strength mostly grew in dangerous places and would never grow in wild patches like the water shadow demon spirit grass in the system's secret realm. Outside secret realms offered plenty of opportunities, but were far from the high-risk, high-reward nature of system's secret realms. Hearing that Chu Bai had abundant goods, the fat boss's eyes immediately lit up as he rolled up his sleeves to personally inspect the merchandise. After checking just the first 5 hemp sacks, his breathing became heavier. Clean decapitation and dismemberment with neat, efficient cuts, and blood handling that was nearly flawless. "Sir, you're quite the ruthless one," the boss muttered under his breath, though his heart bloomed with joy. He hadn't seen star beast corpse materials processed so perfectly in a long time. Most star beasts were enormous, so for convenient transport, beast tamers usually chopped corpses into small pieces suitable for packing. Therefore, the star beast corpse materials that reached these merchants were basically pre-processed. Most of these corpse materials would be used to craft armor and weapons. The manufacturing process required a series of intricate procedures including cutting, degreasing, hardening, and enchanting. Any mistake in a single step would ruin the entire batch of raw materials. Because of this, the size, completeness, and pre-processing methods of the corpse chunks all affected subsequent processing efficiency, naturally causing transaction prices to fluctuate accordingly. "Please wait a moment." The shop owner suppressed his excitement, his hands trembling slightly as he turned and disappeared into the depths of his store. Numbers kept rolling through his mind. If this deal went through, he could net at least over $1 million, equivalent to 3 or 4 days' worth of total income. Before long, his slightly plump figure squeezed back out from behind the counter, now holding an old-style metal-cased calculator. "Plant materials and star beast corpse materials are calculated differently. Let's weigh the star beast corpses first," the owner explained patiently. "No problem." Chu Bai nodded, well aware of the difference. For 3-star beasts, as long as the minor realm and number of attributes were the same, they were mostly priced by weight during transactions. Plant materials, however, had an extremely wide value range. 10 specimens might have 10 different price tags. At the shop entrance stood a gray device similar to those automatic height and weight measuring machines found on street corners. Its exterior was covered in scratches, yet it remained precise. It could not only detect pet beast realms and attributes, but also weigh directly, making it the most indispensable tool for all merchants dealing in star beast corpses. Practically every shop had one at their entrance. Chu Bai placed several bags of properly processed corpse chunks onto the device one by one. The screen continuously flashed numbers while the owner held his calculator in one hand and rapidly pressed keys with the other. After a flurry of clicking sounds, he looked up. "The total comes to 2.4 million. The materials are processed very neatly, so I can offer an additional 50,000, at most 2.45 million. How does that sound?" While the owner was announcing the figure, Chu Bai had also secretly calculated based on market prices, reaching a conclusion in just 2 words: "Quite fair." "Let's settle on that then. Could I also have you look at the plant materials?" Of course. The owner couldn't help but laugh aloud. With half the deal already secured, he was so excited he forgot to put down his calculator and directly reached for Chu Bai's other bulging burlap sack. Clatter. As soon as he opened the bag, his hand trembled and the calculator dropped onto the concrete floor with a crisp sound. The next second, he froze completely. Did you collect all of these in the secret realm? Good heavens. A whole sack full of plant materials. This scent, it's practically the smell of money. The owner licked his dry lips, his voice clearly trembling. Chu Bai simply responded with a mm. The owner hurriedly bent down to pick up his calculator, apologizing repeatedly. "I'm sorry, it's been a long time since I've seen so many plant materials at once. I was just lucky." Chu Bai's tone remained calm. Among the treasure list items was a secret realm map, something that couldn't be measured in monetary terms. With it, he might return empty-handed, or he might uncover treasures of immense value. Everything depended on his own courage, knowledge, and luck. That day, Jiang Ke simply knew too much, so Chu Bai ultimately decided not to let him escape. After helping Zhang Lin deal with Jiang Ke, Chu Bai led Zhang Lin on a journey to various special terrains marked on the map: underground lava rivers, frigid bamboo forests, lakes constantly swept by whirlwinds. At each location, the two searched everywhere with a "let's try our luck" mentality. Surprisingly, their random attempts actually paid off. Most of the teams in these areas were low-tier beast tamers who had barely learned about collecting and identifying plant materials. For them, plant materials were dispensable in raising low-tier companion beasts, so no one paid attention to those oddly colored leaves and stems. That day, when Chu Bai appeared with his sack, several teams were wandering around nearby, and some even passed right by the materials without bothering to reach out, which only benefited him. This is foraged sprout grass. It can enhance the vitality of plant-type companion beasts. Shadow soul bamboo. Excellent stuff. Perfect for ghost-type companion beasts to improve their elemental perception. Wind shadow lotus. I heard it can glide over water and travel thousands of miles in a single day. Many low-tier wind-type companion beasts can't handle it. Brother, how did you manage to gather all this stuff? In the general store, the owner counted items on the counter while clicking his tongue in amazement. Only after the last material was pulled from the sack did he approach Chu Bai with a calculator. 28 types of plant materials in total. The owner quoted prices for each item, tapping the calculator with several beeps. Total price, 3.64 million. Slightly lower than expected. After thinking for a moment, Chu Bai reached into his pocket and pulled a palm-sized red pebble from his system inventory. I'll sell you this too. Add another million for the whole package. The moment the red stone appeared, the owner's eyes lit up instantly. Red flame stone, formed through lava immersion and 1,000 years of fire element star power erosion. Just this small piece can boost a fire element weapon up an entire star level when processed. He placed the stone on the ground and channeled star power into it from a distant spoon. The red flame stone immediately became crystal clear, its fiery red glow spreading like erupting lava. Passers-by were forced back by the heat wave, their clothes instantly soaked with sweat as they cried out in surprise. What kind of treasure is that? A mutated diamond? It would make absolutely stunning jewelry. Jewelry? You'd have to survive the temperature first. Don't be ridiculous. I've seen this before. It's a red flame stone, and its purpose is... The crowd pointed and chattered, pressing in until Chu Bai felt somewhat helpless. Finally, the owner of a neighboring shop helped explain the true value of the red flame stone. Whoosh, the crowd erupted again. More than 10 people immediately made offers to buy it, including wealthy passers-by and nearby shop owners, all of whom Chu Bai politely declined. My apologies, everyone, but I've already agreed on a price with this gentleman. Business is built on integrity. I can't change my mind at the last minute, can I? His casual words made it clear to the smart ones that there was no hope, and they shook their heads and dispersed. Only a few stubborn individuals lingered in the distance. At this point, the owner raised his hand and called out, "Everyone, please give me, old Jean, some face. This young man is my customer, so I'd appreciate it if you'd stop coveting his goods. If I close this deal today, I'll treat everyone to dinner another time. I hope you'll honor me with your presence." With the owner speaking up, the remaining few could only exchange pleasantries before slowly dispersing. "Please come into the shop and have a seat. I'll transfer the money to you right away. No rush." Chu Bai waved his hand to interrupt. "I've got a big guy hidden in my secret realm. I wonder if you'd be interested in buying that too." The owner was stunned. "Big guy? What do you mean?" "A white flood dragon with 5-star strength." The owner's expression seemed to say, "You must be kidding me." Drank danger level secret realms could indeed contain 5-star beasts, but the probability was only about 3 to 4%. More than 2 hours later, Chu Bai emerged from the restricted zone around the secret realm with a beaming smile, clutching a bank card worth nearly 20 million. Just moments before, Boss Jean had stared at the white dragon corpse that Chu Bai had dumped in the warehouse, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor in shock. It was a 5-star beast. Even with the star core already removed, the scales, bones, and organs alone brought Chu Bai an estimated value of nearly 10 million. Boss Jean had originally planned to make a modest profit of 1 million, only to discover he had completely underestimated this deal. Such a complete 5-star beast corpse, combined with the batch of rare materials Chu Bai had provided earlier, meant that even if he strictly followed market prices for the purchase, the material preservation fees alone would net him over 1 million, with conservative estimates putting his total earnings at around 5 million. During slow business periods, he rarely saw such profits in half a month. Yet now he'd secured them in a single transaction. How could he not be thrilled? In the end, he practically bent his waist to the ground as he respectfully escorted Chu Bai out of the warehouse. The sunlight beyond the blockade line was blazing. As soon as Chu Bai looked up, he spotted Zhang Lin standing on a nearby clearing, his back ramrod straight, his face bearing a mix of restraint and righteousness. Zhonglin, over here. Chu Bai raised his hand in greeting. Hearing his voice, Zhonglin quickly approached, bowing slightly with respect. Mr. Chu. Chu Bai patted the card in his hand. I just sold the materials from the secret realm. Send me your bank account number later. Take 5 million first for your mother's medical treatment. What? Zhonglin froze. But I didn't contribute much along the way, and you took care of me throughout. This money. The words caught in his throat as he swallowed hard, thinking of his mother lying in the hospital bed. The hesitation in his eyes was replaced by deep longing, yet his face remained full of guilt. Chu Bai saw through his struggle, his tone calm and resolute. You entered the secret realm for your mother's sake to begin with, and you faced just as many risks as anyone else these past few days. Don't worry about saving face. Your elder's life is what matters most. Once your mother recovers, we can discuss other matters. This was indeed the truth. Over the past few days, Zhonglin had accompanied him through numerous dangerous locations, bearing risks no less than any other beast tamer. And other beast tamers typically earned tens to hundreds of thousands from a single secret realm expedition. With Chu Bai's gains approaching 20 million, plus countless treasures stored in his secret treasure space, sharing 5 million with Zhonglin was perfectly reasonable. Zhonglin's ears burned red as he finally nodded with a flushed face, pulling out his phone to send his bank account number through WeChat. Outside the restricted zone of the secret realm, several taxis were scattered along the roadside. These cars had been lingering in the area for the past few days, specifically to pick up beast tamers who had just emerged from the secret realm. The drivers knew well that these people came out with deep pockets and spent money freely, making it easy to earn an extra 50 or 60 yuan per trip. After settling the details of their profit split, Chu Bai and Zhonglin turned around and got into the nearest taxi. Driver, Lonlin District, Dashin Garden. Lonlin District, Central Hospital. After both men gave their respective destinations, the driver nodded with a smile, shifted gears, and pressed the accelerator as the car glided toward the city center along the main road. The cabin was so quiet that only the engine's low rumble could be heard. Central Hospital was closer, and in less than half an hour, the taxi pulled over by the roadside in front of the emergency building. Mr. Chu, I sincerely thank you for taking care of me during this time. I'll remember the kindness of those 5 million yuan, and in the future, whenever you ask, I, Zhonglin, will never refuse. Zhonglin pushed open the door, stepped out, and bowed deeply before turning to stride quickly into the hospital. The car door closed, and the vehicle started again. Chu Bai watched Zhonglin's retreating figure through the window, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. He knew in his heart that the 5 million was rightfully Zhonglin's compensation, and he had never intended for the other man to consider it a favor. After another hour or so, the taxi slowly pulled over outside Dashin Garden. Chu Bai paid the fare, got out with his luggage, and walked through the dim streetlights back to the cramped rental apartment he shared with Fong Quan. Sitting on the edge of his bed, he used methods he had prepared in advance to instantly transfer the 5 million from his account, and Zhonglin received it within seconds. The other man immediately sent a long string of grateful messages, but Chu Bai had no time to read them carefully. What concerned him more was his own phone. There had been no signal in the secret realm, and he had been completely cut off from the outside world for a full week. To his friends and family, he had essentially vanished into thin air. He plugged his phone into the charging cable and turned it on. The moment the screen lit up, hundreds and thousands of missed calls, text messages, and WeChat notifications flooded in. The notification sounds kept beeping incessantly, and the system even froze for more than 10 seconds. This is really bad. Chu Bai rubbed his temples, facing the dense mass of unread messages, unsure where to begin explaining. Ding! A new incoming call popped up, with the contact name Zhong Lingyue prominently displayed. Just what he was afraid of. Chu Bai took a deep breath and still pressed the answer button. Hello. Chu Bai Gij, is that you? Thank goodness I finally got through. Where have you been these past few days? Why couldn't anyone reach you? On the other end of the line, Zhong Lingyue fired off a series of questions. Taking advantage of her pause for breath, Chu Bai cleared his throat softly. Where? It's me. I can finally hear your voice again. Chu Bai Gij, the girl's voice trembled slightly at the end, tinged with tears. Chu Bai fell silent. In that instant, he thought of many explanations, but when these words reached his lips, he automatically swallowed them back down. He had imagined that Zhong Lingyue might lose her temper with him, might ignore him for a long time, might come running to scold him, or even hit him a few times. But none of that happened. With his phone pressed against his ear, all he could hear through the receiver was suppressed, trembling sobs mixed with the kind of joy that comes after surviving a disaster. That inexplicable panic mingled with relief crashed straight into Chu Bai's chest. His throat felt parched as if scorched by fire, and all the explanations he had prepared got stuck on the tip of his tongue, leaving only silence in the end. Are you back already? After a brief bout of sobbing, Zhong Lingyue's voice was hoarse, yet still soft like a drenched kitten, her breathing coming in hitches that tugged at one's heartstrings. Yeah. Chu Bai stared up at the ceiling, suppressing the turbulent emotions in his heart as he asked in return, "Aren't you going to ask those questions anymore? Where I've been these past few days, why you couldn't reach me? None of that matters now." The girl on the other end of the line said stubbornly through her tears, "What matters is that my brother Chu Bai is really back. And the first person he contacted after returning was me. Didn't you call me first though?" Chu Bai chuckled helplessly. "I don't care. The fact is, I'm the first person you spoke to after coming back." This girl always had a domineering possessiveness when it came to him. Chu Bai stopped arguing, the corners of his mouth curving into a small smile. Zheng Lingwei wiped away her tears while trying to restore her voice to its usual cheerfulness, beginning to chat with Chu Bai about topics that belonged only to the two of them, just like before. The affection she occasionally let slip would always make Chu Bai blush furiously, and she seemed to enjoy it, steering the conversation toward intimate territory every few sentences. After about an hour, the call finally came to an end. This time, Chu Bai insisted that Zhong Lingyue hang up first would be the one to listen to the dial tone. Beep. The harsh yet hollow dial tone sounded, and only then did Chu Bai put down his phone. He opened his computer and quickly browsed through the recent news from Yun City, focusing his search on the Zhu family's movements. Before entering the secret realm, he had personally killed Zhu Hui, and the Zhu family had put a billion-yuan bounty on his head for their young master. How far had things progressed now? With his skilled techniques, he quickly dug up a draft that had been buried by the media. 3 hours ago, a newspaper in Yun City had published a bombshell report. The real killer of the Zhu family's young master has been exposed. Below the bold, enlarged headline was a photo of Xue Xinyu, covered in wounds and being escorted into a police car. Xue Xinyu. Chu Bai's gaze fixed on the screen. With Xue Xinyu's intelligence, it wouldn't be difficult for her to deduce that he was the real killer that day. He and Zhu Hui had clashed publicly in broad daylight. That evening, he left first, and Zhu Hui was murdered shortly after. Everything was too coincidental. Chu Bai had once imagined that if the Zhu family really tracked him down within a week, it would most likely be because Xue Xinyu had betrayed him. After all, with just one sentence, she could claim that 10 billion yuan reward a devastating temptation for a beast tamer from an ordinary background. But she hadn't. Even when the Zhu family's investigation pressed against her like a knife's edge, she still hadn't mentioned his name. Given Xue Xinyu's gentle nature, she probably wouldn't resist at the police station. So who had left those bruises visible in the photo? The Zhu family? Chu Bai's eyes stared unblinkingly at the screen, or rather, at Xue Xinyu's fingers resting on the keyboard slowly clenched into a fist, then gradually tightened with increasing force, producing crackling sounds. "How dare you say that? If it weren't for Mo and me covering for you this time, Mom and Dad would have called the police ages ago. Don't worry, next time I go on a long trip, I'll definitely report to the family immediately." Chu Bai smiled, trying to smooth things over. "Next time?" The person snorted. "Dad was still grumbling yesterday. If this happens again, he'll break your legs and lock you up at home." After hanging up, Chu Bai rubbed his temples. To give his family a passable explanation, he had spent an entire afternoon repeatedly going over the excuse he had prepared. The story was full of holes and would fall apart under scrutiny, but his family was so worried about his safety that no one pressed for details. Fortunately, after the explanation, there were no other pressing matters for now, and he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Next, he planned to have a good chat with the Zhu family. But before that, he had to rescue Xue Xinyu first. After all, she was taking the blame for him. And if the Zhu family was really pulling strings behind the scenes, Xue Xinyu was likely enduring unimaginable suffering right now. At this thought, Chu Bai's heart tightened. It was already dark when he hailed a taxi at the residential complex entrance and headed straight for the Lanlin District Police Station. In the car, he called Zhang Ku. By the time he reached the station entrance, Zhang Ku was already waiting for him at the bottom of the steps. After the Lin Tianan prison break case ended, the mole was exposed and the temporary task force was disbanded, with members returning to their original posts. Thanks to his contributions during that case, Zhang Ke had now become deputy captain of the criminal investigation team. After meeting up, he led Chu Bai into his new office and locked the door behind them. "What exactly happened to make you come here so late at night?" Zhang Ke lowered his voice. "Xue Xinyu." Chu Bai got straight to the point. "What's her current situation? Which agency will she ultimately be handed over to? Will the Beast Tamer Regulatory Association get involved?" "They're already involved." Zhang Ke shook his head with a bitter smile. The Zhu family went for the kill this time. Knowing it would be inconvenient to act within the police station, they pulled strings to get the Beast Tamer Regulatory Association's higher-ups to apply pressure. This afternoon, the deputy director of the association's criminal custody department came personally to take her away. Chu Bai fell silent. The Beast Tamer Regulatory Association was an international organization specifically established to manage beast tamers. 80% of beast tamer criminals eventually ended up in their system, and the criminal custody department was essentially a heavily fortified prison few who ended up there had good outcomes. With such a powerful organization involved, rescuing her would be no easy task. After a moment, Chu Bai looked up. What was the exact time? Between 2:50 and 3:10 this afternoon. Zhang Ke sighed. Those people are always arrogant. Coming here to collect someone is easier for them than it is for us to see our own suspects. Chu Bai nodded. He had heard something about this before. Word has it that the association operates with an iron fist, backed by powerful connections from above. As long as things don't get too out of hand, they can usually smooth over any trouble. Under the cold white lights of the interrogation room, Zhang Ke sat upright at the table, frowning as he advised. What's your relationship with Shuesinyu? This is dangerous territory. You'd better stay out of it. Chu Bai crossed his arms, his expression stubborn. Don't read too much into it. We're just ordinary friends. The Zhu family is in cahoots with the association, so the process will never be fair. I can't just stand by and watch her get tortured to death by the Zhu family's influence within the association. Fair enough. Zhang Ke scratched the back of his head, still feeling troubled. But this is really tricky. Whoever touches it gets burned. Our line of work requires dealing with the association from time to time. How do you plan to save that girl? Walk me through the options. Chu Bai leaned back lazily in his chair, but refused to let the matter drop. Zhang Ke sighed, patted his forehead, and got up to get water from the dispenser. Ordinary people have no voice in the association, and beast tamers are wary of offending them. It's a tough situation. Chu Bai pondered for a moment, his eyes lighting up. Maybe the Zhu family is our way in. What if we pressure them to find a way to get Shuesinyu out? You know the association. Do you think it could work? Zhang Ke lowered his head in deep thought before finally offering his assessment. It's possible, but extremely difficult. First, the Zhu family is nearly on par with the Chu family, with global connections that make it hard for the Chu family alone to deliver a fatal blow. Second, even if the Zhu family agrees, whether the association will release her remains uncertain. That place isn't somewhere you can just walk in and out of at will. Given the Zhu family's resources, establishing ties with the association wasn't easy, so their relationship might not be that solid. Worst case scenario, the association helps them this once and then cuts ties with the Zhu family. Even if the Chu family manages to bring down the Zhu family, we still might not get her back. Chu Bai quickly grasped these drawbacks without Zhang Ke spelling them out. His smile faded. All right, I'll go back and investigate further. If you need any cooperation, I hope Deputy Captain Zhang will lend a hand. Sure, I'll also reach out to some friends in the association to test the waters. Much appreciated. Leaving the police station, Chu Bai strode through the main entrance, hailed a taxi, and settled into the seat. Driver, Yulong Pan Mansion. He gave the address of the Chu family's ancestral home in Yun City without hesitation. The car soon stopped in front of a luxurious villa with classical charm. At the entrance, a suited security guard bowed respectfully. Third young master, welcome home. Where are my brothers? Both the first young master and second young master are in their rooms. Got it. You're dismissed. I'll go in myself. Yes, sir. Chu Bai climbed the steps as the suited man returned to his post. As professional-level beast tamer bodyguards employed by the Chu family, their primary duty was guarding the entrance. If any strangers managed to infiltrate, the responsibility would fall entirely on them. Knock, knock, knock. Chu Bai made his way upstairs and rapped twice on his eldest brother Chu Yi's door. The door's unlocked. Come in. Bro, I need a favor. Chu Bai pushed through the door without even bothering with greetings, plopping down directly on Chu Yi's desk with a loud thud. He sat on a thick stack of research papers, causing the pens and documents on the desk to tremble slightly. What happened? Chu Yi looked up, his gaze moving past the pile of papers. He didn't fuss over the wrinkled documents beneath. What caught his attention was Chu Bai's expression. Furrowed brows, rapid breathing, his whole demeanor radiating barely contained agitation, as if he'd just escaped from a chaotic battle. Chu Bai took a deep breath and poured out everything: his conflict with Zhu Hui, the Zhu family's persecution of Shuesinyu, and how they might even force her into a death trap. After listening, Chu Yi tapped his fingers lightly on the desk and nodded calmly. If what you're saying is true, making a young girl take the fall for you and putting her life at risk, that's completely unacceptable. The Chu family had always conducted themselves with integrity. Having Shuesinyu, who came from an ordinary background, shield a Chu family member went against everything they stood for. Chu Bai shrugged with a helpless, bitter smile. I've never dealt with the association before, and I don't have the connections. This whole mess is way over my head. Don't worry, you have us. A voice came from the doorway as Chu Mo appeared. He stepped into the room and closed the door behind him. Second brother. Chu Bai raised his hand in greeting. Chu Mo nodded back and walked straight to the desk, sitting on the same pile of papers in an identical manner to Chu Bai. His protective stance couldn't have been more obvious. He looked up at Chu Yi with a hint of concern in his eyes. I'm not blaming him, Chu Yi said with a slight laugh, though his expression quickly grew serious. He raised his right hand, index finger pointed up. Chu Bai, I need to confirm something very important. That night, Zhu Hui definitely intended to kill you? Absolutely certain. Chu Bai's gaze was unwavering. Thinking back to that night, Zhu Hui had killed him several times over. There was no doubt about the man's murderous intent. Chu Yi studied him for a few seconds, then smiled slightly, clearly determining that Chu Bai wasn't lying. In truth, The Chu family always protected their own regardless of the specific details. They would stand up for Chu Bai. But having this clear confirmation meant he no longer needed to harbor any reservations. With this answer confirmed, his next actions could proceed without any hesitation whatsoever. Speaking of the Beast Tamer Regulatory Association, Chu Bai actually had some connections with them. When he first graduated from college, his advisor had recommended him for a position there. Although he only stayed for a few days, he had become familiar with all the senior staff members who held influence within the association. After making a phone call, he was able to piece together most of the information. Xue Xinyu wasn't in the association's custody, but was being privately held by the Zhu family. The moment he hung up, Chu Bai visibly breathed a sigh of relief. This matter was simpler than expected. The association was, after all, an official organization cultivated by the state, and no family, regardless of their power, could command them at will. This time, to borrow the association's authority, the Zhu family had spent unimaginable resources and called in accumulated favors just to barely manage getting her transferred from the police station. Initially, under intense public scrutiny, the Zhu family had been forced to hand Xue Xinyu over to the police. However, they had always wanted to personally deal with the person who killed their heir, so they went to great lengths to extract her from police custody. Though the process was complicated and costly, the results were satisfactory. Xue Xinyu became the murderer in public opinion, while the Zhu family escaped without a trace of blame, and the police even received media praise for their efficient case resolution. Through his contacts, Chu Bai learned that the association was only responsible for picking her up from the police station, after which they directly handed Xue Xinyu over to the Zhu family and ignored all subsequent matters. This meant the rescue plan could temporarily disregard the association and only needed to pressure the Zhu family's leadership. Upon hearing this, Chu Bai raised an eyebrow, excitement flashing in his eyes. If that's really the case, I have a plan. What do you mean? Chu Bai turned his head. The Zhu family's stance is firm, so we can only force our way in. I'll quickly locate where Xue Xinyu is being held, then lead a small team to strike directly. Chu Bai spoke rapidly. However, the Zhu family's leadership isn't weak, so for safety's sake, you'll need to create some turbulence in their business dealings, preferably with results showing today or tomorrow. Chu Mo immediately frowned. Going alone is too dangerous, but Chu Bai waved his hand dismissively, draping his arm over Chu Mo's shoulder, half joking and half serious. The mess I made, I'll clean up myself. That's the most reliable way. You just need to divert the attention of the Zhu family's leadership. Several of the Zhu family's business partners also work with our Chu family, so restraining all of them will be somewhat troublesome. As soon as Chu Mo finished speaking, Chu Bai had already pulled out a laptop from beneath him, his fingers flying across the keyboard. It's 9:40 p.m. now. You won't be able to make your move until at least 4 a.m. That works. Chu Bai nodded. I'll first confirm exactly where the Zhu family is hiding her. After speaking, he walked to the bookshelf against the wall, pulled out his own laptop, and returned to the table to begin working. From 4 a.m. until dawn was less than 2 hours. Time was extremely tight. With summer's early sunrise, the sky would be bright by 6 a.m., and since the Zhu family considered Xue Xinyu a thorn in their side, they would certainly have heavy security. If they couldn't achieve a quick victory, they would likely find themselves in serious trouble. Actually, finding Xue Xinyu's hiding place was quite easy. During his previous visit to Zhangku had already revealed the timing of when the association would take people away. Using this timeline, Chu Bai directly hacked into the surveillance cameras at the police station entrance and precisely identified the vehicles that departed at that exact moment. After recording the car model, color, and license plate, he followed the driving route step by step, retrieving footage from over 10 surveillance points to piece together the escort's complete journey. The person was extremely cautious, switching transportation 3 times along the way and handing Xue Xinyu over to another person in a surveillance blind spot in the southern suburbs. However, at a small convenience store beside that remote road, an old camera still captured the entire exchange process. The subsequent tracking became straightforward. Chu Bai followed the final vehicle all the way to a rundown auto repair shop in the southern suburbs. The car parked at the shop entrance matched the surveillance footage, perfectly identical model, color, and license plate. After confirming everything was correct, he immediately relayed the information back. The entire process took only 40 minutes. Meanwhile, Chu Bai was advancing another strategic game. With a Bluetooth earpiece in his ear, he made calls to Zhu family's business partners one by one. Some agreed to distance themselves after just a few words, while others required him to present data, lay out facts, and use the recently fallen Lin family as an example, half threatening and half persuading before they reluctantly agreed to cooperate. Progress went more smoothly than expected, with 2 key enterprises already convinced. Chu Jianxing and Jiang Yueying worked late and returned home late, so the Chu family's dinner time was never early. When the couple arrived home, Chu Bai specifically went to greet them. At the dinner table, he casually mentioned his conflict with the Zhu family. Chu's father paused while picking up food with his chopsticks and said calmly, "You young people go ahead and make your moves, just stay safe. If real trouble breaks out, us elders will handle it." His words carried confident pride in his 4 children, as well as the natural sharp authority that came from controlling the Chu family in Yun City for many years, showing no regard for any of the city's wealthy families. At midnight, Chu Bai ordered the kitchen to prepare late-night snacks. Chu Yi and Chu Mo also casually ate a few bites. Perhaps with Chu Jinqing's behind-the-scenes assistance, Chu Yi completed his task 30 minutes ahead of schedule. When the hour hand of the antique clock on the wall pointed to 3:30 a.m., 80% of the Zhu family's business partners had decided to suspend cooperation. Presumably at this moment, the Zhu family's senior members were getting out of their warm beds with messy hair and slippers on, answering phone calls to put out fires. Chu Yi chuckled to himself. The Zhu family's network seemed solid, but there were too many fence-sitters in this world. They cared about the future, and what we could threaten was precisely their future. Hearing him say this, Chu Bai was also energized and decided not to delay any longer. Time was pressing, and after completing the task, Chu Bai didn't stay at the Chu family home for long. He spent 10 minutes selecting several deputy captain-level operatives from his father's trained shadow squad, each with combat strength around 7 to 8 stars. Around 3:40, 2 inconspicuous business vans shot out from the Chu family estate like arrows, racing through the night. Inside the vehicle, a black-clad man sitting to Chu Bai's right quietly produced a palm-sized obsidian weapon and respectfully presented it to Chu Bai. This was no ordinary firearm. 1. The barrel was crafted from black flame tiger spine bone, warm to the touch. 2. It used special ammunition forged from fire element materials, with single-shot power 3 to 4 times that of comparable weapons. After the black-clad man finished his quiet introduction, he added, "The master ordered that no matter what happens tonight, you must be brought back safely. If there's combat, please use this for protection." Chu Bai ran his fingers over the warm bone barrel, a flash of appreciation in his eyes, but still waved it away. "I have my own means of protection. I'm not used to firearms." He was accustomed to his frost water blade and had long lost interest in ordinary weapons. Only 7 or 8-star weapons or treasures with growth potential could catch his eye. Unfortunately, this black flame tiger bone gun was merely 5-star with limited potential. The black-clad man hesitated, but ultimately tucked his beloved weapon back inside his coat under Chu Bai's resolute gaze. He had spent over 10 million to acquire this brand new weapon just last week and had never fired a single shot. Giving it up pained him, but protecting their master was the Shadow Squad's iron law. To them, even though Chu Bai was just the young master, his life was far more important than their own. The vehicles continued south for about an hour before the business van slowly pulled over on the desolate southern outskirts. Target is 1 kilometer away. No cover ahead. Light traffic on the road will be easily exposed if we drive past, the driver reported through the radio. Infiltrate on foot, Chu Bai decided immediately. Everyone approaches the abandoned auto repair shop on foot. Understood. 8 car doors opened almost simultaneously as Chu Bai and 9 operatives filed out. He put on a Bluetooth earpiece and pointed to 4 men. "Hide the vehicles, maintain communication, and stand by for reinforcement." The 4 nodded, got back into the cars, and reversed into the darkness. Chu Bai led the remaining 5 elite operatives in a fan formation, slowly advancing toward the target. "Third young master, let us scout for hidden sentries first." 2 deputy captains specializing in reconnaissance volunteered. Both were agile with lean muscles, not the strongest fighters, but their exceptional scouting abilities had secured their deputy captain positions, and even their companion beasts were reconnaissance-oriented. After receiving permission, they moved swiftly along the ground and soon disappeared into the night. The remaining group didn't stop but slowed their pace, maintaining a safe distance. About 20 minutes later, shadows flickered ahead as the 2 scouts jogged back with light, nimble movements. The enemy had set up 4 hidden sentries, all positioned about a mile away, with no enemies above 6th tier strength detected so far. After the 2 scouts returned, they crouched on the ground and used a small knife to sketch the terrain within a kilometer radius of the repair shop in the dust. 2 or 3 similarly dilapidated repair shops were scattered throughout the southern suburbs. In the entire city of Yun, the southern suburbs had been developed the latest, but a few years ago, it had attracted a considerable population of migrants, including many mid-level managers from various positions. As more people could afford cars, even second-hand vehicles worth tens of thousands of yuan, these repair shops had once thrived. Later, as the city rapidly expanded, young people with cars and money gradually moved away, and with several commercial streets emerging, new repair shops and garages flooded in with capital, causing the old factories from years past to rapidly decline and eventually be abandoned. Dawn was approaching. Chu Bai looked up at the widening sky and immediately ordered, "Send 2 people to quietly eliminate those 4 sentries." Understood. From the 6-person team, 2 nodded, memorized the 4 positions marked on the ground, summoned their companion beasts, and swiftly moved into stealth. The core of this mission was rescue, not annihilation. Once daylight came, the sentries might change shifts, so they had to act quickly and decisively. Time was more pressing than anticipated. Before the 2 departed, Chu Bai glanced at their companion beast's data. One was a sleek, tall black bamboo armored spider, mid-6 star. The other was a palm-sized gray rat with a tail twice the length of its body, a bloodthirsty shadowtail rat at early 7th star. 20 minutes later, the sky grew increasingly bright. Chu Bai periodically looked up to check the light when his Bluetooth earpiece suddenly crackled with a low report. All 4 sentries eliminated. Well done. Scout the factory first. We're heading over now. Yes. The earpiece fell silent. Chu Bai led the remaining 3 at increased speed to rendezvous with the other 2. The 6 crouched in the bushes, observing the abandoned repair shop ahead through gaps in the foliage. The factory had 2 floors. The first floor was guarded by about 10 people, 4 watching the main entrance, 6 patrolling inside and out. The second floor had been converted into a temporary rest area with about 15 or 16 people, 4 of whom were currently coming downstairs. Suddenly, one team member's eyes flickered with an unusual gleam. At his feet lay a half-meter-long centipede covered in light gray stone armor, its 2 long antennae pressed against the ground. Invisible waves spread out in a fan pattern, perfectly covering the entire repair shop. 8-star beast skill, seismic detection. 5-star beast skill, image transmission. With these 2 rare abilities, the stone armor centipede could relay all the scenes it detected back to its beast master, making these the creature's 2 most practical skills aside from its defensive capabilities. Chu Bai focused intently on the stone armor centipede in his pom-pom sized, with a grayish-black carapace and 8 pairs of slightly curled legs. It looked like an ordinary insect, yet he knew this creature was already an 8-star beast. Suddenly, its beast master lowered his voice. Something's wrong, 3rd young master. Those 4 people coming down from the 2nd floor didn't stop the heading straight for the main entrance. They're likely sentries changing shifts. Perfect. Chu Bai's lips curved slightly as his gaze swept over the 4 team members beside him. I'll trouble you to follow them from a distance and track down the sentry post directly. If you can eliminate them halfway, that's ideal. If the opportunity doesn't present itself, get there first and set up an ambush. These 4 were all veterans who had personally scouted the sentry positions, and trusting this to them was the safest option. Yes, the 4 responded in low voices. Remember, don't alert them. Communications are too convenient nowadays. A phone call, a text message, even a symbol on social media could warn the other side. Chu Bai emphasized repeatedly. Moments later, the 4 silently withdrew from his side, hugging the repair shop's perimeter wall as they followed the 4 sentries, each beginning their respective operations. With 4 team members gone, only one final shadow team member remained beside Chu Bai. He pulled out his phone to check the time, frowning. 5:30. We can't delay any longer. We move now. The man instinctively pointed to himself. Just the 2 of us? The 4 brothers in the car are rushing over, but by the time they arrive, it'll be daylight. Waiting until dawn to rescue people will double the difficulty. Chu Bai spoke decisively. The man frowned. The moment he joined the shadow team, he had already put life and death aside, but his primary mission was to protect Chu Bai. If he died, the mission would fail. Chu Bai saw his concern and asked with a smile, "What's your name?" The man was startled. Shadow team members have no names. I was the 34th to join, so my code name is 34. 34. Chu Bai repeated silently in his mind. Then the frost water blade materialized, its cold gleam flashing briefly before enveloping both men in icy chill. I told you, I have means to protect myself. Move out. Before his words faded, he shot out from the bushes like a shadow, rustling leaves alerting the 4 guards at the entrance. A cold gleam swept past Chu Bai's side as a throwing knife cut through the air, embedding heavily into one guard's heart. Before the others could react, Chu Bai had already rushed to the main gate, the frost water blade sweeping horizontally to cut down the second man who was about to cry out. The remaining 2 guards' faces changed drastically as they turned to shout, but Chu Bai stepped forward, his sword piercing at an extremely cunning angle. Thud! The blade penetrated the first man's chest, then continued relentlessly into the second man's chest, skewering both men together. In moments, Chu Bai withdrew his sword. The 2 men collapsed together, their faces frozen in expressions of sheer terror, eyes bulging wide, as if they might pop from their sockets at any moment. Their movements were almost silent, but the sound of bodies hitting the ground still drew some attention. Deep within the warehouse, a 2-man patrol team first frowned, then quietly approached the main entrance like 2 cautious cats, constantly peering around. Their line of sight couldn't reach Chu Bai, let alone number 34 who was hidden behind him, blending seamlessly with the wall. All they could see was a vague outline on the ground near the doorway. The warehouse spanned hundreds of meters, and initially the 2 men thought it was just a discarded sack. Only when they drew closer did they suddenly realize it was a corpse. We have a situa. One of them had barely raised his voice when Chu Bai stepped out from the shadows, his frost blade transforming into an arc of cold light that swept across both their heads. The movement was so clean it was almost elegant, and with a muffled thud, 2 heads rolled to the ground. Number 34 was ready, grabbing the still twitching bodies from behind and silently dragging them to the bushes outside the door. burying them alongside the previous corpses. Second floor of the auto repair shop. Gray Leopard had just come down from the stairs when his nose wrinkled slightly. A faint metallic scent drifted through the air into his nostrils. Having spent years in the underworld, he was all too familiar with this smell. Blood. Gray Leopard was now employed as external muscle by the Zhu family, with generous pay and benefits, and they even took care of his parents, so naturally these dirty jobs fell to him. His current mission was to guard the tied-up little girl on the second floor, absolutely forbidding anyone to give her water or food until the Zhu family came personally to collect her. To be safe, he had specifically brought many brothers from the streets, patrolling the factory dozens of times each day. Among the three old acquaintances standing beside Gray Leopard, one joked, "What's that weird smell? Did you just use the bathroom and gas yourself? That's not funny." Gray Leopard's expression darkened as he sniffed again, confirming that the bloody scent wasn't his imagination. He squinted toward the entrance. Where are the brothers guarding the door? The three men exchanged glances, their expressions immediately turning serious. Two of them summoned their pet beasts and reluctantly crept toward the entrance, with Gray Leopard and the remaining man following close behind. The moment they stepped through the threshold, a massive tiger suddenly pounced, heavily pinning the two pet beasts to the ground. Simultaneously, the frost blade, laden with bitter cold, appeared like lightning before everyone's eyes. Whoosh whoosh. The sword light cut through the air with several crisp, low hums. Chu Bai locked onto one of the men, his wrist exploding with power as the frost blade instantly pierced through the opponent's chest, sending hot blood spurting. On the other side, number 34's star power instantly flooded his legs, his entire calf glowing with a faint starlight. He delivered a sweeping kick that struck heavily against another man's neck. Crack! The man flew backward like a rag doll, and when he hit the ground, his neck was twisted at a horrifying angle, his fate uncertain. Bastards! Two lunatics. In an instant, both men struck. Gray Leopard watched helplessly as his companion's throat was torn open by the blade, his heart jolting with shock. But as a veteran beast tamer, his reflexes were sharp. The moment Chu Bai raised his hand, Gray Leopard had already grabbed another subordinate's arm and yanked him backward, barely dodging the aftermath. Witnessing the gruesome sight of blood splattering everywhere, Gray Leopard's expression darkened. This is Gray Leopard's territory. You two killed without warning, is that a bit too arrogant? His gaze clashed with Chu Bai's in midair. The next second, the scenery behind Gray Leopard twisted, and four summoning portals aligned like sharp blades in perfect formation. Leopard, stop wasting words, his companion beside him barked, cold light flashing as he too summoned two beasts to form a protective formation in front of them. Within mere moments, 6 beasts had appeared on the battlefield. Chu Bai's heart sank slightly. Beast-tamer confrontations were never unknown affairs. Earlier, he and number 34 had relied on stealth attacks to eliminate 6 opponents with barely any effort. But could they maintain such success in a direct assault? By standard calculations, one beast tamer could contract 3 beasts of the same realm. 6 tamers meant 18 beasts, plus the tamer's own combat abilities. These 6 alone would be troublesome enough. Yet throughout the entire abandoned auto repair shop, there were over 20 beast tamers who wouldn't simply stand by and watch. Once surrounded, forget just the 2 of them, even 10 people together might not escape unscathed. Foreseeing this situation, Chu Bai had repeatedly warned everyone. They absolutely could not alert their enemies. If not for his concern that Shue's sinew was getting in too deep, he would have preferred to lie low for several days until all preparations were complete. But reality hadn't given him that luxury. With their position exposed, number 34 immediately summoned his 3 beasts, arranging them in a line before Chu Bai. Combined with the fierce tiger nearby that was fighting 2 opponents, all 4 of his remaining beasts were at 6-star mid-level or above. That tiger, its entire body adorned with deep blue lightning patterns nearly black in color, was called the lightning-scarred ice-treading tiger, a top-tier existence at 6-star late stage with dual attributes. Its opponents were 2 5-star wolves of the same pack, though slightly lower in rank. Their master's death had triggered their wild nature, unleashing ferocity far beyond their usual limits. Lightning Judgment. The lightning-scarred ice-treading tiger pushed off the ground with its hind paws and suddenly leaped up, its tiger-striped lightning blazing wildly. Sharp front claws crashed down, and 2 sounds of cracking bone accompanied by piercing electrical arcs instantly marked the skulls of both giant wolves. The smell of burning flesh and white smoke scattered as the wolves let out whimpers tinged with pleading. Its claws carved deep marks bearing its unique signature, and the lightning-scarred ice-treading tiger pressed both heads firmly under its paws, its bloody maw roaring with a sound that shook the wilderness. Crash! The lightning-scarred ice-treading tiger's roar seemed to transform into some kind of signal, becoming the catalyst for everyone to begin battle. The Gray Leopard and his accomplices summoned 6 pet beasts that went completely berserk, their eyes glowing red as they all charged at Chu Bai in a frenzied rush. Roar! The 3 giant beasts in front of Chu Bai lunged forward to meet them. Though outnumbered, They showed no fear as stellar power exploded from their claws and fangs, thunderous booms echoing through the air. The moment both sides clashed, three ape-like pet beasts were sent flying over 10 meters, crashing hard into the rubble-strewn ground. The three victorious giant beasts immediately turned back, wanting to finish off the remaining opponents, but they were still a step too slow. They managed to intercept only one, while the other two yellow-furred ape and a white-furred ape roared as they charged straight at Chu Bai. Bang! Number 34 had already locked onto the black ape at the front. His right leg whipped out like a flexible steel whip, striking the three-turtle black ape square in the chest with a sharp crack. The sound of breaking bones exploded as the massive body flew back over 10 meters, kicking up clouds of dust when it hit the ground. The black ape struggled to its feet on instinct, a fist-sized bloody hole now gaping in its chest, blood gushing out steadily. Just as it was kicked away, the attacks from the yellow-furred and white-furred apes arrived. Their massive arms were as thick as ship masts, their fists half the size of Chu Bai's entire body, carrying a putrid wind as they crashed down viciously. Whoosh! The air was torn apart. Chu Bai held his breath and dodged sideways using the footwork he had honed while fighting the guardian skeletons. The yellow-furred ape's punch missed and smashed a deep crater in the ground. In the next instant, he swung his sword in a backhand strike, the frost water blade piercing straight through the white-furred ape's knuckles. The ice-blue blade gleamed with blood, emitting a clear, trembling note as cold light flowed along its edge. The white-furred ape threw back its head and shrieked, the excruciating pain making it want to pull out the sword and escape. But Chu Bai suddenly flexed his biceps and yanked hard along the direction of the blade. Splurt! Blood sprayed like a waterfall. The white-furred ape's knuckle bones were brutally severed 2/3 of the way through, the upper half of its hand dangling by just a few broken bone fragments, ready to fall off at any moment. Gulp! Number 34 swallowed hard. He lifted his foot again, kicking the charging black ape sideways through the air, his heart shaken with amazement. So this is how ruthlessly young Master Chu Bai fights. For over a decade, people had called young Master Chu Bai worthless, but with this display of skill, he was even more vicious than assassins and killers who had trained since childhood. The intense sounds of combat shook the entire building. The group of burly men upstairs was finally alerted, their heavy footsteps approaching from far to near as the makeshift metal staircase creaked and groaned. Number 34 quickly scanned their numbers, his expression darkening as he whispered urgently, "Sir, I'll hold them off in a moment. Be ready to retreat at any time." Number 34 was clever, quickly changing how he addressed Chu Bai to avoid exposing his identity. Chu Bai dug his nails hard into his palm, using the sharp pain to pull himself back from panic to rationality. Deal with the enemies at hand first, then worry about everything else. Understood. Number 34 nodded deeply, then charged into the beast horde the next instant. He kicked out, his entire body shooting forward like a cannonball, weaving left and right as his masterful leg techniques treated each massive beast like a punching bag, kicking until bones cracked and flesh flew. On the other side, the lightning scar ice tiger had already finished off those two giant wolves. They were already a level below the tiger, and with their courage shattered by the tiger's intimidating presence, they were defeated without any chance to fight back. Having won its battle, the lightning scar ice tiger pounced forward under number 34's command, unleashing its claws, fangs, and periodically explosive high-damage pet skills, transforming itself into a razor-sharp killing machine. The tiger's arrival immediately relieved the pressure on Chu Bai and number 34. The beast tide that gray leopard had commanded with advantage instantly fell into disadvantage. The white-furred gorilla that Chu Bai had severely wounded earlier met its end in the tiger's jaws the moment the lightning scar ice tiger arrived. The claws followed the wound Chu Bai had opened, precisely piercing the heart before violently tearing it out and stuffing it into the bloody maw. The white-furred gorilla's eyes widened, only losing consciousness completely after its heart was chewed to pulp. Contract backlash followed immediately, causing gray leopard's mouth to bleed as his gaze locked deadly onto Chu Bai. With the tiger's firepower support, Chu Bai moved more freely, keenly catching gray leopard's man-eating stare before suddenly releasing a war cry from deep in his throat. Battle diagram roar. The roar was deafening, even stunning number 34 for half a second. The maddened pet beasts turned on each other, too busy to bother with Chu Bai. Gray leopard, his hatred ignited by the roar, could no longer contain his fury and charged forward, throwing a punch with bones crackling and popping. His star power-infused fist wind aimed straight at Chu Bai's face. Chu Bai remained calm, raising his frost water blade as cold light flashed, breaking through the fifth-tier Beastmaster's star power defense. Blood exploded as a severed arm struck his abdomen before sliding to the ground. The excruciating pain snapped Gray Leopard back to his senses. He looked down as blood gushed like a fountain, searching in confusion for his missing hand. "Where's my hand?" Chu Bai remained silent. In close combat, his strength was already formidable, Even Gray Leopard at full fighting spirit might not have been his match, let alone now when the man had completely broken down. With a light sigh, Chu Bai raised his sword and brought it down, delivering the final blow to Gray Leopard. Turning his blade toward the other man, the fellow immediately begged, Don't, don't kill me. Please, spare me. I can give you anything. Chu Bai couldn't be bothered to listen to the end, simply thrusting forward as his long sword pierced through the man's chest. As he turned around, number 34 was staring at him with complete shock, clearly unable to believe everything that had just happened. At number 34's feet, all the pet beasts that should have fallen were indeed down. The first wave of battle was officially over. However, 11 more people were charging forward through the bloodstains ahead. Looking at those murderous figures, Chu Bai felt no relief whatsoever. What awaited them next might be even more brutal combat. No, slaughter. One moment, the pet beasts around number 34 were still locked in fierce combat with each other. The next moment, they all stepped back in unison, creating distance between themselves as their bell-like pupils fixed intently on Chu Bai. Every pet beast crouched low, claws digging fiercely into the concrete floor, ready to pounce at any second. The source of this overwhelming pressure was nothing more than a crimson flame that suddenly flickered to life in Chu Bai's palm. Deep, rumbling roars echoed behind Chu Bai as massive beasts bared their fangs, lashed their tails, and displayed restlessness and aggression across every inch of their fur. Sir, there are too many of them. We should prepare to retreat. Number 34 gritted his teeth and shouted his warning. To him, his own life was worthless as grass dying here meant nothing. But if anything happened to Chu Bai, even descending to the underworld wouldn't be enough to face the Chu family's judgment. Want to run? Gray Leopard was still reeling from the power Chu Bai had just displayed, but number 34's suggestion reached his ears clearly. Why would they flee? This formidable young man had just revealed his shocking trump card, yet now wanted to retreat? The question flashed through his mind like lightning, and he suddenly calmed down. If this young man possessed such terrifying star techniques, why hadn't he used them at the start of the battle? Gray Leopard's eyes suddenly lit up. Everyone knew that star techniques often had limitations. Perhaps this mysterious star technique couldn't be used at will either. I told you, none of you are leaving here today. Gray Leopard roared, his voice hoarse yet filled with fanatical fervor. Brothers, release all your pet beasts. We must keep these two brats here today. I'll give them my special hospitality. As his roar faded, the entire abandoned auto repair shop suddenly surged with an eerie fluctuation. The air seemed torn by giant hands as summoning space rifts opened one after another in the four corners of the workshop, as if threatening to shatter this entire space. The next second, the rifts closed in succession, and pet beasts of various colors materialized from thin air hoofbeats. Neighing, barking, and wing flapping merged into chaos. A quick scan revealed over 40 beasts of different sizes scattered throughout the facility. Chu Bai's eyes sharpened as the frost water blade instantly returned to his hand, and he charged into the beast horde without hesitation. Roar! The battle chart roar erupted as he faced the first pet beast Hedon with his bellow. Deathly silence instantly enveloped the workshop, cutting off even heavy breathing. The same ancient battle chart simultaneously appeared in every creature's mind. Beacon fires blazing across the land, 10,000 tribes locked in fierce combat, blood spattering, severed limbs scattered everywhere. Every living being became a warrior in the chart, bearing the hopes of millions of comrades, with victory within reach. Morale burned like fire, and everything around them all enemies. Crash! As if someone had suddenly pulled a fuse, after just 2 seconds, the repair shop seemed to return to reality. All the pet beasts resumed their heavy breathing, bloodshot veins crawling madly across their pupils. Even those belonging to the same beast tamers faction now saw only deep hatred when they looked at each other. Chu Bai seized the opportunity, flicking his wrist as the frost water blade swept upward, its cold light piercing through a kangaroo pet beast's throat and instantly breaking through its skull. He withdrew the sword. Another 5-star pet beast had fallen by his hand. Chu Bai's action truly ignited this battle, as all the spirit beasts roared and charged at each other. Fangs tore through flesh, claws ripped through scales, abandoning their usual techniques and star skills to fight with pure, primal savagery. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield became a chaotic scene of flying blood and flesh, with roars echoing one after another. How is this possible? One of the beast tamers from Gray Leopard's side cried out in shock. Chu Bai's battle diagram roar should have only affected targets with lower mental power, yet it had plunged all their spirit beasts into a killing frenzy. Logically, 4th tier and above beast tamers shouldn't be greatly affected, but within mere seconds, all the beast tamers' faces darkened as they regained consciousness from their daze. Human minds were far more complex than those of spirit beasts, and they barely managed to suppress the impulses brought by the battle diagram, though that cold, bloodthirsty sensation still churned in their chests. Sir, 34 quickly approached Chu Bai's side, his mouth slightly agape, his tone unable to hide his shock. Just moments ago, he too had been affected and he was a genuine 7th-tier beast tamer. By 34's assessment, Chu Bai's star power was at most 3rd tier. Yet a 3rd tier had used a star skill to shake a 7th tier's mental defenses. This ability made his hair stand on end. Moreover, as a death warrior who had undergone rigorous training, his mental barriers had always been impregnable. To avoid revealing information under interrogation, he valued mental fortitude above all else. Yet just now, he too had felt the urge to slaughter everything in sight. 34 considered himself well-versed in life and death, yet he had never heard of such a bizarre ability. Only now did he understand why. No matter what perilous situation he faced, Chu Bai dared to confidently claim he had life-saving trump cards. It turned out no one truly understood this waste young master. There were few people he admired. Old Master Chu Jiansheng of the Chu family was one, and those twins were another. At this moment, Chu Bai stood alongside them in his heart, truly worthy of inheriting the Chu family bloodline, destined for greatness. His Bluetooth earpiece suddenly crackled with the sound of hurried footsteps. Young Master Chu Bai, we have completed our mission and rendezvoused with the 4 people in the car. We estimate arrival at the repair shop in 2 minutes. Please be extremely cautious. Chu Bai raised an eyebrow, hummed softly through his nose, then turned his gaze toward Gray Leopard and the others. The battle diagram roar hadn't completely controlled them, nor had it fully suppressed 34 after all. Even the weakest among these beast tamers had reached mid-4th tier. They were only affected by the war map's roar for a few seconds, and after those brief moments, each of them regained their composure through sheer willpower. The moment they came to their senses, the horrific scene before them hit like a bucket of ice water. Their own companion beasts were tearing into each other, blood spattering everywhere. Angry shouts, harsh commands, and forceful mental connections to stop them were all useless. Those companion beasts trapped in madness simply wouldn't cease their attacks. Worse still, several beast tamers couldn't dodge in time and were actually mauled to death by their own companion beasts. The survivors who witnessed this scene all lost control, wishing they could return to that numb state of being dominated by the war map's roar, where they felt nothing at all. 2 minutes wasn't long, but it was enough to turn the repair shop into a hellish battlefield. When reinforcements from the Shadow Squad arrived, the 9 members stepped into the main hall and saw the corpses and wreckage scattered everywhere, their expressions identical to those of the previous group, shocked, bewildered, and even somewhat frightened. But Chu Bai simply waved his hand, shifting his attention away from them, and said, "Leave this to you. 34, no one is allowed to escape. You understand the consequences." Understood. 34 immediately accepted the order. He knew in his heart that Chu Bai had nearly exhausted all his trump cards in this battle, and if word got out, it would certainly bring new troubles. After giving his instructions, Chu Bai quickly headed upstairs. In a dim corner, he found Shui Xinyu half-leaning against the wall, covered in dirt, her palm-sized face smudged with dust like a little cat, with several patches of grime standing out prominently. Despite the continuous screams and explosive sounds from downstairs, she showed no reaction, clearly having reached her physical and mental limits. At the same time, the battle downstairs ended decisively. The 9 Shadow Squad members worked in perfect coordination, swiftly eliminating Gray Leopard's associates with lightning speed. Those out-of-control companion beasts were taken down by their respective companion beasts. The Shadow Squad's companion beasts were uniformly bred by the family, with combat power and teamwork that individual tamers couldn't match, and with their opponents having lost all reason, the outcome was virtually predetermined. Within minutes, the remnants of Gray Leopard's gang and companion beast corpses littered the ground, while the Shadow Squad suffered no casualties. As the smoke cleared, 46 couldn't suppress her curiosity and sidled up to 34 to gossip. 34, did young Master Chu Bai really do all this by himself? Everyone shut up. Not a single word about what happened today is to be leaked. 34 sighed, knowing he couldn't hide it from these companions, so he could only recount everything that had just occurred in the repair shop from beginning to end. Wow, young Master Chu Bai is so amazing. The short-haired girl 46's eyes sparkled like stars. As the Shadow Squad's beloved mascot, she naturally possessed the privilege of pushing boundaries, and while Chu Bai hadn't come downstairs yet, she kept asking, did the young master really solve all of them with just 2 moves? Really amazing. Recalling the 2 mysterious star techniques Chu Bai had successively deployed, 34 grew even more admiring and added, in terms of talent, he might be even more formidable than the first and second young masters. That's impossible, 68 coldly refuted. 3 said the other day that those 2 young masters have already broken through to the 9th tier 3 true 9th tier beast tamers. Are you suggesting young Master Chu Bai can go head-to-head with 9th tier tamers? What? 9th tier beast tamers? Everyone gasped. They had long suspected that those 2 young masters would cause a stir upon returning to the country, but hearing the news of their breakthrough still made them marvel. 24-year-old 9th tier beast tamer 7, the youngest 9th tier tamer in the country, was probably around this age. I'm talking about talent. He'll catch up in strength sooner or later. 34 crossed his arms and snorted coldly, though in his heart he had already elevated Chu Bai to the status of his new idol. Anyway, Chu Bai was now his new idol, the kind that no one was allowed to say a single bad word about. After chatting for a moment, number 34 went to fetch the car at Chu Bai's instruction, while the remaining shadow team members were responsible for cleaning up all traces at the scene. 10 minutes later, he and another member parked two black business vehicles at the entrance of the repair shop. Chu Bai carried the pale-faced Xue Xinyu out of the workshop in a princess carry. Number 34 was quite perceptive and quickly stepped forward to open the rear door. Chu Bai settled Xue Xinyu in the back seat and carefully fastened her seatbelt before signaling the remaining shadow team members to board the two vehicles. About 2 minutes later, the two black business cars sped away from the repair shop, threading through narrow alleys before merging onto the highway. Central Hospital. Chu Bai had just settled Xue Xinyu into a hospital room and barely stepped to the doorway when Chu Yi and Chu Mo arrived from the Chu family residence. Chu Yi's gaze first fell on the sleeping girl in the hospital bed. How is she? Nothing serious. The doctor said it's just severe exhaustion. Chu Bai's voice was low. Those animals from the Zhu family gave her no food or water and terrorized her daily. It's remarkable she lasted this long. That's good. Chu Yi nodded but frowned. What do you plan to do about the Zhu family? They don't seem like they'll give up easily. As expected, Chu Bai grinned. I have a plan, but I'll need you two to accompany me to the Zhu family later. Chu Yi raised an eyebrow. What's the trouble between family? Wait, you're not planning to turn yourself in, are you? Hee hee. How else can I completely divert the Zhu family's attention? Chu Bai smiled casually, though his mind was crystal clear. The Zhu family had built their fortune on breeding pet beasts and researching evolutionary paths, making them a top-tier family nationwide. While the Chu family could temporarily disrupt the Zhu family's business, they couldn't damage their foundation. Once the storm passed, the Zhu family would still target Xue Xinyu. This would treat the symptoms, but not the root cause, failing to save her. If everyone knew that he was the one who truly killed Zhu Hui, the Zhu family's fury would naturally focus on him, giving Xue Xinyu a chance to escape. Chu Mo understood his intention and frowned slightly. This approach was undoubtedly risky. The four major families of Yun City's first tier, the Chu, Zhong, Zhu, and Lu families, outwardly respected none of the others. The Chu and Zhong families had been allies for generations, and the Lu family kept a low profile, leading outsiders to mistakenly believe the Chu and Zhong families dominated. But given the current situation, the Zhu family might not truly respect the Chu family's influence. With these complex thoughts, the three hailed a taxi and headed straight to Zhu Corporation's Beast Breeding Group headquarters. Having called ahead, the reception desk had been notified. As soon as Chu Bai and the others arrived in the building's lobby, the chairman's secretary personally came out to greet them. On the phone, they had only mentioned, two young masters from the Chu family have business to discuss, without revealing their purpose. Naturally, assuming the two young masters didn't include Chu Bai, if he came alone, he probably wouldn't even get through the Zhu family's front door, a fact Chu Bai knew well. Please follow me. The young, beautiful female secretary wore a professional smile as she led the three to the chairman's office door, raising her hand to knock gently. Chairman, the three young masters from the Chu family have arrived. 3. Zhu Qianhua, who was busy signing documents, froze for a moment. His pen tip paused, leaving a small black dot on the paper. After a brief moment of surprise, he invited the three Chu brothers in. In the spacious and bright chairman's office, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows onto the leather sofa. As soon as the four men were seated, Zhu Qianhua squinted his eyes, looking at Chu Yi in the center. His tone was polite, yet scrutinizing. I wonder what important matter brings the two young masters of the Chu family to my company today? As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Bai's lips curved into a self-mocking smile, while Chu Yi and Chu Mo's expressions stiffened almost imperceptibly. I'm terribly sorry we came in such haste. It's been so long since we've seen Uncle Zhu, and we didn't even think to bring anything for you. Chu Yi smiled pleasantly, then his tone shifted. I never expected that despite your young age, Uncle Zhu, you'd be afflicted with an eye condition. Next time, we three brothers will be sure to bring some useful medicine. That would trouble you two worthy nephews, Zhu Qianhua replied with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, his gaze deliberately skipping over Chu Bai. In his view, this young master labeled as worthless couldn't even be considered a beast tamer and had no right to sit here. If not for the sake of the other two nephews, he would have thrown him out long ago. Sensing the other man's undisguised contempt, Chu Bai decided to stop beating around the bush. He leaned back against the sofa, his tone calm, yet resolute. Since Uncle Zhu doesn't welcome me, I'll speak plainly. I hear you've been investigating the murderer who killed Zhu Hui. That person was me. The room fell into deathly silence. The one who killed Zhu Hui was him. Zhu Qianhua's face flushed with changing emotions, his chest heaving violently. If this had nothing to do with him, he might have dismissed it as a joke, but the victim was his son. Even the most absurd fairy tale had touched his most sensitive nerve. It seems your abilities aren't much to speak of, but your talent for storytelling is quite impressive. He suppressed his rage with a cold laugh. Well, at least it's a skill saves you from starving to death and bringing more shame to the Chu family. Guards, escort them out. The last two words echoed throughout the spacious office for a long time. Click. The beautiful secretary who had earlier brought the three Chu brothers upstairs pushed the door open, her palms still damp with sweat. She bowed apologetically. I'm terribly sorry, but our chairman has urgent matters to attend to. I must ask the three of you to leave. Chu Bai stood up and walked to Zhu Qianhua's desk, his fingertips grasping a heavy metal ornament on the surface. His smile remained composed. Zhu Qianhua, you will come looking for me. With that, he gently placed the ornament back in its original position. Immediately after, he and Chu Yi and Chu Mo were, politely, escorted to the ground floor of the company. Just as they stepped out of the revolving door, Chu Mo spoke in a deep voice, still carrying anger. He was humiliating you. Why did you stop me just now? If Chu Bai hadn't held him back, he probably would have torn Zhu Qianhua's head off already. Chu Bai looked up at the sky reflected in the glass curtain wall, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Don't you think our behavior was already the greatest provocation to Zhu Qianhua? Chu Bai smiled, running onto someone's turf and boldly declaring, hey, I killed your son. If that's not provocation, what is? And for Zhu Qianhua, this was nothing short of a massive insult. What did you mean by that last comment before you left? Chu Yi asked thoughtfully. Unlike Chu Mo's anger, he focused entirely on Chu Bai's final gesture before departing. His instincts told him that Chu Bai's deliberate act of stepping onto Zhu Qianhua's desk wasn't random, it must be closely connected to those words, you'll come looking for me. Chu Bai gave him a faint smile, glanced back non-committally at the floor and height of Zhu Qianhua's office, then strode away. Zhu Corporation, Beast Breeding Group. After Chu Bai and his companions left, Zhu Qianhua sat alone in his spacious leather chair, their conversation replaying endlessly in his mind. Bang! Recalling Chu Bai's subtly threatening tone, he suddenly shot to his feet and kicked the marble coffee table in front of him. Thunder-like force spread across the stone surface, visible cracks instantly spreading as the table exploded on impact. Fragments scattered everywhere, striking the walls, windows, and bookshelves with crackling sounds, as if he were demolishing his own office. Lu Shuang, the beautiful secretary who had just escorted Chu Bai downstairs, rushed over at the sound. Dressed in a black business suit, she stood in the doorway just in time to witness the table's destruction and immediately fell silent as a frightened mouse. Zhu Qianhua's face darkened as he caught sight of her startled, rabbit-like expression, desire and rage intertwining in his heart. He strode to the doorway in a few steps, pulled Lu Shuang inside, and slammed the door shut behind them. The next second, he pressed her down against his desk. Lu Shuang was a recent graduate personally selected by Zhu Qianhua as his secretary this year. When they first met, her tight athletic pants had outlined her beautiful leg and hip curves, while her cream-colored blouse combined with her innocent expression had instantly sparked his desire to conquer her. But with business keeping him busy, he hadn't made his move yet. Day after day of working together had worn down her guard, and today, Zhu Qianhua unleashed all the fury that Chu Bai had ignited upon her without reservation. Afterward, he straightened his clothes and caught sight of a metal ornament on the desk, a solid golden bull cast from special alloy, weighing about 20 kilograms. He had purchased it at great expense from a collector, harder than ordinary steel, he had always treasured it. Now, however, the bull's head had been twisted into a grotesque angle by someone's bare hands, as if it had anticipated something, tilting its head to stare at him and Lu Shuang beneath him. Zhu Qianhua's heart skipped a beat as he recalled Chu Bai's departing figure and those words, you'll come looking for me. That Chu family waste has something wrong with him. How could an ordinary person twist this golden bull with bare hands? If Chu Bai wasn't ordinary, then the blood debt he had repeatedly claimed responsibility for might very well be true. At this thought, Zhu Qianhua's face turned ashen. He grabbed the golden bull and hurled it against the wall. The metallic crash thundered through the air, once again making the entire office resonate, and startling Lu Shuang beneath him into another scream. After leaving the Zhu family, Chu Bai headed straight back to the hospital, while Chu Yi and Chu Mo had business to attend to at the Chu group. However, the two brothers left the Black Panther Shadow King with him. At 3:30 in the afternoon, Shue's sinew slowly awakened. Her eyes first flashed with terror, but seeing the familiar hospital room around her, she carefully curled herself up under the blanket. Chu Bai walked from the window to the bedside, leaning down to examine her. You're awake? How do you feel? The girl stared at him blankly, then smiled. You saved me. Her tone was so certain, as if with him there, the Zhu family could never touch her again. Chu Bai nodded. Don't worry, the Zhu family won't dare come after you anymore. Really? Shue's sinew's eyebrows lifted with joy, but thinking of the Zhu family's ruthlessness, her brow furrowed again. Why? You didn't turn yourself into the Zhu family, did you? Her intuition was frighteningly accurate. Chu Bai reached out and ruffled her hair. You know it was me who did it, so how could I possibly throw you under the bus? You were targeted by Zhu Hui because of me in the first place. Hey, don't you dare actually go to the Zhu family. She nervously clutched the corner of her blanket, her eyes full of worry. Chu Bai didn't reveal the whole truth, just smiled faintly. In Yun City, no one dares to touch the Chu family's people. Only then did Xue Xinyu breathe a sigh of relief. But then grievance welled up in her heart as she muttered quietly. Suddenly, I feel like these past few days of suffering weren't for nothing. So what should I do about it? Chu Bai asked casually. You have to compensate me. How? Let me think. She pulled back the blanket to reveal her smiling face, mischief gleaming in her eyes. First, treat me to meals, lots of them. I want to make up for all the hunger from these past 2 days. Deal. Chu Bai agreed, suppressing a smile. Hey, what are you smiling about? I'm not smiling. Who saw me smile? You were smiling. Really, I wasn't. I say you were, so you were. She huffed and sat up straight. The white blanket slipped from her shoulders to her waist, and the thin hospital gown outlined the girl's graceful curves, making Chu Bai's breath catch. Hey, what are you looking at? Noticing his burning gaze, Xue Xinyu quickly pulled the blanket back up to hide her figure, her cheeks rapidly flushing crimson. Chu Bai cleared his throat twice, giving himself an excuse. Well, you must be hungry, right? I'll go downstairs to buy some food. With that, he hurriedly got up and left the room. Just as he stepped out, a small black furry ball rolled to his feet. The Black Panther Shadow King had shrunk itself to the size of 2 palms, looking like nothing more than a harmless little black cat. Only beast tamers would understand the terrifying power hidden beneath that petite appearance. Let's go. Chu Bai smiled and beckoned the Black Panther Shadow King to go downstairs, where he bought 2 portions of porridge for Xue Xinyu from a nearby shop. While her condition wasn't too severe, she hadn't eaten for quite some time, so something light would be better for her stomach. When Xue Xinyu eagerly lifted the covers off the 2 bowls of warm white porridge, the brightness on her face instantly dimmed, her disgusted gaze almost boring holes through the porcelain bowls. Chu Bai had no intention of indulging her, merely looking back at her. Their gazes clashed in the air for a long moment before Xue Xinyu finally conceded defeat, her eyes reddening with grievance as she lowered her head and reluctantly ate half a bowl, 1 small spoonful at a time. The hospital room was unusually quiet that afternoon, with sunlight streaming through the window onto the bed frame, spreading warmly inward. Chu Bai pulled up a chair beside the bed, chatting casually with Xue Xinyu while part of his attention remained focused on the system's item inventory. The treasure space displayed an eclectic array of items, positioning compasses, recording crystals, 3-dimensional terrain maps, most of which were only useful within secret realms. Among the items that could actually be brought out of the secret realms, half were valuable, while the other half were practically useless. The most eye-catching item was a crimson herb with a bizarre shape. The system description was blunt and aphrodisiac. He had 3 similar herbs stored away, but with no use for them and too embarrassed to sell them, they remained buried deep in his inventory. Further back were 3 treasures that could assist beast companions in evolution, which he had also set aside for now. What truly caught Chu Bai's interest was a pitch-black beast egg covered in deep red patches. Mysterious beast egg. Potential and bloodline cannot be determined before hatching. Precisely because the information was so vague, he had never dared form a contract with it. The final treasure was a star beast core he had seized from Jiangku. It contained immense energy, and when absorbed by a beast companion, it could grant some form of inheritance. He planned to save it for his beacon flame, Azure Wolf. However, with recent complications and being in the outside world, he didn't dare take it out carelessly. An innocent man suffers for his wealth, and in this world, there would be no shortage of people coveting this star core. During their conversation, the Shadow Panther King that Chu Bai had left on the lawn outside suddenly bounded into the room, making adorable awoo sounds as it pounced at Chu Bai's feet, rolling around playfully. Is this your beast companion? Seeing this glossy black little creature with its gently swaying tail, Xue Xinyu's heart instantly melted. The Shadow Panther King frowned slightly, quietly turning its round head toward the window, seemingly instinctively wanting to avoid that intense gaze. Had the distinct feeling this young lady had ulterior motives. It nervously tugged at Chu Bai's clothes before finally burrowing into his embrace. Seeing the little creature's awkward behavior, Chu Bai suppressed his laughter and cradled its head in his palm, seriously explaining to Xue Xinyu. It's not my beast companion, it belongs to Chu Yi. Chu Yi has been busy lately, so he asked me to look after Hei Wang. Oh, so its name is Hei Wang. Xue Xinyu crawled to the edge of the bed and carefully took Hei Wang into her arms, unable to put it down. So adorable. I never would have imagined that the famous 8th tier beast master Chu Yi would raise such a cute little guy. He's 9th tier now. Chu Bai didn't dispute Hei Wang's cuteness, only mentally commenting on Chu Yi's level while his lips couldn't help but curve upward. A 9th tier practitioner under 24 years old truly. One could only wonder how many such geniuses existed in the entire world. Xue Xinyu scooped up the Black Panther Shadow King and immediately began her delightful cat petting, or rather, panther petting. Her fingers weaved back and forth through the sleek black fur, rubbing and stroking while making playful meow, meow sounds from time to time. Unfortunately, the Black Panther Shadow King clearly wasn't cooperating. Fixed in a position that countless men would envy, it struggled violently, its cold, gleaming eyes repeatedly turning toward Chu Bai, with an innocent and pitiful light reflecting in its gaze. After tormenting it for quite a while, Shue Xinyu finally returned the thoroughly life is worse than death looking Black Panther Shadow King to Chu Bai. The panther curled up in Chu Bai's arms, appearing utterly dazed, as if the intense petting session had completely scrambled its brain. Oh, right. Shue Xinyu suddenly remembered something. I almost forgot me water spirit lizard successfully evolved a couple of days ago. With a casual wave of her hand, she opened her summoning space in the air. For beast tamers, opening a summoning space was as simple as picking up a bowl to eat. So even though her body was still weak, she could manage it easily. A faint light flashed, and a pale blue lizard stepped forth. About 2 meters long and no more than 20 centimeters at its widest point, its slender form resembled a sharp shuttle. On its streamlined head, 2 enormous eyeballs were particularly striking, with pale yellow pupils gleaming with a heart-stopping cold light and a gaze as sharp as blades. If someone unfamiliar saw it, they probably wouldn't associate this creature with a water spirit lizard. Whether in appearance or presence, it had long since departed from those dim-witted water spirit lizards. Who could have imagined that a water spirit lizard could evolve into such a majestic and threatening existence? Yet undeniably, it had indeed transformed from a water spirit lizard. Chu Bai called up the status panel, and information instantly appeared. Demon Spirit Water Lizard. Attributes: Demon Spirit Water. Strength: Early 2-star. Aptitude: 3-star. Bloodline Talent Skill: Demon Spirit Magic Eyes Untrained. Note: a few beast companions can acquire talent skills when breaking through aptitude limits. Combat Skills: Water Bullet Impact, Water Spirit Body, Demon Spirit Guardian, Demon Spirit Arrow. Evolution Branches. Chu Bai fell silent for a moment. This was his first time seeing a beast companion awaken a talent skill, demonstrating just how rare such an occurrence was. And this first one happened to come from his own hands, filling him with a sense of achievement. The only regret was that this Demon Spirit Water Lizard didn't belong to him. However, with the system's assistance, he wasn't worried about being unable to cultivate more beast companions with talent skills in the future. Out of curiosity, he continued examining the detailed description of Demon Spirit Magic Eyes. With a thought, the original text faded and new information appeared. Demon Spirit Magic Eyes. A rare talent among Demon Spirit-type beast companions. Under prolonged gaze, has a chance to cause enemies to experience hallucinations and fall into illusions. With professional training, can significantly increase the probability of enemies falling into illusions. Impressive, Chu Bai thought to himself. It must have awakened this talent due to the influence of the green silk demon spirit snake's star core. He suddenly realized this was extremely similar to the green silk demon spirit snake's abilities. However, the green silk demon spirit snake didn't possess talent skillset, simply had an exceptionally high learning aptitude for illusion-type techniques. Who would have thought that his single decision could cause such an amazing transformation in what was once an ordinary water spirit lizard? As dusk gradually fell outside the window, Chu Bai and Shue Xinyu slowly brought their conversation to an end. When night descended, he left the Black Panther Shadow King in the hospital room and personally prepared a simple dinner for Shue Xinyu before hurrying home. By the time he arrived, the clock hands were approaching 9, and the living room lights cast a warm glow. As usual, Fang Quan had left him a meal. According to the cooking schedule the two brothers had agreed upon long ago, it should have been Chu Bai's turn to make dinner last week. However, he had been trapped in the secret realm for that entire week, cut off from the outside world, making it impossible to fulfill his commitment. During this period, Fang Quan had shouldered all the cooking responsibilities. While Fang Quan acted like it didn't matter, Chu Bai felt guilty about it. So at the dinner table, he earnestly discussed with Fang Quan about making up for all the missed meals starting tomorrow. Clear accounts between brothers, this was a rule they had established together and needed to maintain together. After dinner, he returned to his bedroom and eagerly retrieved the mysterious red star core from his system inventory. When cataloging his items during the day, he had decided to give this object to the Beacon Flame Azure Fire Wolf. Now that he finally had a moment alone, it was the perfect time to act. Oh woo! After being summoned, the Beacon Flame Azure Fire Wolf leaped onto the soft mattress, running and jumping wildly, quickly leaving neat rows of small paw prints on the light-colored sheets. Chu Bai suppressed his urge to scold it and held up the star core, waving it in front of the little creature. In the darkness, the star core still emitted a faint glow, like a living heart pulsing with distinct rhythm. The Beacon Flame Azure Fire Wolf's leaping motion instantly froze, its two bright little eyes fixated on that glowing orb. The next second, it suddenly stood upright, front paws flailing wildly, while an extremely intense craving transmitted through their contract bond like a dying traveler in the desert suddenly spotting a clear water source, an irrepressible desire. All right, here you go. Chu Bai had no idea how to use it properly, and could only offer the star core to the wolf pup. The moment the star core left his hand, the beacon flame azure fire wolf pounced on it, clutching it tightly with both short paws before swallowing it whole. Its throat immediately swelled, crimson light flickering from deep within, saliva dripping from the corners of its mouth onto the sheets as its four little paws clawed helplessly and uncomfortably. Is it stuck? Chu Bai's heart tightened as he quickly grabbed the little creature's hind legs, trying to shake the object out. But the beacon flame azure fire wolf pressed against his palm, eyes rolling back, making muffled sounds like hiccups. Then, with a full body shudder, its swollen throat visibly returned to normal. Oh whoa, oh whoa, oh whoa. The little creature stood before Chu Bai, eyes showing an innocent expression while continuously emitting adorable little roars from its throat. After a moment, as if confirming that its throat was unharmed, the little creature let out a very human-like sigh of relief. Honestly, no one's competing with you for it. What's the rush? Chu Bai casually reached out to ruffle the little one's head, his large palm grinding back and forth until the beacon flame azure wolf's eyes went dizzy before he finally stopped. Whimper, the wolf pup let out a pitiful whine, its tail drooping as it pressed its wet, sorrowful eyes against Chu Bai's calf, looking thoroughly repentant. This soft, pleading gesture left Chu Bai completely unable to stay angry. After all, it was his own pet beast. No matter how mischievous, he could only spoil it. He helplessly scooped the wolf cub into his arms, stroking its fur while patiently explaining, "All right, I'm not angry anymore." Unable to contain his curiosity about that red star core, he pulled up the little one's updated information. Beacon flame azure wolf. Attributes: wind fire. Strength: early 1 star. Aptitude: 3 star. Bloodline: royal beast inheritance absorbing. Upon completion, can directly evolve into royal beast bloodline. Inheritance progress: 0. Pet beast can absorb inheritance independently or accelerate absorption through various material assistance. Innate skill: berserk blood moment. Untrained combat skills: beacon fire bite, wind encirclement, frenzied fire line, hurricane flame prison. Evolution branches: berserk blood moment dramatically enhances pet beast's defense for a short period. During skill duration, pet beast can ignore pain. Through training, duration can be extended and optimal timing mastered. The dense information left Chu Bai stunned. The strength jumping from early 1 star to mid 1 star wasn't even the most shocking part. The key was that the red star core actually contained a royal beast inheritance. What were royal beasts? 3 years ago, during a cosmic exploration, humans discovered an entrance remarkably similar to the secret realm rifts on Blue Star. Curious researchers entered and nearly lost half their lives with just one glance. According to records, that secret realm had once nurtured a civilization, only to be destroyed by a colossal beast. Humans later classified that creature as a royal beast. Even star servant realm star beasts were mere ants before royal beasts. Royal beasts, what humans called absolute power and destruction incarnate. Looking at the innate skill, Chu Bai had just envied the demon spirit water lizard during the day, and now his own star beast's true talent had emerged. With his deepening understanding of the pet beast and beast tamer system, he knew that pet beast's abilities were called pet skills, while beast tamer's abilities were called star skills. Theoretically, the two were incompatible, yet Chu Bai had personally broken convention, had once learned battle diagram roar from a star beast guardian's remains, which the system classified as a star skill. This meant beast tamers could indeed learn pet skills. With this thought, he shook his head, pushing aside his chaotic thoughts, and focused once again on the two new skills the beacon flame azure wolf had mastered. Flame bite and wind encirclement are both abilities that the azure flame wolf mastered independently after its bloodline evolution. Like its bloodline, both of these skills are classified as 3-star pet techniques. Now, two brand new pet abilities have emerged: chaotic fire line and hurricane flame prison. These were activated only after devouring that red star core, and both are classified as 6-star pet techniques. Among abilities of the same tier, these two moves are considered profoundly difficult to master. Even true 6-star pet beasts rarely succeed in comprehending them. Yet now, these two high-difficulty intermediate ultimate techniques are brazenly embedded within a star beast that possesses only 1-star strength. Absolutely mind-boggling. If word of this got out, who would believe that a mere azure flame wolf could acquire such abilities? Even comparing it to upgrading from a slingshot to a cannon, or from a bicycle to a sports car, wouldn't adequately describe this transformation. Chu Bai stared at the azure flame wolf, whose appearance had barely changed, and his lips curved into an exaggerated grin as he couldn't suppress his foolish laughter. After laughing for quite some time, he finally recalled the azure flame wolf into his summoning space. His phone, carelessly tossed aside, suddenly lit up. Ding, a notification sound, and a new WeChat message popped up. The sender's avatar was blank, with the nickname Handler. It was Lu Cheng, who had forged Chu Bai's identity before he entered the secret realm. Have you recently offended the Zhu family? I heard that the Zhu clan is trying to find ways to attack your Chu family, and some merchants have already responded to their call. When I was checking information just now, I discovered someone was investigating you. I traced it back and found it was also people from the Zhu family. Seeing this string of warnings, Chu Bai narrowed his eyes slightly. That old fox finally couldn't sit still. I knew you'd come looking for me, he thought with inner amusement, his lips curving into a confident arc. Zhu Qianhua had always been suspicious by nature, and now with his own son's life and death at stake, Chu Bai had long calculated that as long as he gave the man even the slightest possibility, Zhu Qianhua would turn his attention toward him. This was precisely why he had been so certain from the beginning that Zhu Qianhua would eventually come looking for him. Over the next 2 days, Chu Bai's life finally returned to normal. Every morning, he would first head to his shop to handle business matters, dealing with accounts and responding to messages. By noon, he would carry a carefully prepared lunch to the hospital to keep Shui Xinyu company, staying the entire afternoon and often not leaving until after dinner with her. Shui Xinyu's injuries were actually no longer serious, but the doctor, being cautious, still recommended she remain in the hospital for observation for a few more days. Meanwhile, Zhu Qianhua had secretly dispatched numerous people to investigate Chu Bai. However, even Zhu Qianhua himself didn't realize that all the information about these investigators, their names, addresses, and even which devices and browsers they used late at night to access inappropriate websites had already been copied wholesale into Chu Bai's computer, categorized and filed away, lying there quietly. Should I pull some strings to make them back off? That day, just after Chu Bai had finished replying to Lu Cheng's message, his phone buzzed with another notification. Lu Cheng's tone carried a hint of excitement. Chu Bai declined coolly. I'll handle these petty tricks myself. Indeed, investigating personal information was his specialty. Everyone has their expertise, and even if he handed the matter over to Lu Cheng, the results wouldn't meet his standards. Chu Bai simply planted a small program in his computer and leaked bait at specific points. Anyone attempting to investigate him through the network would trigger the program upon connecting to his computer, which would silently package and steal all their data. In the realm of hacking, Chu Bai was confident that few in all of Asia could match him, and this confidence flowed through his fingertips. Tuesday at noon, he arrived at that old establishment in the southern suburbs as usual to place his order. Boss, 1 boiled fish in chili oil, and add a bowl of plain congee. Over the past 2 days, he had discovered that Shui Xinyu was someone who absolutely couldn't live without spicy food, but constantly eating spicy food was bad for the stomach. So he specifically ordered stomach-soothing plain congee. This restaurant's congee was different from ordinary ones. The base included stomach-protecting ingredients like dried tangerine peel and Chinese yam, plus their secret recipe, creating a fragrant and mild flavor that nourished the stomach without being bland. If not for the remote location, this place would have lines out the door every day. Around 12 o'clock, he appeared punctually at Shui Xinyu's hospital room door, carrying the packed meal boxes. Xinyu, time to eat. Chu Bai announced the menu as he pushed open the door. Today I brought you boiled fish and congee, guaranteed to taste great. Halfway through his sentence, he froze mid-step. In the hospital room, Shui Xinyu's parents were stationed on either side of her bed. The elderly couple had been focused on their daughter, but as Chu Bai pushed through the door, 2 scrutinizing gazes immediately locked onto him. The air suddenly grew tense for half a second. What are you doing here? Shui Xinyu's father narrowed his eyes. When Shui Hai last encountered Chu Bai, he sensed there might be some special relationship developing between this man and his daughter. Shui Hai had initially tried not to overthink it, but when he ran into Chu Bai again in the hospital corridor, those vague suspicions were instantly magnified, becoming almost an undeniable fact. Uncle, Auntie, you're here too. Chu Bai smiled cautiously as he placed a steaming hot meal on the small table beside Shui Xinyu's hospital bed. Shui Hai responded with a cold snort. His gaze fixed on his daughter's face. She was clearly the apple of his eye, and now an outsider dared to harbor feelings for her, making him deeply uncomfortable. To him, no matter how privileged Chu Bai's background, how handsome his appearance, or how proper his manners, none of it could overcome the fatal flaw of not being a beast master. Without a contracted star beast and unable to enter secret realms, he was destined to be worthless in this world, completely unworthy of Shui Xinyu. Seeing her husband's expression turn cold, Zhongli quickly pinched his waist gently, signaling him to restrain himself. On the surface, she maintained a gracious smile and exchanged pleasantries with Chu Bai. Unlike Shui Hai, Zhongli had found Chu Bai quite suitable from their first meeting. Wealthy family, outstanding appearance, and refined speech. Moreover, he was an ordinary person. Ordinary people didn't venture into secret realms or deal much with star beasts, significantly reducing the danger factor. No mother wouldn't want her daughter to live peacefully, and with Chu Bai's background, even the most ordinary job would be enough to keep Xinyu comfortable. Most importantly, her daughter didn't reject him. Since that day's conversation with Chu Bai, Zhongli had privately considered him the top candidate for a future son-in-law. Chu Bai was completely unaware of the parents' respective thoughts, currently feeling overwhelmed by their series of concerns and probing questions. Some questions he simply couldn't explain, and Shui Xinyu was also blushing from embarrassment. If he knew the two elders were trying to fit him into the prospective son-in-law mold, Chu Bai would probably spit blood on the spot. Heaven knows he only considered Xue Xinyu a friend, at most feeling some guilt over this accident. Click. In the midst of the awkwardness, the hospital room door was pushed open. A young girl bounced in carrying a pink thermal lunchbox, her voice crisp. Xinyu, guess what good things I brought you? The newcomer had fair skin, with lively large eyes beneath willow-shaped brows that sparkled with mischief, a delicate nose, and pink cherry lips. She looked like an exquisite doll just stepped out of a painting frame, pure yet vibrant with energy. Xiao, how did you get here? Xue Xinyu sat up in surprise and delight. Oh, Uncle Xue and Aunt Zhang are here too. If I'd known, I would have brought more. Tang Xiao first politely greeted the two elders, then winked at her best friend. Hospital food is definitely terrible, so I had Aunt Wang make some nourishing soup. With Xinyu having such a serious accident, how could we as parents not stay by her side? At the mention of this matter, both Xue Hai and Zhang Li showed traces of bitterness. They knew about the Zhu family taking Xue Xinyu. After learning the truth, Xue Hai and Zhang Li felt nothing but deep helplessness. There was nothing they could do, as the Zhu family wouldn't even spare them a glance. In the end, it was Tang Xiao who stepped forward, mobilizing the Tang family's intelligence network in Yun City to keep close tabs on Xue Xinyu's whereabouts, which finally brought some peace of mind to the elderly couple. Though the Tang family couldn't match the Zhu family's overwhelming influence, they were still one of Yun City's most prominent elite families. If even the Tang family proved powerless, they truly didn't know who else would risk crossing the Zhu family for their sake. However, even the Tang family hadn't anticipated that Xue Xinyu would be rescued by Chu Bai. Xue Xinyu knew her parents were currently hiding under the Tang family's protection. To avoid putting the elderly couple in greater danger, she never revealed her whereabouts. The truth couldn't stay hidden forever. A few days later, the Tang family's intelligence network detected unusual activity within the Zhu family and traced it back to the hospital where Xue Xinyu was staying. As soon as the information arrived, the Xue couple could no longer contain themselves and rushed into the hospital room within half an hour. Xinyu, what exactly happened that day? Why is the Zhu family convinced you killed Zhu Hui? Before Xue Hai could finish speaking, Tang Xiao was already pressing for answers. I didn't kill Zhu Hui. The Zhu family made a mistake in their investigation. Xue Xinyu explained quietly. Then how did you escape? They realized they were wrong, so naturally they let me go. Tang Xiao shook her head silently. The Zhu family had deep roots in Yun City and rarely made mistakes. Even if they had investigated wrongly, they would never admit their error publicly. Slap themselves in the face? Impossible. She knew Xue Xinyu was lying, but right now the priority was staying alive, not uncovering the truth. Xue Hai remained anxious. I'm worried the Zhu family will come after us again. Don't worry, Uncle Xue. Tang Xiao immediately responded. Getting her back safely is already a blessing. If worst comes to worst, we'll send Xinyu abroad in a couple of days. The Zhu family might have reach in Yun City and other cities, but they can't control what happens overseas. Abroad. Xue Hai's eyes lit up, as if seeing a glimmer of hope. At that moment, Chu Bai, who had been silent in the corner, spoke up. Actually, there's no need to hide now. The hospital room wasn't large, so any movement drew attention. Tang Xiao frowned, her gaze falling on Chu Bai. She had noticed this utterly ordinary man when she first entered, assuming he was just another one of Xue Xinyu's many admirers, and hadn't bothered to pay him any attention. And you are? He's Chu Bai, he's my friend. Xue Xinyu almost blurted out something else, but caught herself just in time. She nervously glanced at her parents and best friend, confirming no one had noticed anything unusual, before secretly breathing a sigh of relief. Tang Xiao pressed on. I don't care who you are, but what did you mean by that comment? If Xinyu falls into the Zhu family's hands again, can you take responsibility? The Tang family's intelligence is nothing special. Chu Bai chuckled lightly. Zhu Qianhua's mind is completely occupied with how to deal with the Chu family right now. He has no time to bother with a girl he could crush at any moment. Tang Xiao narrowed her eyes. She had always been the one to fend off Xue Xinyu's suitors, developing an almost reflexive wariness. But this man had not only seen through her identity, but dared to disparage the Tang family's intelligence to her face. She had to reassess Chu Bai. The man before her was clearly cut from a different cloth than those fawning admirers. Tang Xiao squinted, remembering how she had always been the one to ward off Xue Xinyu's pursuers in the past. So this time, she instinctively treated Chu Bai the same way as usual, but she hadn't expected this man to not only guess her identity, but also dare to criticize the Tang family's intelligence right to her face. Although Chu Bai had attended very few social gatherings, he had still encountered Tang Xiao twice before. As the Tang family's only little princess, the Tang family was eager to introduce her to every elite family in high society, both to help her meet outstanding young men and to make her a familiar face among the top-tier families. Tang Xiao seemed happy to cooperate. At least from Chu Bai's perspective, she had never shown the slightest resistance. These little schemes might fool others, but they can't escape the Tang family's eyes. Tang's father's voice was deep yet confident. But for Sinew, the Zhu family is a colossal force. As long as the Zhu family has even the slightest intention, Sinew doesn't even have the right to resist. Tang Xiao nodded, but her gaze fell on Chu Bai, clearly displeased with his casual attitude. Facing such an enemy, we naturally need to make the most comprehensive preparations. Sending Sinew abroad will at least guarantee her personal safety. That's far better than someone's empty promises and hot air. As she finished speaking, she deliberately glared at Chu Bai. Chu Bai blinked and innocently raised his hand to indicate he had no intention of arguing back. It was precisely because he was worried that he had left the Black Panther Shadow King at the hospital. Although the Black Panther Shadow King was still one step away from true 9-star level, with its current strength, it was more than capable of handling ordinary 9-star beasts. Well, Sinew, remember to eat your meals on time. I have something to take care of, so I need to leave first. Chu Bai made a weak excuse and headed toward the door. Shui Sinew secretly glanced up at his retreating figure, her eyes full of regret. The atmosphere in the room was suffocatingly tense. Her parents on the left, her best friend on the right. If Chu Bai stayed any longer, the situation would only become more awkward. On the hospital lawn, the night breeze was cool. The palm-sized Black Panther Shadow King scampered to Chu Bai's feet, wagging its tail rapidly and letting out a cute growl. A whoa. Chu Bai crouched down and rubbed his fingertips against the back of its neck. You've worked hard during this time. Please continue to guard that girl in the hospital for me. As he spoke, he pulled 2 Frost Mist Freshwater Frog Star Cores from his system inventory, completely ice blue and emanating a faint chill. Just as he was about to hand them over, the Black Panther Shadow King eagerly leaped up, and with a flick of its long tongue, the 2 star cores worth $1 billion directly slid into its belly. As a beast companion, it could clearly sense the enormous energy contained within the star Coresto keep up with its beast master's pace and evolve to 9-star level. This kind of material was a rare opportunity. I'll leave this place to you then. Chu Bai patted its head, watching the star cores disappear without showing any sign of distress. Ever since the Frost Waterblade's evolution, he had become immune to burning money. If he didn't feel bad spending on himself, he certainly wouldn't begrudge spending on the Black Panther Shadow King. This beast companion had grown up with him since childhood, protecting him for over 10 years, practically a personal bodyguard. Moreover, it had originally been his elder brother Chu Yi's beast companion. Only Chu Bai himself truly understood how much his 2 elder brothers doted on and protected him. After finishing his instructions, he got in his car. With no other plans for the afternoon, he decided to return to his shop and spend some time there. Although the southern suburbs were in a remote location, the shop could still occasionally make a sale. Although he currently only had one major client worth over $1 million Shuezinyu, every other job he took still netted him dozens or even hundreds of dollars. At least he could afford his meals now. All right, thanks for the ride, driver. Chu Bai paid the fare, shouldered his backpack, and walked briskly along the sidewalk toward his shop. As he looked up, he saw 2 burly middle-aged men standing right at his doorway. Who are they? Chu Bai quickly searched his memory, certain he'd never dealt with either of them before. They didn't look like customers. Their plain white athletic shirts bore subtle high-end brand logos, and their entire outfits probably cost at least 6 or 7,000 yuan. More importantly, the intimidating aura they radiated and their sharp, disciplined movements clearly marked them as high-level beast tamers. In these uncertain times, he had to be cautious. Chu Bai's nerves tightened. If they weren't customers, they were most likely sent by the Zhu family. Go! His mind racing, he took 2 steps back, spun around, and tried to disappear into the crowd. But this street was narrow with few pedestrians, and the moment he moved, the 2 men spotted him. His approach to the shop had already put them on alert. Boy from the Chu family, if you don't want everyone on this street to die because of you, you'd better stay right where you are. The chilling voice exploded behind him. Chu Bai's heart sank, but he instinctively turned around. The men who had been stationed by his door were now silently blocking his path. Their piercing gazes struck like lightning, making the very air seem to freeze. A faint smile played at the corners of Chu Bai's mouth as he turned to face them. You 2 certainly carry quite the murderous aura. Go back and tell that old man Zhu Qianhua that whatever tricks he has, I, Chu Bai, am ready for them anytime. But if he wants to involve innocent people. Before he could finish, one of the men stepped forward, pressing his palm broad as a paddle against Chu Bai's shoulder. The movement seemed casual, but stellar energy surged out like a raging tide, violent as several dragons, instantly penetrating Chu Bai's meridians and rampaging through them. Chu Bai's face immediately turned deathly pale. Fortunately, he had been cultivating according to the Eternal Phoenix Spirit Manual, so the stellar energy in his meridians flowed faster than most people's. Within mere moments, he mobilized his own stellar power and quickly neutralized the violent assault. If you don't want the ordinary residents in this area to suffer because of you, then come with us. The other middle-aged man stared at Chu Bai, surprise flashing in his eyes. This kid had neutralized the stellar energy at an absurd speed. The preliminary intelligence had only mentioned that the 3rd young Master Chu was a beast tamer, but they hadn't expected him to stabilize the situation in just a few seconds. Comparing silently, He doubted even he could have done it. The Zhu family's way of doing business, Ivy, certainly learned something today. Fine then, what's the harm in taking a trip with you? Chu Bai raised his head proudly. Such arrogance. The two men laughed coldly instead of getting angry. They flanked him on both sides, pressed their palms against his shoulders again, and half pushed, half escorted him into a black jeep. The car door slammed shut, and the engine growled to life. The journey passed in silence, accompanied only by the oppressive sound of the engine. Chu Bai closed his eyes and pondered. When that man had channeled stellar energy into his body earlier, he had inadvertently revealed his cultivation level as 6th-tier beast tamer. As for the other man's strength, he still couldn't be sure. However, considering that they were all planning to target him, their cultivation levels should be around the 5th to 6th tier. Zhu Qianhua could never have discovered his true combat strength, and in the eyes of ordinary wealthy families, 7th-tier beast tamers were considered core trump cards that would never appear casually. Based on this, Chu Bai concluded that these two men's strength would absolutely not exceed the 7th tier. Although he was currently only displaying 3rd-tier cultivation, if they were merely two 6th-tier beast tamers, dealing with them would still be more than manageable for him. The black jeep drove further and further off the beaten path, finally stopping on a secluded road. Chu Bai glanced through the car window and recognized this clearing in the woodsit was exactly where he had killed Zhu Hui. The two Zhu family thugs in the passenger and driver seats immediately mobilized their star power, forcibly dragging Chu Bai out of the car. Chu Bai simply went along with being pulled out, wanting to see what tricks these two men, built like Schwarzenegger, were planning to play. This is where you killed our young master. One of them pointed toward the clearing on the right that still bore bloodstains, his voice cold and hard. Chu Bai glanced at the patch of dark brown congealed blood, his tone indifferent. Stupid question. The bloodstains are still there. Are all four of your eyes blind? Very good. The other man stepped forward, his gaze vicious. We're going to slaughter you in the exact same place. Only then can our young master rest in peace. Chu Bai had wanted to say, I won't die, but the other party took it as provocation. Both Zhu family beast tamers glared furiously, their killing intent surging. The next second, overwhelming pressure erupted. If it were an ordinary 3rd-tier beast tamers, even breathing would become difficult. However, Chu Bai had witnessed existences dozens, even hundreds of times more terrifying than this, or this bit of pressure couldn't shake him at all. The two men spread apart, and immediately 7 or 8 pet beasts stepped out from behind them. 2 were 6-star realm, while the rest were all mid to late 5th star. The 6 pet beasts quickly formed a formation, surrounding Chu Bai completely. Following their tamer's commands, star power of various attributes, flames, fierce winds, ice, darkness erupted simultaneously. Deep beast roars shook the forest as all the pet beasts charged at Chu Bai at once. A cold gleam flashed in Chu Bai's eyes as the frost water blade appeared in his palm. He charged straight toward the nearest Creaturia Tumaturtal white goat, a 6th-tier devil white mountain goat. The blade fell. Hiss. The goat's horns were sliced off like cutting tofu, and the blade's momentum continued, heavily cleaving into the mountain goat's skull. The sharp edge only paused for an instant before cutting through the skull and emerging from the jaw. Bah! A piercing wail erupted as the devil white mountain goat instantly collapsed. Its head split in two, with red and white viscous fluids flowing out, filling the air with a thick, bloody stench. The devil white mountain goat was dead. Although devil white mountain goats ranked at the bottom among 6-star pet beasts, this early 6-star creature had remarkably failed to last even 2 seconds under the frost water blade. The two middle-aged men from the Zhu family couldn't help but reveal sinister, cold smiles when they saw Chu Bai completely surrounded by their contracted beasts. Once they finished this job, they would receive a reward of over 10 million. The brothers had served the Zhu family faithfully for 5 years and had never encountered such a large sum of money. Although their earlier words to Chu Bai sounded high-minded and righteous, they hadn't actually lied. They were simply conveying old Master Zhu's true intentions verbatim. With a single command, 6 beasts lunged forward in unison, their claws and fangs crisscrossing through the air. The two men gazed at Chu Bai with icy eyes, as if examining a corpse about to hit the ground. However, in the next moment, contract backlash suddenly erupted. That invisible tremendous force seemed to directly grip the heart of the devil white goat's beastmaster. His blood churned violently, a metallic sweetness surged in his throat, and fresh blood burst from his mouth. Devil white goat. One of the middle-aged men's pupils dilated in shock, his eyes filled with terror and grief. That devil white goat was the apple of his eye, nurtured with over 20 years of his heart and soul had watched it climb from 2-star bloodline all the way to 3-star, 4-star, and 5-star. Until recently, he had finally gathered the materials needed for it to advance to 6-star. Though 6-star wasn't considered top tier, it possessed far greater growth potential than before. If it could advance one more step to 7-star realm, it would transform into a demon goat king, fully awakening the powerful bloodline from the bottomless abyss. Like dragon lineage, abyssal bloodline also represented the pinnacle of power. He had even fantasized about completely transforming into an abyssal beast master with this devil white goat. A beast master with a full set of abyssal bloodline creatures would be at least one tier above peers of the same realm. But all his dreams shattered under Chu Bai's single sword strike, and over 20 years of dedication turned to nothing as the devil white goat fell. Ah! A piercing howl tore through the air as he screamed frantically, "Brother, join me in attacking take down Chu Bai. He dared kill my devil white goat. I'll make him pay the price. I absolutely cannot let him die easily." Understood. The other middle-aged man nodded, and both simultaneously leaped into the air. Star patterns flashed at their fingertips as several star techniques transformed into blazing energy, bombarding Chu Bai, shattering the ground, and sending dust clouds rolling, instantly engulfing Chu Bai's figure. A combined strike from two sixth-tier beast masters was enough to instantly kill a true sixth-tier beast. Seeing the death notification that appeared in his mind, Chu Bai was stunned for a moment, then murmured softly to himself, "Too bad for them. I just happened to be unkillable." In just a brief moment, he had completed his resurrection and reappeared in the same spot. Swoosh! A cold gleam flashed as the frost water blade casually pierced into the chest cavity of a canine-type beast. Whimper! Before the low, mournful cry could fade, the beast had already collapsed to the ground, its eyes still fixed on Chu Bai with hatred and unwillingness even in death. Late 5-star, bloodthirsty shadow claw wolf, dead. Brother, you went way too hard on him. That Chu Bai probably doesn't even have scraps of flesh left. The devil white goat's beast tamer stepped forward, squinting toward the explosion's center where dust and smoke billowed, his brow furrowing involuntarily. But this gravity was quickly replaced by a twisted smile. The Chu family brat had finally died at the hands of the two brothers, and the devil white goat's revenge was thoroughly complete. At this thought, the long-accumulated frustration in his chest dissipated by more than half, making it almost impossible to imagine anything in the world more satisfying than this moment. Wait, something's wrong. That Chu Bai doesn't seem to have fallen. The other beast tamer's expression changed drastically as he clearly felt the connections between himself and his beasts severing one after another, the backlash from broken contracts stabbing into his soul like fine needles. This outburst caused the devil white goat's tamer's smile to stiffen as well. As the dust gradually settled, everyone's vision pierced through the lingering smoke to reveal a massive crater nearly 2 meters in radius where they had bombarded, with soil churned into fragments of various sizes scattered about. But what truly caught their attention wasn't the devastation, it was the figure at the crater's center. Chu Bai stood there completely unharmed, his expression somewhere between a smile and not, casually glancing their way. How is this possible? Chu Bai is actually still alive. Both men simultaneously felt disbelief rising in their hearts. That previous strike, while not at full power, had certainly shown no mercy. The only explanation was that Chu Bai's true cultivation level was higher than theirs. They were unwilling to accept it, yet couldn't help but recall the scene from moments ago when Chu Bai had slain the devil white goat with a single sword strike. That had been a 6-star early-stage beast. If they had to deal with it, they would certainly need considerable effort, nowhere near as clean and decisive as Chu Bai had been. As the dust settled once more, the two finally saw clearly the several corpses scattered around Chu Bai's feet. The 5-star latest-stage bloodthirsty shadow claw wolf, the 5-star mid-stage boiling rage ape, the 5-star latest-stage frozen giant lizard, the 5-star latest-stage howling Luotian lion. In just moments, only one of their original 6 beasts remained. Don't panic. I still have my steel-armed Thunder Arc Bear. The steel-armed Thunder Arc Bear's tamer desperately suppressed the tearing pain from the contract backlash, forcing a grin. That's a 6-star mid-stage beast. There's no way a mere Chu Bai could defeat it. If we join forces now, we can definitely take down this arrogant brat. Exactly. The devil white goat's tamer nodded fiercely, immediately forming hand seals as the star power within both their bodies surged outward like a bursting dam. But Chu Bai had already raised the frost water blade for the 3rd time. Cold light flashed as the long sword thrust straight toward the steel-armed Thunder Arc Bear. Hiss! The icy blade tore through the metallic lustrous hide without resistance. Roar! The steel-armed Thunder Arc Bear's furious roar shook the heavens as it raised its 2 thick arms gleaming with cold metallic light, smashing down heavily toward Chu Bai. Quite tenacious. Chu Bai was forced to withdraw the frost water blade as blood sprayed from the bear's body like arrows. He gripped his sword and turned his wrist, once again meeting those thunderous fists. Sword and fist collided violently, in midair. Clang! The metallic ringing echoed as the air trembled like it was being torn apart, while the frost water blade simultaneously let out a piercing sword cry. At the moment of collision, Chu Bai's expression changed instantly in terms of raw power. He was immediately at a disadvantage against the steel-armed Thunder Bear. Boom! The massive beast's fist crashed into the earth, sending dirt and debris flying high into the air. The frost water blade scraped against the bear's hide and steel bones, sparking brilliant flashes, but utterly unable to stop the creature's brute force. Chu Bai's figure flashed as he barely dodged that mountain-heavy strike, but the two beast tamers from the Zhu family had already activated their star techniques, sending blazing beams of light crackling with bright patterns slashing down from above. Finally, here they come. Chu Bai slid half a step sideways, using the momentum to circle around to face the devil white goat's beast tamer. The frost water blade swept upward in a reverse slash, the sword light condensed with frost. Clang. The blade tip struck the opponent's palm, but felt like hitting a steel plate. The metallic clash ear-splittingly sharp. A sixth-tier beast tamer's physique was thousands of times stronger than an ordinary person's, while the three-star weapon frost water blade could at most penetrate a five-star beast's defenses. In the brief deadlock, cold light flickered as Chu Bai poured star power into his attack, his entire arm tensing like a bowstring as he forced the frost water blade forward another half-inch. Squelch. The blade tip finally tore through the palm, blood trailing along the sword edge, sliding several centimeters down the razor-thin blade before dripping to the ground. Brother, this Chu family brat actually broke through my defense quickly. Lend me a hand. The devil white goat's beast tamer cried out, his voice trembling with barely concealed panic. He tried to pull his hand back, but it was too late. Chu Bai took 3 quick steps forward, the frost water blade driving deeper through palm, arm, and shoulder in one fluid motion. Agony struck like thunder. The beast tamer's eyes filled with overwhelming terror. Chu Bai jerked the blade upward, carving it out through the inner arm. 5 fingers along with half a palm flew through the air as blood gushed forth, painting the ground crimson. The scream that followed sounded less human than the roar of a maddened beast. Meanwhile, the steel-armed Thunderbear's beast tamer was raising his leg to launch a sneak attack on Chu Bai, but his companion's gruesome fate left him paralyzed with shock thoughts of retreat quietly taking root in his mind. Chu Bai dodged the giant bear's heavy punch once more and struck back with a reverse thrust, the sword light trailing frost in the air. The devil white goat's beast tamer felt a chill at his brow, then the world fell silent. Swoosh. The frost water blade pierced through his forehead and emerged from the back of his skull, foul brain matter and blood dripping steadily from the blade. Even as the steel-armed Thunderbear's roars continued to thunder, those tiny droplets sounded like needles, piercing the bear's tamer's nerves one by one. Moments later, Chu Bai withdrew his sword and turned, coldly regarding the beast tamer, who had gone deathly pale with fear. The man's face turned ashen, his knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Your turn. Chu Bai sidestepped the bear's claws and took half a step forward, looking down. The man kowtowed frantically, babbling incoherently. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I beg you. I still have. Before he could finish, cold light flashed down. The frost water blade entered through his neck and into the earth, pinning his head firmly to the dirt. Having lost its beast tamer's mental connection, the steel-armed Thunderbear froze for half a breath. Then blood red flooded its pupils as a low, rumbling growl emerged from its chest. Chu Bai's actions had completely unleashed the ferocity of this 6-star beast. Roaring, the steel-armed Thunderbear was completely enveloped in crackling blue lightning. Each of its attacks was amplified by tremendous thunderous power, and even if it missed Chu Bai, the residual electrical energy alone would be enough to thoroughly char him. Chu Bai narrowed his eyes slightly, retreating while carefully observing every breath the steel-armed Thunderbear took and every flicker of its electrical arcs. In fact, he had deliberately saved this bear for last. Bear-type companion beasts were renowned for their thick hide and robust constitution. When the first 3 strikes of his frost water blade had struck with full force, they hadn't even shaken its core essence. When the third strike pierced empty air and the massive bear still stood firm, he understood. Relying solely on the frost water blade, he couldn't possibly defeat this thunderous fortress in a short time. Therefore, he had first turned to clear the battlefield, prioritizing the elimination of those 2 6th-tier beast tamers. It wasn't that 6th-tier beast tamers were weak, quite the opposite. Given Chu Bai's current strength, they posed a deadly enough threat that he had to remove these 2 thorns first before dedicating his full attention to facing the most troublesome enemy. Most troublesome? Indeed. This mid-stage 6-star steel-armed Thunderbear was the strongest opponent he had encountered to date. Crack! The enraged giant bear roared, and a 10-meter radius was instantly consumed by thunder. Lightning arcs crisscrossed chaotically, filling his ears with sharp, crackling sounds. Chu Bai instinctively frowned. Thunder prison? No, that couldn't be right. A 6-star companion beast couldn't possibly master the 8-star technique, Thunder prison. Star Force formed a pale golden barrier around his body. Though he was still struck by scattered lightning, it only left a faint numbing sensation without severe pain. Soon, he realized this technique wasn't primarily for dealing damage, but for restricting movement. Each time an arc hit him, his limbs would briefly lose sensation, forcing him to halt his advancing steps. Amid the flashing lightning, he recalled the 6-star thunder technique, Lightning Bind, which matched the current effects perfectly. His gaze swept over the steel-armed Thunder Bear's status panel. Among its 20-plus companion techniques, Lightning Bind was indeed prominently listed. The moment he confirmed the skill's source, the giant bear raised its lightning-wreathed right paw high and slammed it down mercilessly from over 3 meters in the air. This strike held nothing back. Chu Bai's hair stood on end as he decisively dodged sideways. Even though he could neutralize thunder, he dared not take the tremendous physical impact he'd in. Boom! The bear's paw struck the ground, brilliant lightning coursing wildly across the surface as dust instantly shot skyward, engulfing both figures. Within mere moments, the dust settled. Chu Bai's gaze swept over the struck ground. A massive paw-shaped crater lay before him, a full 80 centimeters deep. Good heavens! His heart trembled. Of the steel-armed Thunder Bear's entire body, those arms were the most terrifying. Even a normal 6th or 7th tier beast tamer would be severely crippled on the spot from taking such a blow. Directly surviving at all would be fortunate. In the next instant, he had already closed in on the giant bear's flank, raising his right palm as flames erupted brilliantly from his palm. Tempering divine fire palm. Chu Bai struck the steel-armed Thunder Bear's thick leg with his palm. The flames seemed to have eyes of their own as they crawled up the bear's leg, spreading across its entire body in an instant, filling the air with the acrid smell of burning flesh. Roar! The excruciating pain made the steel-armed Thunder Bear howl in agony. It raised both paws to extinguish the flames, but the fire stuck to its palms instead, using these massive paws as stepping stones to climb toward the fur higher up. In the next moment, a pillar of fire shot straight up from where Chu Bai's palm had struck. Boom! The bear's body was instantly engulfed in blazing flames, the firelight piercing through the night sky before extinguishing like a fleeting flower. If not for the steel-armed Thunder Bear's body being charred black all over, onlookers might have thought the fire pillar was merely an illusion. The steel-armed Thunder Bear exhaled several heavy breaths, its nostrils carrying the scent of char. Though the fire pillar lasted only an instant, the burning pain penetrated deep into its bones. It panted heavily, its eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Truly thick-skinned and tough, Chu Bai muttered to himself, shaking his head. This bear was the first creature to remain mobile after taking a direct hit from his soul-tempering fire palm. Fortunately, the fire palm's effect was clearly more immediate than the frostwater blade. Soul-tempering fire palm, soul-tempering fire palm, soul-tempering fire palm. If one strike wasn't enough, then a second, a third. With his star power at full capacity, he could manage at most 2 more strikes today. Even if each palm couldn't deliver an instant kill, it would certainly weaken this 6-star beast's constitution. Crack! The second palm landed, and blazing flames once again engulfed the bear's back. Crack! The third palm followed immediately, flames and the smell of burning flesh intertwining once more. Crack! The fourth palm thundered into its chest, the firelight surging like fierce waves, completely swallowing the creature. The scene of raging flames repeated again and again. Finally, after the fourth palm strike, the steel-armed Thunder Bear's entire body convulsed violently. After more than 10 seconds, it fell silent, its massive frame crashing to the ground with a thunderous impact. That was close. Chu Bai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Nearly 3/4 of his star power had been depleted. If that clumsy bear had endured one more strike, whether he could even deliver a 5th palm would have been questionable. After all, before the real confrontation, his stamina and star power had already been partially consumed by other enemies, leaving him barely able to hold on. After catching his breath for a moment, he remembered his current naked predicament. He casually stripped a set of clothes from the corpses of 2 nearby beast tamers and put them on. His original clothes had turned to ash during his earlier physical reconstruction. Though the situation had been complicated, he had finally dealt with the Zhu family's 2 beast tamers. Chu Bai returned to the inn and sat for a while before taking out his communicator and dialing a number. Hello, Boss Jean. This is the person who traded the 5-star white flood dragon a couple of days ago. Mr. Chu, what's this about? Do you have new goods? I happen to have materials from 4 5-star beasts, plus 2 6-star ones. None of them came from secret realms. Would Boss Jean be interested in purchasing them? The other end paused for a moment. Of course I'm interested. We can discuss the details later. After ending the call, Chu Bai gazed out at the night scene through the window, contemplating his next moves. Before leaving, Chu Bai stored all the beast corpses in his system inventory. In truth, the terms companion beast and star beast are merely superficial distinctions. The only real difference between them lies in whether they are bound by contract. Once either the beast tamer or the companion beast dies, the contract is automatically severed, leaving behind nothing more than a corpse indistinguishable from any ordinary star beast. Calling them star beast corpses is hardly an exaggeration. Chu Bai's skill in handling corpses was exceptionally efficient. His previous transaction had left a deep impression on Jean Maoji, and since not much time had passed, he naturally couldn't forget Chu Bai's voice. Over the phone, when Jean Maoji heard that Chu Bai not only had materials from a 5-star star beast corpse, but but also 2 complete 6-star corpses. He immediately perked up as if struck by lightning, his ears practically standing on end. Of course, I'm interested, he blurted out. Good to hear you're interested. When would be convenient for you? I'll come to your shop and we can discuss the details, Chu Bai asked. When? Anytime. Jean Maoji grinned from ear to ear. His last deal had netted him over 6,600,000 in pure profit. This time, with even higher grade Star Beast Corpse materials, he wouldn't mind closing shop for the entire day. Hell, he could afford to stay closed tomorrow too. After a moment's thought, he changed his approach. Actually, why don't you give me a location? I'll pack up and head over. Chu Bai provided the address, Wanlin District, South Suburb Commercial Street. The only pet beast shop on the entire street. Hat's where I am right now. Got it, see you soon. The call ended. More than 4 hours later, as the sky shifted from dark red to deep gray and evening approached 6 o'clock, Jean Maoji arrived at the shop entrance. Still catching his breath, he immediately began complaining. This place is really out of the way. The driver had to circle the south suburb twice before finding it. It is pretty remote, Chu Bai nodded, having experienced the same headache on his first visit. But there are plenty of snack shops around with cheap prices. That's honestly the biggest motivation for me to keep coming to this shop whenever I have free time. Jokes aside, Jean Maoji's eyes remained fixed on the interior of the shop. Can I take a look at the goods first? The shop was small enough to take in at a glance. Shelves, counter, and tools all visible, yet not a single corpse in sight. Jean Maoji grew increasingly anxious. In the past, he had only dealt with scattered 4-star materials and occasionally 5-star ones. Complete 6-star corpses would be a first for him. Wait here for me, Chu Bai said with an odd expression before stepping outside. About 10 minutes later, he dragged back several rough burlap sacks, their openings stained with dark brown bloodstains. The moment the door opened, a putrid stench flooded into the cramped shop. The instant the sacks hit the ground, Jean Maoji pounced forward, pulling open the openings with both hands. An overwhelming wave of blood and decay hit them, making even Chu Bai furrow his brow. But Jean Maoji seemed immune to the smell. Instead, his eyes lit up as he carefully lifted piece after piece of tissue, bone plates, and even complete organs like he was examining precious treasures, bringing them close to his nose to sniff, pressing them against his cheek to test their temperature, and holding them under the light for detailed inspection. At this moment, what lay in the sacks before his eyes were not nauseating chunks of Star Beast corpses, but beautiful treasures that would bring substantial profits. The odors entering his nostrils were no longer the stench of blood and decay, but the sweet scent of money and wealth. This was probably the first time Jean Maoji had ever seen so many high-quality materials at once, and the excitement in his eyes was impossible to hide, no matter how hard he tried. Boss Jean, let's calculate the price first, Chu Bai urged. Jean Maoji hurried to the neighboring noodle shop and borrowed an ordinary electronic scale, placing each piece of Star Beast carcass on it one by one. Given the limited environment, he could only use this most common type of scale. Fortunately, these were all common Star Beast species materials he knew like the back of his hand. Even without a specialized scale, he could offer a fair price. After more than 2 hours of busy work, all the materials were finally weighed and categorized. Jean Maoji wiped his sweat. That's everything, same pricing as usual. Although these aren't from secret realms, I can still offer 20% above market price. If that works for you, we can make the deal right now. No problem, Chu Bai nodded with a smile. Boss Jin's prices have always been fair, I trust you. This was mutually beneficial business, and Jean Maoji had no reason to cheat him. Chu Bai understood clearly that if this man ever dared to shortchange him, their partnership would end immediately. Precisely because every transaction with Chu Bai brought unexpected surprises, Jean Maoji had long regarded Chu Bai as a great benefactor in his life. Jean Maoji had married 10 years ago and now had a daughter with his wife, Zhao Xiaoyan. Zhao Xiaoyan's family had always been snobbish, looking down on him everywhere because their family circumstances were better than the Jean family's. When the couple was preparing to marry, Zhao's parents obstructed them in every way, even threatening to disown their daughter. That period was the darkest time in Zhao Xiaoyan's life as she struggled between family affection and love, ultimately choosing Jean Maoji, who could give her a sense of security. To support his family, Jean Maoji, fresh out of college, quit his stable job and switched to the life-threatening business of Star Beast material trading. On the day his first transaction with Chu Bai concluded, he immediately took Zhao Xiaoyan to the local BMW dealership and paid cash over 1.6 million for a BMW X7. When Zhao Xiaoyan drove back to her parents' home, she finally held her head high with pride, and Jean Maoji couldn't have been happier. Back then, the Zhao family had demanded a 1 million yuan bride price. 1 million yuan 10 years ago was worth much more than today, especially for Jean Maoji, who was just a recent graduate from an ordinary family. He scraped together 800,000 yuan, knelt before Zhao's parents, and tearfully said, "Uncle, Auntie, please accept this 800,000 yuan first. After Yinzi and I get married, I'll make up the remaining 200,000. Zhao's parents didn't even bother to look at him properly, sneering coldly. Since when can bride price money be paid in installments? How ridiculous. This 800,000 is probably borrowed from everywhere, isn't it? Little Jean, with your current salary, how long would it take you to pay back this 800,000? 10 years? 20 years? 30 years? Or half a lifetime? You'd better give up on this idea. Whatever Xiaoyan says, we will never agree to let her marry you. Before Zhao Xiaoyan's parents had even finished speaking, they signaled the household servants to push Jean Maoji toward the door. That year, young Jean Maoji was unceremoniously thrown out of the Zhao family's front gate, standing alone on the street, with desolation filling his heart. Who could have imagined that he would now be incomparably more successful than before? Now, he could casually pull out 1 or 2 million yuan, which was merely pocket change to him. In the past, he had begged on his knees for a mere 200,000 yuan. But the current Jean Maoji valued face and opportunities more than money. This was how fate had turned around. Over the years, he had earned much and spent much. Houses, cars, children's tuition, daily expenses, various loans, none were lacking. But undeniably, if he hadn't made a fortune from that batch of materials he got from Chu Bai years ago, he wouldn't have had the confidence to buy those luxury goods to improve his quality of life and prove to relatives and friends that his wife's judgment had been right. At this moment, several gray sacks were neatly stacked in the corner of Chu Bai's shop, and Jean Maoji's gaze burned with intensity. With these materials, he estimated that this time's profit would no longer be in the millions, but in the tens of millions. A true qualitative leap. About 2 minutes later, Chu Bai returned from the small supermarket next door, carrying 2 chilled drinks. The wind chime at the door jingled as he handed over the beverages. Boss Jean, you've worked hard. Have a drink to wet your throat first. Jean Maoji took the bottle, feeling the cool surface against his palm, which brought a touch of refreshment. He twisted off the cap and tilted his head back to gulp it down, finishing half the bottle in one go. The burning sensation in his throat immediately subsided by more than half, and he then spoke. I just calculated the total price is 14,600,000. Let's round it up to 50 million. I need 2 days to raise the funds. Then I'll transfer the payment to your account. 50 million was no small sum, and he couldn't possibly have that much cash on hand at any given time. He would have to go to the bank for a short-term loan. For material dealers, this kind of operation wasn't unusual, the risk was low, and banks would basically approve the loan instantly. While Chu Bai was buying drinks, Jean Maoji had already calculated the price difference, transportation costs, and various miscellaneous fees. After this round trip, he expected to net another 20 million. This kind of windfall profit was beyond what outsiders would dare to imagine. After listening, Chu Bai simply nodded calmly. There's no rush about the money. However, I'd like to ask Boss Jean for a small favor. Please go ahead. My shop's location is too remote, making it hard to move inventory. Could you put the goods from my shop in your store for consignment? Jean Maoji responded, then stood up and walked to the shelves by the wall, beginning to examine them carefully. These items weren't particularly rare or precious, mostly things that only low-level beast tamers would need, but they were all high-quality goods and appeared to be in excellent condition. After a brief moment of contemplation, Jean Maoji seemed to make up his mind and looked up at Chu Bai. How about this? I'll buy everything at market price. Whether I profit or lose from this later, that's my concern. Then I thank you in advance, Boss Jean. Chu Bai clasped his hands in gratitude. Please, don't mention it. Jean Maoji quickly bowed. Having you bring so many precious materials to me is already a tremendous honor. I should be the one thanking you. All right then, let's not stand on ceremony. Chu Bai waved his hand with a smile. In truth, he had approached Jean Maoji again simply because he was currently the only materials merchant Chu Bai knew. As night deepened, Chu Bai took the initiative to suggest, Boss Jean, I know a restaurant nearby with excellent food. How about we grab a bite together? After ordering takeout for Fong Quan, he led Jean Maoji to the small restaurant where he had bought lunch for Shui Sinu earlier that day. They ordered 2 cold dishes, 2 stir-fries, 1 stew, and 2 soups. Soon, the aroma and warmth filled the cramped private dining room. Jean Maoji had visited countless restaurants for business entertainment, but as soon as he took his first bite, his eyes lit up. This place's cooking was exceptional, even by his standards. Before leaving, he specifically packed 2 of their signature dishes to take home. Seeing this, Chu Bai silently admired him. This guy always had his wife and daughter on his mind. When settling the bill, Chu Bai glanced regretfully at the wine cabinet. If you didn't have to drive back, I would have insisted you try their homemade rice wine. It's absolutely divine. Haha. Next time I'll keep you company, and we won't go home until we're properly drunk. Jean Maoji laughed heartily. At the restaurant entrance, Chu Bai helped load the goods piece by piece onto the small truck. Jean Maoji climbed into the driver's seat and stuck his head out, making an okay gesture. Chu Bai smiled back in response. It's a deal. As the taillights disappeared into the distance and the night breeze brushed his face, Chu Bai reflected on how their relationship had clearly grown much closer over just one meal. Returning to his shop and looking at the now completely empty shelves, Chu Bai suddenly had a thought and pulled up the task notifications in the bottom right corner of his vision. Only 2 items remained in his task list. Main quest automatically generated after the albino Azure Wind Wolf evolved into the Beacon Azure Fire Wolf. Objective: enhance the Beacon Azure Fire Wolf strength to 3-star level. Time limit: within 1 month. Method: have the beast consume star cores of lower bloodline, but same attribute to accelerate growth. Reward: complete Star Beast Identification Guide, complete Materials Identification Guide, 5-star skill, Battle Spirit Amplification. Penalty: Divine Trial 1 month of blood battles in the Abyss Secret Realm. The temporary quest had only appeared after Jean Mauji finished clearing out all the merchandise from the shop. Temporary task: restock store inventory 0200. Time limit: within 1 month. Method: various rare materials grow in all secret realms. Make full use of the Material Identification Guide to obtain methods for crafting materials into finished products. Rewards: Qingye Beast Pet Shop LV1, Qingye Beast Pet Shop LV2. Shop expansion. Unlock Star Gathering Spirit Array LV1. Unlock Beast Cultivation Pen. Penalty: complete loss of Beast Pet Shop functionality. From his current perspective, this main quest was something he absolutely had to complete within the next month. It wasn't just because the penalty was so severe, but also because Chu Bai clearly understood that if he wanted to become stronger, this trial was an unavoidable part of the process. However, he had little interest in the temporary task itself. The shop had just sold out hundreds of items, and now he had to restock with 200 more. It was simply asking for trouble. But when his gaze fell on the line, penalty, complete loss of Beast Pet Shop functionality, his first reaction was surprisingly, if I lose it, so be it. Maybe I'll finally have some peace. As soon as the thought emerged, he shook his head and pushed it down. The Qingye Beast Pet Shop was the first core function the system had unlocked. While its deeper significance wasn't apparent now, and its absolute value hadn't been demonstrated, it surely held special properties. Moreover, the two soon-to-be-unlocked features, Star Gathering Spirit Array and Beast Cultivation Pen, were names he'd never even heard before, yet his intuition alone told him of their potential. Following the current trend, each shop upgrade would bring new subfunctions. If he missed this upgrade opportunity, he might forever lose access to those powerful auxiliary abilities. Chu Bai quickly analyzed the situation in his mind. As long as he had time and energy, he absolutely couldn't abandon this temporary task. With his thoughts clarified, his gaze grew determined. To gather 200 items within a month, the only viable approach was to visit all the major secret realms. They contained various rare materials of different forms, and as long as he used the Material Identification Guide, he could immediately master the methods to process them into finished products. With the task direction set, the next step became clear. Chu Bai took a deep breath and silently reminded himself, to truly become stronger, the first step was to begin by enhancing the Beacon Flame Azure Wolf's abilities. Chu Bai was the type of person who acted on his thoughts immediately. That very evening after returning home, he planned to enter the new secret realm once more. He chose to target this particular realm for 2 reasons. First, the difficulty level was just right, and second, the materials could be easily handled. Jean Mauji's temporary shop was still set up there, which would save him much more trouble than searching for other material merchants at the last minute. Unlike his previous venture, he planned to operate according to the outside world's time schedule. Enter that day, exit that day. This way, he could maintain constant contact with the outside world, avoid another disappearance that would worry people, and keep his promise to Fong Quan for their week of shared dinners. This plan was originally foolproof, but it was disrupted by a phone call the next morning. Chu Bai, today Old Master Zhu is hosting a celebration banquet for the campaign against the Chu family. Chu Yi's voice on the other end was hoarse and cold. What does that have to do with us? Chu Bai frowned. The Zhu family specifically sent our Chu family an invitation. Chu Yi's tone was as cold as a blade. They're asking us to attend a celebration banquet for the campaign against our own family. This is clearly a provocation. Is that old fool Zhu Qianhua tired of his comfortable life? Chu Bai took a deep breath and said in a low voice, either he's lost his mind from grief over his son's death, or he truly believes he holds cards that can stand against the Chu family. I want to see what exactly gives him the audacity to be so arrogant. Chu Yi sneered coldly. Today, we 3 brothers will represent the Chu family and pay them a visit. 10 in the morning I'll pick you up. Don't go anywhere. Deal. After the call ended, the room returned to silence. Sunlight fell into Chu Bai's light brown pupils, reflecting a hint of mockery and revealing bone-chilling coldness. At 10 in the morning, Chu Bai changed into a sharply tailored formal suit. After receiving Chu Yi's call, he went downstairs and got into the Chu family's private car. The vehicle sped along for over an hour before stopping at the entrance of one of the city's few 5-star hotels, the Wangxinglong Hotel. The area was already packed with luxury cars of every kind. The Zhu family had booked the entire hotel, and celebrities and dignitaries crowded the entrance, making Wangxinglong bustling with activity. Just as Chu Bai was about to follow Chu Yi and Chu Mo into the lobby, he suddenly heard someone calling from behind. Mr. Chu. He turned around to see Zhang Lin, dressed in an elegant uniform similar to the doorman's. hurrying toward him with joy written all over his face. Mr. Chu, it really is you. What brings you here? You're working here? Chu Bai noticed the uniform and raised an eyebrow. Yes. Zhang Lin nodded and bowed slightly. Thanks to your help last time, my mother's condition has improved greatly. She'll recover completely before long. With that, he bowed respectfully once more. We're going in first. You can catch up later. Chu Yi said indifferently and walked into the hotel alongside Chu Mo. Mr. Chu, what brings you here? Zhang Lin asked again. Nothing much, just taking a look around. Chu Bai replied casually. Zhang Lin nodded and lowered his voice. I heard that the entire Wangxinglong hotel was booked by some big shot tonight. This big shot wouldn't happen to be from the Chu family, would it? No, we're just here by invitation. Chu Bai smiled without elaborating further. Zhang Lin wanted to ask more questions, but before he could speak, a lean man approached from the distance. The man's uniform was perfectly pressed, with a name tag hanging on his chest, clearly holding a higher position than Zhang Lin, probably a manager or supervisor. Xiao Lin, what are you doing standing around here? Get back to work. The man approached, glanced at Chu Bai with a condescending coldness in his eyes. Uncle, I ran into a friend. Zhang Lin looked up, but was cut off before he could finish. What friend? Do you have any idea how much effort I put in to get you this job? Who gave you permission to chat with guests during work hours? The man's scolding wasn't loud, but every word was sharp. Zhang Lin hung his head in shame. Chu Bai noticed the occasional flash of contempt in the man's eyes. It wasn't really about prohibiting idle chat, but rather disdain for the caliber of friends Zhang Lin associated with. He didn't know Chu Bai, but he knew Zhang Lin's family background. Well, what kind of friends could someone from that background possibly have? You go ahead with your work, I need to go inside too, Chu Bai said calmly, turning toward the hotel entrance. Go inside. You really think Wangxinglong is some place you can just waltz into? The man sneered mockingly. Uncle. Zhang Lin's face changed drastically, wanting to stop him but not daring to contradict. Chu Bai turned sideways, narrowing his eyes at the man. Whether I can go in or not isn't for you to decide. Remember, you're just an employee of Wangxinglong. You have no right to question guests' whereabouts. The man's face darkened, his lips curling into a cold smile. Fine, I'd like to see how you get in. Chu Bai couldn't be bothered to argue with him and walked at a steady pace toward the entrance. Two guards at the door crossed their arms to block him. Sir, please present your invitation. Invitation? Chu Bai was slightly taken aback. The Zhu family had indeed sent an invitation to the Chu family, but he didn't live at the Chu residence. When Chu Yi and Chu Mo entered earlier, he had only glimpsed them handing over some card from afar. He had never even touched the thing. He tentatively asked, Is an invitation absolutely necessary? Sorry, you cannot enter without an invitation. The two guards replied expressionlessly, their voices steady but unable to hide the contempt in their eyes. Today was the Zhu family's grand banquet. What was he doing here without an invitation? The Zhu family celebration wasn't something just anyone could attend. Ha ha ha. Raucous laughter came from behind. Zhang Lin's uncle stood a few steps away with his arms crossed, laughing hysterically. No invitation, and you had the nerve to talk tough earlier? This is hilarious. You actually thought you could attend the Zhu family celebration. Uncle, stop it. Zhang Lin was frantic. Chu Bai was the benefactor who had saved his mother. How could his uncle mock him like this? Besides, the third young master of the Chu family might very well have an invitation. He was both angry at his uncle's impulsiveness and frustrated at his own inability to stop him. Chu Bai ignored them and stepped aside to take out his phone, preparing to call Chu Yi and the others to come out and get him. But before he could make the call, Zhang Lin's uncle had already pulled out a walkie-talkie. Security, there's some loser at the entrance without an invitation trying to force his way into the Zhu family's celebration banquet. Please come deal with this. Chu Bai shoved his phone back into his pocket, his eyes cold as ice. Though he hadn't wanted to cause trouble, he had already shown remarkable restraint in the face of Zhang Lin's uncle's repeated provocations. But now, being treated like some unwelcome intruder who needed security to remove him, this was the last straw. 3 middle-aged security guards quickly arrived, nodding respectfully to Zhang Lin's uncle before turning their attention to Chu Bai after hearing the situation. Chu Bai glanced toward the two doormen and spoke calmly. You're not going to do anything about this? The doormen exchanged glances, their brows furrowing slightly. Though they could see Chu Bai had no intention of forcing his way in, they remained silent like mutes. Chu Bai nodded slightly and began scrolling through his phone's contacts. Suddenly, a delicate fragrance filled the air as a pair of soft hands wrapped around his arm. Zhong Lingyue appeared beside him with a playful smile, tilting her head up due to their height difference. Seeing his cold expression, she frowned delicately as she looked around. Brother Chu Bai, what's happening? She asked softly, gently shaking his arm. Nothing much, just some people who don't know their place, Chu Bai replied indifferently. The moment she appeared, all the men present were struck by her beauty. Zhong Lingyue wore light makeup today, and her cream-colored dress made her skin look porcelain white. Her exposed arms and legs had an innocent yet alluring quality that could make any man's heart race. Miss, you, Zhang Lin's uncle began, but Zhong Lingyue cut him off coldly. Since they're all just incompetent employees, they should be fired. Her gaze never left Chu Bai throughout. Only after speaking did she notice Zhang Lin's inappropriate stare, and her expression instantly turned icy. Brother Chu Bai, let me borrow your phone. Her tone was calm, but brooked no argument. Taking the phone, she dialed a number. Ring ring ring. The call was answered after just 3 rings. It's me, Zhong Linghua. Guo Ruiqing, I don't care what you're doing right now. I'm giving you an ultimatum: appear before me immediately, or pack your bags and get out. After delivering those 2 sentences, she hung up decisively and handed the phone back to Chu Bai. The 2 doormen and Zhang Lin's uncle exchanged meaningful looks. Guo Ruiqing, a name they knew all too well, the general manager of Wangxinglong Hotel. But could this young woman really know such an important figure? That phone call might have just been a bluff. You know people at this hotel? Chu Bai wasn't familiar with Wangxinglong Hotel, so naturally didn't understand Guo Ruiqing's significance. Brother Chu Bai, Zhong Linghua paused, suppressing a smile. Wangxinglong Hotel is a subsidiary of the Zhong family. What are you all standing around for? Throw these people out right now. Yes, sir. Zhang Lin's unclean law Wang Luo roared again, waving his hand viciously. 3 burly security guards pushed through the crowd from behind, charging toward Chu Bai without hesitation. We could have talked this through peacefully. Why resort to violence? Chu Bai's tone remained calm as he instantly threw a punch. He shielded Zhong Linghua behind him with one hand while his other fist flashed in a blur, meeting the security guard charging at the front. As a 3rd-tier beastmaster, Chu Bai's physique far exceeded that of ordinary people. Even without using star power, this punch packed enough force to numb a regular person's bones. Bang! The first security guard was sent flying backward, crashing into a pillar before groaning and collapsing to the ground. As the other 2 approached, Chu Bai shifted his stance slightly, swinging his arm and using both elbows and knees. Within moments, he had knocked the remaining 2 to the floor. In less than 2 minutes, all 3 security guards lay writhing on the ground, clutching their stomachs or wrists in agony. Zhong Linghua bit her lower lip lightly, her clear eyes seeming to reflect scattered starlight. Chu Bai's instinctive protective gesture made her cheeks flush with 2 patches of crimson. Are you insane? You actually dared to attack Wangxinglong's security guards. Wang Luo's face turned pale as he grabbed his walkie-talkie and shouted furiously, Security! I need all remaining personnel at the front entrance immediately. He glared at Chu Bai with gritted teeth. A worthless nobody like you dares to oppose Wangxinglong? Even if the heavens themselves intervened today, they couldn't save you. The heavens indeed couldn't save him. A hearty voice suddenly rang out from the main entrance. But I can. Everyone froze as a figure quickly pushed through the crowd, standing firmly in front of Chu Bai. The newcomer wore an impeccable suit with a stern expression. It was none other than Guo Ruiqing, the head of Wangxinglong. MMR, Guo, you're here. Wang Luo's face instantly turned ashen as he reluctantly stepped forward. Guo Ruiqing's gaze swept over the scene before settling on Wang Luo's name badge, his expression growing even darker. Wang Luo, this is a restaurant, not some street gang. Who gave you the audacity to gather security guards and assault customers? Mr. Guo, please let me explain. Wang Luo's forehead broke out in cold sweat as he spoke rapidly, pointing at Chu Bai. It's these 2. They don't have invitations, but forced their way into the Zhu family's celebration banquet. I only had security escort them out. Who would have thought this worthless fool would dare attack our people? No invitations, security escort, worthless fool. Guo Ruiqing repeated each phrase word by word, but his gaze fell on Zhong Linghua. Realizing he had made a fool of himself in front of the Zhong family's little princess, his chest tightened and his face turned whiter than paper. Miss Zhong, I sincerely apologize. It's my fault for failing to judge character properly. Guo Ruiqing immediately bowed his head, his tone respectful. I'll handle this matter. Please, you and Mr. Chu, take your seats first. I'll personally visit to make amends later. As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes turned to Chu Bai. Chu Bai stepped slightly aside, allowing Zhong Linghua to peek out, revealing a youthful yet exquisite face. The entire scene fell silent as if someone had pressed a mute button. Who was Guo Ruiqing? In ordinary business circles, he was a top-tier mogul. Despite Wangxinglong being just a restaurant, many wealthy individuals had to wait months for reservations. Yet now, such a figure was bowing and apologizing to a young girl. This was absolutely surreal. Many people rubbed their eyes, hoping what they were seeing was just an illusion. But even after opening their eyes again, they still saw Guo Ruiqing bowing slightly before Zhong Linghua. His spine rigid as a wooden plank, didn't dare say a single word or straighten up until this young lady spoke first. Zhong Linghua glanced at Guo Ruiqing with an ambiguous smile, then looked up at the man beside her under everyone's bewildered gaze. Brother Chu Bai, what do you think we should do about this? Chu Bai didn't rush to answer, instead throwing the question back. Rather than asking me about this matter, why not ask Mr. Guo? I'd like to hear how Mr. Guo, as the manager, plans to deal with these employees. As soon as he finished speaking, he narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Guo Ruiqing with a smile. Feeling a chill down his spine under that gaze, Guo Ruiqing immediately blurted out. They've acted insubordinately and deliberately caused trouble. According to company management rules, they should be fired. Mr. Gua, aren't you mistaken? Wang Luo's face darkened as he spoke quickly. We never meant to be insubordinate. Besides, these two clearly don't have invitations from the Zhu family. Such punishment would hardly convince anyone. Not insubordinate. Guo Ruiqing was so angry his liver hurt, his voice cold and harsh. Do you know who these two are? They are the third young master of the Chu family and the third young lady of the Zhong family. Everyone knows that Wangxinglong Hotel is a subsidiary of Zhong Industries. Think about whether your words and actions just now constitute insubordination. He changed his tone. Besides, who told you this young lady doesn't have a Zhu family invitation? Zhong Lingyue chuckled softly, flipping her delicate fingers to reveal a golden invitation in her hand. This. Wang Luo turned pale as a sheet, frozen in place. Guo Ruiqing showed no mercy. From now on, pack your things and leave. Wangxinglong Hotel doesn't need and can't afford employees like you. The atmosphere grew tense. Wang Luo and the others looked dejected, while Zhang Lin stepped forward with a flushed face and bowed deeply to Chu Bai. Mr. Chu, I'm truly sorry. I never expected my uncle to target you like this. I apologize on his behalf. No need, Chu Bai replied calmly. He's an adult who should take responsibility for his own actions, not have others bear the blame when things go wrong. Chu Bai had been watching Zhang Lin's repeated attempts to dissuade Wang Luo. If Wang Luo had listened even a little, things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Zhang Lin bowed again. Regardless, I'm still very sorry. After saying this, he couldn't bear to stay any longer and ran off. In the awkward silence, Zhong Lingyue looked up and said, Let's go in. Chu Bai nodded lightly. Since Zhong Lingyue had the invitation, he could naturally accompany her. As they stepped forward, the two guards at the entrance quickly moved aside. They had already verified the invitation, and blocking them now would only cause trouble for themselves. Passing through the short corridor into the magnificent hall, they were surrounded by brilliant lights and gathered guests. Chu Bai lowered his voice and asked Zhong Lingyue, The Zhu family sent invitations to the Zhong family? Yes, Zhong Lingyue nodded. I heard that even the Lu family, who usually stay out of worldly affairs, received an invitation. So I boldly guessed that by gathering all four major families this time, the Zhu family has another intention to force the Lu family to choose sides. The Chu and Zhong families have been allies for years, but this time the Zhu family has rallied quite a few merchant alliances in Yun City. Once the Zhu family believes they have enough power to shake the Chu family, their next move will definitely be to force the Lu family to join them. In the corner, a flicker of worry crossed Zhong Lingyue's beautiful eyes. The Lu family has always remained indifferent to fame and fortune, maintaining strict neutrality. But if they're truly forced to pick a side, all the factions in Yun City might turn the world upside down in an instant. The Zhu family wouldn't dare make such an aggressive move without sufficient backing. Chu Bai felt the same way. These few merchant groups in Yun City alone can't topple the Chu family, Chu Bai said in a low voice. No matter how many insects there are, they're still just insects. Zhong Lingyue nodded slightly, though her expression remained tense. The Zhu family must have other support. The grand ballroom of Wangxinglong Hotel was brilliantly lit. For this victory banquet, the Zhu family had practically booked the entire hotel. Waiting guests mingled and chatted in groups, the air thick with the scent of champagne and perfume lively but noisy. Chu Bai and Zhong Lingyue sat side by side in the most inconspicuous corner, quietly waiting for the main players to appear. Brother Chu Bai, this is so boring, Zhong Lingyue frowned. She had never liked this kind of meaningless socializing. Don't worry, it's already 12 o'clock. Chu Bai glanced at his watch, his tone calm. The banquet starts on time, and the Zhu family will definitely show up to say a few words before the meal begins. As if confirming his judgment, a loud shout erupted from deep within the crowd. They're here. The noise instantly froze, and all eyes turned toward the staircase on the second floor. There, a group of people was slowly descending, led by Zhu Qianhua, whom Chu Bai had met a few days earlier. More than 20 core members of the Zhu family followed closely behind, marching grandly onto the temporarily erected platform. A massive projection screen immediately lit up, ensuring everyone in the venue could clearly see the spectacle on stage. The Zhu family members lined up in formation, their presence quite ostentatious. Zhu Qianhua cleared his throat and picked up the microphone. Thank you all for gracing us with your presence. I'm sure you're all well aware of recent events, so I won't waste words. Now please welcome the Zhu family's great benefactor, Mr. Wei Zhengxing from Wei City. Bang spotlights pierced through the crowd like swords. Where the bright beams converged, a young man stood with a smile playing at his lips, stepping forward toward the platform. Mr. Wei is the crown prince of the Wei family from Wei City, and also the Wei family's sole heir. Zhu Qianhua introduced while lowering his voice. This is quite similar to my beloved grandson Zhu Hui. Unfortunately, Zhu Hui will never again witness such a scene. Below the stage, Zhong Lingyue's expression darkened. The Wei family of Wei City. Their position in Wei City was comparable to the power and influence of the main branches of the Chu and Zhong families in Dragon Capital. Wei Zhongxing took his position, surveyed the entire venue, and spoke in a clear voice. Hello everyone, I'm Wei Zhongxing. From today forward, the Wei family will engage in strategic cooperation with the Zhu family. Here I want to emphasize one point: the Zhu family's friends are my friends. The Zhu family's enemies will likewise become my enemies. In just a few sentences, his murderous intent was fully revealed. Zhong Lingyue's heart sank. With their current forces alone, they had absolutely no power to challenge the Wei family heathen. She hadn't expected the Zhu family to not only gather insects, but also invite a real elephant. The Chu family was in danger. As her thoughts churned, 3 sharp beams of light suddenly blazed on stage, like 3 blades cutting through the sea of people, locking onto the positions of Chu Bai, Chu Yi, and Chu Mo respectively. All 3 raised their eyes almost simultaneously, their expressions calm yet sharp. This was truly a blatant provocation. After lengthy, immersive speeches from Zhu Qianhua and Wei Zhongxing, the banquet began right on schedule. Chu Yi raised his hand and gestured. Chu Bai, Lingyu, over here. He led Chu Bai and the Zhong siblings to their seats at a polished round table that sat completely empty. In an instant, an eerie vacuum spread throughout the hall. The surrounding guests would rather squeeze 15 or 20 people around other tables than share a seat with them. Several old merchants who had once been familiar with the Chu family hurriedly retreated with their wine glasses, afraid of getting entangled in the consequences. Chu Yi toyed with his chopsticks and asked thoughtfully, "What do you make of what they set up there just now? Clowns putting on a show?" Chu Bai sneered coldly. Zhu Qianhua is clearly trying to provoke us on purpose. As long as we act recklessly against the Zhu family, the Wei family will step in for them. And that's exactly the situation Zhu Qianhua wants to see most. What about the Wei family then? Why would they cooperate with the Zhu family? Chu Yi's gaze moved past Chu Bai, locking onto that spirited figure in the crowd. Prophet, Chu Bai said at a measured pace. First, the Zhu family's beast cultivation capabilities are not to be underestimated. Second, the Wei family has long coveted this big piece of cake that is Yun City, but they just couldn't find an entry point. The Zhu family wants to destroy us, and might even drag the Zhong family down with us. If the Wei family wants to break into Yun City's business world, the Zhu family is their perfect stepping stone. If they succeed, the Wei family can replace the Chu family and become Yun City's most powerful clan. He gripped his wine glass tighter, his voice dropping half a tone. And we will disappear forever. I'm afraid our fate won't be any better than the Lin family's back then. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Chu Bai lowered his eyes in silence, tapping his chopsticks lightly between his fingers. That scenario will never happen. Chu Mo suddenly looked up. As China's youngest 9th-tier beast master, his gaze was as sharp as a newly drawn blade. As he swept his eyes around, he memorized every face in the banquet hall that was desperately trying to avoid them. However far they're keeping their distance today, tomorrow I'll make them crawl back to the Chu family's doorstep on their own. Zhong Lingyue looked around and sighed softly. The Zhu family will probably secure quite a few quality partnerships tonight. As soon as this banquet ends, the Chu and Zhong families' businesses will face the first wave of impact, and it will be relentless. With the Wei family, that massive entity, backing the Zhu family, our connections and influence will be gradually eroded until our entire families. What nonsense are you thinking? Chu Yi interrupted her with a relaxed smile. With us brothers here, you just focus on eating, drinking, and having fun. Just then, a servant carrying dishes poked his head over and muttered, "Huh, why are there only 4 people sitting at this table?" Someone nearby immediately lowered their voice. "Hey, don't you know? 3 of them are young masters from the Chu family, and the other is the 3rd young lady of the Zhong family. They're currently the Zhu family's primary targets." Yun City's business world had always been calm, and while the Chu and Zhong families rarely made enemies, they dominated the scene, unconsciously accumulating potential resentment. Now that the Zhu and Wei families had just joined forces, many merchants thought they saw the perfect opportunity and hurried to distance themselves from the Chu and Zhong families, rushing to align themselves with the new power. And this time, as soon as the Zhu and Wei families began their cooperation, quite a few merchants already believed they were witnessing the decline of these 2 great families. People eager to kick them while they were down circled around Chu Bai's table like vultures. Sarcastic whispers rose and fell throughout the room, and despite their lowered voices, every word drilled clearly into the ears of Chu Bai's group. They might as well have pointed fingers directly at their backs. Oh, no wonder. If you ask me, the Chu and Zhong families should just throw in the towel now. So what if the Chu family is Yun City's most powerful clan? No matter how strong they are, can they really compete with young Master Wei from Wei City? Now hold on, don't count the Zhong family out just yet. Rumor has it they have 2 daughters as beautiful as celestial fairies. Besides the one sitting right there should be another. Worst case scenario, the Zhong family can always sell their daughters for glory arranged marriages with powerful families. They'll definitely fare better than the Chu family. Before the speaker could finish, Zhong Lingyue's face darkened like a storm cloud. Boom. The murderous aura of a fourth-tier beast master swept out from her like a cold tide, instantly enveloping the gossipers as if death himself stood before them. Their hearts lurched in terror, and they quickly shut their mouths, slinking back to their seats in shame. Relax. Chu Bai turned his head and placed his hand over Zhong Lingyue's clenched fist, his fingertips giving a gentle squeeze. Getting angry over people like this isn't worth it. Brother Chu Bai. Zhong Lingyue froze for a moment. Then two rosy clouds bloomed across her cheeks. Her fierce aura instantly dissipated as she nestled against Chu Bai's side like a small bird. Chu Bai raised his eyes and surveyed the entire room, his voice calm, yet resonant. If any of you have suggestions about the future prospects of the Chu and Zhong families, feel free to speak openly. Sneaking around gossiping behind our backs isn't befitting of your status. Those who don't know better might think the distinguished guests Master Zhu worked so hard to invite are just idle retirees from some unknown neighborhood community center. You? A slightly portly middle-aged man shot to his feet, his face flushed red as he glared at Chu Bai. Chu Bai's expression remained cold and indifferent as he turned away with a mocking smile. Looks like this gentleman doesn't understand human speech. I wouldn't dare. The middle-aged man's face instantly turned ashen as he sheepishly sank back into his chair. In that brief moment of eye contact, he felt as if flames had exploded in his eyeballs, burning with searing pain. For most merchants of ordinary backgrounds, even without Chu Bai using his star power, that invisible pressure alone was enough to shatter their courage. At that moment, Zhu Qianhua noticed the commotion. Everyone thought the conflict would end there, but unexpectedly, he walked straight toward Chu Bai. Third young Master Chu, are you perhaps dissatisfied with the guests I've invited? Zhu Qianhua wore a smile on his lips, but hatred churned in his eyes as he struggled to keep his voice steady. Didn't I make myself perfectly clear just now? Don't tell me Uncle Piggy can't understand human speech either. Chu Bai turned his head, meeting Zhu Qianhua's gaze heated, his tone gentle yet sharp as a blade. Whoosh. Shock rippled through the crowd like a tidal wave, with some even rising from their seats to get a better view of the drama. The Zhu family had just formed an alliance with the Wei family and issued a stern warning to Chu Bai's group barely 10 minutes ago, yet here they were, still daring to provoke them publicly? Many people secretly shifted their gazes to the young man standing beside Zhu Qianhua. The Chu family's provocation, was it really just the Zhu family behind it, or something more? They dared not think further. If the Chu family didn't even regard the Wei family as a threat, that would be truly terrifying. The private room was filled with steamy heat, the aroma of dishes mingling with the scent of wine, yet everyone's hearts felt ice cold. As the murmurs died down, Wei Zhongcheng had already risen with a flourish of his sleeves, his narrow eyes filled with disdain. The Chu family's good for nothing truly has no manners whatsoever. Today, I've certainly learned something. His cold snort cut through the air like a blade. Chu Bai leaned back in his chair, eyes narrowing, a half-smile playing at his lips. Young Master Wei flatters me. Calling me worthless at every turn. I am afraid I'll never learn such fine manners as yours in this lifetime. You. Wei Zhongcheng lunged forward, his knuckles white with rage, murderous intent exploding like a violent undercurrent rushing toward Chu Bai. Bang! A pale, slender hand reached out, gently pushing Chu Bai back. Chu Yi stepped sideways in front of his third brother, his expression calm yet sharp-edged. If young Master Wei is itching for a fight, I'd be happy to engage in a proper beast master's duel. Why bully someone younger? Wei Jingqing's pupils contracted as he sized up his opponent. The aura he'd just unleashed was like surging waves. Yet this eldest son of the Chu family stood like a towering peak reaching into the clouds, unfathomable, and not to be provoked lightly. The rumors about the Chu family's protectiveness were clearly true. He suddenly forced a seemingly gentle smile, turned to grab a freshly opened bottle of liquor from a nearby table, filled 2 cups, and offered one to Chu Yi. Young Master Chu, drink this cup with me, and we'll both take a step back. How about it? Chu Yi glanced down at the wine cup and gently shook his head. May I interpret this cup as an apology? Wei Jingqing's expression stiffened. Chu Yi stepped aside, revealing Chu Bai behind him, casually draping his arm over his brother's shoulder. Young Master Wei, the person you should apologize to isn't my third brother, and he's the one you should be offering that drink to. Wei Zhongcheng stood frozen for several seconds before realizing what had happened. Chu Yi was refusing his peace offering and demanding he apologize to a so-called worthless person. This was a slap in the face. Worse still, he had raised the wine cup himself, and everyone had seen it clearly. The humiliation rang loud and clear. Damn it, he nearly lost control, wanting to release his beast and fight Chu Yi to the death. But the moment that thought arose, Chu Yi emanated a subtle yet unmistakable pressure. Though not overwhelming, it felt like invisible shackles around his heart, triggering an instinctive fear. Was actually afraid. A 6th-tier beast master. He had reached the 6th tier before 30, making him a prodigy nationwide. Yet he felt terror facing Chu Yi. Wei Jingqing's spine went cold, his face alternating between pale and flushed. Finally, he slammed the wine cup back onto the table with a sharp crack and snarled, "Since young Master Chu won't accept my gesture, so be it." With that, he turned and strode away, his movements appearing confident, though only he knew he simply wanted to escape that chilling presence. Young Master Wei. Zhu Qianhua's face changed as he hurried after him, no longer bothering with Chu Bai and the others. The private room fell briefly quiet. Chu Bai turned his head and asked in a low voice, "Brother, what's Wei Zhengqing's actual strength?" Chu Yi pulled out a chair and sat beside Chu Bai, his tone casual. "Sixth tier, probably mid-stage, possibly latest stage. He didn't use any star techniques, so I can't judge precisely." Chu Bai nodded thoughtfully. No wonder he'd always felt that young Master Wei was all bark and no bitias if he could easily crush him. After Zhu Qianhua and Wei Zhengcheng left, Chu Bai lost interest in staying any longer and departed with the others at his table before the banquet had even ended. Stepping out of the private dining room, he exchanged brief glances with Chu Yi and Chu Imo. The brothers split up to prepare for any potential retaliation from the Zhu family, while Zhong Lingyue hurried home to report everything she had witnessed to her parents. With everyone having their own agenda, Chu Bai found the perfect opportunity to disappear for the time being. No one would question his whereabouts, finally allowing him to put his plan to visit the new secret realm into motion. At the restaurant entrance, Chu Bai waved goodbye to everyone and hailed a yellow taxi. The moment the car door closed, he directed the driver straight to the eastern blockade entrance of New Secret Realm Third World. The Wei family's appearance made him particularly sensitive to the concept of growing stronger. Though Wei Zhengqing seemed unremarkable, Chu Bai understood clearly that the Wei family of Weicheng could stand alongside the Chu and Zhong families of Longjing for good reason. Such families often concealed top-tier mercenary teams and powerful elders behind the scenes. Take the Chu family, for instance. He knew of 6 elder positions, all at least late 9-star level. Since the Wei family could match their reputation, they couldn't be much weaker. As the taxi sped along, it was nearly 1 p.m. Chu Bai pulled out his phone and texted Fang Quan. Might not be back tonight. He then transferred money for dinner via WeChat, telling him to handle his own meal. On the other end, Fang Quan couldn't help but grumble about Chu Bai's increasingly erratic lifestyle. If he didn't know better, he'd almost suspect some wealthy woman was keeping him. At 1:40, the taxi screeched to a halt outside the blockade line, stopping less than 10 steps from 2 guards. The driver's technique was seasoned half a meter closer, and the guards would have flipped the car without hesitation. Chu Bai jumped out, passed inspection using his fake identity, and rushed toward the secret realm entrance like the wind. After paying the 3,000 yuan entrance fee, he stepped through the twisted, vertical pupil-like transport fissure. Light and shadow spun around him, his feet sank, and the next moment he found himself inside the secret realm. First, find a fire attribute star beast to give Beacon Cyan Fire Wolf some practice, Chu Bai noted mentally. He avoided a team busy capturing a 3-star luminous beast and headed deeper into the dense forest. Star beasts in secret realms always chose their habitats, not because the environment selected them, but because they selected their environment. Using the detailed map rewarded by his treasure space, his targets soon appeared. In a clearing ahead danced a fire sprite about 50 to 60 centimeters tall, resembling a goblin, with roughly 2-star strength. While it might be useless to others, it was more than adequate for testing Beacon Cyan Fire Wolf. Chu Bai parted the grass and muttered quietly. After all, that little guy is still only 1-star level. As soon as he finished speaking, he summoned Beacon Cyan Fire Wolf. The Beacon Flame Azure Wolf landed without any sense of caution, immediately running to Chu Bai's side and acting adorably. Not far away, about 10 meters distant, the fire spirit sensed keenly and instantly detected the wolf's aura. It slowly stood up, its half-closed eyes flashing with a sharp gleam as it swayed toward Chu Bai's direction. The Beacon Flame Azure Wolf was excitedly nuzzling against Chu Bai's palm when its keen ears caught strange sounds from the grass. Combat and protective instincts immediately took over. It spun around sharply, leaping from the grass to position itself between Chu Bai and the fire spirit, raising its tail and baring its teeth in a low growl. Whoa! The adorably fierce warning reached the fire spirit's ears, but failed to intimidate it in the slightest. The fire spirit paused only briefly, then became even more excited by its prey's provocation, swaying slightly before lunging forward. The Beacon Flame Azure Wolf charged head-on, and in the blink of an eye, the two collided in the center of the grassland. The wolf's shadow soared through the air, attempting to strike first with its beacon fire bite. Technique scorching flames erupted from its claws, instantly covering its entire body as its fangs viciously aimed for the fire spirit's branched arm. Keika, an eerie cackle emerged from the fire spirit's throat, like an evil witch from a fairy tale. Almost simultaneously, its half-closed eyes snapped wide open, blazing with fiery light. Both fists wrapped in fierce flames suddenly shot forward, its slender arms striking hard into the Beacon Flame Azure Wolf's gaping maw. Bang! A muffled crash echoed through the air. The Beacon Flame Azure Wolf was sent flying by the powerful recoil, tumbling heavily into the grass, while the fire spirit let out an even more chilling shriek. The arm that had been bitten was severed clean in two, the break smoking with blackened fumes. The excruciating pain didn't weaken the fire spirit. Instead, it completely ignited its ferocious nature as a star beast. Crimson light flashed in its eyes as it howled and charged toward the fallen beacon flame azure wolf. Tap, tap, tap. Its steps weren't fast, even somewhat comical, yet as it ran, strange flames spread from somewhere unknown, first wrapping around its ankles, then covering its arms, and in moments engulfing its entire body, transforming it into a burning, diminutive shadow. Sensing its opponent's increasingly violent aura, the beacon flame azure wolf quickly rolled to its feet, ears pressed back against its skull, eyes alert yet tinged with fear. However, life and death battles offer no retreat. Boom. The fire spirit had already reached it, suddenly unleashing fire judgment. Blazing flames condensed into a beam of light above its head, accompanied by a piercing shriek as it shot directly toward the wolf's head. Oh whoa. As the firelight approached, every hair on the beacon flame azure wolf's body stood on end. Combat instinct drove it to trigger wind encirclement. A gentle breeze spiraled up from beneath its feet, azure light gleaming as it suddenly dodged sideways. Its afterimage tracing an arc. The beacon flame azure wolf shifted its body to the side, leaving behind a phantom image as it evaded the fire spirit's attack. The fire spirit remained completely indifferent, continuing its relentless assault on the beacon smoke azure fire wolf with a barrage of fire orbs, flame pillars, and fire arrows that came one after another. Roaring flames connected across the sky while scorching heat waves surged forward in relentless succession. Wind patterns flickered beneath the beacon smoke azure fire wolf's paws as wind rings spun to enhance its abilities, causing its form to flash repeatedly across the grassland with both speed and defense pushed to their absolute limits. In its perception, the fire spirit's movements appeared infinitely slowed, like a video playing at 0.5x speed. Frenzied fire line. The fire spirit shrieked, its raised fist instantly engulfed in crimson flames. However, the gap in their cultivation levels made its attacks appear monotonous and rigid. The beacon smoke azure fire wolf caught that brief opening, suddenly stopping in place and raising its head to release a resonant howl. In the next moment, the surrounding fire element stellar power surged toward the wolf like a rushing river being drained. The intense heat distorted the air itself, forcing Chu Bai, who was watching from a distance, to squint against the heat waves while clearly sensing the violent surge of energy. Boom. Flames exploded outward with the beacon smoke azure fire wolf as the epicenter, sending an orange-red fire ring rapidly expanding in all directions. The brilliant ring of light collapsed within moments into countless fire tongues that swept in every direction. These flames swept across the ground, leaving charred marks before wrapping around the fire spirit with lightning speed. Craw! Agonized screams were drowned out by crackling combustion sounds. Fierce flames enveloped the fire spirit into a ball of fire as it plummeted from midair, rolling in agony on the ground. The sound of burning flesh filled the air, mixed with piercing shrieks as the fireball convulsed continuously. Crack! The sounds abruptly ceased. The fireball collapsed, and charred limbs crumbled and fell, turning to ash within the flames. Within moments the fire weakened, ashes were swept up by the wind, leaving only wisps of fine ash rising into the sky with thick smoke. On the ground remained only scattered ash and a palm-sized crimson star core, half buried in the remains. Rustle! The battle was over. Chu Bai pushed through the grass leaves, emerging from his hiding spot, and frowning as he approached the ashes, reaching down to pick up the fire element star core. It remained scorching hot, taking him over 10 seconds to hold it steady. The inability to kill instantly is indeed a flaw of frenzied fire line, he murmured to himself, then shook his head in reconsideration. Perhaps it's not the technique itself, but rather that the power gap between the beacon smoke azure fire wolf and fire spirit wasn't sufficient. He offered the star core to the beacon smoke azure fire wolf's mouth. The wolf beast perked up with excitement, opening its jaws to swallow it whole, its throat moving as crimson light flickered from within its body. Chu Bai patted its shoulder and led it forward, seeking out its next opponent. A 4-star early-stage flame-devouring bull, a 3-star latest-stage fire crystal scorpion, a 4-star early-stage flame soul lion. He reviewed the data on his bracelet, raising an eyebrow slightly. It seems the secret realm's opening has benefited more than just beast tamers. These star beasts are also growing at an alarming rate. In the battles between star beasts and beast tamers, some formed contracts with star beasts while others were devoured by them. The star beasts in the secret realm were rapidly growing stronger by consuming both tame beasts and their tamers. For them, the dramatic increase in prey willingly entering their territory and battle opportunities meant that many stuck at 3-star peak or on the verge of breaking through to 4-star would complete their transformation in a short time. Don't underestimate the difference of just 1-star level. A single 4-star star beast could often match 10 3-star star beasts. Chu Bai silently assessed the battlefield situation and adjusted his route accordingly. Wait, is that a 3-star early-stage crimson-striped flame butterfly? Just as Chu Bai was about to turn and leave, he suddenly noticed beneath a giant tree a blooming fired flower, and resting on its palm-sized petals was a butterfly star beast with an entirely blue-green body and wings covered in intricate crimson patterns. In the early 3-star stage, as a combat opponent for the Beacon Smoke Azure Firewolf, the intensity was just right. The main purpose of entering the secret realm was to train the Beacon Smoke Azure Firewolf, and Chu Bai had no intention of intervening, so he hid to the side. Whoosh! Under Chu Bai's command, the Beacon Smoke Azure Firewolf immediately activated wind encirclement, rushing toward the crimson-striped flame butterfly at maximum speed. Through the power of their contract, Chu Bai could communicate directly with it through consciousness. As long as the commands weren't too difficult to understand, the Beacon Smoke Azure Firewolf's intelligence was sufficient to fully comprehend and act upon them. The crimson-striped flame butterfly was startled by the suddenly charging Beacon Smoke Azure Firewolf and immediately fluttered its wings, flying up into the air. It had been peacefully absorbing nectar from the Chihuahua flame-bright flower and hadn't expected a beast companion to attack it at such a moment. Even with its limited intelligence, it could sense that the Beacon Smoke Azure Firewolf's cultivation level was quite low. After circling twice in the air, the scales on its wings began to shimmer with firelight, and as it flapped its wings, these flames suddenly swept down toward the Beacon Smoke Azure Firewolf like an overwhelming tide. Whoosh! The scale powder transformed into dancing flames that would ignite wherever they landed. Frenzied fire lines. In this critical moment, the Beacon Smoke Azure Firewolf once again unleashed frenzied fire lines, with fierce flame tongues that seemed alive, lunging toward the crimson-striped flame butterfly in midair. When the flame tongues touched the falling scale powder, they erupted into even more violent fires. However, quite a bit of the fiery scale powder also landed on the Beacon Smoke Azure Firewolf, singeing its fur and leaving patches of bright red burn marks on its skin that continuously oozed blood. In midair, the flame tongues clung to the crimson-striped flame butterfly's body, burning fiercely. But as a fellow fire tribute creature, the crimson-striped flame butterfly had considerable resistance to fire-based skills. For a moment, it didn't fall but instead endured the damage from the frenzied fire lines and launched another attack on the Beacon Smoke Azure Firewolf. Soccer ball-sized fireballs formed in front of it, continuously bombarding the wolf. The Beacon Smoke Azure Firewolf howled and, enhanced by wind encirclement, dodged back and forth repeatedly to avoid the attacks. A pillar of fire rose from beneath the Beacon Smoke Azure Firewolf's feet, shooting skyward. In an instant, the wolf's entire body was engulfed by the fire pillar. A scream of agony emerged from within the flames. Chu Bai watched with a heavy heart as another crimson-striped flame butterfly suddenly emerged from the side of the Beacon Smoke Azure Firewolf. This fire pillar was its attack. Moments later, the fire pillar dispersed, and the Beacon Smoke Azure Firewolf barely managed to rise from the ground. The recent fire pillar had caused it significant damage, but it wasn't enough to bring it down. Roar! As if stimulated by the intense pain, the Beacon Smoke Azure Firewolf's eyes gleamed with ferocity, and from its throat came the first howl in its wolf life that could truly convey a sense of fierce momentum. The threat instantly reached the hearts of both crimson-striped flame butterflies. They both paused momentarily, unsure of what had happened, but with their limited intelligence, they wouldn't dwell on it. In the next instant, two more fire pillars attacked the Beacon Smoke Azure Firewolf from different directions. Boom! Azure light flickered as the Beacon Smoke Azure Firewolf left an afterimage in place, dodging the attack. The two fire pillars collided with each other, creating a thunderous explosion with flames shooting in all directions, leaving scorch marks of varying degrees on the ground and tree trunks. Whoosh! A gentle breeze stirred, causing the fallen leaves on the ground to flutter lightly as several yellow-brown leaves were swept up, spinning and clustering together. Whoosh! Whoosh! The wind suddenly intensified, causing the surrounding branches to collide with each other, rustling loudly. Whoosh! 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 The two crimson-striped flame butterflies finally panicked, clearly sensing that this chaotic and uncontrolled wind was far from natural. Crack! Thick tree trunks snapped one after another under the fierce wind. Realizing their lives were threatened, the crimson-striped flame butterflies quickly glanced at the Beacon Smoke Azure Firewolf, abandoned the fight without hesitation, and fled on fluttering wings. Boom! Star power erupted around the Beacon Smoke Azure Firewolf, its overwhelming might sweeping in all directions. The fallen leaves that had been swirling on the ground were suddenly hurled dozens of meters into the air, then torn to shreds by the violent hurricane. Multiple hurricanes intertwined and collided. Instantly generating scorching heat flames burst forth from the center of the vortex and quickly engulfed the entire wind column. A terrifying suction force emanated from within the hurricane. The two crimson-striped flame butterflies, desperately struggling to escape into the distance, had no time to react before being dragged into afterimages by an invisible giant force and instantly swallowed by the blazing wind column. Flames rolled and surged, leaving no trace of life. Thud! After more than 20 seconds, the beacon smoke azure fire wolf suddenly collapsed to the ground. The howling hurricane ceased simultaneously, and the flames filling the sky extinguished in midair as if wiped away by an invisible hand. As for the two crimson-striped flame butterflies, they had vanished without a trace. The hurricane had ground their bodies to powder, leaving only two pools of viscous blood on the scorched ground, along with two intact, orange-red star cores. Only then did Chu Bai emerge from his hiding place. He bent down to examine the beacon smoke azure fire wolf's condition. Its fur was charred in multiple places, but these were mostly superficial wounds. The unconsciousness was primarily due to excessive star power consumption. In the system data, only minor injuries was noted after the beacon smoke azure fire wolf's name, which matched Chu Bai's assessment and put his mind at ease. Meanwhile, Chu Yi and Chu Mo had driven back to the company. In the chairman's office, after Chu Yi, Chu Mo, and Chu Jiansheng took their seats, the two brothers recounted everything they had witnessed at the Zhu family's celebration banquet. It seems the Wei family values their cooperation with the Zhu family highly, actually sending their heir Wei Zhengcheng to handle it personally. Chu Yi frowned, quickly weighing their options. I don't think so. Chu Jiansheng revealed a fox-like smile. They didn't send the family head, but instead threw some hothead into the business negotiations. This precisely shows that the Wei family doesn't take the Zhu family seriously. As you mentioned, Wei Zhengcheng is quite impulsive. What can such a person accomplish in the business world? Chu Yi pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. Indeed, what they had always feared wasn't Wei Zhengcheng himself, but the Wei family head standing behind him, and the entire Wei family. How about we report our situation to the main family and request cooperation with the major families in Dragon Capital? Chu Yi suggested. If the Wei family truly moves against us, it would be equivalent to taking a piece of meat from the main family, and those old foxes probably won't agree to that. Whoosh, a gentle breeze stirred. Finding larger partners is definitely necessary. Just this afternoon, halfway through, 5 companies have already approached us wanting to terminate their partnerships and throw themselves into the Zhu family's embrace. Speaking of these merchants who switched sides at the last minute, Chu Jiansheng narrowed his eyes, his brows showing clear disdain. Nothing but opportunists. I'd like to see what kind of face they'll put on after the Zhu family falls. Just clowns jumping around, Chu Yi said, brushing away the hair that fell across his forehead, a contemptuous smile playing at the corner of his lips. Then let's try contacting the main family, Chu Mo suggested. Chu Jiansheng pondered for a moment, then finally nodded. In his view, unless the situation had become so severe that the branch could no longer stand alone, he would never easily disturb the main family. Not only might it leave them with the impression that they were incompetent, but it would also affect Chu Yi and Chu Mo's future plans to enter the main family. However, with the current urgent situation and the two brothers having miraculously advanced to the 9th tier, this achievement was worth leveraging and promoting. After receiving his father's consent, Chu Yi immediately dialed the main family head's private communication line. When they had advanced to the 8th tier a few years ago, they had already caught the family head's attention, thus earning the privilege of direct reporting. Over the phone, he briefly described the current predicament of the Chu family in Yun City and revealed that both he and Chu Mo had stepped into the 9th tier, requesting the main family's assistance. The family head's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. We'll help with the Chu family's difficulties in Yun City, but we won't handle everything. The Huang family from Longqing has recently put forward a partnership opportunity that I originally planned to secure for the main family. This time, I'm giving you a chance. If you can secure this partnership, forget about the Wei family from Wei City. Even if several more opponents came, they couldn't touch you. These words were full of dominance. Thinking of the Huang family's background, Chu Yi knew this was no empty promise. The Huang family from Longqing could be described as a Zhu family, magnified countless times, a top-tier beast trainer family in the entire country, whose partnership opportunities were coveted by all forces. Before ending the call, the family head emphasized once more. I'll have someone send you the materials. Whether you succeed or not depends entirely on your abilities. Understood. Under the watchful eyes of Chu Mo and Chu Jiansheng, Chu Yi hung up the phone and took a deep breath, feeling the weight on his shoulders multiply. While it was presented as an opportunity, it felt more like a test. Success would see their branch's value skyrocket within the main family and among other families. Failure would not only see the Yun City Chu family potentially purged, but they would also become laughingstocks for overreaching. Direct confrontation definitely won't work. Chu Jiansheng frowned as he analyzed after hearing Chu Yi's account. There are plenty of competitors with better conditions than us. The Huang family has no reason to choose us first. Exactly, Chu Yi nodded. Before formal negotiations, we need to show the Huang family our value first. In other words, we must find more quality partners and create momentum. Speaking of Wei City, we actually know an old friend there, Chu Mo said, changing the subject as he looked at Chu Yi. The Su family from Wei Citadel, you remember? The Su family? Su Siwet, Chu Yi's eyes lit up. How could I forget him? The Su family has always been at odds with the Wei family. They definitely wouldn't mind stirring up this muddy water. I'll contact them right away. Chu Amo chuckled softly. A few years ago, the three of them had shared a dormitory with Su Siwei at the same university. The two brothers had completed all their credits in just 1 year, while Su Siwei had struggled through the full 4 years, but he had excellent connections, and they had maintained their relationship ever since. Thus, to deal with the external threat of the Wei family, the three sons of the Chu family each began taking action separately. A 2-star core combined with two 3-star cores successfully elevated the Beacon Smoke Azure Fire Wolf's cultivation to the late stage of 1-star. After defeating the crimson-striped flame butterfly, the Beacon Smoke Azure Fire Wolf curled up on the spot for approximately 4 to 5 hours measured in outside world time, using slow, steady breathing to restore its stamina and heal its wounds. For most non-fatal injuries, spirit beasts could recover through their bloodline's natural healing abilities alone. However, this self-healing speed ultimately couldn't match professional healing-type star techniques. Healing-type star techniques were extremely rare in this world, and any beast tamer who mastered even one could achieve widespread fame. As for beast tamers who specialized in healing, they were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns, often protected by nations as national treasures. Woo! After fully recovering, the Beacon Smoke Azure Fire Wolf wagged its tail and approached Chu Bai's feet, affectionately nuzzling his pant leg with its fluffy head, its adorable whimpering a stark contrast to its fierce demeanor during battle. Well done. Chu Bai didn't spare his praise. He understood clearly that these battles had brought the Beacon Smoke Azure Fire Wolf not only advancement in cultivation, but also valuable combat experience. While cultivation could naturally increase with time and resources, combat experience could only be accumulated through repeated life-and-death confrontations. After a brief rest, Chu Bai once again embarked on his journey to find opponents for his beloved companion. Woof! They hadn't traveled far when the Beacon Smoke Azure Fire Wolf suddenly darted out from beside his feet, its fighting spirit surging into Chu Bai's perception like blazing fire. Chu Bai immediately became alert. His gaze sweeping the surroundings. A tiger-type star beast nearly 3 meters tall stood on a thick branch ahead, its muscles coiled and sinewy, its gray-brown fur almost blending seamlessly with the bark. A cold, bloodthirsty gleam flashed in its eyes as it coiled its hind legs, then leaped down with the ferocious momentum of a hungry tiger pouncing on prey, its sharp claws carving arcs through the air aimed directly at Chu Bai's head. Chu Bai's expression remained unchanged as star power instantly formed a protective barrier around him. With a light tap of his toes, his body retreated rapidly backward. The giant tiger that missed its target let out a low growl, its front paws hitting the ground with a dull, thunderous impact before it suddenly wheeled around to launch another charge. Whoosh! Wind encirclement. Azure light flashed as the Beacon Smoke Azure Fire Wolf transformed into a gust of wind, charging heat in to meet the attack. Bang! Both figures flew backward almost simultaneously. The Beacon Smoke Azure Fire Wolf, protected by wind encirclement's defensive properties, merely slid back a few steps on the ground before stabilizing. The giant tiger, however, rolled twice after landing, coming to a stop with darkened eyes and its chest and abdomen heaving violently. Chu Bai quietly retreated 2 more steps, completely yielding the main battlefield to the Beacon Smoke Azure Fire Wolf, only then having the opportunity to scan and analyze this giant tiger's data. Disguised tiger attributes, mimicry type abilities, late 3-star potential, 5-star bloodline combat skills including disguised mimicry, malevolent spirit mimicry, feigned death mimicry, bacterial toxic spores, and beast king's intimidation. A 5-star bloodline. He hadn't expected to encounter another one in this secret realm besides that white flood dragon. After getting a clear look, Chu Bai immediately broke into a grin. He quickly understood the reason this disguised tiger had used its natural camouflage talents to secretly hunt down numerous isolated pet beasts and beast tamers, allowing it to break through to 5-star bloodline status within a secret realm rated only as class danger. Typically, finding a 4-star bloodline in such realms would already be astonishing, let alone a 5-star level creature. If he hadn't witnessed it himself, it could almost be called miraculous. Though the disguised tiger possessed a higher bloodline, its realm remained at late 3-star level. However, its overall combat power clearly surpassed the previously encountered crimson-striped flame butterfly, and its skills were numerous and cunning. If the Beacon Smoke Azure Fire Wolf wasn't careful, it would quickly fall into a disadvantageous position. Fortunately, the techniques it mastered were all quite powerful, and the two sides exchanged blows evenly, making it difficult to determine a victor in the short term. After multiple clashes, both star beasts bore scorch marks and claw wounds on their bodies. Suddenly, the Beacon Smoke Azure Fire Wolf retreated 2 steps, creating a distance of over 10 meters before raising its head in a long howl, its scorching wolf cry reverberating through the air. Immediately after, a blinding flame burst above the disguised tiger's head, like a blazing needle piercing straight down, instantly transforming into a burning pillar of fire. What kind of technique is that? Chu Bai was momentarily stunned and immediately activated the system's identification function. The data panel now displayed a new pet skill fire descent technique. A 6-star fire-type pet skill with effects similar to the 3-star bright fire pillar, but with completely different power levels. He instantly thought of the crimson-striped flame butterfly's bright fire pillar and couldn't help but chuckle. So this guy was inspired by that butterfly? This was the third 6-star pet skill mastered by the Beacon Smoke Azure Fire Wolf. For a pet beast whose bloodline had just upgraded from 1-star maximum to 3-star, and whose realm hadn't even broken through to 2-star yet, to consecutively comprehend 6-star skills was simply astounding. If word got out, probably no one would believe it. Chu Bai understood this wasn't purely due to comprehension ability, but largely benefited from the royal beast bloodline inheritance within its body. The fire descent technique consumed far less energy than frenzied fire line and hurricane flame prison, yet possessed the same long-range suppression capabilities. Facing the disguised tiger, which wasn't skilled at long-range combat, the Beacon Smoke Azure Fire Wolf immediately switched to attrition tactics, with flames repeatedly falling from the sky, forcing its opponent to roll and dodge across the charred ground. After approximately 40 minutes, the disguised tiger's entire body was burned to a glossy black, no longer able to maintain its disguised form. It let out an unwilling roar before collapsing, with blackened smoke continuously rising from its body surface. The Beacon Smoke Azure Fire Wolf approached and used its claws to directly split open the abdomen, finding a star core among the shattered organs. What a pity. Looking at the disguised tiger's charred appearance, Chu Bai felt a wave of regret in his heart. The Beacon Smoke Azure Fire Wolf's attacks were devastatingly violent. Nearly every star beast that crossed its path was completely obliterated, leaving no remains behind. Even when some fragments survived, they were too mangled to be sold as materials. If not for this, that 3-ma-turtle camouflage hunter tiger alone would have brought Chu Bai considerable wealth. Though the camouflage hunter tiger's bloodline could potentially reach 5-star level, it currently remained at 3-star tier, so its star core was also 3-star strength still within the Beacon Smoke Azure Fire Wolf's absorption range. Following the usual pattern, after the wolf cub fully digested the star core's energy, it smoothly advanced to 2-star level, undergoing dramatic physical changes. Its height surged over 30 centimeters to approximately 70 centimeters, matching an adult German Shepherd in size and appearing even more robust. The red mane around its neck grew thicker and fluffier, resembling a male lion's mane and adding an air of majesty. However, the little creature seemed oblivious to its transformation. Right after advancing, it trotted over to Chu Bai's feet as usual, rolling around playfully. Chu Bai chuckled and bent down to ruffle that fiery red head. Come on, let's find another spot to continue. He estimated that at their current pace, the Beacon Smoke Azure Fire Wolf would break through to 3-star level within 3 or 4 days at most, so he dared not slack off. In the following period, battles were nearly constant. Fire descent techniques pillars of flame repeatedly crashed down from above, baptizing enemies in blazing fire. 1. A mid-stage 3-star flame blade mantis struggled in the intense heat for over an hour before finally collapsing. 2. A later-stage 3-star blazing sky bull weighing 700 to 800 pounds extremely dangerous to provoke in this secret realm was taken down by the wolf cub in just 2 hours. But as battles increased in frequency, leveling became progressively harder. Only after 16 3-star beasts fell did the Beacon Smoke Azure Fire Wolf barely advance to latest stage 2-star. Chu Bai spread out his map for comparison. Except for the volcanic zone, he had explored nearly all other dangerous areas. Having left hastily before, this volcanic region remained largely unexplored. After a brief rest, he headed straight for the volcanoes with the Beacon Smoke Azure Fire Wolf. The closer they got, the denser the fire element star power in the air became, exciting the fire attribute wolf cub so much its tail wouldn't stop wagging. The pair finally stood at the rim of an active volcano. Below, magma churned and heat waves surged upward, seemingly hot enough to sear one's lungs. Just then, 2 blazing sky bulls, disturbed by their presence, slowly approached from beside the lava. The one on the left appeared to be latest stage 3-star strength. The right one had a partially broken horn, but was far more terrifying at 3-star peak, even faintly approaching 4-star level. Chu Bai immediately commanded the Beacon Smoke Azure Fire Wolf to engage. The wolf cub planted itself firmly, raised its head in a long howl, then unleashed fire descent technique. Boom! 2 massive pillars of fire crashed down, completely engulfing the bulls. But in the next instant, the fire pillars were torn apart by the 2 sky bulls' horns, brilliant sparks scattering as they emerged completely unharmed. Chu Bai's heart jolted. These 2 blazing sky bulls were far more formidable than any of their kind he'd encountered before. Watching them bare their fangs menacingly and charge forward with thunderous steps that shattered rocks, he quickly commanded, "Attack!" Chu Bai used his consciousness to direct the Beacon Smoke Azure Fire Wolf to continue casting techniques. Under the relentless drain of the fire descent technique, the beacon flame azure wolf secured the first kill against a blazing sky bull. This was a late 3-star sky bull, and whether in terms of attack power, defense, or combat awareness, it was worlds apart from its 3-star perfection stage counterpart nearby. Initially, both blazing sky bulls could stand shoulder to shoulder against the beacon flame azure wolf's fire abilities, but as the battle dragged on, their stamina disadvantage became immediately apparent. The late 3-star bull showed signs of defeat first, its steps heavy, breathing labored, and its magma shell continuously cracking as it could no longer keep pace with the 3-star perfection stage. Once again, the facts proved that the gap between late 3-star and 3-star perfection stage was enormous. The beacon flame azure wolf's flame bombardment fell like rain, with blazing waves of fire causing the entire magma lake surface to churn violently. The 3-star perfection blazing sky bull lasted a full half-hour longer than its latest stage counterpart, but ultimately fell under the tearing fire pillars. Chu Bai quickly collected both star cores before the magma could surge back, then continued deeper into the volcanic belt with the beacon flame azure wolf. Fire-type plants grew densely here: crimson flame vines, flame heart fruits, fire cloud mushrooms, each one guarded by powerful star beasts. Chu Bai efficiently commanded the beacon flame azure wolf to crush these guardians hidden, then collected every single material without exception. Time passed quietly amid the rumbling of magma, and 4 days flew by in a flash. Over these 4 days, Chu Bai's greatest impression could be summed up in one word: growth. When they first arrived at the volcanic belt, a single late 3-star blazing sky bull could force the beacon flame azure wolf into a grueling 40-minute battle. Now, even against 3-star perfection stage beasts, the same fire descent technique could be cast instantly, obliterating star beasts completely with a single strike. By the end of the second day, the beacon flame azure wolf's strength had officially entered the early 3-star stage, and the massive leap brought by this advancement made the subsequent training almost a one-sided massacre. On the morning of the 4th day, the mission indicator in the corner of Chu Bai's vision suddenly dimmed and disappeared. His heart stirred. Mission complete. Sure enough, system notifications followed in quick succession. Reward: Complete Star Beast Identification Guide 1, sent to System Inventory. Reward: Complete Material Identification Guide 1, sent to System Inventory. Reward: 5-star Technique Battle Heart Enhancement Type, automatically mastered. As soon as the notification ended, a needle-like stabbing pain shot through Chu Bai's mind as foreign memories filled with primordial aura were forcibly implanted. Technique: Battle Heart. Attribute: Mental Type. Type: Enhancement. Description: a fundamental requirement for beast tamers among the ancient peoples of the eternal world, capable of awakening the primal ferocity within contracted beasts while significantly dulling their pain perception. After the memories stabilized, Chu Bai rubbed his temples with a bitter smile. This abrupt implantation sensation was truly repulsive. However, the technique itself was a pleasant surprise. Frenzied Blood Moment was the beacon flame azure wolf's personal talent version. Then Battle Heart was a weakened but externally applicable shared version that he could trigger in any contracted beast. The mission had actually been completed on the 2nd day, and he could have left immediately. But this volcanic belt clearly still offered many benefits for the beacon flame azure wolf's growth. So Chu Bai decided to stay 2 extra days. Only now did he finally confirm that 3-star and even 4-star level star beasts no longer held any training value for the beacon flame azure wolf. Bang! 5 fire scorpions with menacing shells crawled out from the magma. But before they could fully emerge from the volcanic crater, their brilliant red bodies were suddenly struck down by streams of reddish-yellow fire pillars, sending them tumbling back into the rolling magma with thick smoke trailing behind them. 3-star late stage, not bad, I suppose. Chu Bai stood at the volcanic crater where sulfurous heat waves churned, quietly observing for another moment. After confirming there were no overlooked resources in the area, he turned to leave. Behind him, the beacon flame azure wolf followed closely, treading on the scorching volcanic rock. The wolf had now reached 3-star late stage, its head reaching Chu Bai's waist when standing upright. Both its height and length had nearly doubled since its 2-star period. Its originally bright red fur had mostly transformed into brilliant orange, with only a few traces of deep crimson visible upon close inspection, making its evolutionary progress remarkably apparent. 2 days later, Chu Bai's figure appeared once again at the secret realm entrance. Damn, he dawdled for nearly another week. He wondered if the money he'd transferred to Fang Quan would be enough to cover a week's worth of meals. Just thinking about this made Chu Bai feel guilty. Initially, when he and Fang Quan had agreed to each handle dinner on alternating days, it was purely motivated by the idea of self-reliance through hard work. Back then, he'd had plenty of free time and had studied numerous recipes to pass the hours. But ever since becoming a beast tamer, he'd barely touched the wok in his rental apartment. Well, he'd stop by the market on his way home later and pick up some groceries. Chu Bai consoled himself with this thought. Right now, the outside situation was more pressing. A full week had passed since the Zhu family announced their strategic partnership with the Wei family. Had the tide already turned dramatically outside? At this thought, Chu Bai's eyes flickered slightly. He handed over the batch of fire element materials he'd harvested in the volcanic region to Jean Mao, then hailed a taxi outside the restricted zone and headed straight for Chu Corporation. Although it was his own family's company building, Chu Bai rarely visited. Since this matter involved business complications, rather than beating around the bush with Chu Yi, he figured it would be more straightforward to meet with his father directly. The car stopped in front of Chu Corporation. As soon as the glass doors opened and Chu Bai stepped inside, two security guards blocked his path. "Good day, sir. This is Chu Corporation. May I ask who you're looking for?" "I'm looking for Xiang Shan." Chu Bai had originally intended to say Chu Jiansheng directly, but realizing that few people in the company knew him, he changed his mind at the last moment and gave his father's secretary's name instead. "Xiang Shan." The left guard frowned and repeated the name softly, clearly having no recollection of it. The one on the right thought for a moment and quietly reminded his colleague, "I think the chairman's secretary is named Xiang Shan." Then he looked up and studied Chu Bai carefully. "The person you're looking for is that the chairman's secretary?" "Yes, that's right, it's him." Chu Bai nodded, his expression calm. The two guards exchanged glances and fell silent. They were certain this young man had no employee badge on his chest, and his face was completely unfamiliar, clearly not a company employee. Yet he was asking for the chairman's secretary by name, which seemed highly suspicious. What kind of enterprise was Chu Corporation? How could the chairman's secretary possibly know some random young punk? Could he be sent by the Zhu family? Thinking of how the Zhu family had been making frequent moves lately, leveraging their newfound backing to continuously create obstacles for Chu Corporation, both guards immediately became alert. Although they had no access to the real high-level power struggles, rumors had been circulating throughout the company, and they'd heard bits and pieces. One of them cleared his throat, his expression serious. "What do you want with the chairman's secretary? What's your relationship to him?" "I'm his distant cousin." Chu Bai replied flatly. "Distant cousin?" The two security guards looked at Chu Bai suspiciously, their doubt jumping from 80% straight to 100%. They were almost certain this young man was up to no good. The chairman's secretary wasn't in, yet he insisted on going up. With this thought, both men stepped forward, their tone becoming much harsher. Chu Bai let out a cold chuckle, lifting his eyes to give them a meaningful look. Too lazy to waste more time with them, he reached directly into his pocket. Before leaving the secret realm, he had already turned off his phone. Now he simply needed to press the power button. After 2 or 3 seconds, the screen lit up with the startup animation. "Hello, Uncle Xia. It's me, Chu Bai." "Yeah, I'm downstairs at the company right now. Could you come down and get me?" "Great. I'll wait for you down here." After ending the call with those simple 3 sentences, he hung up casually. When he looked at the 2 security guards again, he found their expressions had completely changed, their mouths twitching uncontrollably, unable to hide their mockery. "Kid, listen to me. Go back where you came from," one of them said, unable to watch anymore. He sighed and advised, "Fake phone calls don't work here. No one's coming to get you, and you're not getting into this building." The other one raised his voice even louder, shouting to the employees who had just finished clocking in. "Huh, these days there's all kinds of people. Just because your last name is Chu, you think you can get into Chu Corporation? What? You think you own this company? Don't people even use their brains when lying anymore?" The crowd was drawn by the commotion and gathered to watch. Everyone looked Chu Bai up and down. His clothes weren't designer brands and looked dusty, with mud stains on his sleeves. He didn't look like someone who could have connections with Chu Corporation's executives. Within seconds, mocking voices rose one after another. "If he really knows the chairman, then I'm the chairman's cousin. Don't be ridiculous, I'm the chairman's wife. Bragging isn't illegal, let him dream." Every word dripped with disdain. Chu Bai's expression suddenly turned cold. He walked straight into the crowd and stopped in front of a woman with delicate features, his voice low. "What did you just say?" The woman was startled at first, then realized he wouldn't dare do anything with so many people watching. Her confidence surged, and she glared at him, deliberately raising her voice. "I said if you can have any connection with the chairman, then I'm the chairman's." Slap. Before she could finish, a crisp sound rang out. Bang. The woman was sent flying 3 or 4 meters, crashing to the ground. A bright red handprint instantly appeared on her pale cheek, and half her face swelled up immediately. It took several seconds before she found her voice again, letting out a pig-like shriek. "Ahu, how dare you hit me? Exactly what kind of man hits a woman? Where are the security guards? What are you standing around for? Throw him out." The crowd erupted in condemnation. Only then did the 2 security guards realize things had gone too far. They quickly drew rubber batons from their belts and charged toward Chu Bai. Chu Bai narrowed his eyes, his body turning slightly as he prepared to summon his beacon flame azure wolf to stretch his muscles. Suddenly, an furious cold shout came from the entrance. "What are you all doing? Everyone stop right now." Xiang Shan was sitting in his office, studying the materials for his boss's afternoon meeting. When the phone rang and he heard Chu Bai's voice, he immediately rushed out of his office and headed straight downstairs. As soon as the elevator doors opened, he saw more than 20 employees gathered at the company entrance. all looking ready to pounce on Chu Bai and beat him up. Even more outrageous, two security guards were wielding rubber batons, blocking the front entrance with menacing glares. Shan's eyes blazed with fury. The moment he stepped out of the elevator, his stern voice carried all the way to the entrance. Stop! The two security guards instinctively turned around at his shout. Seeing it was Shan, they immediately put on fawning smiles and approached him. Secretary Xia, there's some troublemaker causing a scene, but don't worry, we'll handle it right away. Handle it. Shan cast them a cold glance, then ignored them completely and strode over to Chu Bai's side, asking urgently in a low voice, Young Master Bai, are you all right? Chu Bai's expression was cold and grim, his gaze dark. Without answering, he walked over to the woman lying on the ground, the one he had slapped down, and looked down at her from above, coldly reminding her, next time you speak, use your brain first. With that, he turned and left, brushing past the two security guards. The guards exchanged glances, their faces instantly turning pale. Shan's earlier words, Young Master Bai, still echoed in their ears. Recalling the surname Chu Bai had mentioned during his phone call and connecting it to the renowned Chu group, they broke out in cold sweat and didn't dare make another move. This company really did belong to his family. Shan followed Chu Bai into the elevator, but didn't dare get too close due to the lingering aura of menace surrounding him. Remembering his experiences with the other two young masters of the Chu family, he had felt similar pressure before. The outside world called the third young master of the Chu family a waste, but at this moment, he clearly realized this third young master was definitely not simple. The elevator ascended. As they neared the top floor, Chu Bai instructed in a low voice, that woman just now, find out which department she's from and fire her directly. I'll handle it immediately. Shan agreed at once. With so many people present, Chu Bai only singled out this one person for dismissal, which said everything. My father, he's in his office, right? Chu Bai asked again. Yes, he is. Good. Then go take care of your business. As the elevator doors opened, he watched Shan leave, then made his way to the chairman's office door from memory. Knock knock. He raised his hand and tapped lightly. Come in. A weary voice belonging to Chu Jianxing came from inside. Chu Bai hesitated for half a second, then pushed the door open and said quietly, It's me. From behind a mountain of documents, Chu Jianxing looked up with a smile. What brings you here? Just came to see you. Chu Bai responded, walking to the desk. Seeing the table covered with official documents, his heart tightened, and he asked with concern, Been very busy lately? You're not sleeping at the company again, are you? Are you eating your meals on time? Be careful of your stomach problems. I can take care of myself. Chu Jianxing looked up, his eyes full of gratification. Any recent movements from the Zhu family? Chu Bai's visit was specifically to understand the Zhu family's situation and the Chu family's current predicament. Upon entering the office, he immediately fired off several pointed questions without ceremony. Chu Jianxing sat behind his large, dark desk, his gaze steady as he openly recounted everything that had transpired, from Chu Bai's entry into the secret realm to his exit. The core information was crystal clear. 1. The brothers Chu Yi and Chu Mo had easily secured cooperation with the Su family of Wei City. 2. They had used news of their breakthrough to the 9th tier as their trump card, attracting numerous small and medium-tier enterprises. 3. While these partnerships meant little in the eyes of the Wei and Zhu families, their combined effect had indeed relieved considerable pressure from Chu Jianxing. Now, the Chu family had become one of the prospective partners of the Wang family in Dragon Capital. However, with too many competitors and no signed contracts yet, no one dared guarantee they would ultimately be chosen by the Wang family. More awkwardly, once the Wang family's cooperation intentions were exposed, both the Zhu and Wei families had also become their direct competitors. All of Chu Jianxing's recent energy had been consumed by continuously securing partnerships and constantly strengthening the company's hand. For those small and medium-tier enterprises, choosing sides was the real challenge. Back the right horse, and soar to success. Back the wrong horse, get intercepted by rivals, and face company bankruptcy and dissolution within minutes. The Wang family announced 2 days ago that they would reveal their partner this morning, but I've been waiting since dawn with no word from any channels. Chu Jianxing rubbed his temples and sighed softly. Chu Bai nodded slightly, having grasped the overall situation. 50-50 odds. As long as the Wang family hasn't made their official announcement, the chances of success or failure are split down the middle. No point in worrying, can only wait. The atmosphere relaxed somewhat, and Chu Jianxing glanced at the expensive purple clay tea set in the lounge area, struck by inspiration. It's been ages since you've had tea brewed by your old man, hasn't it? How about a cup? Chu Bai smiled and readily agreed. He remembered knowing from a young age that his father was skilled at tea preparation, but due to the special nature of his work, he rarely had the chance to enjoy it. Since his father had brought it up, he wouldn't refuse. Hot water entered the pot, and the tea's fragrance gradually intensified. Father and son rarely sat shoulder to shoulder on the small sofa, sipping from their cups. I feel like I'm here disrupting your work, Chu Bai remarked softly with gentle teasing. Following his gaze to the stack of documents awaiting approval in the corner, Chu Jianxing smiled wryly. Haha, it's fine, consider it relaxation. I'll handle those in a bit. Chu Bai said no more, quietly savoring his tea. Ring ring ring. The telephone on the desk suddenly rang, its sharp sound piercing the quiet. Chu Jianxing set down his teacup and strode over to answer. What? Yes, all right, understood. After a few brief responses, he hung up and looked toward Chu Bai. The Wang family has announced their partner information. Oh. Chu Bai's spirits lifted as he set down his cup, quickly rose, and moved to Chu Jianxing's computer screen. Distinguished entrepreneurs, good evening. I am Wang Yilong, the project manager for this Wang Family Partnership Initiative. The conference room was brightly lit, with massive projections displaying the logos of the Wang Group alongside various prestigious families. Wang Yilong's voice rang out clear and steady. First, I'd like to thank everyone for your enthusiastic participation in this partnership opportunity. After thorough evaluation of all submitted materials, we have selected the following 5 potential partners: the Chu family of Longjing, the Yin family of Longjing, the Long family of Jiangqing, the Chu family of Yunshi, and the Zhu family of Yunshi. The 5 names descended one by one as golden light illuminated the bottom of the projection. He paused briefly, his gaze sweeping across the assembled crowd. Additionally, with the school term approaching, we will be hosting a small-scale beast tamer tournament to help the younger generation refocus. Participants will consist of young representatives nominated by these 5 families. We will award this partnership contract to the tournament champion, while the top 3 finishers will each receive an exceptional star beast cub personally bred by the Wang family's elite trainers. Detailed tournament rules will be released in 2 days. Now that's what I call extravagant. They just want to test the true capabilities of each family's younger generation, and they're throwing an entire tournament for it. Chu Bai, seated in the corner, clicked his tongue in amazement while tapping his fingers on the table. When people think of beast tamer tournaments, they usually consider the visible costs like venues, equipment, and staff. But the truly expensive elements are always hidden behind the scenes. 1. Professional judges, each one officially certified, worth hundreds of millions. 2. Star power protective barriers around the venue designed to contain any level of star technique without leakage, costing astronomical amounts. 3. On-standby medical beast tamer teams capable of treating both humans and beasts simultaneously in the shortest time possible. A setup that can be counted on one hand throughout the entire Star Nation. Each item costs over 100 million. It's a long-term partnership after all, so being cautious is normal. Chu Jianxing set down his documents, his tone casual, though his expression visibly relaxed. Among the domestic younger generation, Chu E and Chu Mo were virtually the ceiling for both potential and ability. This tournament seemed tailor-made for them. At least upon seeing this information, both Chu Jianxing and Chu Bai were certain the championship belonged to the Chu family without question. However, the Wang family soon released the detailed tournament regulations. When the documents reached each family's terminals, Chu Bai finally grasped the Wang family's true intentions. The schedule and format were perfectly fine, but in the participant eligibility section, one clause stood out starkly. Family-nominated participants must not exceed 30 years of age and must be below height, year, and ability. At first glance, this seemed as lenient as possible. After all, every family had a batch of 20-something descendants stuck at mid-tier, unable to break through. But precisely because it was so lenient, it seemed suspicious shinier beast tamers were directly excluded. Each family's carefully prepared trump cards became instantly worthless. The Wang family's intention was never to glimpse the peak abilities of each family's younger generation. What they truly wanted was the lower limit of these families' young talents. Only with both upper and lower limits laid bare could they truly assess a family's foundation. Take the Chu family. Chu E and Chu Mo's talents maxed out the upper limit, while Chu Bai invisibly established the lower limit. After the regulations were published, Chu Bai personally rushed to Chu Group headquarters. This time, the lobby security merely bowed respectfully, none daring to obstruct him. Dad, about the Wang family situation. Halfway through his sentence, he noticed the dark circles under Chu Jianxing's eyes, as if he hadn't slept for several nights. We won't be participating in the Wang family's tournament. Chu Jianxing forced a faint smile, as if discussing some trivial business matter. It's just one partnership deal, not that important anyway. Chu Bai silently approached his father, his tone equally light. Just one partnership deal, but this partnership can only, and must be, ours. Though Chu Jianxing appeared calm, Chu Bai could read the intense unwillingness beneath. He couldn't fully grasp the partnership's importance at the moment, but he knew his father had dominated the business world for decades with few failures, and if this partnership slipped away, it would be a devastating blow to Chu Jianxing. Therefore, this partnership could only go to the Chu family. This belonged to the Chu family, and no one, not even the heavens themselves, could take it away, even if it meant exposing every last card Chu Bai held. This is a beast tamer competition, don't mess around. Chu Jianxing frowned. Chu Bai remained unfazed. It's not a life or death arena, just free practice. The Wang family only selected 5 potential partner families, while other families are desperately competing for spots. If we forfeit directly, we'll become a laughingstock. Let's set the contract aside for now. We can't lose face first. The problem is that the geniuses from other families aren't easy to deal with. If they pull some dirty tricks behind the scenes, Chu Jinxing was about to warn him when Chu Bai interrupted. My brother will accompany me. High-level beast tamers can't compete, but they can serve as escorts. With 2 ninth-tier beast tamers present, who would dare cause trouble? If anyone really tries anything underhanded, my brother will settle accounts with their elders directly. 6 months of confinement would be getting off easy. Fine, go ahead and do whatever you want. Unable to out-argue his son, Chu Jinxing had to give in. He didn't truly have high expectations for Chu Bai, had simply lost the verbal sparring match. Recently, Chu Bai's behavior had shown signs of a beast tamer's instincts, as if he had awakened his talent. However, since Chu Bai himself hadn't acknowledged it, and historical records had never documented true postnatal awakening, Chu Jinxing felt uncertain. He rubbed his temples. Our family has 3 official spots. I'll have Ling Yue and Xiao Xiao register with you. Tomorrow morning, all 5 of you will go to Longjing together. Chu Bai was stunned. 5 people? We can bring external support. Our family has never sent anyone to compete before, so relying solely on outsiders to achieve results for us wouldn't be appropriate. Since you want to go, let's put together a proper team. Chu Jinxing added helplessly. I'll book the flights. You all need to be at the airport on time tomorrow morning. Saving on airfare, Chu Bai grinned from ear to ear. This meant more budget for the delicious food at the Southern Commercial District. The next morning at dawn, he grabbed his luggage and took a taxi to the airport his father had designated. Soon after, the other 4 arrived and gathered together. Chu Jinxing had only booked them regular commercial airline tickets. With the Chu family's wealth, they could easily charter a private jet, but he deliberately kept a low profile to prevent Chu Bai from being targeted by other families the moment they landed. Ticket verification, security check, boarding. The group proceeded step by step. Just as they settled into their seats, an excited exclamation came from behind them. Look, the escort squadron is here. Escort squadron? Chu Bai pressed against the window and looked out to see 3 to 5 bird-type beast companions of various designs tracing elegant arcs in the high sky, diving down to flank the passenger plane. Upon closer inspection, each star beast had a specially designed saddle mounted on its back, with fully armed beast tamers seated in the saddles. This was indeed an escort squadron specializing in bird-type beast companions. Typically, escort squadrons were responsible for protecting various large transportation vehicles. Almost every year, various private and state-owned enterprises independently launch training programs for escort teams. Only beast tamers who successfully pass the assessments and obtain escort responsibility certificates are qualified to become members of these escort teams. Secret realm entrances are bidirectional. Not only can humans enter to explore, but star beasts can also break out. Official statistics show that on average, hundreds of thousands of star beasts pour into the real world from secret realms each year. They are ferocious and incredibly powerful, often breaking through human blockades in an instant, causing devastating slaughter and destruction to residents, cities, and the environment. Chu Bai had previously only personally entered and truly understood the visible and tangible secret realm rifts on the ground. However, rift formation doesn't discriminate by location. Sky, deep sea, or even underground rivers can all spawn pitch-black openings. Ground-level rifts are at least within sight, allowing humans to deploy troops for containment. But those opening in the deep sea and high altitude are completely beyond human control. Deep sea legions cannot guard ocean trenches 10,000 meters deep around the clock, and beast tamers can hardly maneuver between water pressure, undercurrents, and deep sea monsters. The same applies to high altitudes. Air currents and freezing temperatures above 10,000 meters make even the strongest flying companion beasts unable to move. For this reason, escort teams emerged as a specialized profession. Escort team members average high-tier strength or above. As long as they don't encounter extraordinary beast tides, they can be self-sufficient during voyages, minimizing casualties among humans and beast tamers to the greatest extent. After boarding, holographic screens in the cabin center continuously played escort team training advertisements. But Chu Bai wasn't in the mood to watch. He was leading his team to Dragon Capital for competition. On this trip, there were only 2 girls, his cousin Chu Xiao Xiao, and the Zhong family's daughter Zhong Lingyue, both considered his own people. Isn't that Sister Xinhua? Chu Xiao Xiao suddenly raised her hand, pointing toward a bird-type companion beast circling outside the porthole. Chu Bai's gaze followed her fingertip, first startled, then narrowing his eyes. The companion beast's streamlined body gleamed with metallic luster in the sunlight, its dark brown feathers interwoven with dark green patterns, beautiful like a work of art. A Gale Eagle. In his memory, the first time he entered a system's secret realm, he was instantly killed by a Gale Eagle in midair. To be precise, there wasn't even a process, just a blink of an eye before being slammed into the ground. My sister's ace, handsome right? Zhong Linghua puffed out her chest proudly. Indeed handsome. Chu Bai withdrew his gaze, suppressing the embarrassment in his chest. Last time I saw Sister Xinhua, she was still 6th tier. I didn't expect her to break through to 7th tier so quickly. As he spoke, he couldn't help but grumble inwardly. He probably really had a talent-repelling constitution. Everyone he knew around him had amazing talent, but those talents seemed to have eyes, precisely avoiding him every time. Based on current data, his repelling constitution had a success rate of 80%. Thinking of this, he fell silent, his mood instantly plummeting, the corner of his mouth twitching. Ugh, never mind. It hurts. Wanna cry. Zhong Lingwen noticed Chu Bai's mood change and whispered, "Why did Brother Chu Bai suddenly deflate? Wasn't he fine just now?" Chu Bai waved his hand. "Well, we know nothing. We dare not ask anyone." The flight remained smooth throughout, encountering no star beast harassment. The escort team patrolled closely outside the cloud layer, occasionally visible flashes of elemental light that instantly struck down probing low-tier flying beasts. The entire journey was surprisingly smooth, so smooth that Chu Bai simply took a wonderful nap in his seat, throwing all previous unpleasantness to the back of his mind. When the landing gear touched the runway of Dragon Capital International Airport, the cabin broadcast announced their arrival. Everyone disembarked in order, breathing in the dry and crisp northern air. A booming voice rang out at the exit. "Are you all the Chu family's competitors?" As soon as they stepped out of the airport, Chu Bai and his group were approached by an elderly gentleman. The man was of medium build, with silver-gray hair meticulously combed, wearing an impeccable black three-piece suit. His cufflinks caught the light with understated elegance, and every gesture exuded the refined grace of an old-school gentleman. "Excuse me, may I ask who you are?" Chu Bai frowned slightly, instinctively stepping in front of his sister Chu Xiaoxiao. The elderly man immediately bowed respectfully, his tone warm yet crisp. "I am Butler Chun, one of the Wang family's stewards. Young Master Wang Yilong has specifically instructed me to welcome you all and escort you to your prearranged hotel." One of the stewards? Chu Bai was secretly amazed. He had often heard about the Wang family's astounding wealth, and now it was crystal clear being called one of indicated that the Wang family likely employed a team of dozens of butlers. In contrast, the major families in Yun City typically had only one butler each. The Chu family had relied on just one elderly steward for 20 years. At this moment, he gained a more tangible understanding of the Wang family's extravagance. After brief pleasantries, everyone followed Butler Chun to the parking area. A fleet of identical black luxury sedans lined up under the streetlights, their freshly waxed surfaces reflecting the airport terminal in the night. Once everyone was seated, the convoy started silently, their taillights drawing uniform red lines through the darkness. The cabin was exceptionally soundproof, with only the gentle hum of the engine. Chu Bai seized the opportunity during the journey to probe indirectly about the Wang family's recent situation, hoping to gauge their attitude. Butler Chun maintained a pleasant smile throughout, but seemed to have selective hearing whenever topics touched on the Wang family. He either pretended not to hear clearly or responded with mere "oh" or sounds. Getting even half a word more from him was impossible. Soon, the convoy stopped in front of the hotel reserved by the Wang family. The towering glass facade reflected the night scene, and fragrant air wafted from the revolving doors. The front desk staff had already lined up, executing a seamless sequence of greetings, check-ins, and key distribution. Though also rated 5-star, this hotel surpassed Yun City's finest establishments by leagues in terms of scale, service, and ambience. The spacious lobby was adorned with deep brown wood grain and warm golden light strips, while crystal chandeliers cast just the right amount of soft illumination, as if every speck of dust had been filtered out. Throughout the journey, Chu Xiaoxiao looked around with growing confusion. Strange. Where is everyone? How can such a large hotel have no guests at all? The Wang family probably booked the entire place. Chu Yi interjected. During the competition period, only service staff and participating family teams can enter and exit. The Wang family is being this ostentatious? Chu Xiaoxiao found it hard to believe. You haven't truly grasped the Wang family's influence in Longjing. Chu Yi explained softly, his tone steady yet each word striking their hearts. They're a top-tier family, even on a national scale. What you're seeing is merely the tip of the iceberg, yet it's already breathtaking. As for how much lies beneath that iceberg, it's unimaginable. Standing nearby, Chu Mo rarely added. Forget the Wang family, even an ordinary Longjing family would be enough to shake up Yun City's entire business world, more troublesome than the Zhu and Wei families combined. And this is the Wang family. Domestic elite, the cream of the crop. After his words, the atmosphere grew heavy. The elevator reached the top floor, and the room doors opened with a card swipe. Chu Yi walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows, drew back the curtains, and gazed down at Longjing's brilliantly lit nightscape, taking a deep breath. The competition starts promptly tomorrow morning. Everyone should rest early tonight. We need to be at full strength for the tough battles ahead. With those words, everyone retired to their respective rooms. Although the participants were all younger generation, They were acutely aware of the Chu family's current situation. Everyone understood what this collaboration meant, and no one dared take it lightly. The lights soon went out, and the entire floor fell quiet. The next morning, as dawn broke, the hotel entrance was already filled with luxury cars. Maybachs, Rolls-Royces, Bentleys, arranged in 2 rows, their paint gleaming with subtle iridescence in the morning light. Beside each vehicle stood an impeccably dressed butler in a tailored suit, white gloves perfectly fitted. Chu Bai counted them over a dozen cars, corresponding to over a dozen butlers. His speculation was confirmed. The Wang family indeed possessed a professional butler team of more than 10 members, and for this competition, each butler was responsible for only one participating family. As they boarded, Butler Chen closed the car door for Chu Bai, his tone remaining courteous yet measured. "Gentlemen, please be seated. I will be at your complete service from here on." As the car door closed with a soft thud, Chu Bai confirmed once more in his heart. Butler Chen was assigned specifically to the Chu family of Yun City. Butler Chen escorted Chu Bai and his companions to a small gymnasium. The gymnasium wasn't large, but it was brightly lit with polished floors gleaming under the lights clearly. Anything associated with Longjing never came cheap. Since all the families were staying at the same hotel, their arrival times were nearly synchronized. In terms of ranking, the Chu family had managed to claim both first and last place. When Chu Bai's group arrived, the entire venue was so empty that only echoes could be heard, while the Yin family and Chu family from Longjing appeared almost simultaneously at the very end. Chu Bai sat in the center of the front row, elbows resting on the armrests, quietly observing the activity in the venue. Soon after, the other families took their seats one by one, followed by the Wang family's grand entrance as the finale. For this sparring competition, the Wang family had brought in the industry's top host Xiao Fanyan. Though barely 40, he had hosted at least half of the top-tier programs over the past decade. His reputation and skills couldn't be bought with money alone, which showed the extent of the Wang family's investment this time. Xiao Fanyan took the stage, first outlining the Wang family's background with a few crisp sentences, then introducing each of the major families present. The originally tense atmosphere was somehow softened under his moderation. The Wang family members sat at the highest point in the audience section, the tiered seating making them appear to survey the entire venue from above. Under the sweep of their gaze, contestants from each family rose one by one and moved aside to warm up. The sparring competition was finally about to begin. The rules were extremely simple: arena-style combat. To earn cooperation rights, step into the ring. To secure those rights, defeat all contestants from the other families. Which family are they? Why didn't they bring any elders? After a brief scan of the venue, Wang Yilong fixed his gaze back on Chu Bai's group. It had been Chu Jianxing himself who had initially contacted the Wang family, and he had never met the brothers Chu Yi and Chu Mo. Combined with the Wang family's habitual laziness about gathering intelligence, it was normal that he couldn't name over 90% of the people present. Butler Chen bent down closer and answered quietly, "Young Master Wang, they're the Chu family from Yun City. The Chu family produced the brothers Chu Yi and Chu Mo, but their other descendants aren't particularly accomplished. I heard Chu Jianxing has another son who isn't even a beast tamer. Truly not worth mentioning." The woman beside Wang Yilong wrinkled her nose after hearing this, showing a disgusted expression. In contrast, Wang Yilong remained calm, only showing slight curiosity. So Chu Yi and Chu Mo come from this lineage. But according to the competition rules, those two can't participate. So who are the 3 people the Chu family sent this time? Butler Chen stepped forward again and replied respectfully. Chu Jianxing's youngest son, Chu Jianxing's brother's daughter, and another young lady who appears to be external support from another Yun City family. Chu Jianxing's youngest son. Wang Yilong tapped his fingertips thoughtfully. How many sons does Chu Jianxing have in total? 3. Wang Yilong suddenly turned around upon hearing this and said, "Chu Jianxing has 3 sons, which means Chu Jianxing's youngest son is the ordinary person you mentioned? Are we the ones going crazy, or is Chu Jianxing losing his mind? What's the point of sending an ordinary person onto the stage? To get beaten up or to die?" Wang Yilong fired off questions like a machine gun, his gaze sharp as a blade. Butler Chen shrank back in fear and answered in a muffled voice, "I'm also very confused. Seriously, what am I even paying you people for?" Wang Yilong held back a curse, but could only glare fiercely at Butler Chen. The management team he paid top dollar for every year seemed to get worse at their job each year. By all rights, they should have thoroughly investigated the backgrounds of these competing families so that future business negotiations could proceed smoothly. But what was the reality? They thought they could brush him off with very confused. You're confused? If you're confused, then I'm even more confused. How are we supposed to proceed with our work now? Just wing it. Wang Yilong grumbled internally, but could only suppress his anger. Before he could sort out his thoughts, the referee's voice rang out from the arena as the first round participants began taking the stage. At the Chu family's viewing section in Dragon Capital. "That kid down there in your family's preparation area, isn't that your useless brother?" came a flippant voice. The speaker was a young man with an ostentatious hairstyle and a streak of blue-dyed hair across his forehead. He scooted his chair closer to Chu Bai. Chu Bai glanced up at him briefly but didn't respond. Uncle Jianxing really is something, caring so much about face that he's willing to suffer for it. He's so fixated on this partnership that he's even sending your family's waste of space onto the stage. Seeing Chu Yi's silence, the other person's smile grew wider. Chu Yi shot him another sideways glance, but remained silent. The next moment, a tall figure emerged from the back row. Bang! The blue-haired guy felt his head go numb as he was pressed against the armrest, his forehead slamming hard into the chair back. A dull thud echoed in his skull as blood splattered across the seat. Call him waste one more time, and I'll turn you into waste. The newcomer's voice was low but carried an undeniable chill. The blue-haired guy turned around in shock to meet Chu Mo's calm, yet murderous eyes. That gaze was like a predator king looking down at prey, sending chills down his spine and instantly soaking his clothes with cold sweat. Gulfi unconsciously swallowed, then frantically glanced at Chu Yi before scurrying back to his original seat, not daring to say another word. What kind of gaze was that? How many star beasts and beast tamers would one have to kill to develop such eyes? He wasn't ready to die yet, and if he wanted to stay alive, he had to stay away from these Chu brothers. Chu Bai is taking the stage. Chu Mo's gaze turned toward the arena as he spoke quietly. Chu Yi looked at his brother. What do you think Chu Bai's current level is? He's improving quickly, probably mid-third tier. Chu Mo replied. Right, mid-third tier. Chu Yi nodded calmly. Then why do you think he's participating in this sparring match that only intermediate beast tamers would sign up for? Because he's confident he can defeat those intermediate beast tamers. Just as Chu Mo began to speak, Chu Yi finished for him. So don't be nervous, stay calm. We're just observers today. But he's still only a low-tier beast tamer. When you and I were at the third tier, we struggled against fourth-tier beast tamers, let alone now when the contestants around the arena, eager to compete, average at the fifth and sixth tiers. Under such circumstances, does Chu Bai really have no issues? In the spectator seats, Chu Mo stared intently at the arena, his expression tense, looking exactly like a worried old man concerned about his child taking the stage. Chu Yi thought for a moment and rephrased his question. Do you believe in Chu Bai? I do, Chu Mo blurted out. Then that's enough. Chu Yi gently patted Chu Mo's shoulder and looked away. This is the path he chose. Believe in him, then watch how he claims victory on this stage. That's all we need to do. Chu Mo remained silent, keeping his gaze locked on the arena. According to the drawing order, Chu Bai was second to enter. The competition format was simple. Each family could only have one contestant fighting at a time, until that person was exhausted or defeated, then the family could send out their next representative. The last person standing on the arena would be the champion, and their family would earn the Wang family's partnership. The rules were crystal clear. This was a war of attrition, so all families saved their trump cards for last. But Chu Bai was the exception. Having risen too early in the morning, he hadn't even eaten breakfast. At this moment, only 4 thoughts occupied his mind. 1. Where should I go eat after this ends? 2. Does Longqing have any local specialties? 3. The first match lasted half an hour with only one major realm difference. Why did it drag on so long? 4. If this keeps dragging, will I have to skip straight to dinner? With this in mind, a 5th thought emerged. Finish early, eat early. With fewer than 20 contestants in the arena, he figured if luck was on his side, he might still catch the last round of breakfast, which made him quite pleased. Chu Bai's opponent was Yin Ji from Longqing's Yin Familia 5-star mid-tier beast tamer. His opponent released 5-star beasts in one go. 5-star mid-tier Crimson Pursuit Tiger. 4-star Peak Wind Cloud Crane. 5-star early-tier Pseudo Dragon Lizard. 4-star late-tier Ice Armor Pincer Scorpion. 5-star Peak Lightning Monkey. Yin Ji looked Chu Bai up and down and sneered. Your Chu family from Cloud City sent you, some unknown kid, plus 2 girls to compete? Chu Bai smiled casually. Actually, I'm quite famous in Cloud City. You probably don't visit often, so you wouldn't know. As his words fell, he summoned the Beacon Smoke Azure Fire Wolf from his summoning space. Just this one beast. Yin Ji found it even more ridiculous. Only sending out one beast? Fine, I guess your Chu family is just going through the motions. How about this? Big brother won't bully you. I'll give you 2 free moves, you can attack randomly then surrender, okay? Sounds good. Chu Bai's expression remained calm, though it was unclear if this counted as agreement. The next second, he gripped his frost water blade, his gaze turning ice cold. Then, brother from the Yin family, I won't hold back. The frost water blade flashed with cold light. Crack! The ice armor pincer scorpion's half-meter-long giant pincers instantly shattered into fragments, blood droplets scattering. Chu Bai flashed like lightning to Yin Ji's front, and only then did the other 4 beasts react, turning sharply to intercept. Boom boom boom. Several thick pillars of fire descended from the sky, engulfing all 5-star beasts. Flames soared, the sound deafening. Under the firelight, Chu Bai grabbed the back of Yin Ji's head and slammed it toward the ground. Bang! The muffled sound wasn't loud, but it struck like a blunt hammer into every contestant's heart. They weren't the ones hurt, yet the pain spread instantly. Moments later, the flames died out, and the 5 beasts lay sprawled, covered in wounds, confused and suffering. Chu Bai sheathed his sword and stood, walking toward the center of the arena, his voice not loud but clear. Our Chu family from Cloud City is indeed here to go through the motions of taking the championship and partnership back home. He surveyed the entire arena and added coolly, anyone who disagrees can come up together. I'll guard this arena until everyone else falls. The other contestants below the arena displayed a range of expressions. Some still had their mouths slightly agape, lost in the shock of Chu Bai's instant knockout blow, while others gazed up at the platform with fury and murderous intent burning in their eyes. One thing was certain: Chu Bai's words had thoroughly offended all the participants from the other families. In the rear section of the spectator stands, Chun Luxiu and Wang Yilong stood side by side. Wang Yilong sneered coldly and beckoned to Steward Chun nearby with a crooked finger. Young Master Wang. Steward Chun approached submissively. The next second, Wang Yilong extended his arm and grabbed Steward Chun by the neck, his other hand pointing rigidly at the arena as he spoke through gritted teeth. "Thesis what you called Chu Jinxing's worthless son?" "Young Master Wang, I'm just as confused about this." Steward Chun stammered in response. Confused, Wang Yilong's expression hardened as his grip tightened suddenly. "Ugh, young Master Wang, I'll investigate again immediately. This time there definitely won't be any mistakes." Steward Chun pleaded desperately. Wang Yilong released his grip, his voice turning icy. "If there are any more problems, I won't need to remind you. Pack your bags and get out of the Wang family yourself." "Understood." Steward Chun retreated to the side, wiping cold sweat like someone who had just escaped death. The woman beside Wang Yilong, Wang Yuyu, frowned slightly. "Brother Yilong, why pay so much attention to a junior from such a minor family?" Given that everyone had assumed Chu Bai was worthless, his sudden display was indeed unexpected, but in her eyes, it was merely a momentary surprise. Wang Yilong smiled faintly. "Yu, haven't you always wanted to join me in the company? Today I'll teach you the first rule of business: never underestimate anyone." "But he's just from a minor family." Wang Yuyu remained dismissive. Wang Yilong fixed his gaze on the arena, his tone low. "Heroes aren't judged by their origins. Let me ask you, do you recognize that wolf he summoned?" Wang Yuyu paused, closing her eyes to recall the characteristics of that beacon flame azure wolf. Similar in build to an azure wind wolf, but more robust, emanating intense fire-type energy. "Explosive flame wolf?" she murmured, then shook her head. "No, some features are similar, but it still doesn't match completely." Searching through the hundreds of beast species she had cultivated in her mind, she was shocked to discover that none matched perfectly. "Didn't recognize it, did you?" Wang Yilong's voice came again. "To be honest, I haven't seen it before either." Wang Yuyu's eyes widened suddenly. Among the Wang family's younger generation, Wang Yilong's cultivation skills were unparalleled, with even many elders acknowledging his superiority. She had thought this was merely a test of her knowledge, never expecting that even he couldn't identify the beast. There are actually beasts in our country that the Wang family has never encountered? Wang Yuyu felt a shock in her heart and couldn't help but re-examine the man on the arena, who appeared calm and even somewhat lazy, her gaze now carrying a few traces of seriousness. Wang Yilong continued his questioning. "Although you couldn't identify that beast, do you know what technique it used just now?" This time, Wang Yu didn't dare to show off and honestly replied. "Please enlighten me, Brother Yilong." "That technique is called Fire Descent Art." "Fire Descent Art? I remember this is a 6-star fire-type pet skill, one of the top-tier intermediate pet techniques." Wang Yuyu stared blankly at the arena, this thought still echoing in her mind. She knew that even many high-tier pet beasts could only comprehend this fire descent technique, with an extremely low probability. However, the pet beast that had just displayed its aura only possessed 3-star pressure, yet executed the fire descent technique with perfect mastery. This contradictory comparison made her heart race wildly. The more she thought about it, the more incredible it seemed, causing her to suddenly spring up from her seat, gesticulating wildly in a comical and undignified manner. Wang Yilong, sitting beside her, had no time to mock her. He too sensed that the pet beast's aura was at most 3-star level, yet its skill was undoubtedly 6-star grade. If he hadn't witnessed it with his own eyes, he would never have believed such a thing possible. He slightly turned his head, his gaze sweeping across the area where the Chu family from Yun City was seated, then settling on the Dragon Capital Chu family's section. Could the Dragon Capital Chu family be orchestrating something behind the scenes? Wang Yilong fell into deep thought. However, he didn't know that at this very moment, the Dragon Capital Chu family members were equally shocked. "Didn't they say this Yun City branch only sent an ordinary person?" Someone questioned in a low voice. "What part of him seems ordinary to you?" "Instantly defeating a 5th-tier intermediate opponent must have at least 6th-tier intermediate strength." "Good heavens, he's a 6th-tier beast tamer at such a young age?" The dragon capital Chu family and other accompanying family members had all focused their attention on Chu Xiaoxiao and Zhong Lingwei, completely overlooking Chu Bai in their investigations. After all, in Yun City, Chu Bai's reputation as trash stank worse than a rat crossing the street who would waste their time on an ordinary person. On another side, Chu Jingyi had intended to watch coldly from the sidelines, but the red swelling on his forehead constantly reminded him not long ago, when he went to mock the brothers Chu Yi and Chu Mo. Chu Mo had grabbed his head and slammed it against a chair, leaving his temple bloody and bruised. At this moment, all his venomous hatred converged into dark flames, directed entirely at Chu Bai on the arena. Just as Chu Jingyi was grinding his teeth in rage, Chu Bai seemed to sense something and looked up, his gaze sweeping across the spectator stands. Due to spatial displacement, everyone below thought he was staring directly at them. Chu Jingyi met his gaze defiantly, but Chu Bai merely glanced over indifferently before looking away. Before he could react further, a new challenger had already appeared on the arena. More precisely, the opponent had leaped up with a flip, displaying decent agility. However, this fellow, though handsome, was insufferably talkative. From the moment he opened his mouth until now, for a full 2 minutes 120 seconds his lips moved rapidly, delivering threats to Chu Bai at an average rate of 3 words per second. The thing is, when you put in a bit too much, it just looks kind of trashy. Chu Bai didn't interrupt his opponent's lengthy monologue, instead waiting with interest to see if the man's speech could break the 3 words per second limit when his emotions peaked. Unfortunately, his opponent didn't deliver as hoped. Chu Bai, let me tell you something, running into me this round means your lucky streak ends here. The man raised his finger high, his tone passionate. In 5 seconds, no wait. 8 seconds, I'll make you jump off this stage yourself. Chu Bai shrugged, his voice unhurried. I really hate to dampen your enthusiasm, but buddy, I've got to point out it's been 2 minutes since you stepped onto this stage. Actually, to be precise, 2 minutes and 58 seconds. Congratulations, you've unlocked the 3-minute achievement, he added with a cutting smile. Bastard. The man's eyes turned bloodshot as he roared. How dare you underestimate me? As soon as the words left his mouth, 6 summoning portals tore open behind him simultaneously. Massive figures stepped through one by one, and an overwhelming pressure instantly filled the entire arena. Late 6-star fluctuations? Chu Bai raised an eyebrow, so even the talkative ones weren't necessarily weak. He thought to himself, with this level of power, I'll need to take this seriously. Since you're ready, let's begin. As Chu Bai finished speaking, a powerful wolf howl exploded from behind him. Accompanying the howl, a white wolf with an orange mane stepped steadily out of a flame-shaped teleportation array, the beacon flame, Azure Wolf. Chu Bai immediately blessed it with Battle Heart enhancement, letting it charge forward with confidence. Whoosh. Experience from Secret Realm battles kicked in as it deployed Wind Encirclement right from the start. Everyone saw a flash of azure light, and in the next second, a ring of flames suddenly blazed around the wolf's body. Bang! Howl! The fire ring exploded, flames spraying outward like a meteor shower, landing on the other beasts, and instantly transforming into writhing tongues of fire that burned wildly. Frenzied fire lines. Below the stage, Wang Yilong, who had just turned his attention back to the arena, suddenly widened his eyes. The 6-star fire descent technique was already shocking enough, but this wolf could also master the equally 6-star frenzied fire lines. He unconsciously swallowed and muttered under his breath. Can a 3-star beast really do something like this? His professional knowledge told him it was impossible, yet the facts before his eyes shattered that understanding completely. For the first time, he began to doubt the beast tamer knowledge he'd absorbed since childhood. Driven by burning curiosity, he locked his intense gaze on Chu Bai once again. He had to know, what other surprises could this kid pull out? On the arena, after less than 8 seconds of flame burning, the pack of beasts had all collapsed with agonized cries. Boom. The orange-maned white wolf leaped out from the crimson flames, its fur still pristine white, its mane without a single scorch mark. Howlet let out a low growl, standing proudly behind Chu Bai, with its massive wolf head gently nuzzling its master's back, then coldly staring toward the other side of the sea of fire, fierce light gleaming in its eyes. I surrender. I surrender. The opposing beast tamer, locked onto by that deadly gaze, felt his fighting spirit crumble instantly. After shouting twice, he fled from the arena like the wind. He didn't even realize that his speech and movement had both broken through their usual limits, driven by the deep-seated terror of being torn apart. Below the arena, the remaining contestants exchanged glances, their expressions growing heavy. That had been a late 6th-tier beast tamer. While not among the absolute elite, he was certainly no weakling. Yet in Chu Bai's hands, he couldn't even withstand a single move, faring worse than the previous opponent. At least in the last match, Chu Bai had taken action himself. But this time, from start to finish, forget about fighting. He had remained standing in the same spot, without moving a single step. Chu Bai's strength proved far more formidable than most in the arena had anticipated. Arrogant brat who doesn't know his place. A cold rebuke suddenly erupted from the spectator's stands, not particularly loud, yet cutting through the noise like a sharp blade, reaching every corner. Everyone turned toward the source, the seating area occupied by the Long family of Jiang City. Qingyang, don't waste any more time here. Go up there and throw that Chu Bai off the stage. The speaker was an elderly man with graying hair and beard who rose to his feet, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. Yes, sir. Below the arena, Long Qingyang bowed respectfully to the elder, then suddenly launched himself upward like a slingshot, landing silently on the platform. Sorry about this, brother. Long Qingyang was born with a naturally world-weary expression, and even his faint smile carried an inherent arrogance and mockery. I was planning to watch from below a bit longer, but my elder is getting impatient, so I'll have to ask you to step down early. As soon as he finished speaking, 3 summoning light patterns flashed and vanished. A gray python beast, a red-armed fire ape, and a ground flame rat, 3 pet beasts lined up in formation, their overwhelming presence instantly enveloping the arena. Chu Bai's eyes swept over them, his heart trembling slightly. Late 6-star stage. All of them were at the late 6-star stage. Compared to his previous chatty opponent, though both were late 6th-tier beast tamers, Long Qingyang posed a more direct and oppressive threat to Chu Bai. Chu Bai silently assessed. There were roughly 3 methods to advance in cultivation: arduous training, consuming pills, or tempering through bloody battles. The Long Qingyang before him clearly belonged to the 3rd category, while that talkative kid from before was most likely the 1st type. After all, there were still no star power pills on the market that could directly increase a beast tamer's total star power and help them break through. Let's begin. Long Qingyang said no more and attacked directly. Unlike the chaotic rushing of his previous 2 opponents, these 3 pet beasts coordinated with precision, clearly having undergone professional, rigorous training. The red-armed fire ape and ground flame rat charged first. The fire ape thunderously cracked the arena floor, sending stone fragments flying. The ground flame rat streaked like crimson lightning, weaving close to the ground and instantly closing in on Chu Bai and his beacon smoke azure fire wolf, firmly pinning them down. Meanwhile, the most imposing gray python beast coiled at the rear, its scales vibrating as it cast enhancement after enhancement. Speed, strength, defense. Wave after wave of emerald light covered the fire ape and ground flame rat, causing their offensive to surge wildly. The frontline beast suppression created the perfect attack window for Long Qingyang. Many beast tamers' combat skills didn't match their cultivation levels, often relegating themselves to rear support. But the Long family of Jiang City was quite the opposite. They heavily emphasized the beast tamer's own fighting prowess. Sun Wind Dragon Fist. Long Qingyang raised his right fist, star power roaring to life as pale blue light rapidly condensed along his arm. From the elbow down, the light transformed from ethereal to solid, forming a complete energy gauntlet that clung to his skin, its surface bearing cold, lifelike scale patterns that looked remarkably like a true dragon's limb. Roar! The red-armed fire ape bellowed furiously, its muscles instantly swelling as flames erupted around it. Its fists blazed with scorching fire as it launched an even more ferocious and relentless assault toward Chu Bai. At that moment, Long Qingyang charged from behind the creature, pushing off the ground with both legs and leaping swiftly into the air. He pressed his left hand against the red-armed fire ape's head and effortlessly vaulted over it. As the mist strike whistled through the air, he shifted his elbow position mid-flight and roared, "Whoosh Sun Wind Dragon Fist." The attack carried devastating force as it crashed down toward Chu Bai's face. Before the punch could land, Chu Bai seemed to sense the danger in advance. He bent his knees slightly and lowered his center of gravity into his feet. Whoosh! The frost water blade flashed with cold light, sweeping upward in a diagonal strike that precisely caught Long Qingyang's abdomen. A dull thud exploded as Long Qingyang's face stiffened, and his entire body was sent flying several meters before crashing heavily at the edge of the arena. Chu Bai expressionlessly raised his sword to examine if the blade was clean, without a trace of blood. Thank goodness. At the moment of striking, he had suddenly remembered that the frost water blade was double-edged, and either edge would have been enough to tear through Long Qingyang's defenses, causing irreversible damage. So he had adjusted the angle at the last second, ensuring that only a few centimeters of the flat blade surface made contact. Even so, the frost water blade's power had still struck his opponent's body with full force. Uft! The massive shock to his abdomen caused internal injuries, and Long Qingyang felt a mouthful of sweet, metallic blood surge up his throat. But he gritted his teeth and endured, forcing himself to roll over and stand despite the excruciating pain. He raised both fists to guard his chest and resumed his fighting stance. "Continue," he said, his voice cold and stubborn. Hey, Chu Bai frowned. "Is this really necessary? You're just a sacrificial pawn your family sent out to test the waters. Is it worth fighting this desperately?" Before stepping onto the stage, he had noticed a group of clan elders sitting below, shrewd as old demons. Chu Bai didn't believe they would easily send out their real ace before he showed any weaknesses. The answer was obvious. Though Long Qingyang was strong, he wasn't the Long family's strongest competitor, he was just someone sent to clear the path for their true champion. At these words, Long Qingyang's expression shifted slightly, but his face became even more ferocious. Chu Bai had struck his most secret and painful nerve, at least among intermediate beast tamers. He considered himself unmatched, yet his family had never treated him as their real trump card. Being exposed publicly like this made humiliation surge through him instantly. Azure Python Beast, enhance me directly. His furious roar tore through the air. In the next second, violent energy burst from the Azure Python Beast, layer upon layer of enhancement auras stacking around his body. Various colored flames intertwined as if he had donned divine battle armor. His right arm once again transformed into a blue-scaled dragon gauntlet, with scales bristling and radiating chilling menace. A flash of light, the figure vanished. Chu Bai's heart rang with alarm bells. Long Qingyang hadn't disappeared, but had instantly closed the distance. A chill ran down his spine as his danger instincts screamed warnings. He spun around rapidly, only to see Long Qingyang already standing ghost-like behind him, that blue-scaled palm hovering just inches from his neck, just a few centimeters away from touching his throat. Then he gently snapped it. Instinctively, he barely managed to raise the frost water blade in front of his neck to block, but this realization made his heart skip a beat. The panic lasted only an instant. Chu Bai quickly steadied his emotions, touched his toes to the ground, and retreated while holding the frost water blade horizontally across his chest. Clang! The cold gleam actively struck toward Long Qingyang's Sun Wind Dragon Fist. The two forces collided heat-in, producing a dull metallic clang. Chu Bai let out a low shout, his wrist strength exploding as the frost water blade swept upward. Logically, this strike should have been enough to break through defenses and slice off his opponent's wrist in the process. But this time, the blade only sparked against the surface, while the Sun Wind Dragon Fist remained completely unmoved. Long Qingyang didn't even suffer a scratch. The Frostwater Blade could easily cut through even a 6th-tier Beastmaster's star power protection, yet it couldn't harm Long Qingyang. The only explanation was that his opponent's physical defense had already surpassed the 6th-tier realm. Chu Bai's mind raced as his body continued jumping backward, creating a safe distance. His peripheral vision caught the Azure Python Beast lurking in the shadows behind, and he suddenly realized that perhaps it was this pet beast's enhancement that gave Long Qingyang near 7th-tier physical capabilities in such a short time. But nothing was certain yet. In a flash of thought, Chu Bai made a move that no one could understand. After completely opening the distance, he actually jumped off the arena voluntarily. Whoosh! The audience erupted like an exploding pot, with questioning and exclamations rising one after another, while mocking voices of "that's it" filled the air. But Chu Bai simply looked up with a smile, showing no trace of dejection. Hurricane Inferno. Boom. In the center of the arena, fierce winds suddenly rose, carrying blazing flames straight to the ceiling. The venue's temperature instantly climbed from 34°C to 40°C and continued rising. The flames quickly transformed from ordinary red to brilliant orange-red, with rolling heat waves that forced nearby spectators to retreat. The howling wind and roaring fire lasted for over 20 seconds, as if the flames wanted to burn even the air to ash. After more than 20 seconds, at Chu Bai's command, the howling hurricane carried wisps of coolness and forcibly extracted the sea of fire. As the flames dissipated, the charred arena reappeared, one person and 3 pets, all black as charcoal, lying scattered across the ground. This was a Windfire 6-star composite pet technique Hurricane Inferno, whose power far exceeded Fire Descent or Frenzied Fireline. Chu Bai had long commanded the Beacon Smoke Azure Fire Wolf to restrain its power, so Long Qingyang and his pet beasts wouldn't die. He knelt down to check their breathing, confirming their vital signs were stable before letting out a gentle sigh of relief. He certainly didn't want to come to Dragon Capital for cooperation only to offend the Long family of River City. They were not a force to be trifled with. Well done. Chu Bai walked back onto the arena and rubbed the Beacon Smoke Azure Firewolf's head. Though he appeared relaxed on the surface, he was calculating in his mind. Another trump card exposed. According to the original plan, Hurricane Inferno should have been saved for last, to deal with those 6th-tier peak powerhouses. But Long Qingyang, more precisely, the Long family's combat approach was truly troublesome. With the Azure Python Beast enhancement, his physical strength had forcibly approached that of a 7th-tier Beastmaster. One must understand that the gap between 6th and 7th tiers wasn't simply a one-level difference. One remained at the intermediate Beastmaster level, while the other stepped into the advanced threshold, a qualitative difference vast enough to reduce 6th-tier peak masters to cannon fodder. Not everyone possessed a divine weapon like the Frostwater Blade, and not everyone had an early-tier pet beast that had mastered 3 intermediate pet techniques. With the Frostwater Blade unable to seriously wound Long Qingyang, Chu Bai had to reveal another killing move: Tempering Divine Fire Palm or Hurricane Inferno. After brief consideration, he chose the latter for its greater shock value. If he had merely used Tempering Divine Fire Palm to knock his opponent off the stage, someone would soon replace Long Qingyang to continue probing. Rather than being gradually worn down, it was better to settle everything with one decisive move. After the dual impact on both vision and senses, those family signs would surely think twice. If they weren't careful, Long Qingyang's fate could become theirs too. The entire arena erupted in shock. During the first two matches, the audience believed they had a good grasp of Chu Bai's mysterious beast companion. However, in this battle against Long Qingyang, the beacon flame Azure Wolf's performance once again shattered everyone's understanding. The Python Beast's enhancement effects had always been terrifying. According to field reports, it could instantly grant its target the power to transcend an entire minor realm. The red-armed fire ape and earth flame rat were already formidable among mid-tier beasts, and with the Python Beast's blessing, their combat powers surged to high-tier levels. Yet when Chu Bai clashed with Long Qingyang, these two enhanced beasts were forcibly held back by the beacon flame Azure Wolf alone, and, with just one command from Chu Bai, both beasts along with their master Long Qingyang crashed to the ground under a single devastating attack. Astounding. Even the veteran powerhouses seated on the high platform couldn't help but look grave. Hurricane Inferno, was that Hurricane Inferno just now? Good heavens, what's the background of that beast master from the Chu family? Hurricane Inferno was renowned as one of the most powerful mid-tier beast techniques. To possess such a skill would be a dream come true. The beacon flame Azure Wolf wasn't the only creature capable of this technique. Other beasts could master it as well. Therefore, while many spectators didn't recognize the wolf itself, they immediately identified Hurricane Inferno. The older and more experienced the observer, the better they understood its true destructive potential. That was probably weakened by dozens of times. The veterans on the platform unanimously concluded not only because the beacon flame Azure Wolf's own strength was limited, but also because it had clearly held back. Attention everyone. According to the rules, if no one challenges the ring within 30 seconds, Chu Bai will automatically become the final victor of this competition, announced host Xiao Fangyan in a booming voice. After surveying the surroundings, he returned to his seat in the audience. Chu Bai's dominant performance immediately sparked thoughts of retreat among many contestants below. While the ace fighters from various families remained defiant, they were bound by predetermined battle orders. If they challenged prematurely, they would have to remain on the platform until defeated, facing not only Chu Bai, but also challengers from other families. Acting impulsively would only spell disaster. Violating family orders would lead to unimaginable consequences upon their return. Yet at this moment, even sending non-ace members would merely be feeding them to the slaughter. With Chu Bai's one strike, one kill efficiency, there was no hope of wearing him down. Time ticked away second by second. 20 seconds remaining. The final 10 seconds. Damn it, bunch of cowards. With only 8 seconds left on the countdown, someone finally couldn't stand it anymore. A stocky man with a square face suddenly leaped onto the platform. The arena floor, already weakened from the scorching flames and blackened like charcoal, immediately cracked under his landing. Bang! Charred fragments scattered in all directions, and without the confines of the arena, their battlefield had become considerably more spacious. The surrounding contestants' expressions turned grave as they immediately retreated several yards, fearing they might be caught in the aftermath. Kid, you've stood on this stage long enough. Let me send you down. The square-faced man snorted coldly, his foot crushing heavily on fist-sized chunks of charcoal that crackled under his weight, his killing intent almost taking physical form. Chu Bai merely smiled without responding. He could clearly sense his opponent's undisguised aura fluctuation. 6th-tier peak perfection, having remained at this level for many years with profound foundations, showing faint signs of breaking through to the 7th tier. If he truly broke through, he would lose his qualification to compete. If not, his strength posed no fatal threat to Chu Bai. Such a situation couldn't be more perfect. Seeing a new enemy appear, the beacon flame Azure Wolf pushed off with all 4 limbs, crossing several steps to position itself in front of Chu Bai. Rumble. Its orange fur danced wildly like clusters of burning flames. Without waiting for its master's command, it unleashed Hurricane Inferno, instantly filling the entire arena with howling winds mixed with blazing fire. Boom, boom. Several contestants who hadn't yet entered the fray were caught in the fire streams, barely extinguishing flames on their sleeves before fire tongues erupted from their shoulders, leaving them in complete disarray. Within the Azure Wolf's fire control range, only the palm-sized space behind it remained safe enough for Chu Bai. The audience fell silent, with the elderly team leaders from various families wearing grave expressions. This power, without body tempering techniques for protection, even 6th-tier peak masters would struggle to escape unscathed. The murmured discussions were hushed, but couldn't hide the shock. After a long moment, the flames dissipated, leaving an even larger area of ground scorched into a deep black crust. Chu Bai, the square-faced beast tamer, nearly ground his molars to dust, his cold gaze locked deadly onto Chu Bai. Having long been suppressed by more talented peers who monopolized family resources, he had reached his breaking point. Today was meant to be his moment of vindication on the Wang family stage. A chance to earn his elders' respect, possibly the most important turning point of his life, now completely disrupted by Chu Bai's appearance. His entire body was blackened with soot, the flames having destroyed 60% of his clothing, leaving him in utter disgrace. 6 towering beasts formed a protective fan formation before him, having absorbed most of the Hurricane Inferno's impact to shield their master, now covered in wounds with chaotic auras. I want you dead. With a low roar, strange fluctuations suddenly rippled through his body as some star technique was forcibly activated, though showing no external effects, clearly an enhancement-type skill. Chu Bai's brow furrowed with concern as he remained on guard. How? Suddenly, the massive black wolf before the square-faced man showed bloodshot eyes and bared fangs, with continuous low growls emanating from deep within its throat. Then, as if driven mad, it charged recklessly toward Chu Bai. Out of control. In the spectator's stance, Wang Yilong's eyelids lifted slightly, his pupils contracting. He half turned to address the white-haired elder behind him in a low voice. Sixth uncle, if something goes wrong, please help save the Chu family's boy. The elder nodded in acknowledgement, his cloudy eyes suddenly becoming clearer, showing that the situation on the field had piqued his interest. Receiving this affirmative response, Wang Yilong felt relieved and turned his attention back to the arena. It had been a long time since he'd witnessed a pet beast losing control. Theoretically, star beasts were bound tightly by contractual power after forming bonds and would never defy their beast tamers. However, there was one exception: star beasts with primarily abyssal bloodlines. These star beasts were naturally bloodthirsty and cruel. Even with contracts binding them, their bestial nature remained difficult to erase. Once their bloodlust erupted, they became extremely volatile and frenzied, even turning on their masters. Even if the contractual backlash left them wishing for death, they would still seek mutual destruction with their beast tamers. To any beast tamer, they were nothing short of complete lunatics. Wang Yilong hadn't expected that among these young people, someone had actually contracted an abyssal bloodline demon type, Star Beasta Nightmare Wolf. When he realized the identity of that massive black shadow, he could only watch silently. This thing was a truly vicious creature. At the center of the arena, Chu Bai was equally startled by the Nightmare Wolf's sudden assault. The black wolf was twice the size of his own beacon flame wolf, forcing the latter to roar continuously. Through their contract, Chu Bai could clearly sense the fear deep within the flame wolf's bones. This was a dual suppression of bloodline and species. You can step back now. Chu Bai chuckled softly, his tone carrying no blame whatsoever. The flame wolf looked back at its master with unwillingness in its eyes, but still turned and retreated behind Chu Bai. As a contracted pet beast, it had complete confidence in its beast tamer's abilities. Chu Bai's eyes locked firmly onto the roaring nightmare wolf charging toward him. The howling wind lifted the corners of his clothes, and dancing flames appeared in his palm for the first time. Yet he remained motionless like a statue, neither dodging nor attacking. Many spectators showed mocking expressions. How presumptuous! Did he dare to face a berserk nightmare wolf heathen? The nightmare wolf roared as it lunged at Chu Bai, its gaping maw nearly touching his face. In that split second, Chu Bai raised his hand. Crack! Flames exploded. No one had expected that it wasn't Chu Bai who would be sent flying, but the nightmare wolf. The moment Chu Bai's strike sent the massive nightmare wolf flying. Its enormous body was engulfed in blazing fire and hurled violently toward the spectator stands. Just then, another muffled thud echoed from midair as the Wang family's pre-installed stellar force defense system took effect. The nightmare wolf crashed into an invisible barrier, bouncing back onto the arena floor. The massive beast tumbled and slammed down, blasting a huge crater in the ground. Dust swirled everywhere as it convulsed. Its limbs twitching. Whether it was alive or dead remained unclear. The training ground fell into dead silence, as if even the wind had been sucked away. After more than 10 seconds, someone finally managed to swallow hard, and heavy breathing could be heard throughout the crowd. Could a low-tier beast tamer really send a berserk nightmare wolf flying through the air? The square-faced contestant's eyes went blank, his knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Behind him, his companion beasts bristled with fear, sensing their master's terror. Dark vortexes immediately opened behind each creature as they were hastily recalled to their summoning space. The nightmare wolf in the crater was similarly swallowed by a vortex, proving it was still alive, though Chu Bai's single strike would likely leave it dazed for quite some time. The square-faced man staggered back to the spectator seats. True, he still had other beasts and was technically still qualified to compete, but he knew better than anyone against such an opponent. He didn't stand a chance. Who's next? Chu Bai scratched his head, his tone as casual as if he were asking what to have for lunch. He had no idea what kind of shadow his effortless strike had cast over everyone's hearts. The other contestants shuddered the moment their eyes met his. Are you kidding me? How on earth do you fight someone like that without losing? At this moment, the word victory had completely vanished from their minds. The little kid does have some real skill. The elderly man behind Wang Yilong made this quiet assessment, His slightly widened eyes locked firmly on the scene. The image of Chu Bai slapping the berserk demon nightmare wolf away with a single palm strike kept replaying in his mind. Sixth uncle, what are your thoughts? Wang Yilong suppressed the shock in his chest, but his voice still betrayed his astonishment. Earlier, Chu Bai hadn't used any star techniques, deliberately concealing his aura. But when that star technique erupted, his true realm was instantly exposed. Everyone present sensed it. This young man before them was merely at the middle stage of the third tier. A third-tier mid-listage beast tamer had forcibly shocked a group of late sixth-tier, even six-star grand perfection peers into stunned silence. What kind of concept was this? Unheard of, unprecedented, and likely never to be repeated. Before Chu Bai unleashed the soul-tempering fire palm, many had secretly scorned him, assuming he was just blessed with good fortune and had contracted a powerful beast. But who could have imagined that single slap not only sent the rampaging demon nightmare wolf flying, but also awakened all the sour grapes in the crowd? The strong are strong for a reason, while contracted beasts are certainly important. Attributing all success to the beast alone only reveals narrow-mindedness. The elderly man, sixth uncle of the Wang family, kept his gaze fixed on Chu Bai for a long while, his voice low and steady. He hasn't practiced any body-tempering star techniques. His physical form shows no traces of being refined by star power. That palm strike just now relied almost purely on the star technique's inherent power. His own physical constitution is negligible. Do you understand what this means? His half-smiling gaze fell upon Wang Yilong, though he didn't elaborate further. From Wang Yilong's rigid posture alone, sixth uncle knew this family heir had grasped the most significant implication of his words. Wang Yilong stared fixedly at Chu Bai, his eyes seeming ready to burst from their sockets, the shock in his chest refusing to subside. What did it mean? It meant that the terrifying power just displayed was merely the raw, original force of Chu Bai's mysterious star technique. In a normal beast tamer's growth journey, there are 3 types of star techniques that are virtually essential to learn. 4 family scions with deep foundations. Their clans can provide abundant rare secret manuals. This is the true source of their superiority over ordinary beast tamers. While others can earn wealth, many century-old unique star technique manuscripts are priceless and unmarketable. Who would easily leak ancestral treasures passed down through generations? Star techniques are broadly divided into 3 categories. 1. Body tempering star techniques. 2. Spirit strengthening star techniques. 3. Ordinary star techniques. Ordinary star techniques need no elaboration. Offense, enhancement, healing. Their effects are immediate upon use. Body tempering and spirit strengthening techniques are more specialized, requiring day-after-day cultivation and accumulation, gradually transforming the beast tamer themselves. Body tempering star techniques, as the name suggests, strengthen the physical body and directly enhance the techniques themselves. Close combat attacks become more ferocious, various defenses harder to breach. As for the differences brought by various body tempering star techniques, the variations are complex and difficult to fully explain in just a few words. As for spirit enhancement star techniques, their sole purpose is to expand and strengthen a beast tamer's spiritual sea, giving them the chance to contract with more magical beasts. For any beast tamer, these are treasures beyond their wildest dreams. However, compared to other star techniques, spirit enhancement star techniques are so rare they might as well exist in another dimension. Across the entire nation, 60% of known spirit enhancement star techniques are publicly available, with their manuals kept by universities, police forces, military organizations, and various specialized professional groups composed of beast tamers. Through these channels, even beast tamers from ordinary backgrounds have opportunities to access spirit enhancement star techniques. Yet this 60% amounts to fewer than 20 different types. 20. While the number might not sound small, remember this represents all the spirit enhancement star techniques publicly disclosed at the national level. Moreover, no matter how gifted a beast tamer might be, they cannot possibly be suited to cultivate every type of star technique in existence. In other words, only those with the right affinity can master these 20 techniques. Though this sounds mystical, the truth is that star techniques must align perfectly with a beast tamer's constitution, talent, and countless other unknown factors to be successfully learned. Without sufficient compatibility, even the highest talent proves useless. Thus, this world is filled with countless geniuses unable to cultivate spirit enhancement star techniques, ultimately limited by their spiritual sea capacity and gradually forced to relinquish their genius status. A famous figure once lamented, "If only there were more types of spirit enhancement star techniques, perhaps these geniuses could have preserved their rightful glory." Unfortunately, life offers no what-ifs. But back to the matter at hand. That Chu family boy, at merely the 3rd tier, sent a berserk 6th tier peak nightmare wolf flying with his bare hands. And this was without cultivating any body-strengthening star techniques. In other words, he relied solely on ordinary star techniques, yet unleashed such terrifying power. What would happen if he also cultivated body-strengthening techniques? Just thinking about it made Wang Yilong's throat go dry. What kind of family is the Chu family of Yun City? He wondered fearfully. Not only had this family produced the two youngest ninth-tier beast tamers in all of China, but now they'd revealed such a monster. Yilong, let's give this cooperation opportunity to the Chu family of Yun City, the Wang family's sixth uncle said quietly, his tone calm, yet carrying an undeniable command. Yes, understood. Wang Yilong obediently replied, his gaze sweeping across the arena before hesitating. But sixth uncle, the final results of the competition aren't out yet. If we predetermine our cooperation partner, won't that? He wasn't concerned about the other families. The Wang family's strength feared no one. His real worry was that since the Wang family had initiated this sparring competition, failing to honor their agreement might invite criticism. Results. The Wang family's sixth uncle chuckled dismissively, his eyes remaining fixed on Chu Bai. They'll be out soon enough. Oh, Wang Yilong nodded again. Since sixth uncle had made his decision, he naturally wouldn't oppose it. Besides, securing an early alliance with the Chu family of Yun City, which had consecutively produced 3 world-shaking prodigies, was clearly the Wang family's wisest choice. He could see this crystal clear. On the arena. Are you going to challenge me or not? This was the third time Chu Bai had asked the question. The arena, once tense with anticipation, had fallen into dead silence. The previously arrogant scions of the great families now hung their heads like elementary school students called out by their teacher, none daring to look up. The Yin family of Longjing concedes and withdraws from the competition. From the audience seats, an elderly man in a dark gray tang suit stood up, his voice as steady as if he were announcing the weather. Though his expression remained calm, he knew this decision might slow the family's long-term plans, but it would spare their young members from a brutal beating. Fists and feet showed no mercy, and that boy Chu Bai clearly had more tricks up his sleeve. If he couldn't hold back, losing even 1 or 2 of these future pillars would be an unbearable loss for the family. Hearing their elders speak, several young Yin family members in the contestants' area nearly jumped out of their skin with relief, rushing to the old man's side to escape the ticking time bomb that was Chu Bai. Conceding defeat, like a cold, was contagious. Before the Yin family's words had fully settled, an elder from Longjing's Chu family also stood up. We concede. The Yunshi Chu family was merely their branch. There was no need for family members to fight each other to the death. Moreover, he understood these so-called geniuses on stage well enough to know that none could defeat Chu Bai. Rather than suffer humiliation, it was better to exit gracefully. The most conflicted in the entire venue was the Zhu family from Yunshi. Through their partnership with the Wei family of Weiqing, they had finally managed to be selected by the Wang family as one of 5 potential partners, but that was only in Yunshi. Here in Longjing, they remained as insignificant as ants. Zhu Qianhua had been bustling about since entering the venue, dragging his family's younger generation to ingratiate themselves with the major families, especially the 2 from Longjing. Unfortunately, they couldn't even be bothered to give them a proper look. The Zhu family from Yunshi? Never heard of them. Truth be told, the aristocratic family's initial interest in Zhu Qianhua had been entirely due to Chu Bai. That battle, where the Azure Fire Wolf had defeated Long Qingyang in a single strike, had truly made all the families take notice of Chu Bai. Since Zhu Qianhua also came from Yunshi, people had shown some interest. However, the Zhu family had no real achievements to show, and the more they learned, the less interested they became, until Zhu Qianhua was once again relegated to being an ignored buffoon. Now, as families withdrew one after another, the very person they feared most was Chu Bai, whom they had once dismissed. Zhu Qianhua harbored deep resentment. If Zhu Hui were still alive, it would be Zhu Hui standing on that stage, not Chu Bai. What right did a mere branch family member of the Chu clan, once called worthless, have to swagger before so many powerful figures? However, Zhu Qianhua wasn't without brains. He suppressed his anger, stood up representing the Zhu family, and announced calmly, the Zhu family of Yunshi concedes and withdraws from the competition. He secretly swore that this debt would be settled with Chu Bai sooner or later. But for now, the Zhu family's young members were clearly no match for Chu by having already lost Zhu Hui. The family couldn't afford to lose any more of their talented youth. Rarely had Zhu Qianhua's mind been so clear. He quickly weighed the pros and cons, knowing that staying put was the wisest strategy at this moment. But the young members of the Zhu family clearly had no intention of following his lead. At first, they had indeed scared Chu Bai out of his wits. But the oath Zhu Qianhua had instilled in the entire team before their departure that morning still thundered in their ears. Avenge Zhu Hui. Leave Chu Bai on that arena forever. Secure the partnership with the Wang family, and let the Zhu name resound among every top-tier family in the country. But what about now? Not a single member of the Zhu family had entered the battle. Rather than surrender like this, it would have been better never to have come at all. The Zhu family doesn't raise cowards, and has no cowards. Boom. With this thought, several young men almost simultaneously gritted their teeth and rushed toward Chu Bai. Chu Bai, we represent the Zhu family in battle against you. Zhu Fanru shouted with bloodshot eyes, her voice filled with hatred. Chu Bai blinked, responding with a half-smile. Very well, I accept. In the stands, Zhu Qianhua suddenly rose to his feet, his voice like thunder. The Zhu family has finally made their move. Zhu Fanru, are you defying orders? Zhu Fanru bit her red lips lightly and said in a deep voice, Uncle, Xiao Hui's death has always been a source of pain for both of us. We've waited so long for today, must we wait even longer? Today, we few will avenge Xiao Hui. The words avenge Xiao Hui struck Zhu Qianhua's heart like heavy stones, making his breathing instantly labored. Yes, Xiao Hui's death, this revenge must indeed be taken. But not now. You are all outstanding rising stars of the Zhu family, but you're no match for him. You will lose your lives. Zhu Qianhua gritted his teeth, trying to call them back, but the words caught in his throat. He seemed to see Zhu Hui's birth, the child's first call of daddy, his growth, and then witnessed his death with his own eyes. How panicked, how terrified, how helpless that child must have been when he died. Zhu Qianhua's shoulders trembled slightly. At this moment, the three Zhu family contestants had already formed their battle line before Chu Bai. Their numbers were their greatest advantage. Chu Bai, you will pay for what you've done. Zhu Fanru growled, releasing her spirit beast along with her companions. In the blink of an eye, 10 spirit beasts spread out in formation, each more imposing than the last, with tiger roars and dragon cries echoing endlessly across the arena. Chu Bai didn't even raise an eyebrow. I've already dealt with those at the 6th tier grand perfection level before. These, though numerous, are the weakest batch I've encountered today. He nodded lazily. That's right, everyone's actions have consequences. Zhu Hui has already borne his own consequences, and mine will be the same. He paused, his gaze sharp as a blade. However, I won't die. Because you simply don't possess such capability. Arrogant. I'll kill you. Enough talk. All three Zhu family members roared in unison. 10 spirit beasts instantly launched a fierce offensive, roaring as they pounced toward Chu Bai. Chu Bai clicked his tongue. Since you're all so enthusiastic, let me show you something interesting. Before his words had finished, he raised the frost water blade and charged boldly into the beast pack like a wolf among sheep, sweeping and slashing with attacks like raging thunder. Every spirit beast that dared approach was viciously sent flying by him. Blade-like crisscrossed, blood sprayed everywhere, and the scene was so intense it made people catch their breath. Rumble. Suddenly the ground rose up, with rock spikes jutting out from the earth. That was the 6-star rock rhino's skillless 6-star Earth-type pet technique, called rock spike thrust. The ground rumbled and exploded as dark brown stone pillars wrapped in Earth-type stellar power burst forth from the earth, shooting skyward like barbs. The pet beasts that had been surrounding him instinctively sensed danger and scattered in all directions. Chu Bai, caught in the center, barely had time to defend himself and nearly got impaled by one of the rock spikes. These spikes weren't just made of dirt and stone, they were condensed from pure Earth-type stellar power, making them harder and sharper than ordinary weapons, easily capable of tearing apart pet beasts, let alone humans. You're the one. Chu Bai's lips curved into a smile after seeing this move. While the scattered pet beasts hadn't yet regrouped, he nimbly weaved between the jagged rock spikes, dodging debris and dust as he charged straight at the rock rhino. Roar! The rock rhino's eyes blazed crimson as its massive body charged forward. The horn atop its head flashed with cold light, its tremendous force aimed directly at Chu Bai's chest. Chu Bai raised his 3-star frost water blade to block the sword edge clashed with the horn, producing a metallic clang. The recoil force caused the rhino's massive head to deflect, exposing a fatal opening at its neck. The opportunity lasted only an instant. Chu Bai moved with crisp efficiency, his frost water blade flashing as it pierced into the rock rhino's thick neck. His other hand flipped over, flames dancing in his palm as he pressed it against the sword hilt. Bang! Fierce flames erupted explosively. The frost water blade was instantly engulfed in crimson fire, its tip carrying scorching stellar power deep into flesh, severing the major artery. The delicate sensation of cutting through blood vessels transmitted through the sword. The 3-star frost water blade alone could never have seriously wounded a 6th-tier pet beast, but with the divine fire palm's enhancement, anything became possible. Boom. Seconds later, the firelight faded and scorched earth churned. The 6-star rock rhino crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact, completely drained of strength. Beacon smoke azure fire wolf. Chu Bai shouted. Huosha blue-winged figure leaped over his head and landed, its massive wolf form blocking in front of its master. The next moment, hurricane flame prison swept across everything with overwhelming force, this time holding nothing back. Though not the complete version, it was already the strongest attack within his current controllable range. No. In the spectator stands, Zhu Qianhua's eyes nearly burst from their sockets as he stepped on chairs and rushed toward the arena like a madman. But the real attack was completed in an instant, with torrents of flames sweeping over everything. Before he could reach the arena, Wang Yilong blocked his path. Does the Zhu family intend to break the rules? Wang Yilong said coldly, his gaze indifferent. Those are all of our Zhu family's young talents. Zhu Qianhua roared, grabbing Wang Yilong's sleeve and pulling desperately. They brought this upon themselves. Wang Yilong shook off his hand, his voice ice cold. If you charge up there now, I guarantee it won't just be those on the field. He leaned close to Zhu Qianhua's ear and whispered, by tomorrow, there will be no Zhu family. Zhu Qianhua trembled all over, finally remembering Wang Yilong's identity as fear spread through him like a cold tide. In the arena, the sea of fire gradually subsided. After the flames died down, aside from Chu Bai and the beacon smoke azure fire wolf, there were no other signs of life. Everything, whether living or inanimate, had been burned to ash and carried skyward by billowing smoke. Thud. Zhu Qianhua collapsed in despair at the edge of the spectator stands. Gone, everything was gone. The Zhu family's future had been destroyed by his own hands. Why didn't he stop it just now? He hated himself, but at this moment, he hated Chu Bai even more. Zhu Qianhua hung his head low, yet his peripheral vision remained locked on Chu Bai standing in the arena. In those eyes, despair and madness intertwined as bloodshot veins rapidly spread along the edges of his eyeballs. Within mere breaths, he suddenly straightened up, as if some invisible string had snapped silently, only to be pieced back together in the next instant. He settled back into his seat and scanned his surroundings. Every gaze around him, whether from the elders or younger members of the various families, showed nothing but uniform coldness and disdain, without a trace of pity. It doesn't matter. Zhu Qianhua roared inwardly, forcibly steadying his rapid breathing. These people, these looks, I'll remember them all. Once I kill Chu Bai, I'll deal with you one by one. He still had half a lifetime to spare, countless opportunities to turn the tables. At this moment, he was immersed in his own obsession and vengeful fantasies, never realizing that Chu Bai had caught every subtle expression with crystal clarity. Chu Bai thought coldly, Zhu Qianhua's gone mad. If no one challenges, Xiao Fangyan rose from the audience, announcing loudly, then the ultimate victor of this sparring competition is Chu Bai. Halfway through his words, he deliberately paused, leaving room for any potential dark horse to emerge. He was still hoping for someone like in movies to jump out a stronger opponent who would battle Chu Bai for 3 days and nights. After all, true life-and-death duels between beast tamers were rare, and opportunities to witness them firsthand were even rarer. Unfortunately, all the 6th-tier beast tamers present, including those who hadn't dared to step into the arena, had already been thoroughly intimidated by Chu Bai. Combined with their family's unwillingness to take risks or offend Chu Bai, and the Chu Yi and Chu Mo behind him, no one responded. Seeing Zhu Qianhua's miserable fate, they found some balance for the bitterness in their hearts. If the collaboration fell through, so be it. The Wang family was in Dragon Capital, and this wasn't the only project available. They could discuss it later. With the championship decided, Chu Bai walked toward the audience. Brother. Chu Yi and Chu Mo rose to greet him. Chu Mo raised his hand to ruffle Chu Bai's hair, generous with his praise. Beautifully done. The Chu family produces no weaklings, Chu Yi said calmly, though his gaze carried a subtle threat as it shot directly toward where the main Chu family branch was seated. The elderly leader who met his stare felt his heart skip a beat and quickly agreed. Exactly. The Chu family will never produce weaklings. Chu Yi sneered without reply. This statement wasn't just for the elder, it was a warning to those restless young Chu family members. Don't provoke Chu Bai, or even if you're from the main branch, he'd strike without hesitation. That was just who Chu Yi was. Chu Bai chatted and laughed with his 2 brothers, while politely responding to the concerns extended by other families. As for how much sincerity lay behind those words, he couldn't be bothered to investigate. It was just social courtesy. Who could be more fake than whom? Mid-conversation, he suddenly felt a soft impact against his back, causing his body to lean slightly forward. Then, a familiar gentle fragrance quietly drifted past, smoothing away all traces of the earlier killing intent and bloodlust. He looked down and tenderly squeezed the soft, warm little hands that had wrapped around his waist. What's wrong? I'm worried about you. I'm fine, it's all over now. I'm still worried. I'll be okay, don't worry. Under Chu Bai's gentle reassurance, Zhong Linghua finally loosened her arms that had been tightly wrapped around his waist, but immediately leaned closer to his side, pulling his arm into her embrace. No matter what else he said, she would only nod softly, yet refuse to let go, as if only the warmth from his palm could truly put her at ease. Congratulations to all of you. The crowd parted as Wang Yilong, dressed in a well-tailored suit, approached Chu Bai with the Wang family members, his congratulatory words crisp and direct. You're too kind, young Master Wang. Chu Bai responded politely, his voice steady and neither humble nor arrogant, showing no signs of flattery or deliberate distance. A sharp glint flashed in Wang Yilong's eyes as he smiled. I'd like to invite the 3 of you to our residence to discuss the details of our cooperation, and also help Brother Chu Bai select a suitable star beast cub for contracting. This competition had indeed been strange except for the first-place winner. All other contestants had chosen to forfeit. The Wang family had originally promised that the top 3 could each receive an excellent star beast cub, but now they only needed to prepare one, saving themselves considerable trouble. Chu Bai rubbed his stomach and spoke weakly. Can we eat first? Eat? Of course. Wang Yilong was momentarily stunned, then turned to instruct a row of stewards behind him. Go reserve a table at Supreme Dragon Feast, as quickly as possible. Understood. One steward accepted the order and jogged away. Unable to refuse such hospitality, Chu Bai had no choice but to decline, so the group of 5 eventually got into the Wang family's luxury car. Supreme Dragon Feast, the name itself was imposing, and this building with its artistic lines maximized both luxury and grandeur. Even on a national scale, this restaurant's caliber would be hard to match. Even without any star rating signs, every detail alone was enough to crush the reputation of star-rated hotels. However, Chu Bai still harbored doubts. Would a restaurant of this caliber really accept last-minute reservations? In his understanding, any decent restaurant had daily bookings packed solid, some even booked up to 6 months in advance. Even facing the Wang family, securing a last-minute reservation at such a reputation-conscious establishment wouldn't be simple. He didn't voice his doubts since Wang Yilong dared to suggest it. He naturally had a way to make it happen. As for what the other party paid privately, or what compromises were made, those weren't things Chu Bai needed to consider. The car sped along, and soon stopped smoothly at the restaurant entrance. Through the car window, Chu Bai saw the parking area filled with luxury cars of various colors, each worth at least 5 million, with 10 million level supercars being commonplace, making him secretly amazed. Everyone please. The driver parked the car, quickly got out to open the rear door, and respectfully invited Chu Bai and Zhong Lingyue to exit first. Whether it was intentional or not, when boarding the cars, Wang Yilong and 6th Uncle Wang shared one vehicle, 3 other accompanying members squeezed into another car, while Chu Bai and Zhong Lingyue had the third car to themselves. Throughout the journey, Zhong Lingyue remained silent, quietly holding onto Chu Bai's arm and nestling beside him. The sudden intimate contact made Chu Bai feel somewhat uncomfortable. Only soft lighting illuminated the car interior, and Zhong Lingyue's hair occasionally brushed against his shoulder, adding an inexplicable hint of ambiguity to the air. Fortunately, this awkward silence didn't last long. The driver quickly opened the car door, letting in the cool night breeze, and the two finally felt liberated as they stepped out hand in hand. This way, please. The driver politely bowed and gestured for them to follow. The restaurant they were heading to wasn't far away. To arrange subsequent matters, Wang Yilong's car had arrived about 20 minutes earlier than the others. The driver, now leading them, was responsible for reception. The 5 of them walked through the brilliantly lit lobby. The exterior walls were adorned with abstract metal sculptures that exuded artistic flair, while the interior was a complete commercial showcase. Crystal chandeliers, gold-plated trim interwoven with marble, luxurious to the point of being almost ostentatious. Chu Bai thought to himself that conducting business in such a place would probably guarantee a much higher success rate. The elevator went straight to the top floor, where the driver led them into the highest-grade private dining room of Supreme Dragon Banquet. The moment the door opened, they were greeted by an imposing sight. Ornate golden-carved screens, gilded sandalwood tables and chairs, and floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking half the city's lights. The Wang family style is way too flashy, Chu Bai whispered to Chui. This comment referred not only to today's extravagant setup, but also to the ridiculously luxurious venue, hotel, stellar defense barriers, and top-tier host from the previous sparring competition. This is just the tip of the iceberg. Most of the Wang family's businesses are rooted in the secular world, and this restaurant established a strategic partnership with the Wang family 2 years ago, Chu Yi explained in a low voice. Wang Yilong could probably get the bill for this meal waived with just a word, Chu Mo added, deliberately not lowering his voice. The driver ahead heard every word clearly, stumbled, and nearly fell forward, then quickly steadied himself and pretended nothing had happened as he continued leading the way. 2 minutes later, everyone stopped in front of an ornately carved door. The driver opened it and respectfully stepped aside, saying, "Please." Inside the private room, Wang Yilong was urging the waitstaff to set the tableware. Cold dishes were already arranged abundantly, and several bottles of premium red wine were decanting nearby. "Now that you're here, don't be shy, sit down. Let's eat and chat," he said with a smile as he approached them. Everyone took their seats, all wearing gentle smiles except for Chu Mo. In fact, Chu Mo wore that expressionless face most of the time, only occasionally showing emotion when around Chu Bai. "This food tastes pretty good," Chu Bai said straightforwardly, picking up his chopsticks and digging in after fighting all morning. This was the moment he'd been waiting for. Wang family's 6th uncle watched him and asked with a smile, "Delicious, isn't it?" Chu Bai responded vaguely. "This plate of cold dishes costs around 2,000. For an appetizer, the flavor is quite acceptable," 6th uncle casually added. Chu Bai froze mid-chew, the soft, smooth ingredients in his mouth suddenly seeming to turn hard. Though the taste remained delicious, he just didn't know whether he should continue chewing. He had the distinct feeling that if he bit down, it would hurt his teeth. Uncle Wang remained unmoved, though if one looked closely, a subtle smile was slowly curving at the corners of his mouth. In the softly lit hall, He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, as if enjoying a one-man show. It had been years since any junior had dared to eat so casually in his presence. Chu Bai was the first. Uncle Wang had no intention of scolding him. He was simply in the mood for a little prank. The result of that prank was now before him. Chu Bai was clearly much more well-behaved, and he was secretly delighted. Yes, quite effective. Brother Chu, let's discuss our collaboration. Wang Yilong approached with his wine glass, took a seat beside Chu, and poured him a drink. In fact, he had already discussed this once with Uncle Jiansheng, but since Chu hadn't been present then, he now went over the agreed details again. The government is currently investing heavily in Yun City's development. In the coming years, this place will only continue to rise in social status and commercial value. Many businessmen have their eyes on this big prize, and the Wang family is no exception. The difference is, we don't plan to force our way in. Instead, we want to find a strategic partner in Yun City. Simply put, the Wang family wanted to harvest their own profits while creating win-win opportunities for their partners. In recent years, the Wang family's business had grown tremendously, but their foundation remained in the craft of beast training. Currently, their beast cultivation industry was only established in a few major cities. They had never ventured into rapidly developing cities like Yun City. So I'd like to leverage the Chu family's reputation in Yun City to help us quickly break into the market. He pulled out a contract from his briefcase and pushed it toward Chu. As you can see, beyond regular cooperation, we guarantee to provide the Yun City branch of the Chu family with the greatest discounts in beast cultivation. Chu Bai slowed his chewing, his chopsticks suspended in midair. His gaze remained fixed on the dishes, but his ears were closely following Wang Yilong's words. The verbal explanation was clear enough, didn't need to read the contract to understand the gist. He had to admit, the Wang family was indeed clever. In recent years, many outside merchants had set their sights on Yun City, but most adopted aggressive stances. The Wang family chose the path of harmony. We don't need any of Yun City's businesses to fail. We want fair cooperation and a mutually beneficial future. With the Wang family's resources, they could certainly force their way in, but the cost would be significant. If Chu Bai hadn't made enemies with the Zhu family, the Wang family would face at least 4, possibly more, local powers united against them. Even with the Wang family's reputation, it would be like an international brand suddenly announcing plans to open physical stores in backward rural towns. The biggest initial obstacle would be credibility. Even if they overcame that hurdle, would the Wang family, struggling to establish a foothold, really have the energy to deal with Yun City's numerous business elites? Unlikely. Not to mention that many merchants had powerful backers. To build a big business, one couldn't make too many enemies, so the Wang family ultimately settled on a harmony above all strategy. I might need quite a lot of beast cultivation materials in the future. Chu Bai tapped the table, pondering for a moment. I hope the discount terms include this part as well. Within reasonable limits. Would that be acceptable? Chu immediately followed up. Wang Yilong was momentarily stunned, then nodded. No problem. If you plan to cultivate beasts, just contact our trainers directly. Theory, all professionals. Professionals? Chu Bai smiled noncommittally. The Supreme Dragon Banquet's stellar reputation in Longjing was absolutely well-deserved. Crystal chandeliers cascaded from the ceiling like waterfalls, illuminating the entire hall with brilliant light. The roasted suckling pig gleamed with golden-red crispy skin, sashimi was artfully arranged into blooming flowers, and even the most ordinary plate of vegetables was carved into delicate jade sculptures. As the visual spectacle concluded, a symphony of flavors followed: spicy, sweet and sour, and fresh tastes took turns tantalizing the palate. Chinese cuisine, Western dishes, and regional specialties were all prepared with authentic precision and exquisite refinement. With each bite Chu Bai took, his eyebrows unconsciously lifted, clearly savoring every moment with complete satisfaction. That evening, after finishing their business discussions and finalizing contracts, everyone stepped outside at 22:30. The night breeze carried hints of cooking oil and early summer warmth. The Wang family's driver had already parked the business van at the entrance, its headlights casting a long beam of light across the steps. The driver safely escorted everyone back to the hotel. The competition had ended too abruptly for the hotel to resume normal operations. Only one lamp was lit at the front desk, and the corridors stood empty. With other contestants having canceled their reservations, only Chu Bai's group of 5 remained as guests in the entire building, making the vast space feel even more desolate. The next morning, as dawn barely broke, Chu Bai opened his eyes. He knew that Wang Yilong's arranged car would arrive early to take him to the Wang family's star beast breeding facility in Longjing to select a companion beast. Chu Bai, the car's downstairs. The door burst open as Chu poked his head in. His hair was disheveled as if he'd been electrocuted, and he was still smoothing out his wrinkled pajamas while jogging, clearly having just received the notification himself. Chu Bai wasn't in much better shape. He had just sat up in bed and grabbed the black tank top from his nightstand, emblazoned with unrestrained on the front and wild on the back, hardly looking like respectable attire. I'll be right down. With those words, he rushed into the bathroom for the quickest possible wash-up. The cold water completely banished his drowsiness. He hastily dried his face, buttoned his tank top, and jogged out the door. The elevator was unoccupied, allowing him to shoot straight down to the ground floor. In less than 3 minutes, he stood at the hotel entrance, his breath still carrying traces of lingering moisture. "Young Master Bai, please get in the car." The driver quickly stepped out to open the door for him, his demeanor impeccably respectful without a hint of negligence. "I'm terribly sorry to keep you waiting." Chu Bai adjusted his tank top, looking somewhat embarrassed. "Haha, no problem at alley, just arrived myself." The driver smiled politely, then confirmed the itinerary. "Shall we head to the Star Beast breeding facility now?" "Sounds good." Chu Bai settled into his seat as the car smoothly pulled away. The Wang family's Longjing Star Beast breeding facility was located in the suburbs. This wasn't due to lack of funds, but because the dangerous nature of star beasts made urban construction impossible. Even the most basic star beast, if it escaped, could cause riots and casualties in busy districts. Despite the Wang family's top-tier security measures, they still couldn't obtain permits for city center locations and had to settle for purchasing land far from residential areas. The facility resembled a large factory with semi-military internal management. Since the Wang family already operated multiple retail stores in the city center, including Star Beast shopping centers, they never brought customers to visit the facility anyway, making the remote location irrelevant to business. This driver was a new face at least one Chu Bai hadn't seen yesterday. As it happened, both he and Chu Bai were rather reserved by nature, neither inclined to initiate conversation, and even when they occasionally found something to talk about, the exchange would quickly fizzle out. Throughout the journey, only the low hum of the air conditioning and intermittent honking from outside filled the car. The convoy crawled beneath overpasses, and the occasional sharp braking caused both men to lurch forward and back in unison, yet still neither spoke. Boredom, stifling heat, and traffic jams stretched time to its limits. When their vehicle passed the final checkpoint, an expansive horizon suddenly opened before them. Chu Bai finally caught sight of the Wang family Dragon Capital Star Beast training facility in its entirety, more magnificent than any ordinary factory, sprawling across vast grounds. The main building's metal exterior walls reflected blinding white light like a solid sheet of steel under the midday sun, towering 2 or 3 stories above the surrounding warehouses. Beyond that, there were no additional decorations or signage, making it difficult to distinguish from other heavy industrial facilities based on appearance alone. Since Wang Yilong had arranged this entire trip, he was already waiting at the main entrance when Chu Bai stepped out of the car. The heavy electric gate slowly slid upward, its metal railings catching the light like silver threads. "Xiao Bai, you finally made it." Wang Yilong approached with a smile, naturally placing a hand on Chu Bai's shoulder as he welcomed him into the entrance hall. Chu Bai nodded back with a smile, though strange ripples stirred in his heart. Back when Beacon Cyan Flame Wolf was still an albino Cyan Wind Wolf, he had named it Xiao Bai because of its snow-white fur. But as time passed, friends, family, and even strangers had grown accustomed to calling him by that same nickname. A beast and its tamer sharing the same name? It felt awkward. So he had only let the wolf use that name for a few days, and had never formally renamed Beacon Cyan Flame Wolf, since Beacon Cyan Flame Wolf was, after all, just a species designation. Since Xiao Bai wouldn't work, he'd call it Little Wolf instead, especially since he had no plans to contract another wolf-type beast anytime soon. The two men proceeded down a spacious corridor, overhead light guides casting shadowless, uniform white illumination. As they walked, Wang Yilong provided a tour. The facility was divided into reception areas, training zones, medical quarters, living spaces, and experimental sections. Chu Bai listened absent-mindedly, catching only scattered key phrases, but one statement truly opened his eyes. Most of the creatures receiving training here aren't actually contracted beasts, but uncontracted star beasts. Star beasts? They could follow commands without forming contracts with tamers? Chu Bai wondered. Wang Yilong seemed to read his expression and explained. Star beasts are essentially wild animals, no different from lions or tigers. As long as humans understand their behavioral patterns well enough and apply the right approach, we can earn their recognition without contracts. It's more like animal training. Of course, there are also star beasts with gentler natures, similar to stray cats and dogs. These types can't be subdued through force and can only be won over through sustained kindness. At this point, Wang Yilong stopped before an observation window overlooking the training area, his gaze drifting toward the distant practice grounds as his tone suddenly grew somber. The ironic thing is, most tamers don't realize that star beasts have emotions, quite rich emotions. In fact, do you know? Many star beasts constantly roam the facility's perimeter, all of them previously sold to other tamers. But some tamers don't know how to properly train them, so when the star beast's combat abilities fall behind, they're naturally abandoned. After being cast aside, most of them find their way back here on their own, returning to the place that birthed and raised them. He let out a soft sigh, a glimmer of moisture briefly flickering in the corner of his eye before vanishing. Chu Bai's gaze followed the shadowy figures barely visible outside the window, emotions churning within him, though he could only manage. It's all right. I'd like to know what ultimately happens to them, those star beasts. Chu Bai pressed for an answer. Wang Yilong didn't respond immediately, just stared at Chu Bai in a daze, wearing a bitter smile. That expression said it all star beasts abandoned after being contracted were doomed to wander for life. They might still long to return to the facility and live alongside the familiar workers, but in the Wang family's eyes, once they lost their commercial potential, they no longer deserved their former treatment. Chu Bai's heart sank as he instinctively glanced toward the main gate, only to see an empty doorframe. Perhaps at this very moment, some star beast was standing there just like him, gazing through the door in silent hope that a familiar face would come to take it home, clinging to that hope indefinitely. Boss, everything you requested is ready inside. A crew-cut man in uniform approached them, built like a tank, and speaking curtly. Got it. Carry on with your work. Wang Yilong nodded. Yes, sir. The man turned and left. Chu Bai followed Wang Yilong into the facility. The moment the iron door clanged shut, tiger roars and dragon cries erupted in unison, as if shattering the very air. Caught off guard, Chu Bai stumbled, nearly overwhelmed by the sound waves. What met his eyes, however, was a group of adolescent cubs. Even the tallest among them was barely half the size of a beacon flame azure wolf. Freshly weaned, they were at the prime age for shipping to markets and contracting with beast tamers. I handpicked these myself, all promising specimens. Wang Yilong patted the cage beside him. Let me introduce them to you. Drawing on his background as a breeder, he rattled off details effortlessly. Chu Bai cross-referenced with his star beast identification guide and found that Wang could recite about 40% of the official data with virtually zero errors. 1. Dark Gold Scorpion Cub, 3-star strength, 5-star bloodline, demon type, skilled in various poison attacks. 2. Punishment Monkey, 3-star strength, 6-star bloodline, spirit type, extremely intelligent, capable of quickly crafting and mastering unfamiliar tools. 3. Thunderstriped Giant Turtle, 3-star strength, 6-star bloodline, lightning type, incredibly fast, excels at learning lightning-based domain skills. At this point, Chu Bai's eyes lit up, for it came the main event. 4. Dragon Blood Foal, 3-star strength, 8-star bloodline, wind type, carries a trace of dragon beast blood, temperamental nature, incredible physical strength, specializes in close combat charges. 5. Bone Corroding Rat Dragon, 3-star strength, 8-star bloodline, blood shadow type, unremarkable in appearance but a genuine dragon beast, called the shame of dragon beasts due to inferior talents compared to orthodox dragon clans. Incredible. The Wang family actually brought out a dragon beast. Chu Bai's heart raced. Despite bearing the title of shame, anything with dragon in its name possessed exceptional talent, and such creatures were typically priceless rarities. However, he didn't choose the dragon beast, instead focusing his attention on another creature. Camouflage Shadow Cat. Attribute, Mimicry type. Strength, mid 3-star. Potential, 5-star bloodline. Combat skills, Shadow Mimicry, Invisibility Mimicry, Sharp Claws. Mimicry type. Chu Bai had been yearning for one. The only time he'd encountered a Mimicry star beast was that camouflage hunter tiger in the new secret realm, but he hadn't planned to contract it then, so he'd missed the opportunity. Now, looking at the Shadow Cat before him, he couldn't help thinking, but now, it seems possible. Some star beasts have multiple habitats, but for the camouflage Shadow Cat, people have discovered only one dwelling place so far. This unique nest is located in Jiangqing's Clevel secret realm, the 9-story Tower of Darkness. The realm's rift opens along the riverbank embankment, where night and mist intertwine. Upon entering, spirit type, shadow type, and water type star beasts lurk everywhere like shadows. The environment suppresses other attributes, making it difficult for them to survive. To date, only 2 camouflage type species have been confirmed within the tower, the camouflage shadow cat and the day-night lizard. Even though camouflage types are rare, they still can't match the scarcity of dragon beasts. Dragon beasts reign at the apex of the star beast hierarchy. A beast tamer might traverse multiple secret realms and only catch a distant glimpse of a dragon's shadow, or perhaps find none at all. Right now, there's a bone-corroding rat dragon before Hema on-scene, a lifetime opportunity. By all logic, Chu Bai should claim it for himself. Yet his gaze falls upon the camouflage shadow cat instead, simply because his team lacks a beast skilled in ambush attacks. Camouflage types are natural assassins. The 3-ma turtle camouflage hunter tiger exemplifies this, and the house cat-sized camouflage shadow cat even more so. At this moment, the shadow cat crouches within its cage, its ink-black fur swallowing light, while its sky-blue eyes gleam with sharp intensity. It resembles a frail Canadian SBHYNX cat, yet possesses smooth bones and graceful movements, carrying an innate elegance and lethal edge. Wang Yilong couldn't hide his confusion. The camouflage shadow cat's bloodline caps at 5 stars. Even with postnatal cultivation breakthroughs, its combat power won't match the dragon bloodline of the bone-corroding rat dragon. Are you really not switching? As he spoke, he cast a meaningful glance toward the bone-corroding rat dragon. No need, I'll take this one. Chu Bai's tone was resolute. The complete Star Beast Identification Guide not only lists detailed data and genealogies, but also provides multiple cultivation paths. It was precisely this guide that dispelled Chu Bai's thoughts of taming the dragon beast. Dragon beasts place extreme importance on bloodline purity. Many mixed blood dragons must devour other dragon beast cores in later stages to purify themselves, and the bone-corroding rat dragon falls into this category. Without following this cultivation route, its talents would only decline progressively. Dragon beasts are exceedingly rare in ordinary secret realms. While their appearance rate is higher in systematic secret realms, the difficulty increases dramatically as well. Other star beasts already give Chu Bai enough headaches, let alone hunting dragons for their cores. After weighing all factors, he could only abandon the bone-corroding rat dragon and choose the camouflage shadow cat instead. Alright then. Wang Yilong shrugged, offering no further persuasion. Beast tamers and their companions have always emphasized fate. Perhaps it's simply because of that one extra glance in the crowd. I'll leave the rest to you then. After speaking, he turned and walked toward the door. Forming a contract requires an environment free from interruption. Any external factor could potentially cause the contract to fail. The moment Wang Yilong left, Chu Bai stepped up to the cage and lightly pressed the mechanism. With a click, the cage door swung open. Whoosh! A cat's shadow flashed by. Chu Bai didn't even have time to blink before he caught only a glimpse of black ripples streaking past his eyes. The camouflage shadow cat had completely vanished. Thud, thud, thud. Those were the muffled sounds of paw pads hitting the ground, carrying a comical rhythm. The shadow cat had entered stealth mimicry mode, retracting its little claws and trying to keep quiet, but with no combat experience, it was still accurately tracked by Chu Bai. Chu Bai's right hand shot out like lightning, swift as wind hooking its prey. The camouflage shadow cat's eyes instantly widened. Meow meow meow. Damn it. Who dares to grab fate by the scruff of my neck? Chu Bai remained expressionless as he lifted it before him. The cat's big round eyes glared at him defiantly, full of unwillingness. The next second, the entire cat seemed to melt, becoming as soft as a puddle of black slime, slipping through his fingers. Splat! After hitting the ground, it simply burrowed into the floor, leaving only a writhing shadow. Its shadow mimicry was equally skillful. The black shadow circled Chu Bai twice on the floor, seemingly showing off proudly, then turned and darted toward the door. Chu Bai quickly gave chase, the frost water blade cutting across his palm as he pressed his hand down on the shadow. In that frozen moment, Chu Bai used his blood as a catalyst to inscribe ancient runes across the camouflage shadow cat's body. The runes flashed with an eerie light before sinking into the ground, their ripples fading away. Meow! The shadow cat emerged from the ground, returning to its original form, but no longer dared to act up. Its ears flattened against its head, unusually docile. At the same time, a strange yet familiar consciousness appeared in Chu Bai's mind. He knew it was the camouflage shadow cat. The contract had succeeded. Little Wolf should indeed have a playmate. With a thought, the shadow cat smoothly entered the summoning space. The beast's summoning space wasn't an independent existence. During battle, beast tamers could summon from different gates simultaneously, but they all led to the same space. As for the reason, perhaps when there were too many beasts, crowding through one door would cause traffic jams. Chu Bai couldn't help but smile at the thought. His smile still lingering, he pushed open the factory door. Outside, Wang Yilong had been waiting for quite some time. Xiao Bai, did you succeed? He hurried over, his expression like that of a husband waiting outside a delivery room. Chu Bai almost blurted out, "It's born," but managed to hold back in time, simply nodding. The contract is complete. Fantastic. Wang Yilong beamed with joy. After laughing, he suddenly remembered something. Oh right, Xiao Bai, university classes start in 2 days. Which school did you apply to during the college entrance exam? Yunhao University, Chu Bai said indifferently. During the college entrance exam, his beast tamer talent hadn't awakened yet. Professional beast tamer academies would never admit ordinary students, so for convenience, he chose a local institution in Yun City. At the time, he didn't give it much thought because of his family background and status. If he had academic requirements, he could always transfer to a better academy for further studies. Moreover, although he later awakened his beast tamer talent, he also awakened the system. All these factors combined meant he had no intention of changing schools. Yunhao. Wang Yilong frowned in deep thought, as if trying to extract information about this school from his memory, but couldn't recall anything. Isn't this a regular university? Why would you choose to apply to an ordinary institution? With your talent, this is such a waste. He had heard of almost every beast tamer academy, but this Yunhao felt completely unfamiliar to him, hadn't even heard the name before. So even without Chu Bai's explanation, Wang Yilong could conclude that Chu Bai hadn't applied to any professional beast tamer academy. There's nothing to waste, Chu Bai explained. I attended regular schools from elementary through high school, and I'm doing just fine now. Wang Yilong fell silent. So you're completely self-taught? If word of this gets out, Those Beast Tamer elite family heirs will be heartbroken. Without attending any Beast Tamer-related schools, Chu Bai's performance yesterday morning was equivalent to an illiterate person professionally dominating a group of undergraduates and graduate students. Absolutely astounding. All right. Wang Yilong replied helplessly, but then spoke seriously. However, university is actually different. Almost all Beast Tamers obtain their first Spirit Class Star technique from university. If you don't attend a professional Beast Tamer academy, you'll essentially lose this opportunity. Spirit Class Star technique? Chu Bai blinked. This was indeed a problem. He knew how difficult it was to obtain Spirit Class Star techniques, and the system had shown no signs of rewarding such techniques. Not cultivating Spirit Class Star techniques was absolutely unacceptable. Ages 18 to 30 were the period when a Beast Tamer's talent and strength surged dramatically. During this age range, both body tempering and spirit strengthening were relatively much easier. Once beyond this age bracket, the benefits from these cultivation methods would begin to diminish. So not cultivating Spirit Class Star techniques would actually have a huge impact on future development prospects. It determined the upper limit of a Beast Tamer's strength growth for the rest of their life. Thinking of this, Chu Bai panicked. He was already 19 years old this year. Although his birthday hadn't officially arrived yet, relative to that age range, he had already wasted more than half a year. Should he wait at an ordinary academy for the system to reward Spirit Class Star techniques? Or should he change schools after returning to obtain an opportunity to cultivate Spirit Class Star techniques? Chu Bai wouldn't wait for pie to fall from the sky, so he chose the latter. Brother Yilong makes a good point. I'll seriously consider changing schools when I get back, Chu Bai answered conservatively. In that case, why not just come directly to Longjiang Beast Taming Academy? My sixth uncle happens to be a specially appointed professor there, and he can take care of you both inside and outside the school, Wang Yilong said directly. Chu Bai smiled. Look, the fox's tail was showing, wasn't it? Specifically emphasizing the importance of professional academies was waiting for exactly this response. However, Chu Bai didn't refuse. He was quite perceptive the more high-end the academy, the stronger the Spirit Class Star techniques they possessed. Longjiang Beast Taming Academy was considered a first-tier institution domestically. Even if his constitution didn't match the Spirit Class Star techniques that Longjiang Beast Taming possessed, he would still have opportunities to obtain Spirit Class Star techniques from other academies. Moreover, with Wang Yilong's sixth uncle's connections, he'd have an additional layer of protection. Afterward, Chu Bai returned to the city together with Wang Yilong. It seemed as though Wang Yilong's entire schedule now revolved around Chu Bai's appearance at the Star Beast breeding base today appeared to be solely for the purpose of helping Chu Bai select the most suitable Star Beast. The million-yuan black sports car descended from the highway, its tires producing a low rumble as they rolled over the speed bumps, while the GPS indicated they were only 10 minutes away from the hotel. Chu Bai, when are you planning to return to Yin City? Wang Yilong suddenly leaned forward from the back seat, poking his head between the two front seats. Chu Bai raised his wrist to check his phone. The 16:9 screen lit up displaying the time as he replied indifferently. We have a 3 p.m. flight this afternoon. So soon? Wang Yilong frowned, his voice tinged with disappointment. I was hoping to book another table at Supreme Dragon Banquet so your brother and I could drink until we drop tonight. Looks like there won't be a chance for that. We can drink anytime. Chu Bai smiled. My brother and the others need to get back quickly to finalize the remaining details of the cooperation proposal. Otherwise, they can't proceed with the next steps. Despite his words, he instinctively felt resistant to the idea of another round of drinking. He recalled yesterday's events. They had arrived at Supreme Dragon Banquet around 11:20 a.m., eating and chatting. At 1 p.m., they formally began discussing cooperation, with dishes being replaced round after round on the table. Both parties went from surface-level understanding to in-depth communication and finally to confirmation, grinding on until 7 p.m. before concluding the talks. But that wasn't the end. Another table of fresh dishes followed, with toasts and pleasantries continuing until 10:30 p.m. Chu Bai rarely involved himself in company affairs, so for the entire day, he and Zhong Lingyue could only listen in boredom, eating a few bites when hungry, scrolling their phones when full, sharing good news with family, and even playing several ranked matches with Feng Quan. Only when he realized he couldn't carry 2 dead weights did he disgustedly close the game. All right then, please give my regards to your brother, Wang Yilong sighed. A few minutes later, the car came to a smooth stop at the hotel entrance. Chu Bai pushed open the door and got out, while Wang Yilong added, don't forget to discuss the Longjiang Imperial Pet matter with your brother again. With less than half a month until school starts, you need to move quickly. No problem. Chu Bai bent down and leaned back into the car, raising his hand in an okay gesture before quickly walking into the lobby. Returning upstairs, he opened the door to find everyone gathered in his room, chatting to pass the time. What did you choose? Chu Yi was the first to look up, asking with a smile. Chu Bai smiled back, but didn't answer verbally, let his actions speak for themselves. With a thought, the gate to his summoning space silently opened behind him, and a black shadow shot out like black lightning. It disappeared? Chu Yi was momentarily stunned, his brow furrowing slightly. No, wait, I can still sense its presence. It's an invisibility Skilla mimicry type pet beast, Chu Mo observed for a moment before quickly making his assessment. Smart. Chu Bai chuckled, once again focusing his thoughts. The black shadow rippled with a wave-like luster as its form became visible. The camouflage shadow cat materialized, its sleek black body seeming to meld with the night itself, immediately capturing everyone's attention upon its appearance. Camouflage shadow cat, an excellent choice. Chui identified it by name almost instantly. Chu Bai silently admired his brother's expertise. Camouflage shadow cats were extremely rare, appearing almost exclusively in the Jiang City area unless artificially bred. Aside from pet masters who regularly operated near Jiang City, outsiders had barely heard of them, let alone could recognize one at first glance. What an adorable little creature. Unlike Chu Yi's cold and stern demeanor, the disguised shadow cat immediately captured the attention of both girls in the room. Zhong Lingyue and Chu Xiaoxia with its round, fluffy ears and bright, sparkling cat eyes. Before it could react, Zhong Lingyue had already rushed over with excited cheers, scooping the soft little creature into her arms. The disguised shadow cat was startled, its tail bristling instantly, and in the next second it transformed into a dark shadow, slipping through the cracks in the floorboards. The girls lay on the ground, coaxing softly to lure it back out, while on the other side of the living room, Chu Bai sat around the coffee table with Chu Yi and Chu Mo, seriously discussing the matter of transferring schools. Chu Bai relayed Wang Yilong's suggestions word for word. After hearing everything, both brothers nodded simultaneously. Indeed, it's time to acquire some spirit-strengthening star techniques. Chu Yi sighed helplessly. We can still dig up a few body-tempering star techniques at home, but spirit-strengthening ones. I doubt even the main family has any. Chu Mo added. So going to a specialized beast-taming academy is your fastest and most reliable path. Chu Bai nodded in agreement. Through the explanations from both Chu Yi and Chu Mo, he finally gained a clear understanding of the process he was about to face. Getting into Dragon Capital Beast Taming Academy would undoubtedly be challenging. According to convention, beast tamers seeking admission to top-tier academies must pass two hurdles. First, the college entrance exam, and second, the academy's assessment before the start of the semester. Having graduated from Magic Capital Beast Taming Academy, Chu Yi and Chu Mo were all too familiar with the practices of first-class institutions. Even with connections, Dragon Capital Beast Taming Academy would never allow anyone to slip through easily. After analysis, the three concluded that besides the academy assessment, Chu Bai would most likely be required to take a supplementary exam to make up for the missing college entrance exam component. The content of this supplementary exam would certainly change, but as for how it would change, they could only adapt as situations arose. The flight was scheduled for 3 p.m. After packing their luggage briefly, they ordered a simple meal at the hotel for lunch, then took a taxi straight to the airport. Wang Yilong was quite considerate, confirming the timing in the morning and personally escorting them to the boarding gate in the afternoon. Even after boarding the plane, Chu Bai was still impressed. Wang Yilong truly had a masterful grasp of social etiquette. The Wang family's ability to build their business to such a scale wasn't just due to their strength, but also their considerable investment in interpersonal skills. Without this, no matter how powerful they were, they couldn't maintain such an extensive network of partnerships. After returning to Yun City, everyone immediately went their separate ways to handle their respective affairs. Chu Yi and Chu Mo simply moved into the company, working overtime with Chu Jianxing through the night to open up the Yun City market for the Wang family, holding at least 4 to 5 conference calls with Wang Yilong daily. Meanwhile, the Zhong family joined forces with the Chu family to launch a counterattack against the Zhu and Wei families, reclaiming considerable market share within just 2 days. Though all of this had little to do with Zhong Lingyue, who was currently fully devoted to preparing for the pre-semester academy assessment alongside Chu Xiaoxiao. Incidentally, because Chu Bai decided to apply to Dragon Capital Beast Taming Academy, Zhong Lingyue also transferred her student registration to Dragon Capital, preparing to tackle the challenge alongside him. However, plans couldn't keep up with changes. The day after Chu Bai returned to Yun City, he entered the new secret realm again. To be precise, from that day forward, Zhong Lingyue completely lost contact with him. She only learned about his situation through inquiries made by the brothers Chu Yi and Chu Mo. In truth, Chu Bai hadn't thought that much about it. It was simply because his newly joined companion, the disguised Shadow Cat, was completely unable to keep up with him and Little Wolf in terms of combat ability, which prompted his decision to enter the secret realm once more. Speaking of which, Chu Bai still had the Frost Water Blade and numerous star techniques at his disposal, while the Beacon Smoke Azure Fire Wolf possessed a King Bee star core with limitless potential. The disguised Shadow Cat, however, had nothing. The difficulty of bringing its strength up to match Chu Bai and the Beacon Smoke Azure Fire Wolf was obvious. Roar. In the jungle at the entrance to the secret realm, the Shadow Wild Wolves were undisputed overlords. These star beasts, averaging only 3-star strength, appeared in packs of hundreds, a sight that would spell disaster for any novice beast tamer. Yet at this moment, a small black cat transformed into streaking lightning, weaving through the equally pitch-black pack of shadow wild wolves. In combat mode, the disguised shadow cat's gaze was razor-sharp. It nimbly leaped onto the back of the first shadow wild wolf. Sharp claws. Its paw pads extended razor-sharp talons that shot out like switchblades, piercing the wolf's neck and slicing through flesh. Blood sprayed as it used the momentum to spring away, landing on the back of a second wolf in one fluid motion. From a distance, it looked like black lightning flickering constantly through the wolf pack, and with each flash, another shadow wild wolf collapsed unconscious in a pool of blood. Chu Bai stood in the tree canopy, expressionlessly watching the battlefield. Occasionally, a shadow wild wolf would spot him and leap up the trunk to attack, only to be met by his raised sword. The frost water blade flashed with cold light, and the wolf's head rolled away. Only late, 3-star stage. Even following the system's recommended training methods, the disguised shadow cat's growth rate still can't match the little wolf's, he mused silently. The beacon smoke azure fire wolf had also reached late 3-star stage now. Though they were at the same level, in a real fight, the disguised shadow cat probably couldn't last even 2 minutes against it, and that was assuming the beacon smoke azure fire wolf held back. Outside the secret realm, at the Zhu family estate, the living room was brightly lit, yet the light couldn't dispel the gloom in the two family heads' hearts. Zhu Qianhua and Wei Zhengsheng sat facing each other on sofas, the air so quiet you could almost hear heartbeats. What's this about, calling me here today? Wei Zhengsheng asked impatiently. Zhu Qianhua merely smiled faintly, picking up his teacup and taking a light sip of hot tea, seemingly in no hurry to answer. Damn it, old fool, I don't have time to watch you dawdle. Wei Zhengsheng cursed and stood to leave. Are you really going to walk away? Zhu Qianhua's voice came from behind him. The Chu family secured cooperation with the Wang family, and now the Zhong family and various major corporations are striking back. And your Wei family's mortal enemy, the Su family, has also joined in. The Wei family now is probably on par with the Zhu family, wouldn't you say? What did you say? As if his sore spot had been hit, Wei Zhengxing flew into a rage, turning around to grab Zhu Qianhua by the collar. Old bastard, if you have something to say, say it. If you dare provoke the Wei family, I'll kill you right now. Though disheveled, Zhu Qianhua showed no fear and sneered coldly. I dare say this because I already have a way to retaliate against the Chu family. Retaliate? What is it? Wei Zhengsheng snorted and released his grip, stepping back. That Chu family boy entered the new secret realm in Mailin district 3 days ago, Zhu Qianhua said in a low voice. The Chu family is now putting all their energy into cooperation with the Wang family and has no time for anything else. As long as we guard the secret realm in trance, we can intercept and kill him. Wei Zhengxing's eyes lit up as he finished the thought. This proposal was indeed tempting. Even if they didn't kill Chu Bai, they could cripple him and force the Chu family to pay a huge price to ransom him back. Once the Chu family was severely weakened, the Wei family could strike and completely destroy them. In the past, when Chu Bai was just a waste, Wei Zhengsheng would have scoffed what family would cut off their own foundation for a waste. But now, Chu Bai had made a name for himself in the Wang family's Kuokuo competition. Unless the Chu family had collectively lost their minds, they would never abandon such a valuable genius. In the living room, the two men whispered in low voices, plotting who knows what else. Moments later, their smiles became increasingly unrestrained and increasingly sinister, finally forming chilling expressions like two soul-reaping demons, radiating an aura that would make anyone tremble just by approaching them. In the dilapidated cave within the new secret realm, which Chu Bai had claimed as his own, he sat cross-legged against the wall, cultivating while pulling up the light screen to check the latest main quest released by the system. The quest had likely been triggered when Little Wolf advanced to 3-star rank just like before. As soon as the previous main quest ended, a new one immediately appeared. Chu Bai had grown accustomed to this, but since he never liked seeking trouble, he often left new quests hanging. Let it change all at once. I'm not looking anyway. Despite his words, he would still glance at them when he had nothing else to do. This time, when the quest panel lit up, he immediately sensed something was off. Taking a closer look, the quest content contained only one line. Quest. Contract 3 beast companions. Both strength and bloodline must reach tier 3. Reward. Body tempering star technique 1 random. Penalty. Mental C weakened by 1/3. Huh? That's simple. Chu Bai raised an eyebrow. The time limit and method columns had completely disappeared, leaving the page clean and so simple it seemed unreal. Yet the absurdly generous reward was undeniably tempting. A body tempering star technique was exactly what he desperately needed. Chu Bai had always possessed clear self-awareness. So far, almost everything he relied on in battle consisted of external aids. The frost water blade, the beacon smoke azure fire wolf, and even the body reconstruction ability he couldn't reveal to others. Strip all these away, and his actual strength was merely equivalent to an ordinary beginner-level beast tamer. To bridge the gap in cultivation levels, strengthening his physical body was the most direct approach. This was his definitive conclusion. His battles appeared effortless on the surface, but in reality, he was walking on thin ice. A single hit could leave him severely injured on the spot. His enemies would only grow stronger, and eventually, he would face an opponent capable of killing him with one strike. While his attacks proved ineffective against them, that would be true despair. If he could master a high-tier body tempering star technique, his survival chances would improve significantly. However, the word random left him feeling uncertain. Based on past experience, as long as his luck wasn't too terrible, the rewards were usually pleasant surprises. But what if his luck hit rock bottom? Wouldn't that just prove how unlucky he was? At this thought, he revealed an enigmatic smile and sighed inwardly. How terrifying. Since he needed to contract new beast companions, there was another issue that required resolution. Chu Bai retrieved a fist-sized star beast egg from his system inventory. This was a trophy he had brought out from the treasure space during his first entry into the new secret realm. The inventory existed in its own dimension without the concept of time, so the egg remained fresh to this day. Long ago, he had considered contracting it, but had been deterred by the overly brief description in the system inventory. Unknown star beast egg introduction. A mysterious creature that can hatch after forming a contract. In comparison, the information provided by the Star Beast Identification Guide seemed extremely crude, with the only valuable addition being the missing phrase, "can hatch after forming a contract," from the system inventory. Chu Bai closed the guide and turned his gaze toward the damp, dim cave entrance. The morning mist was slowly dissipating, and while the initial excitement over the new secret realm had cooled in public opinion, the star beasts within had grown dramatically stronger during this period. Weaker star beasts had either been swiftly contracted by beast tamers or fallen prey to more vicious predators, while the remaining powerful star beasts continued to level up by hunting the weak, contracted beasts, and even beast tamers themselves. As the secret realm remained open longer, the surviving star beasts would only grow stronger. This was an iron law everyone understood. Since the realm's opening, 1-star and 2-star beasts had become increasingly rare, and even shadow wolves had been breaking through to 3-star status in recent days. Chu Bai held the star beast egg covered in strange patterns, weighing his options. Should he contract this enigmatic little creature, or simply choose a 3-star beast with similar potential from the realm to complete his mission directly? This was far from a decision that could be dismissed with a simple making do. For many beast tamers, this wouldn't even be a dilemma. They could release their contracted beasts at any time, just like the common sight outside the Wang family's launching star beast breeding base. While breaking a contract would cause backlash, leaving the tamer weakened for months, for the beast, it was a devastating blow. Few beasts abandoned by their masters could ever form contracts with new tamers again. Wang Yilong once said that beasts have emotions, and with emotions comes the power of choice. Star beasts that had been hurt often found it difficult to trust another tamer wholeheartedly. Even if they reluctantly signed new contracts, they would likely be abandoned again due to incompatible fighting styles and difficult adaptation. No beast tamer welcomed a previously contracted star beast, and likewise, previously contracted beasts struggled to accept new tamers. Understanding all this was precisely why Chu Bai felt such a splitting headache. He refused to abandon any battle companion who had given him unconditional trust, making every contract decision crucial. Selecting a 3-star beast directly from the realm would certainly be convenient, with plenty of excellent options. A late 3-star withered vine python, an equally late 3-star shadow wolf king, a mid 3-star berserk flame demon, or even an early 3-star deadwood spirit, all quite appealing. Not to mention that beacon blue fire wolf, which contained a Beast King star core and could grow to Beast King level at minimum. However, Chu Bai worried that once these beasts exhausted their potential, even breaking through to Star Servant realm would become impossible. The more he pondered, the more justified his concerns seemed. Chu Bai had encountered several Star Servant realm beasts in system secret realms, nearly losing his life each time. Yet no matter how many encounters he'd had, the ultimate visual and spiritual shock remained unforgettable. Star Servant Realm represented a brand new level beyond the 9-star beast classification, corresponding to the Star Core Realm for human beast tamers. If Chu E and Chu Mo represented the pinnacle of the younger generation's strength, then Star Core Realm was the absolute ceiling for all beast tamers. Throughout history, beast tamers who have truly broken through the 9th tier to reach the Star Core Realm have been exceedingly rare. Breaking beyond the Star Core Realm is virtually unheard of, and its difficulty is beyond imagination. According to industry experts, the King Beast tier should be positioned above the Star Servant realm, with power at least 10 million times greater. If the Beacon Flame Azure Wolf could one day reach such heights, then its companions, not only Chu Bai's other beast pets, but even Chu Bai himself, would all need to ascend together. For this very reason, what Chu Bai needed most at this moment was a beast pet that truly had the potential to transcend the Star Servant realm. While the numerous star beasts roaming the secret realm possessed considerable potential and were worth cultivating, none allowed Chu Bai to envision reaching the Star Servant realm, let alone higher realms. In other words, They weren't inadequate, his standards were simply too demanding. Given this, the only remaining hope lay in that star beast egg. Chu Bai's gaze returned to his palm. The eggshell was entirely pitch black, marked with dark red patches that resembled dried blood seeping from within, eerie and cold to the touch. This star beast egg came from the treasure spacea, mysterious existence that seemed to possess its own consciousness. It could sense intruders, automatically operate trial procedures, present rewards to beast tamers upon completion, then seal itself forever. Such an enigmatic space could hardly offer ordinary rewards. However, aside from this mystery-shrouded star beast egg, Chu Bai's most valuable reward was merely a Drank's secret realm map. Clearly, this could hardly be called extraordinary. Therefore, this egg was very likely a treasure among treasures, perhaps the very star beast he sought, one with the potential to break through to the star servant realm. But all of this was based purely on his speculation. Perhaps the treasure space of a Drank's secret realm truly offered nothing remarkable. Every beast pet slot for a beast tamer was extremely precious. Should he gamble on this completely unknown star beast egg, or invest his energy in the star beasts within the realm whose potential was clear? Chu Bai found himself torn. After long contemplation, he finally gritted his teeth, pierced his palm decisively, and pressed his bleeding hand against the surface of the star beast egg in his embrace. As blood touched the shell, the cold surface suddenly heated up, becoming as hot as molten iron. The dark red patches seemed to come alive, frantically absorbing the star power from within Chu Bai's body along the blood traces. Crack! A hairline fracture quietly appeared on the back of the shell, slowly spreading outward. Chu Bai watched the crack with burning intensity. I hope you won't disappoint my expectations. New secret realm, third world. Outside the containment perimeter, a dark green Land Rover sat quietly parked. Wei Zhengcheng leaned against the passenger seat, glaring through gritted teeth at the middle-aged man beside him. Are you certain that Chu family brat entered the secret realm? In the passenger seat, the slightly portly, gray-templed Zhu Kaima, current head of the Zhu family, snorted coldly. I planted informants at the entrance the moment I returned to Yun City. If Chu Bai wants to train his new beast pets, this is undoubtedly the ideal location. Wei Zhengcheng cursed. It's been a damn week. Even if he's training beast pets, he should have come out by now, right? Don't tell me he died in there. Impossible. Zhu Qianhua shook his head. He had witnessed Chu Bai's capabilities firsthand. A mere Drank's secret realm can hardly threaten him. Even if he encountered danger, he at least has the ability to escape. Wei Zhengcheng's temper finally boiled over as he pushed open the car door. I'm done wasting time with you. Sitting here on schedule every day is more exhausting than a regular job. When your plan becomes viable, then contact me. With that, he turned and stormed off. Zhu Qianhua wanted to stop him, but ultimately remained motionless. Logically speaking, beast tamers entering secret realms for training was commonplace, especially for those who made their living hunting star beasts. Staying for 10 days to half a month wasn't unusual. But Chu Bai clearly wasn't that type of person. The brutality and carnage within secret realms, even Drank ones, was enough to impact one's psyche. Could a young man of his age truly endure such a life? The more he pondered, the more perplexed he became. He seemed increasingly unable to see through Chu Bai, or rather, from the very beginning, no one had ever truly understood Chu Bai. In the dense jungle towering 50 to 60 meters high, a black-haired man hurried through the forest depths, rushing forward with urgent steps. Fallen leaves crackled beneath his feet as dust and broken twigs swirled up in the fierce wind. A closer look would reveal that the area behind him was far from quiet. Two creatures, whether star beasts or companion beasts, were in hot pursuit. The first to burst into view was a massive wolf covered in white fur with a golden mane draped across its shoulders. Its muscular frame rippled like bowstrings as it ran, radiating raw power. This was Chu Bai's companion beast, the beacon flame, Azure Wolf. Whoosh! A black shadow darted between the branches, landing precisely on the giant wolf's broad back. Using it as a springboard, the shadow leaped gracefully over the wolf's head. In the blink of an eye, this black figure had landed in the clearing ahead. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a small black cat no longer than 2 palm width camouflage shadow cat. Despite its petite size, this type of star beast had such a fearsome reputation that even experienced beast tamers wouldn't dare underestimate it. The giant wolf, momentarily stunned by being stepped on, pricked up its ears and bared its fangs with a low growl. Then, pushing off with all 4 limbs, it surged forward again, attempting to reclaim the lead. The little black cat let out a defiant meow roar, but, wary of the giant wolf's strength, obediently fell back in a line behind it. What many would overlook was a palm-sized mass of black mist floating behind the small cat. It had no limbs, no face, and looked exactly like a wisp of shadow drifting in the wind, yet it consistently followed Chu Bai's path. The mist glided swiftly while giving the illusion of moving at a leisurely pace, neither falling behind nor rushing ahead. This black mist was so inconspicuous that it barely drew attention, and at first glance, it hardly seemed like a creature at all. But Chu Bai knew all too well that it was indeed a star beast. For the moment he successfully formed a contract with it, its consciousness had crashed thunderously into his mental sea. It was a dark and massive consciousness that, despite the black mist being newly born, was more than half the size of the beacon flame azure wolf's and camouflage shadow cat's consciousness combined. Chu Bai's mental sea, originally spacious, was now packed to the brim, as if a mountain had suddenly been crammed inside. This is bad. Almost the instant his consciousness expanded, Chu Bai's nerves went taut. With his mental sea space completely occupied, he was forced to halt all training for the beacon flame azure wolf and camouflage shadow cat if he allowed them to break through to higher realms and their consciousness continued to grow. His mental sea could very well be torn apart or even collapse entirely. Beast tamers relied on this mental sea to control their companion beasts. If his mental sea collapsed, he would not only lose all his companion beasts and his status as a beast tamer, but might even become an idiot due to neural disruption. Such a fate was absolutely unacceptable to Chu Bai. Worse still, he had never anticipated such a situation. Though his current predicament stemmed from that black mist, this was clearly not the time to assign blame. Finding a solution was what mattered most. The contract with the black mist had been formed 2 days ago. For the past 2 days, he had been traveling day and night toward the secret realm's exit while rapidly devising feasible plans in his mind. Despite the howling wind through the trees and thorns tearing at his pants, his expression remained focused. He had always believed in an old saying, there are always more solutions than problems. Heaven rewards those who persevere, and during his relentless journey day and night, Chu Bai truly came up with 2 solutions. The first path was to immediately cultivate a spirit enhancement star technique. The second was to continue relying on the body reconstruction ability that he both loved and hated. On the surface, the spirit enhancement star technique could instantly resolve his urgent crisis, but only after deep consideration did he realize that he could truly only choose the second option. The spirit enhancement star technique was indeed feasible, but once a beast master had fully operated it, the technique would break free from guidance and run autonomously. In other words, once learned, spirit enhancement star techniques were virtually uncontrollable. Chu Bai still didn't know why these ancient secret techniques had survived to this day, nor was he clear about how exactly they were passed down, but he could at least confirm one thing. Beast masters couldn't teach each other. For this very reason, although Chu E and Chu Mo each possessed a spirit enhancement star technique, they still advised him that entering a professional Beastmaster Academy was the fastest way to obtain such techniques. Only those officially authorized institutions mastered the method of transmitting spirit enhancement star techniques to Beastmasters. However, both the Beacon Flame Azure Wolf and the Disguised Shadow Cat had already reached the peak of late 3-star level and could advance to 3-star perfection at any moment. Time was extremely pressing, and even with only a few days left before school started, he dared not gamble with his future. Moreover, spirit enhancement star techniques were so rare that even if he successfully enrolled, they certainly wouldn't be distributed to every new student immediately. This left him with no choice but to pin all his hopes on body reconstruction. This star technique had made Chu Bai experience the true meaning of love-hate entanglement from the day he acquired it. Because of it, he had escaped countless fatal situations. Also because of it, he had to repeatedly experience death. Possibly as a passive effect, after each reconstruction, his physical body would be slightly strengthened, and his consciousness would also be subtly refined, though the latter was so minimal that it often took several consecutive times to notice even the slightest change. If he wanted to significantly enhance his consciousness through this method, he would need to find an environment where he could safely trigger the reconstruction conditions with absolute certainty, and the one delivering the fatal blow would have to be an enemy, at least one full major realm above him. Otherwise, a failed reconstruction would truly become a farce. After much deliberation, he believed that only system's secret realms could satisfy such harsh conditions. The problem was that the time required for this endeavor couldn't be estimated, so he had to first inform those closest to him in the outside world. With this thought, Chu Bai continued walking without stopping and soon saw the gate to the secret realm rift, that layered, pupil-like heavy spatial door. He passed through without hesitation, and the scene before him instantly transformed from dense primeval jungle to rows of temporarily constructed Beastmaster shops. Time had passed a full 8 days. After checking the date on his phone, Chu Bai continued forward. Since he wasn't here to make money this time, he naturally had nothing to give Jean Mao for consignment, so he headed directly toward the eastern gate of the restricted zone. You should return to the summoning space for now. He raised his hand and drew 3 pitch-black summoning doors, collecting all 3 pet beasts within them. If he were to take a vehicle later, having them outside would certainly cause trouble. Although star beasts and pet beasts were common in cities, some public places still explicitly prohibited bringing them, and even beast masters had to observe public order and decency. After handling this properly, Chu Bai hailed a taxi by the roadside as usual and got in to return home. He didn't notice that just as the taxi started, a black Land Rover quietly began following. In the Land Rover, both the driver and passenger revealed cruel smiles. Chu Bai's taxi was entering the highway from Malin district, or more precisely, was about to enter the highway. Boom. In an instant, the rear of the car felt like it had been struck by muffled thunder. A massive figure, 3 stories tall, suddenly leaped out, its entire body covered in scales with a silhouette resembling an ancient dinosaur. Compared to this creature, the taxi was nothing more than a child's toy that could be crushed with bare hands. The monster lifted its foot and brought it down. Crack. Palm's eye scales crashed onto the car roof, causing the metal to cave in like paper. All the windows exploded simultaneously, raining glass across the seats. The creature's enormous toes were covered in thick keratin layers, and its razor-sharp claws effortlessly tore through the steel plating before piercing straight into the driver's skull. Against such overwhelming force, human bone stood no chance. The driver was pinned to his seat, without even time to struggle. From the monster's appearance to the driver's death took merely the blink of an eye. As the roof continued to collapse, alarm bells rang in Chu Bai's mind. He reached for the door handle, only to discover it had been crushed and deformed, welded shut, and completely immovable. Damn! What the hell? He cursed under his breath, his movements never stopping as the frost blade materialized in his hand. A cold flash of light tore through one side of the door, metal curling into sharp fragments. Chu Bai crouched low and squeezed through the opening, using the momentum to roll twice across the asphalt before steadying himself. Crash! Behind him, the taxi finally collapsed completely, sparks flying as the fuel tank exploded in flames. The entire vehicle was crushed into a flat piece of metal under the monster's massive foot. The acrid smoke burned his lungs with each breath. Having escaped death, Chu Bai looked up and finally saw the creature in its entirety. It was a giant lizard over 10 meters tall, its body covered in layers upon layers of serpentine scales. The dark green coloration mixed with grayish-brown hues resembled rough shields embedded in its skin. The overlapping scales created an imposing sense of defense. With each step it took, the scales rubbed against each other, producing a harsh scraping sound that grated on the ears. Giant serpent scale lizard, primordial jungle apex star beast. Scale vibrations can produce special sound waves that disturb biological consciousness. The star beast identification guide's prompt appeared in Chu Bai's mind, the information matching perfectly with the creature before him. Fortunately, the giant serpent scale lizard didn't consider the newly escaped Chu Bai as its target. Unfortunately, it treated the surrounding cars like bouncy balls. Boom, boom, boom. It bounced excitedly across the highway, crushing a vehicle into scrap metal with each landing. Screams and cries intertwined as pedestrians scattered in all directions, throwing traffic into instant chaos. Suddenly, the giant serpent scale lizard abandoned its playful rampage. It froze for a moment, as if processing some kind of command, then fixed its eyes larger than Chu Bai's entire body in him, staring down in his direction. Chu Bai, damn it, don't tell me you're the one with the contract. Someone's furious shout hadn't even finished echoing when the massive serpent lizard's eyes suddenly flashed with an eerie red gleam, and it violently coughed up a glob of phlegm. The crystalline liquid poured down like a torrential downpour from above. Chu Bai's heart tightened, and he instinctively sidestepped. Bang! The asphalt where he'd been standing was instantly corroded into a pit half a person's depth, the black asphalt bubbling and melting as steam billowed up. Good lord, that spit was deadly. With danger imminent, he raised his hand without hesitation to summon both the beacon flame azure wolf and the camouflage shadow cat leaped out from their summoning circles simultaneously. Roar! The azure wolf snorted loudly, sparks flying from its mouth and nose. The shadow cat flicked its tail, and its entire form vanished directly into the air, leaving only a flickering phantom before disappearing completely. Just as he prepared to counterattack, stellar energy fluctuations rose from the other side of the street. Chu Bai glanced over to see 2 summoning spaces quietly tear open a 7-star, heavy armor centipede, nearly 7 meters long and covered in armor plating, and a 7-star burning sky crocodile, with fire patterns on its back and chilling fangs stepped forth. Their information simultaneously appeared on Chu Bai's retina. 7-star heavy armor centipede, 7-star burning sky crocodile, plus this 7-star serpent scale lizard, such a grand display. Chu Bai drew in a sharp breath, knowing full well that he stood no chance against 7-star beasts. Even his beacon flame azure wolf would struggle, and as for the shadow cat, it was basically useless in this level of frontal combat. Before his thoughts could finish forming, the 3 giant beasts had already launched their attack. Fire and ice, hot and cold, wove together from the front, forming blazing fireballs and volleys of ice arrows. Simultaneously, the ground beneath his feet trembled, asphalt was torn up in large chunks, and thick vines burst from underground, bristling with countless sharp spikes. Chu Bai dove and rolled away the instant the disturbance began, otherwise he would have been skewered like a pincushion by now. Though I don't know who's commanding you, let me show you something interesting. He grinned coldly and whispered orders to his 2 beasts. Focus fire on one target first. Their defenses are all high, so let's take one down before anything else. To demonstrate that technique, he needed a corpse the stronger, the better. The beacon flame azure wolf growled in response, its forepaws pushing off the ground as it transformed into crimson lightning, charging straight at the serpent lizard. The frenzied fire lines, aura around its body suddenly exploded, dozens of writhing fire serpents instantly coiling toward the three enemy beasts. The sky thundered in response as fire descent rained down high-temperature flames, pillars of fire engulfing the serpent lizard, heavy armor centipede, and burning sky crocodile all at once. Roar! The wolf's howl was deafening. The beacon flame azure wolf leaped fiercely through the flames, stepping on the rolling waves of fire to climb atop the serpent lizard's head. Illuminated by the blazing flames, its lips curled into what seemed like an eerily human-like cold smile, fire dancing in the depths of its pupils. Lowering its head, it unleashed hurricane flame prison directly onto the lizard's skull. Fierce winds rose suddenly, flames sharp as blades, and the serpent lizard was swept into a staggering retreat, its massive body crashing backward with a thunderous impact. At the same time, a new round of fire descent crashed down again with a tremendous boom, enveloping the heavy armor centipede and burning sky crocodile that had tried to provide support. In the midst of chaos, no one noticed a dark shadow silently emerging from the scaled serpent's own shadow. Just as the flames of Hurricane Inferno died down, the camouflage shadow cat had already gracefully darted to the serpent's mouth. Its paw pads spread wide, claws extended, and it soundlessly reached into the massive maw, suddenly gripping the soft inner lining of the mouth corner rip. Blood sprayed everywhere as an agonized shriek instantly tore through the battlefield's din. The other two pet beasts had just escaped the scorching heat of the fire descent technique and were about to rush to the rescue when the beacon smoke azure fire wolf raised its head and unleashed new frenzied fire streams. This time without any charging motion, the fire lines came faster and more vicious, flames instantly climbing up their fur and scales. This proved extremely effective. The two not-so-intelligent pet beasts instinctively prioritized self-preservation, leaving the scaled serpent to continue its wailing. Though the flames caused them limited damage, instinct drove them to frantically pat down the fire spots on their bodies. In excruciating pain, the scaled serpent suddenly came to its senses. Its serrated fangs snapped shut, attempting to bite off the camouflage shadow cat's front paw in one go. At the critical moment, the shadow cat once again used its shadow camouflage, retreating like black lightning into the shadows beneath which were still the scaled serpent's own shadows, yet perfectly safe for the cat. Crack! The fangs collided, and the scaled serpent nearly chipped its own teeth. It roared furiously, rising to its feet, glanced at its companions still entangled by the fire streams, then fixed its gaze on the azure fire wolf in attack stance. Its rage finally found an outlet. It began spitting mouthfuls of foul, thick phlegm at the fire wolf. Under Chu Bai's command, the beacon smoke azure fire wolf nimbly dodged, while Chu Bai himself seized the opportunity to rush to the scaled serpent's side, his right palm suddenly striking the beast's heel-tempered divine fire palm. He then rolled almost flat to the ground behind the fire wolf, patting his chest and gasping for air. Bang! A muffled explosion erupted as sparks shot from the serpent's foot up to its waist. The flames themselves couldn't seriously wound it, but the hidden force within the palm strike caught the unprepared scaled serpent off balance, its massive body toppling backward. The truly lethal blow followed immediately. A stream of transparent liquid sprayed from the scaled serpent's throat, but the falling motion deflected it, causing it all to splash back onto its own face. Sizzle! The strong acid met scorching flesh, murky smoke rose, and the air turned white-hot. Even from a distance, Chu Bai's hair stood on end, goosebumps crawling up his arms. The scaled serpent's final piercing scream was more chilling than the explosive clash of scales. Watching the three pet beasts suffer defeat after defeat under Chu Bai's hands, Zhu Qianhua was nearly possessed, his lips trembling as he muttered repeatedly. How can he possibly be this strong? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Damn it. Don't tell me this Chu Bai can even kill 7-star pet beasts. In the passenger seat, Wei Jingqing's brow furrowed. Deployed. Get these three powerful pet beasts for Zhu Qianhua and resolve the contract backlash. He had emptied his entire fortune. But now, instead of the expected brutal scene, it was the scaled serpent being brutalized beyond recognition by Chu Bai's group. How is this possible? Both men simultaneously questioned the reality before them. Yet this impossible scene was unfolding right before their eyes, just like a few days ago, when Chu Bai had displayed such prowess at the Wang family's sparring competition. Chu Bai's situation was far from easy at this moment. Onlookers only saw him and the beacon flame azure wolf darting and leaping between the giant beasts with lightning speed, seemingly keeping the three 7-star creatures firmly under control. However, unless one stood in Chu Bai's position, they could never truly understand how tightly the shadow of death gripped him. Whether it was him or the beacon flame azure wolf, If either were caught by any of these beasts, their fate would be identical to that of the taxi driver who had been pierced through by the scale lizard's claw earlier, fragile beyond measure. The fact that he could currently hold them at bay and inflict shallow wounds on his enemies was already the result of Chu Bai exerting every ounce of his strength. The apparent advantage was merely a fleeting illusion. He remained completely overwhelmed by the three beasts' size and power. Once his stamina ran out, they could crush him into bloody pulp with a single swipe of their claws. This was level suppression. As the battle continued, Chu Bai's heart sank. His physical strength was being rapidly depleted. Every remaining bit of energy was precious, yet it continued to drain away like water leaking from a broken vessel. The beacon flame Azure Wolf's condition was likely no better. That helpless feeling of being trapped in quicksand with no room left to struggle was exactly what Chu Bai despised most. This battle also made him realize that in the face of absolute level differences, combat experience alone could never bridge the gap. At this critical juncture, the consciousness belonging to the camouflage shadow cat in Chu Bai's mind suddenly stirred restlessly. He instinctively growled under his breath. What are you planning to do? The creature's emotions were urgent and determined, as if a long-planned action was about to commence. Unfortunately, its power was too low, and its consciousness complexity fell far short of the beacon flame Azure Wolf's level after absorbing the Beast King's star core, let alone Chu Yi's Black Panther Shadow King, which could convey intentions through humanized emotions. Chu Bai could only catch vague premonitions of immediate action, but couldn't discern any detailed specifics. Whoosh! A black shadow suddenly darted out from beneath the scale lizard's massive body, silently climbing up the rough scales along its enormous claw, sliding through the scale gaps all the way to the corner of its mouth. In the next second, as the scale lizard roared and opened its maw, the shadow decisively plunged into the gaping mouth and disappeared without a trace. Chu Bai instantly grasped the camouflage shadow cat's plan: infiltrate the enemy from within. For these three giant beasts, their outer scales were as hard as iron walls, making external attacks largely ineffective. However, no matter how much their internal organs, blood vessels, and bones had been strengthened through evolution, they remained fundamentally vulnerable. With the same attack power, internal damage could prove fatal, and the camouflage shadow cat, being small and agile, was the only entity capable of infiltrating without anyone knowing. In truth, Chu Bai had considered this approach earlier, but he had numerous concerns. Did the shadow cat know which critical parts to destroy to permanently disable the giant beast? Moreover, these monsters were as tall as buildings. If the shadow cat lost its way in the dark, foul-smelling interior, wouldn't it simply end up being digested by stomach acid? It must be said that Chu Bai's thinking stemmed from one fundamental issue: he had greatly underestimated the disguised shadow cat. Roar! With his cheeks still burning from the slap, the snake-scaled lizard suddenly clutched its abdomen and began rolling on the ground like it was suffering from acute gastroenteritis, accidentally swatting its giant beast companion aside. Bang! The two massive creatures became entangled in a heap, allowing the beacon smoke Azure Wolf and Chu Bai to focus their firepower on the remaining beast that hadn't been disrupted by the shadow cat. Chu Bai's assessment was correct. The disguised shadow cat had no idea which vital points to target to completely disable the snake-scaled lizard, so it simply tore at any flesh it encountered and clawed through any blood vessels it found. It was a crazed cat. After hollowing out one section of tissue, it continued climbing along blood vessels and muscle walls, wreaking further havoc. Piercing screams echoed through the valley, gradually dropping from high to low pitch, weakening after just 2 or 3 minutes. Chu Bai wasn't sure exactly what the shadow cat had done, but if the snake-scaled lizard's expression could be translated into human terms, it would definitely be deathly pale, like lying on a hospital bed after being told the surgery had failed, waiting to die. 7-star beasts possessed tremendous vitality and wouldn't die instantly even from fatal wounds, making this lingering wait with a broken body more cruel than immediate death. Inside the Land Rover. Damn it! The snake-scaled lizard is finished. Get out of the car while that bastard Chu Bai is overwhelmed. Let's get him. Wei Zhengchen growled through gritted teeth. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Zhu Qianhua's voice trembled. If Chu Bai really defeats those 3 7-star beasts, what difference would charging out make? It'd be suicide. But if he dies at their claws, staying here might keep us alive. In this life-or-death moment, Zhu Qianhua's mind became unusually clear. He desperately wanted Chu Bai dead, but feared even more being buried alongside him. While he claimed it was for his family's blood vengeance, only he knew the real reason. Damn it! Chu Bai, just hearing that name, made Wei Jingqing's head throb. He swore that even if not today, he would personally kill Chu Bai with his own hands, and whip his corpse in front of the Chu family. Hatred opened like a dark floodgate, with malicious thoughts pouring out madly, devouring his reason and conscience. At the other end of the battlefield, the snake-scaled lizard lay motionless on the ground for half a minute, perhaps already dead. Facing 7-star beasts hidden for the first time, Chu Bai lacked experience and didn't dare jump to conclusions. The disguised shadow cat, however, was quite bold, directly using shadow mimicry to slowly crawl out from the snake-scaled lizard's mouth and approach Chu Bai's side. The disguised shadow cat, having dropped its shadow mimicry camouflage, looked utterly disheveled. Its fur was matted with sticky fluid, and its sky-blue eyes were stained blood-red as if contaminated, creating a rather frightening appearance. Chu Bai glanced at it and casually commented, "Meow." The disguised shadow cat let out a sharp cry to Chu Bai, its meaning clear: "The corpse is ready, master. The rest is up to you." Chu Bai's lips curled into a grin. Conditions met. "Now then, little wolf, use fire spirit revival on the scale lizard's corpse." As his words fell, the beacon smoke azure fire wolf raised its head in response. A woo, its howl shook the air. The temperature around them shot up dramatically as a pillar of fire erupted from behind the wolf. The flames quickly condensed, and a fire tyrant stood tall on the spot, its bloodthirsty eyes seeming alive as it raised its hand and lightly tapped the air. Pop! A crisp sound like a cork being pulled from a bottle rang out. Ripples spread through the air as palm-sized flames appeared from nowhere, forming small humanoid fire spirits that emerged one after another like elementary school children lining up after school. They pushed and shoved, chattering noisily as they swarmed onto the scale lizard's corpse. Thud! The last little fire spirit struggled to climb up the heavy scales, flopping down at the chest area and instantly falling apart at the limbs. Its droplet-shaped little head rolled right up to the scale lizard's mouth. It scrambled up in panic, bending over and fumbling around like an old lady looking for her glasses, picking up its head and putting it back on like a helmet. Eep, eep. The little fire spirit shook its head left and right to check how well it was attached, but the more it shook, the more unstable it became. Its left foot tripped over its right, and it took a tumble, rolling straight into the scale lizard's cavernous maw. The entire sequence was both adorable and utterly clumsy. The moment all the fire spirits fully merged, light began to flicker between the gaps in the scale lizard's scales. In the next second, the massive corpse actually stood up as if brought back to life. Upon closer inspection, not only were the gaps between its scales glowing, but even its giant eyes had transformed into burning flames. "All right, let it go wild," Chu Bai called out. "Awoo!" The beacon smoke azure fire wolf howled again. As if receiving orders, the scale lizard grabbed a section of roadside barrier and swung it like a baseball bat at its two companions, the metal twisting with tremendous force. After completing the spell, the beacon smoke azure fire wolf dropped its guard and returned to Chu Bai's side, exhausted. Fire spirit revival consumed enormous amounts of energy. Even with its current physical condition, it could barely manage to cast it once. In the center of the battlefield, the scale lizard controlled by the fire spirits fought one against two. After the barrier snapped, it opened its mouth and spewed transparent but flaming corrosive liquid. The phlegm-like substance burned in midair, and once it touched anything, it not only corroded wounds but also ignited flames. Unlike the beacon smoke azure fire wolf's flames, this was true fire spirit flame born from ultimate fire elemental affinity that even 7-star beasts could hardly withstand. Even the burning sky crocodile would struggle against it. In the Range Rover, Zhu Qianhua and Wei Zhengcheng sat stunned. Just moments before, Zhu Qianhua had been coughing up blood, mumbling that the scale lizard had been slain, that shock still lingering. The next moment, they watched with their own eyes as a scale lizard climbed back up and beat the other two 7-star beasts senseless. "That is the scale lizard," Zhu Qianhua cried out. "No, it's not. I can't feel the contracts binding." Wei Zhengxing shook his head, yet couldn't deny what he was seeing. "But it's clearly the scale lizard that fell down, just standing back up. I told you that's not it." Zhu Qianhua screamed hoarsely. Wei Zhengxing fell silent, something seeming to flash through his mind. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, his eyes widened instantly, disbelief written plainly across his expression. The figure resembling a flame tyrant, the fire sprite dancing like a flame spirit, and the blazing inferno now erupting from the scaled serpent lizard's entire body. All of this reminded Wei Zhengxing of an impossible legend. It was said to be a secret realm heavily guarded by the Nationa barren wasteland where nothing could grow, with rolling magma and scorching lava as far as the eye could see. In this scorched earth, an extremely rare type of star beast was born. Creatures with bodies made of flame and souls forged from stellar power, evolving through mutual devouring. They were naturally cruel, not belonging to the abyss category, yet equally untamable as abyss-type star beasts. Even after forming contracts, they constantly plotted to devour their beast tamers. More terrifyingly, they could resurrect corpses and bend them to their will, much like undead-type star beasts. Everything happening to the scaled serpent lizard now matched the rumors perfectly, sending a chill through Wei Jingxing's heart. He never imagined that the seemingly ordinary wolf-type companion beast beside Chu Bai could wield power from the same source as the legendary star beasts. In fact, not only was Wei Zhengcheng unprepared, but none of the spectators knew the true trump card of the beacon smoke azure fire wolf. The star technique, fire spirit revival, was something the wolf beast had only comprehended at the last moment before Chu Bai's previous secret realm expedition ended. Chu Bai didn't understand its deeper origins, only recognizing from the technique's information that it was far from ordinary. Star Technique. Fire Spirit Revival Level. LV1 Upgradable. Star Rating, 9 stars. Attributes. Fire Summoning Undead. Type. Control. Description. Sacrifice star beast corpses to fire spirits, allowing fire spirits to possess the sacrificed bodies. Until the bodies burn to ash, the fire spirits are completely under the caster's command. Revive fire spirits can randomly retain 2 of their own star techniques and unleash them at 100 power, while also being able to use all star techniques from the sacrificed body, though overall power decreases by 20. Star Level Enhancement. LV1 can control 3 sacrificed bodies, LV2 can control 6 sacrificed bodies, and so forth. This was the most complex star technique Chu Bai had ever encountered. Though the interface indicated it could be upgraded, the specific method remained unknown. Notably, the description used sacrifice rather than possession, a word chilling enough to send shivers down one's spine. Following these keywords, Chu Bai had privately researched various secrets. Fire spirits themselves were merely low bloodline pure elemental star beasts, but what was truly terrifying were the evolved forms born from their mutual devouring. Official records contain no detailed information, so Chu Bai temporarily dubbed that form the Flame Tyrant, the giant shadow that manifested behind the beacon smoke Azure Fire Wolf when Fire Spirit Revival activated. Fire Spirit evolution mainly followed 2 paths. 1. Mutual devouring for direct breakthrough, ultimately growing into Flame Tyrants. 2. Through Fire Spirit Revival, being summoned and then devouring sacrificed corpses, using the bloodline fragments remaining in the bodies to break through their own bloodline limitations, even having the chance to completely transform into entirely new star beast species. In short, fire spirits were star beasts filled with wonder. Even Chu Bai couldn't fully understand these little creatures 100% for the time being. The fire spirit blazed with dazzling light, suddenly lashing out 5 fire whips from the thick tail of the serpent-scaled lizard. The moment these flame-forged whip shadows took shape, they whistled forth with scorching heat and soul-piercing spiritual pressure. As the whips struck down, both giant beast shells and souls were seared simultaneously. Fire exploded outward, and large patches of burn marks quickly appeared on the armored centipede and the heaven-burning crocodile, their shrieks rising one after another. In contrast, the serpent-scaled lizard's assault grew fiercer with each strike. It suddenly thrust out its claws, sharp joints piercing through the air to firmly grip the necks of both the heaven-burning crocodile and the armored centipede. The armored centipede instinctively writhed upward, trying to escape along the serpent-scaled lizard's arm, but the moment it touched the firelight bursting from between the lizard's scales, its shell immediately began sizzling. The already agonizing hiss from its throat now sounded like tearing metal. Suddenly, the serpent-scaled lizard released its grip. The armored centipede staggered, trying to flee for its life, but had barely moved half a foot when the serpent-scaled lizard unleashed a devastating punch. The fist carried blazing flames through the air, instantly melting the insect's armor into crimson molten slag, with firelight piercing through the creature's body like iron nails. When the fist withdrew, a bullseyed hole had been burned through the armored centipede's body. Flames raged wildly within the cavity, using the blood vessels and soft flesh inside as the most flammable fuel. Fire tongues raced along the bones all the way to the head, engulfing the entire insect's skull in the blink of an eye. Against the heaven-burning crocodile, the serpent-scaled lizard employed the same brutal methods. In just a few breaths, the battle situation completely reversed, with the previously rampaging star beasts driven to the brink of death. So this is Fire Spirit Revival. Chu Bai shuddered. The fierce scene before him left him secretly amazed. The fire spirit could not only use the skills once mastered by the sacrificed star beasts, but could even inherit at least 80% of their original combat power. Without this, the fire spirit's attacks could never be so overwhelmingly brutal. It seems that when using Fire Spirit Revival in the future, the stronger the sacrificed star beast corpse, the better. This thought flashed through his mind when his peripheral vision suddenly caught some movement by the road's idea black Range Rover parked on the shoulder, trembled slightly. Chu Bai turned his head. The 2 people in the driver's seat had just started the ignition, were frozen in place with tension, then quietly turned off the engine again. Chu Bai walked over and tapped on the window. "Hey guys, after going through all this trouble, you want to slip away without coming out for a chat?" With those words, he struck the glass with a spirit-tempering fire palm, instantly shattering the bulletproof window. Fragments exploded throughout the cabin, splashing across 2 faces that looked like they'd just undergone plastic surgery without proper bandaging, with tiny glass shards embedded in their flesh, trembling slightly with each muscle spasm. "Oh, it's you two." Seeing the people clearly inside the car, his interest immediately waned. Those 2 bloodied faces belonged to Zhu Qianhua and Wei Zhengqing. When Zhu Qianhua hadn't made a move back in Dragon Capital, Chu Bai thought the matter was settled. As for Wei Zhengxing, they'd only met once, and Chu Bai hadn't expected Zhu Qianhua to convince Wei Zhengxing to join him in causing trouble. With things having come to this point, a peaceful resolution was clearly impossible. Chu Bai felt no mercy in his heart. The Zhu family's methods were hereditary, and if there was a first time, there would be a second, and if a second, then a third. If he showed leniency today, future troubles would be endless. Zhu Qianhua had to pay a price. As for Wei Zhengxing, with a family on the verge of collapse, there was naturally no need for him to show any restraint now. Chu Bai grabbed one person in each hand, lifting them from the driver and passenger seats like picking up chicks, then carelessly tossed them toward the roadside. The dull thuds of their bodies hitting the asphalt were followed by continuous groans of pain, leaving them too shaken to even beg for mercy. Chu Bai, no, Master Chu. Master Chu, please spare me. Zhu Qianhua ignored the burning pain on his face and dropped to his knees beside Chu Bai with a thud, kowtowing while wailing tearfully. The dull sounds of his forehead striking the ground echoed repeatedly as gravel scraped his skin, blood seeping through the wrinkles. If Chu Bai could see every subtle change on Zhu Qianhua's face, he would surely laugh. Each time the old man lowered his head, his eyes grew more venomous, but when he raised it, he instantly switched to a pitiful expression that almost made one feel guilty for bullying an elderly person. Unfortunately, Chu Bai wasn't in such a good mood. He lifted his leg and kicked precisely at Zhu Qianhua's nose bridge. The crisp sound of cartilage breaking was clearly audible as blood instantly stained the man's lips and teeth. Speak properly. Who the hell are you calling master? Chu Bai sneered coldly, his voice sharp as a blade. Look at yourself. You came back from Longjing. Wouldn't it have been better to develop your business properly? When your company couldn't survive, wouldn't it have been better to quietly gather some money and find a place to spend your golden years? The Zhu family's skills were still there. You could have preserved the family line. But you had to cause trouble, and now look where it's gotten you. Was it worth it? Yes, 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 you're absolutely right. Zhu Qianhua's tears mixed with blood as he raised his hand to slap himself hard. I'm despicable. I'm ignorant. It's my fault. All of this is my fault. With each admission, another clear handprint appeared on his face, and the humiliation in his heart deepened. Meanwhile, Wei Zhengxing sat dazed against the wrecked car door. Chu Bai raised the frost water blade and lightly touched its tip to his chest, only cutting through the fabric without harming the flesh. Scared senseless? Wei Zhengxing suddenly snapped back to reality, gritting his teeth with his features twisted into a fierce expression. I'm telling you, Chu Bai, I may have fallen today, but don't get cocky, you can't kill me. He sneered twice, his eyes flashing with malice. Hee, my teacher is Zhang Xiangcai from Weiqing. You couldn't possibly not have heard that name, right? One of only 2 genius-level beast tamers publicly recognized in Weiqing, who reached the late 9th tier at a young age. If something happens to me, he absolutely won't let you go. Chu Bai narrowed his eyes slightly, retrieving dusty information from his memory. Zhang Xiangcai, promoted to 9th tier beast tamer at 32, now 54, and still stuck at the 9th tier. Chu Bai nodded slowly. If reaching the 9th tier at 32 makes one a genius, then what about Chu E and Chu Mo, who entered the 9th tier before 24? 9th tier beast tamers are indeed formidable, but unfortunately I am not afraid. With those words, he raised the frost water blade, angling it slightly as he thrust it into Wei Zhengxing's neck. Splash blood spurted out. Chu Bai calmly withdrew his sword. If he wants revenge, he's welcome to find me anytime. After a pause, he added flatly, if he's not afraid of death. Witnessing everything, Zhu Qianhua collapsed to the ground in terror, trembling like a leaf. His mouth hung open, but no words came out, only saliva dripping down his chin. Chu Bai glanced at him, his tone flat. I don't like fighting old people. These words sounded like heavenly music to Zhu Qianhua's ears, and he seemed to see hope as his eyes instantly lit up. But he ultimately didn't understand Chu Bai. If he were familiar with him, he'd know that when such words were spoken, there was usually more to come. I've decided I won't kill you. Chu Bai seemed to have finished weighing his options, nodding to himself as he turned to leave. However, when he took his 5th step, boom, the massive foot of the scale lizard came crashing down, landing precisely on Zhu Qianhua's head. The ground trembled slightly as dust and thick bloody stench immediately filled the air. Chu Bai tilted his head slightly, glancing at the shattered flesh behind him, murmuring, that settles it. I don't like fighting old people, but that doesn't mean I'll let you go. My beast, apparently, disagrees with my thinking. He looked up at the charred road and scattered corpses in the distance, his voice low. Besides, you should pay for the innocent deaths caused by your actions just now. Taking your lives is merely the lightest punishment. After resolving all the issues, Chu Bai didn't leave immediately. The serpent-scaled lizard's sacrifice to the fire spirit hadn't fallen yet, and as long as the corpse wasn't completely burned, this star beast would remain in the mortal world. So he simply stayed put and waited for over 20 minutes. The flames crackled and popped as the serpent-scaled lizard's scales were first burned into crimson slag, Then its flesh curled and peeled away under the intense heat, revealing blackened bones beneath. Finally, even the skeleton cracked and crumbled in the high temperature, scattering across the ground like the rubble of a 5- or 6-story building that had collapsed in an instant. After the serpent-scaled lizard's shell was completely reduced to ash, the fire spirit seemed drawn by an invisible force as sparks suddenly converged. In the blink of an eye, the flames formed a three-material humanoid creature in midair, then quickly donned armor composed of the serpent-scaled lizard scales, each piece glowing with brilliant red light. Though still made of flame overall, its facial features were remarkably clear, with upturned corners of its mouth revealing a pleased expression. The next moment, a pitch-black summoning portal silently opened. The fire spirit strode forward with its head held high, stepping through the doorway. Having abandoned the serpent-scaled lizard's remains, its appearance had undergone a complete transformation. Individual small fire spirits had merged into a towering giant, its name changing from Fire Spirit to Scale-Armored Fire Spirit, and its bloodline tier skyrocketing from 1 star to 5 stars. Though it hadn't fully inherited the serpent-scaled lizard's bloodline, upon returning to the secret realm, its living conditions would be vastly improved. At least it no longer had to worry about being devoured and replaced by other fire spirits. Chu Bai watched with a furrowed brow, thinking to himself, what a mess. After confirming the fire spirit's departure, he surveyed his surroundings. The ground was scorched black and cracked, pitted with holes, and the steel and concrete had been burned to powder. He estimated this stretch of road would need at least 10 days to 2 weeks before it could be repaired and reopened to traffic. After collecting the star cores from the flame crocodile and heavy armored centipede, he finally left the devastated area. On his way, Chu Bai called Chu Yi to report that he was safe. To avoid worrying his older brother, he didn't mention the strange changes in his consciousness, only saying that he was about to break through and needed to go into seclusion, conveniently providing a reasonable excuse for his upcoming secret realm journey. The car drove toward the southern suburbs with only one destination: Greenleaf Pet Beast Shop. It was a stronghold left behind by the system, and entering the system's secret realm from the shop was absolutely safe, with no one able to detect it. Let me see, Shrank's secret realm. Chu Bai sat behind the counter, pulling up the secret realm list with the filter set to star energy consumption only. The list displayed a long string of numbers: ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, millions. The sheer quantity made his scalp tingle. Through 2 deals with Jean Mao, he had managed to net 70 million, but after flipping through several pages, he discovered this amount wasn't even enough to meet the threshold for entering a rank's secret realms. Converting all 70 million only yielded 700,000 star energy points. But even this 700,000 star energy couldn't be considered abundant among the requirements for Brank's secret realms. After browsing through 12 Brank secret realms, Chu Bai finally found one that met his requirements. Realm name: Flame Palace Mountain. Danger level: Brank. Activation requirement: 680,000 star energy points. Other conditions: none. Just that 680,000 figure hit his wallet like a sledgehammer. As expected, the system makes me poor. He smiled bitterly as he transferred his last savings into the system account. This was a rare opportunity. On this trip, he not only needed to repair his consciousness, but also complete the temporary mission of collecting 200 items. Moreover, having invested 680,000 star energy points, he had to make it worth every penny. He'd also train his Beacon Smoke Azure Fire Wolf along the way. The wolf's bloodline was approaching its limit, and to ensure its future advancement, he needed to quickly select a new evolutionary path and raise its bloodline ceiling. If everything went smoothly, Flame Palace Mountain could solve all these problems at once. This is the one, Chu Bai murmured softly. Honestly, he wanted to browse through more pages and pick the most suitable option from a wider selection. But all the realm interfaces only showed 3 lines: name, danger level, and activation requirements without even basic descriptions. With just these 3 lines, accurately judging a realm's characteristics was nearly impossible. After going in circles, he returned to the Flame Palace Mountain page and made his decision. Buzz. The system seemed to understand his thoughts, tearing open a realm fissure in front of him that could barely accommodate one person. The vertical pupil-like crack wasn't just a thin layer, but had actual depth, with multiple colored spatial layers overlapping and merging, making the already eerie fissure even more ominous. Chu Bai took a deep breath and stepped through. A wave of scorching heat hit him. Though the outdoor temperature in Yun City was already approaching 40 degrees Celsius, the intense heat in the secret realm still gave him the illusion of walking from an air-conditioned room into a furnace. His head felt dizzy, and sweat poured out like an open faucet. In less than 10 seconds, both the front and back of his tank top were soaked through. The fabric clung to his skin but brought no relief. The sweat seemed to heat up the moment it touched the air, burning painfully. The fissure behind him quietly closed, completely cutting off his retreat. Don't panic. The more anxious you get, the hotter it feels. Chu Bai simply sat down on the ground. First, calm down. then let his body adapt to the surrounding temperature. Human adaptability had always been remarkably resilient. What doesn't kill me will make me stronger, he repeated silently, using thought to force himself to calm down. The scorching heat was his first sensation, but what followed was the intoxicatingly thick star energy in the air. This was the real reason for his dizziness. If the star energy on Blue Star could be compared to thin air, then the star energy in Flame Palace Mountain's secret realm was like liquid floating in the air. Quite an apt comparison. It wasn't just the viscosity, even the flow rate resembled water rather than air that could circulate freely. The stellar energy of Flame Palace Mountain filled the heavens and earth like mist, appearing light, yet heavy enough to press against one's chest, causing oxygen-deprived dizziness. Strangely, this oppressive force was mixed with a pleasant sense of euphoria. Even just eating, sleeping, and maintaining the most ordinary life in such an environment would likely cause one's cultivation realm to rise unconsciously. Chu Bai had not yet adapted to his surroundings and was bent over, gasping for breath. He had planned to simply lie down and rest, but the black earth beneath his feet, cracked from the scorching sun, had accumulated tremendous heat. Lying down would be like throwing raw meat onto a sizzling iron plate. Sitting cross-legged with only a small patch of his buttocks touching the ground, the burning sensation was barely tolerable. If he lay flat completely, it would be like grilling himself as a steak. The ground was the pan, Chu Bai was the steak, and the blazing white star overhead, 2 or 3 times larger than Blue Star's sun, was like a flamethrower going wild. After catching his breath slightly, he quickly stood up, genuinely worried that sitting for 2 more minutes would cook his backside through. Looking around, he found himself surrounded by a ring of smoking volcanoes. You might not believe this, but I'm literally surrounded by freaking volcanoes. His mental complaints didn't stop him from immediately taking action. Primary objective, death. By repeatedly activating body reconstruction to expand his consciousness, this was the unconventional training he had arranged for himself. It was simple in theory: find a powerful enemy and get killed. It was difficult in practice. He had to overcome his instinctive fear of death. The star beasts that appeared on Flame Palace Mountain were uniformly at the star attendant realm or higher levels. For Chu Bai, any one of them could kill him instantly. He didn't need to attack, defend, or dodge. He just had to charge forward and wait for his opponent to casually swat him dead when in a bad mood. His first target was locked onto a star attendant realm fire-winged griffin. Fire-winged griffins were naturally brutal. Groups of cubs were thrown into the same nest to tear each other apart, with only the victor earning their parents' nurturing. Even more cruel was that adult griffins, to prove their independent hunting abilities, often made their childhood idols their first prey, and these idols were usually their own parents. At this moment, halfway up a volcano, a fire-winged griffin several zhang in length was guarding a massive carcass that had been half devoured. Across from the remains, the black-clothed, black-haired young man Chu Bai stood quietly. Roar! The griffin suddenly raised its head, spewing scorching air currents mixed with sparks from its throat. Its wings beat the air heavily, trying to drive away the weak creature before it. If not for triggering body reconstruction, Chu Bai would normally have fled far away. But this time, he strode forward instead. Roar! The second roar tore through the air. Chu Bai had entered the griffin's warning zone. To defend its food and maintain its dignity, the fire-winged griffin suddenly raised its right front claw and swept it horizontally to the left. Smack! It wasn't the sharp claws but the thick pad of its palm that struck Chu Bai's chest. Yet at the moment of contact, his body still exploded like a watermelon smashed by a sledgehammer. Flesh and blood scattered, bone fragments shot out. Body reconstruction. The next moment, the scattered remains transformed into dark red streams of light that flowed backward, rapidly reassembling. A completely unharmed Chu Bai reappeared before the fire-winged griffin. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.